This is the final audiobook episode of the novel, and I want to sincerely thank you for listening all the way through. Producing these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you want to support the channel, you'll find a link in the description. That will help me a lot for producing new audiobooks. If you'd like to explore more audiobooks, you can find them by becoming a channel member. And if you enjoyed Shadow Slave, there's a free download link in my bio. Don't miss it. I'd also love to hear from you. Follow me on Instagram and share any suggestions or novels you'd like me to turn into audio next. Your feedback helps me decide what to create for the community. Once again, thank you for being part of this audiobook journey. Your support means everything.
Chapter 799, The Great Migration, 2. The memory swept through her consciousness like a tsunami, penetrating every nook and cranny of her mind and taking control of everything that was contained therein. Amanda felt as though her world was spinning as a series of images began to pop into her head. She wasn't sure how long she had been standing there, but when she came to, she noticed that the sun had already started to set. "You've finally digested the memories?" It was from behind her that she heard a voice that she knew all too well. She sat herself down on his chair without even bothering to look at him and tried to digest everything that had been thrown at her. She propped her elbows against the table and massaged her forehead. The memories. Her head throbbed. Are they real? Why wouldn't they be? Ren appeared right in front of her. He looked at her with a smug expression on his face, and the corners of his lips were slightly upturned. The expression on his face. She was genuinely irritated by it, but as she thought back on the memories that were flooding her mind, she found that she couldn't bring herself to complain about it. Was that really her? He. Ren laughed in the most irritating manner and sat down on the desk. What do you think? He moved his body in closer proximity to her, and his eyes narrowed as he did so. At the same time, the smile that had been partially visible on his face gradually vanished, and what replaced it was an extremely serious expression. Squid-like person. His voice was calm, but Amanda could feel the hidden anger within it. His ego had been hurt. "I didn't know you thought of me like that, Amanda. I'm honestly quite hurt." He continued on. There was a look of expectation in his eyes as if he wanted her to correct what her other self had said, but Amanda didn't give him that benefit. When she raised her head, she purposely squinted her eyes and cocked her head. "I guess you." She stopped herself mid-sentence and shook her head. "No, never mind. You don't look like a squid." "Wait, hold on. You think I'm deaf?" "You clearly were about to say something." Ren's expression changed for the worse, and he leaned his body forward. He seemed rather desperate at the moment, and Amanda's lips trembled. She was having a hard time keeping herself composed. It's too easy. As impressive as Ren was, he was the simplest person to read. She knew him like the back of her hand, and pressing his buttons wasn't something that she found difficult. With that said, was that really me? Amanda tried to conceal her expression by covering her face with her hands. Despite not being able to view her own memories, she had seen enough from Ren's perspective to find herself secretly squealing at her own behavior. Would that really be how she would have turned out if the Demon King had never existed? It made her shiver. "Hey, Amanda. Why aren't you answering? Come." Lifting her head up, she leaned her body forward and pressed her lips against Ren's. He stopped talking immediately after that, and his expression blanked. Pursing her lips, Amanda sat back down on the chair. "You've worked hard. I've got 6 orbs with me, and there's 7 of you present." Jezebeth looked at the 7 demons that were standing right in front of him while 6 white orbs floated atop his palm. The demons' presence was unlike any other, and their expressions contained nothing but reverence for him. They were the 7 clan heads. "My lord, we will accept any decision that you make." With a subtle bow of his head, Prince Murdoch, the head of the Clan of Envy, spoke. "I do not know what those orbs are, but if you are giving them to us, they must be of significant value." His words reflected the thoughts of the other heads. I guess you can say so." The yellow orbs around Jezebeth cycled atop his palm. "They are indeed rather precious. So much so that you might even find your strengths increasing." All breathing stopped the moment those words escaped from his mouth. The 7 demons' expressions changed when they learned that receiving the yellow orbs would increase their strength. At their current level, increasing their strength was nearly impossible, and almost everyone was stuck in the same rank for a considerable amount of time. The fact that the orbs could increase their strength. Eyeing the orbs in Jezebeth's palm, intense greed flashed across the eyes of all 7 heads. As expected. The sight made Jezebeth smile. He had long known that his words would elicit such a response from them. Since you're all reacting like this, it must mean that all of you want the orbs, don't you? The heads all nodded their heads at once, and Jezebeth laughed. All right then, since I only have 6 and I don't want to pick favorites, I'll do a little something to make all of you happy. He extended his finger forward, and golden runes flashed in the air, enveloping the entire room in a white glow. The white glow agglomerated toward the tip of his finger, forming a small white orb that was of similar size to the yellow orbs. This should be enough. Once the orb formed, Jezebeth looked at the 7 demons and waved his hand forward. Shio. 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 The orbs were fired directly at the 7 demons, and before they could react, their heads rolled back, and the room turned white. Human domain, Ashton City. Please maintain order. Don't rush forward, we will call you one at a time. The air was laced with tension as the crowds gathered around the portal, waiting for their turn to step through and embark on a journey to a new world. Excitement and anxiety hung palpably in the air as people whispered amongst themselves, unsure of what awaited them on the other side. Some families were dressed in their finest clothes as if this were the start of a grand adventure, while others wore practical and sturdy outfits meant for travel. All of them clutched their belongings tightly, double-checking that they hadn't forgotten anything. The promise of a new life was too great to risk leaving anything behind. They promised us shelter, right? A woman asked her husband, her voice trembling with nervousness. Yes, he replied, trying to hide his own uncertainty. They said that they would guarantee us shelter and food. Are there any pictures of the place? Another man asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Yes, I already sent it to you on the chat. His friend responded, pulling out his phone to show the group. The portal itself was a towering structure, gleaming in the sunlight. It pulsed with a soft, blue light that spread across the surrounding land. The hum of the portal's energy was almost deafening, causing many to clutch their ears. Your ID, please. An official called out, bringing everyone back to the present moment. Officials greeted each group as they came forward, checked their identification, and provided them with instructions for the journey ahead. Here you go, officer. A man said, handing over his identification papers. The officer scrutinized the documents, checking and double-checking the information. Everything checks out. You can go. The officer finally said, waving them forward. There was a sense of anticipation and nervousness in the air. No one knew exactly what to expect on the other side of the portal. Some had seen the pictures of a lush, verdant world that seemed unlike any other, while others whispered of danger and uncertainty. This was to be expected. After all, this was a completely different world, and there was barely anything they knew about the planet. The only thing they knew for certain was that this was their only chance for a better life. Whoom. The portal activated, and the first group stepped through. A hush fell over the crowd as they disappeared from sight, and there was a moment of tense silence as everyone waited to see if the portal would malfunction. Whoom. And then, with a soft hum, the portal activated again, and another group stepped forward to take their turn. Next. The officers called out, and the crowds shuffled forward. Like that, more and more people began to move forward, and the crowd of people that numbered in the thousands slowly started to dwindle. The sun, which had previously hung in the sky, started to fall, and night started to approach. There were still people lining up behind the portal, and amongst them was a certain family of 3. Come, Nola. We have to hurry, or we'll be late. Okay, Mom. Nola put her phone away and followed behind her mother. There were only a couple of people left in the line in front of them, and they were soon going to be called up next. Mom, is Ren coming with us? Ren. Samantha placed her hand over her cheek. Her face looked troubled, and a soft voice answered for her. Ren is busy. He said that he'll come when he has time later. Oh. Nola dispiritedly nodded her head. It'd be a lie if she said she wasn't disappointed. It had been quite a long time since she had seen her brother, and while she understood that he was extremely busy handling matters with the Alliance, she would have really appreciated it if he would occasionally come to meet her. With how hectic life had been over the past few years, she hadn't had the time to attend school, and she had no friends. The only people she talked to were her father and mother, and they were boring. So boring. What are you thinking so hard about? A hand reached out for her shoulder all of a sudden. Nola noticed a change in her parents' expression when she raised her head, and when she turned around, she saw a familiar face. One that she hadn't seen in quite a long time. For some reason, her eyes stung, and she found herself unable to contain herself. She instantly threw herself in his direction, going in for a tight hug. Brother. Ho. Ren was obviously taken aback by Nola's actions, but that was only for a short moment as his face quickly melted, and he hugged her back. My, so you finally miss your brother. A stupid smile hung on his lips, and he continued to squeeze Nola's little body, which was locked tightly in his embrace. Okay, Nola. You can let go now. This went on for quite a while, and she eventually had to be pulled away by Samantha. Ren, do something as well. What, why? Ren looked at her with an aggrieved look, pulling Nola even more tightly into his embrace and turning his body away from her. Bah. Thump. He felt his heart throb for some reason, but the feeling dissipated as fast as it came. We're just hugging each other. Don't interrupt our moment. A3. Stop making a scene. You've been hugging for the past 5 minutes. We're up next, so get her off your body. Tisk. Ren silently clicked his tongue and didn't outwardly show his displeasure. He had no death wish. Nola, you can let go now. If you don't let go, Mom will get the two of us into trouble. Okay. Nola let go obediently and rubbed her eyes. That's good. He patted her head and cast a glance at the portal in the distance. Be a good girl and listen to Mom and Dad. While the city is safe, don't do anything stupid while you're there. If you behave well, I'll give you a nice surprise. Okay. Nola obediently nodded her head once again, carefully listening to Ren's words. Such behavior made him smile even more, and his expression almost crumbled. Standing up, he looked at his parents and hugged the two of them. Bah. Thump. Once again, his heart throbbed, and he felt his legs tremble a little. What's going on with me? The feeling came and went quickly, but it left an impression on him as he tried to check if something was wrong with his body. However, when he saw that everything was normal, he could only shrug his shoulders. Maybe it's 'cause I won't see them for quite a while. It probably was that. Have a safe trip. Chapter 800, The Great Migration, 3. It's becoming quieter in here. I glanced around the empty streets of Ashton City, feeling a sense of desolation settle within me. It was eerily quiet, as if the very air had been sucked out of the city. The once bustling metropolis had been reduced to a ghost town, with the population dwindling day by day. The aftermath of the war with the monolith had taken its toll on the city, and the current migration had made the situation return to what it once was. I sighed, my gaze drifting toward the portal that stood before me. Jean was standing in front of it, flanked by a few familiar figures, Emma, Amanda, and Melissa. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the thought of their impending departure. They were leaving for Emora, a place I worked so hard to develop and make into the best place to live in. I really wanted to go. Why aren't you coming with us? Jin's voice interrupted my thoughts, and I turned to face him. I've got a few things that I need to do over here, and I can't go there. I replied, my tone neutral. It was only half the truth, but I couldn't reveal the real reason why I couldn't accompany them to Emora. Jezebeth was still out there, somewhere, and he was relentless in his pursuit of me. His ability to track me down made it impossible for me to stay in one place for too long. This was especially so after I gained Kevin's power. If I were to go to Emora, there was a high chance that he would find out my whereabouts and hunt me down. I couldn't risk putting Amanda and the others in danger, which left me with no choice but to stay behind and keep Jezebeth's attention diverted from them. When will you be coming? Emma's voice rang, and I smiled at her. I will probably not be coming for long. Perhaps once every week, and I'll stay at most for a couple of days over there. You see, there's a lot of things that I need to do here, and I can't stay there for very long. Emma looked at Amanda, her skepticism apparent. I knew she didn't believe me, but I couldn't blame her. I really was hiding something. Only once a week. Emma's voice was tinged with confusion, and I felt a pang of guilt in my chest when she looked at Amanda. And you're okay with this? You do know that we'll be gone for about 5 years. Are you okay with only seeing him once every couple of months? Amanda shook her head, her expression normal. No. But I understand where he's coming from, so I can only accept the situation. I felt a surge of gratitude toward Amanda. As expected of her. She really was understanding. Okay, Emma said, looking defeated. You do whatever you want. I won't interfere in your matters. With that, she turned and handed her identification to one of the guards who stood watch over the portal. The check wasn't very long, but it felt like an eternity. I watched as Emma, Amanda, and Jean stepped through the portal, disappearing from sight. See you in a week, then. Bye. Have a safe trip. I murmured, waving my hand in farewell. As they vanished from view, a sense of loneliness settled within me. The thought of being alone in Ashton City for the next half a year was somewhat daunting, but I knew I had to keep going. I had a mission to fulfill, and I couldn't let anything get in the way of that. Whoo! Taking a deep breath, I turned and walked away from the portal, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the deserted streets. There was work to be done. Just what are you planning? Jean stood there, quietly staring at Ren. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was about Ren that made him feel so uneasy. Was it the way he was looking at them now, or was it something deeper? Whatever it was, it had been gnawing at Jean for some time now, and he couldn't help but feel like he was missing something important. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, lost in thought. Ren said nothing, just watching him with a patient expression. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Jean turned around and started walking toward the portal. He didn't look back, not wanting to see Ren's face again. As he walked, Jean couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. It was as if he were walking into a safe haven meant just for him. He wasn't the only one who felt this way, either. Everyone's expression was somewhat similar, as if they were all heading towards an uncertain future. In the end, it all came down to the fact that they were all still too weak. While they were strong, they were still far from strong enough to be of any help to Ren. He was carrying the entire burden by himself and trying to keep them protected at the same time. It was a heavy burden to bear, and Jean didn't envy him for it. I don't like it. Jean muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the sound of his footsteps. He didn't want to feel like a burden, and when he looked around and stared at the others, he could see that they were having similar thoughts as him. The portal hummed and shimmered as they approached it, and Jean couldn't help but feel a sense of commitment. I've got 5 years. 5 years to become stronger, 5 years to become useful. Whoom. Whoom. His vision warped, and he appeared in the middle of a large city. At a glance, it reminded him of Ashton City, but it was at the same time different. The towering trees, the other races, and the thinned-out mana, it was similar but different. Jean looked around, taking in his surroundings. The city was bustling with activity as people of all races went about their business. It was a vibrant, lively place, but Jean couldn't shake off a certain feeling. He reminded himself of how Ren looked before he left, and the scenery before him didn't look as lively as it once did. Should we go to our residences? Right then, he heard Melissa's voice, and he turned to look at her. She looked absolutely normal at the moment. Perhaps, out of everyone, she was the one that seemed the calmest, and when Jean thought about it, he wasn't surprised. She had always been like this. Placing his hand inside his pocket and fiddling with a certain box, he retrieved a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Puff. He took a deep drag, feeling the smoke fill his lungs. For a moment, he closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation. A certain demoness appeared within his mind at the moment, and he felt the edges of his lips curl up at that moment. I wonder how she's doing at the moment. If she saw him again like this, would she throw a fit, or would she try to steal his cigarettes? He involuntarily chuckled and shook his head. Arrogant demoness. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Melissa looking at him with a curious expression. Since when did you start smoking? She asked, pointing at the cigarette. Jean smiled faintly. It's just a habit, he said, taking another drag. It helps me relax. Oh, I see. Melissa nodded, her interest in the topic quickly waning. She surveyed the city that surrounded them and pointed in a certain direction. Should we go to our residences? Jean considered it for a moment before nodding. Yeah, we should. I need to rest a little. He took another drag from his cigarette before flicking it away. Lead the way. Lead the way. You speak as if I know the way. Ah, right. You still haven't left yet. Ashton City may have been desolate, but not everyone had left. Coming into my office was a face I thought I wouldn't see for quite a while. Not yet, I still have something that I want to talk to you about. Well, okay. I didn't have much to do anyway, so I sat on my chair and pointed at the seat opposite me. Have a seat for now, Octavius. Thank you. He sat himself down and looked around the room with a curious look. Making yourself comfortable. Well, it's not like there's a point in going back home anymore. With everyone gone, I didn't feel the need to go back home, so I installed a bed in my own office. Was a bit weird, but it was functional. Well, all right. Octavius's gaze did not linger too long on my bed, and he assumed a solemn expression. So, what is it that you want to talk to me about? For him to come to me after everyone had gone. He must definitely have something serious to talk about. It certainly piqued my curiosity. About that. After a moment of hesitation, Octavius exhaled and explained everything to me. Hearing what he had to say, I was left at a loss for words as my body stiffened. The contents of his words. They weren't something I'd expect to ever come out from his mouth. Are you sure? I asked, my tone taking an extremely serious note. Leaning his body forward, Octavius nodded his head, and when I looked at his eyes, I knew that he had made up his mind on the matter. My hand trembled for a moment, but I eventually nodded my head. Okay. I'll help you, Anne. I paused for a moment and looked straight into his eyes. Make sure you make these 5 years count. You don't have to tell me that. Octavius answered, a smile finally lingering over his features. It was a smile I had never seen him make before, and it radiated serenity. It was as if he'd come to peace with something. I found myself unable to look at him, and my head lowered. Chapter 801, Alone on Earth, 1. I hope he saw the message. Reminding myself of a certain demon with pink hair, I shook my head. My preparations were almost done. All I needed were the conditions. Who? I looked around me while taking a deep breath. The silence was deafening. It was the only thing that filled the air. No sound of cars passing by or people chatting in the distance. It was just me, standing there in the middle of an empty street. I looked around, taking in the desolate landscape. The buildings were empty, and the only thing the occasional sound of a cart moving would reach my ears. It probably came from the little people that chose to remain back on Earth. While there weren't many, their numbers weren't little. Chirp. Chirp. I guess I'm not entirely alone. I bitterly smiled at the thought. Apart from the few people that chose to remain, the animals were still here. You look pitiful. A sudden voice brought me out of my thoughts, and when I turned my head, I was startled to see a familiar figure that bore a striking resemblance to myself, standing in the middle of the road. His gaze indifferently fell on me. Why are you wandering aimlessly like that? I was just looking at my surroundings. I made up an excuse on the spot. To be honest, I actually was wandering around aimlessly, but I didn't want to admit it. Not to him, at least. Should you be looking at your surroundings given the situation that you're in? No. I shook my head. Given that I only had half a year, and I wasn't even close to Jezebeth's level, I probably shouldn't have been roaming around the streets like I was doing now. You think you can beat Jezebeth with your current mentality? Why are you grilling me all of a sudden? From the moment he appeared, he started asking me question after question. What was he doing? When did he suddenly start to care? Shouldn't you be hiding in some corner, muttering how you want to die and that I'm stopping you from doing that? I glanced at his hands and feet, which were no longer bound by chains. Let me tell you this, I am no longer stopping you from achieving what you wanted to achieve. Do whatever you want. I was honestly a bit ticked off. For the past years, he'd been manipulating me and cursing me. Many times, I tried to change his mind and help him out, and yet, all he did was spit on me and ignore me. Understanding where he was coming from, I never paid much attention to his behavior, but now that he was finally free and could achieve his long-awaited wish, he suddenly didn't want to. What was this guy up to? Remaining silent, he kept his gaze on me. Just as I was about to say something else, he opened his mouth and spoke. You're a petty man. My left eye twitched. I visibly felt it twitch. You do know we're the same person, right? No. He shook his head. The two of us aren't the same, he continued. What we've experienced and what we've been through, we're completely different people at this point. You may look like me, and you may sound like me, but you're not me. So I'm just an inferior copy of you. No. He shook his head once more, his gaze settling over my body. Although I was uncertain, for a moment, I felt his lips curl. You're the most perfect version of me. Malin stood next to Gervas and Brutus. They overlooked the city from the building they were in, and their expression quickly turned solemn. What do you think? Do you think you can do it? Gervis asked, his hands placed on the glass pane. Unlike the other two, he had to move a little closer in order to get a better view of the city. It was a bit annoying, but he was already used to it by this point. It's not impossible. Malin muttered, tearing her gaze away from the city. Extending her hand, 3 marble-sized cores of different hues appeared in her hand, and her expression became pained. SSS, ranked cores. They were her most prized possessions. The amount of mana that a single core contained was absurd, and a lot could be achieved with them. They were something that had been handed down to her by the other elven forces, and she had never gotten the chance to use them since they were far too valuable for her to use. That was until now. I will begin the operation. Malin took a deep breath, moving away from the glass pane and making her way toward a certain section of the building. As they approached the door to the room, a faint hum could be heard emanating from within. Gervis and Malin exchanged a glance before she reached out to grasp the handle. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a dimly lit space that was packed to the brim with electronic equipment. Or at least, that was what they seemed to be. The first thing that caught their attention was the wires, thick, black, and snaking across the floor in a chaotic mess. They seemed to converge towards a central point, where a large device sat, humming softly in the dim light. A faint glow emanated from it, casting an otherworldly sheen over everything in the room. The device was surrounded by a veritable forest of screens and projections. Holographic images flickered and danced in the air, forming intricate patterns that roamed in the air. It looks like you've put quite a lot of work on the device. Malin commented, observing the piece of machinery in front of her. She was rather surprised by the structure. While she was already aware of what the dwarves had built, she didn't think it was to this scale. It made her feel rather complicated, but at the same time, she felt relief. Come here. At Gervis's call, she moved toward one of the projections. Is this where I put them? Malin pointed toward a small slot on the machinery. It was a smooth concave dent and matched the size of the orb in her hand. Yes. Gervis nodded, his fingers dancing across the piece of machinery in front of him. Beep. Beep. Once his fingers moved, the machinery came to life, and the entire room trembled. Lights flickered in and out of the room, and the roaring sound of an engine reverberated throughout. It startled Malin, who took a step back and looked at the machine with even more wonder. Place the core on the slot. It was only after she heard Gervis's words that she snapped out of it and did as she was told. Taking a closer step toward the machine, she took out one of the SSS ranked cores and placed it on the slot. Whoom. Coming into contact with the core, the machine trembled, and a terrifying pressure suddenly bore down on the entire room. Cr. Crack. The floor of the room started to crack at the pressure, and the building seemed to be on the verge of shaking. Thankfully, Brutus was there. Bang. Lightly stopping his foot on the ground, the building stopped shaking, and the pressure that was coming out from the core suddenly subsided and re-entered the core. Gervis shot him a grateful look and turned his attention back to the device in front of him. There was a long bar in front of him. It was slowly filling up, and right when it filled up, he pressed a certain button. With a smile, he mumbled. Mana extraction complete. Time to send the mana out. Whoom. The building did indeed start shaking at his point. The bustling metropolis of Voss City, which had just started to be a place of constant activity, with people rushing to and fro as they went about their daily business, underwent strange changes on this day. It started with a faint tremor that rippled through the ground, almost imperceptible at first. But as the seconds ticked by, it grew stronger and stronger until it felt as though the very earth was shaking beneath their feet. Rumble. Rumble. The first sign that something was wrong came when the barrier that encircled the entire city began to wobble. At first, it was just a faint ripple, but soon it was shaking so violently that people were knocked off their feet. The once sturdy barrier was now like a flimsy sheet of paper, barely holding on against the immense pressure that seemed to be bearing down upon it. Aha. What's going on? Panic quickly set in as people began to realize the gravity of the situation. It was understandable, after all, they had been told the barrier was supposed to be extremely sturdy, and nothing should be able to get through it. Amidst the chaos, questions flew through the air like so many panicked birds. What's going on? Are we under attack? No one seemed to have the answers, and fear began to spread like a contagion through the crowds. Thankfully, the panic was somewhat contained. With no alarms ringing and no visible signs of danger, people began to calm down and take stock of the situation. And when a certain few didn't seem to be concerned about the shaking barrier, it served to calm down the rest of the populace somewhat. But even as people tried to make sense of what was happening, something strange began to occur. The mana in some people's bodies began to boil, almost as if reacting to the seismic tremors that were rocking the city. It was an unusual sensation and one that left people feeling confused and disoriented. Swoosh! As the trembling continued, a sudden breeze blew past, carrying with it an almost tangible wave of mana. The air around them thickened considerably, the mana that had previously been thin and insubstantial now thickening and coalescing into something much more tangible. And as the ground continued to shake, it was clear that something truly momentous was happening, something that would change the course of Voss City's history forever. Chapter 802, Alone on Earth, 2. Time flew by. It was unclear to me how much time had passed, but I was aware that there was not much longer to go before Jezebeth would show up here on Earth. Had it been before, by now, I would have been palpitating with fear over the prospect of Jezebeth coming, but at the moment, I was rather calm. Nervousness stems from one's lack of confidence. If one wasn't confident in what they were up against, that'd be when one would start to feel nervousness. More than anything, I didn't have the time to even think about those matters. Your entire body is a mess. I don't understand why you'd let so many different types of energies roam inside of your body. I was currently being scolded, if one might call it that. When you made the decision to allow so many energies to enter your body, did the thought, more is better, cross your mind? No. I shook my head, keeping my head low at the same time. I just wanted to use methods that you wouldn't be able to predict or be familiar with. The room fell into an abrupt silence as a result of my words, and when I looked up, I saw my own love in his eyes. His face was as indifferent as it always had been, but for some reason, he had a look that seemed to be looking down on me. I'll have to praise you for that. To my surprise, I was complimented rather than reprimanded. It came as a bit of a surprise to me given that, ever since he began helping me, all he ever did was criticize everything that I did. It brought to mind instances when we had been together in the demon realm. Back then, he used to treat me the same way that he did now. He was a harsh teacher, but he was the best teacher I could ever ask for. There was no one else who understood me better than he did. On more than one occasion, I found myself rather taken aback by the actions that you took. It's true that some of them were incredibly dim-witted, but there were also some that were admirable. Having said that, he looked at me dead on in the eyes. The key word here is some, and that's on rare occasions. Do you really think I haven't tried everything in my pursuit of power? You think that I've never taken the path that you're currently undertaking? Scrap that nonsensical thought from your mind. Whatever you tried, I've tried it before. He pointed at his head with his index finger. You've only caught a glimpse of my hell. Not the entirety of it. I pursed my lips and didn't say anything at his words. Deep down, I knew that he was right. If there was anyone who knew the best path, it had to be him. It was as simple as following the story's plot line. I made it so that the only thing you'd be able to concentrate on is following the plot line, and yet, like a complete moron, you chose to deviate from the plot line that I designed for you to take advantage of. I wasn't completely certain, but I thought I detected a hint of irritation in the tone of my other self's voice. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the choices that I made in the past. I scratched the back of my head. Well, to be honest, I had to discard the plotline. The butterfly effect was getting out of hand, and... Was it, though? I was stopped mid-sentence and I felt a cold gaze fall on my face. I turned to look at him, and he continued. Did you really think the situation was getting out of hand? He cocked his head a little, staring intently in my direction. In my book, there is no such thing as things getting out of control. Everything is in my control, and what you think of as a butterfly effect, I've already factored in a long time ago. You should have just been obedient and followed the plotline like I programmed you to. I smiled at him. Things worked out in the end, didn't they? They only worked out because I made them work out. His gaze stinged, and I turned my head away from him. It would have been much simpler if you had followed the plotline. You would have probably suffered less, and you would be even stronger than you are now. Perhaps so. Even then, I don't regret my decision. I muttered under my breath. There were a lot of choices that I made, and I regretted none of them. Sure, in the end, those choices ended up being accounted for by him, but it helped me get out of that mentality that this world was merely just a failed novel that I wrote. It was probably the most important thing for me. It's good that you don't regret your decisions. If you had, I'd be rather disappointed in you. Turning his head to look toward the sky, the other me looked back at me and pointed at the sword in my hand. We don't have much time. Start practicing again. So long as you carry out my plan, we'll be able to win this. Got it. Sighing, I unsheathed the sword and got into a stance. Taking a deep breath, I slashed. Swoosh. Jezebeth sat upon his throne, his eyes closed in contemplation. He could sense that the time was drawing nearer and closer. While he was seated on his throne, his entire body would shake from time to time. He was unable to hold it in any longer. He wanted nothing more than to travel to Earth and put an end to something that had been going on for many decades. Rustle. Suddenly, the flap of a tent interrupted his thoughts, and Jezebeth's eyes slowly opened, revealing his crimson-colored pupils, which were stained with a purplish hue. Turning his head, his gaze rested upon the demon who had entered the room. The demon recoiled in fear at the sight of him and quickly bowed his head in submission. Your Majesty, we're ready. The demon said, his voice barely above a whisper. Jezebeth's lips curled into a smile. Are the 7 patriarchs ready? Yes, Your Majesty. The demon replied. Good. Let us go. With both hands resting on the armrest of his chair, Jezebeth helped himself up and stood up from his seat. His figure towered over the demons, and he shivered even more. Without another word, Jezebeth strode out of the tent and onto the field. As he moved, separate components of his armor suddenly materialized from thin air and began to attach themselves to his body. Rustle. There, he was greeted with the sight of an army of demons kneeling down in front of him. They numbered in the millions and covered the large plot of land that stood before his very eyes. We greet His Majesty. The demons chanted in unison. Jezebeth nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes scanning the assembled forces. He noted the 7 patriarchs, their presence imposing and formidable, and felt satisfied. They weren't as strong as him, but they were strong in their own right. He could also feel a certain something coming out of their bodies, and his confidence soared. It looks like everyone is ready, he said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, his gaze fell on a certain someone beside him. He wore a white mask and had his gaze directed away from him. Jezebeth smiled at him before turning his attention back to the 7 patriarchs. Get the pillars ready, he ordered. It was a straightforward instruction, but at the precise moment when he uttered those words, the 7 patriarchs' eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and they smiled widely, exposing their sparkling white teeth. Understood, Your Majesty. They replied in unison. Their figures vanished from the spot with a soft beat of their wings. Jezebeth's eyes lingered for a moment over the location where they had just been standing before he tore his attention away from it and started staring into the distance. He closed his eyes, and a white glow spread from his body. Let's see how far they've gone. After a brief period of time spent with his eyes closed, during which he took in a keen awareness of the world beyond, he eventually opened them once more. It looks like they have almost made it to Earth, he murmured to himself. As he moved his hand forward, a bright white glow suddenly engulfed his entire body and spread outward toward the legion of demons that were present. The area around them quickly became riddled with fissures that rapidly expanded in the air. Crack. The fissure grew wider with each passing second, and in less than a minute, more than 10 distinct portals materialized somewhere inside the expansive land. They were the height of a mountain and reached all the way up to the sky above. With a satisfied look, Jezebeth opened his mouth and softly spoke. Prepare for war. It's starting. Angelica muttered, staring at the enormous portals before her. Looking around her, she secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did her best to hide her nervousness. At this very moment, there were a number of demons belonging to her clan surrounding her, and they all regarded her with suspicion. It was abundantly clear that she wasn't particularly welcome. Even so, the fact that they did not take any action against her reflected very highly on the standing her mother had. Get ready. We will soon be departing to Earth. A demon spoke beside her. Angelica didn't even bother looking to see who it was. It was one of her mother's servants. It's fine. She kept herself composed, a smile tugging on her mouth shortly after. I've already finished my preparations. March forward. A thunderous voice resounded throughout, and the demons hastened to get to the portal in the distance. Angelica followed in their footsteps and launched herself toward the portal after her wings expanded. Like that, the third cataclysm began. Chapter 803, The Third Cataclysm, 1. Earth. The blue sky above seemed to shimmer and vibrate. The clouds parted, and then suddenly the sky began to crack, like a fragile pane of glass that was subjected to too much stress. See, crack. The first fracture appeared, jagged and rough-edged, and then another, and another, until the sky was a spiderweb of broken blue glass. From within the cracks, shapes began to emerge, strange and distorted, like figures from another dimension breaking through into this one. Swoosh. 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 Figures materialized into the sky, one after another. Their faces were pallid and drawn, their eyes sunken and haunted. They stumbled out of the cracks, their bodies haggard and trembling. "We're here." One of them cried out, a note of relief in his voice. "We've made it." Another echoed, sounding more exhausted than triumphant. After their emergence, more and more figures began to materialize from the fissure in the sky, eventually filling the entirety of the sky with their respective numbers. The sky above them had stopped cracking, but it remained a deep, unsettling shade of blue, like a bruise on the face of the world. Swoosh. As the last of the survivors emerged from the portal, they took stock of their surroundings. They were standing on top of what appeared to be a city, albeit one with peculiar building styles. The buildings were long and rectangular in shape, and the majority of their surfaces were covered in glass. Other than that, it was eerily silent. There were no sounds of life or movement, no signs of civilization or activity. Are we in the right place? This is Earth. The survivors gathered together, their faces etched with fatigue and anxiety. They were well aware that they had cheated death by a razor's edge and that it was only a matter of time before it caught up with them. At the moment, they were merely attempting to cling onto their last hope with the remaining forces on Earth. Soon, the demons were going to come, and only one ending crossed their minds. The survivors could feel it in their bones, a deep, primal fear that made their hearts race and their palms sweat. What's going on here? Where are all the humans? One of the elven figures said. Their eyes swept the area around them, and as they extended their mana in an effort to detect the presence of any form of life, they were surprised to discover that there was nobody in the immediate area. Confused and shocked, one of the elven elders voiced out their confusion. "Why is it like this?" "That's because I've made it like this." A soft voice echoed, and everyone turned their heads to see a human with short black hair and deep blue eyes. His gaze was calm and he appeared not far from where they were. "Who are you?" One of the dwarven representatives asked, her voice filled with caution. She was a short dwarven elder with dreadlocks. "Shouldn't that be a question I'm supposed to ask?" The human replied, his voice neither humble nor overbearing, but with a certain authority that made it difficult for them to rebut. An elven elder stepped out. He seemed rather amicable. "We apologize for the inconvenience. We have heard that you humans have signed an alliance with our races, and we've come here as reinforcements." The human's brow raised, and although his expression didn't change much, the way he looked at them made it seem as though he was seeing right through them. He didn't say anything after that and merely nodded his head. "I see, so you're the reinforcements," he said with no sincerity in his words. Perhaps there was, but his expression and voice were rather monotone. It was hard to get a good grasp on him. "We're in a rush for time. The demons are coming. Where is everyone?" An impatient orc suddenly opened his mouth and glared at the human who was standing off in the distance. They had just escaped from the demon's clutches, and yet, the moment they arrived on Earth, they found out that there was no one and that they were being looked down upon by a single human. His pride couldn't allow it. "Listen up, human. You either tell us where the other humans and members are or what?" A soft voice whispered behind his ear, and the orc's entire body turned stiff. He robotically turned his head, and his heart dropped at the sight of the human that had appeared without him even noticing. "How?" he stammered. He wasn't the only one shocked. The other members of the three races were also in disbelief. No one was able to catch a glimpse of how the human had moved. The human extended his hand and placed it on the orc's shoulder. His cold gaze fell on him, and for a short moment, he didn't say anything. Even so, for the orc, that one short moment felt like an eternity, and his entire body started to tremble. Quite unruly for a bunch of fugitives. His words made the air tense as everyone looked at him with distorted expressions. "You think I don't know you're not reinforcements? Look at yourselves. Do you look like reinforcements?" His expression didn't change, but each one of his words struck the hearts of those present. "Know your place," he said, and those three words powerfully rang in the minds of the three races that had arrived. The human no longer paid them any attention and turned his head away from them to stare at the sky. Do you seriously think you managed to escape because of your abilities? He suddenly asked, gathering the attention toward him once again. What do you mean? One of the dwarven delegates asked. We just barely managed to escape from the demons. In fact, a lot of our forces fell in order to let us escape. If there's one thing I'm sure about, it's that our escape was not a mere coincidence. Heh. The human's eyes locked with the dwarven delegates, his gaze heavy with what could only be described as pity. The dwarf furrowed his brows in response, sensing the disdain that was emanating from the human's every word. The same went for the others. Before any of them could utter a sound, the human spoke up. You're wrong on every level, he stated, his voice cutting through the tense silence. The human shook his head, his eyes trained upwards as if looking for something. You didn't escape because of your own efforts. He continued, his voice laced with indifference. You managed to escape because they let you. What did you say? The delegates from the three races exchanged glances, their faces twisting in anger. His words left a bitter taste in their mouths. If that wasn't bad enough, the human wasn't finished yet. I don't even need to look at you to understand why you've lost so miserably. He spat out, his words sharp as a blade. You're a mess. Each and every one of you is selfish and prideful, and while you're trying your best to hide it, I can see that you all carry a certain contempt toward each other. The delegates remained silent, but their eyes betrayed the frustration they felt. It was true that there had been a clear divide between the three races, even before the war had broken out. But they had always thought that they were united in their goal to defeat the demons. The human's voice rose in pitch, his annoyance becoming more palpable by the second. Your commands are a mess, and everything about you is a mess. In short, you guys are nothing but a messy burden that will only lower our chances of survival. What gives you the right to come here, demanding anything? How dare you? Do you know what we've gone through the past few decades? Do you know the only reason Earth is still here is because of us? The delegates were starting to lose their patience, but the human didn't seem to care. Naive. He cut through their words, his words like a whip cracking through the air. Look at how easily they defeated you. Do you really think you're the reason why Earth is still here? In the first place, the reason why you managed to escape is not because of you, but because the demons let you. And the sole reason for that is quite obvious. They want you to weaken us with your disorganization. The human turned his head to the sky, a smirk forming on his lips. Isn't that right? Jezebeth. Rumble. Rumble. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed through the air, and the mana around them began to shift and distort. The ground shook beneath their feet as an imposing figure emerged from the sky. The being's figure seemed to blend in with the world around him, and his long white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and his presence alone was enough to make everyone tremble. He was none other than Jezebeth, the Demon King. Indeed. Jezebeth spoke, his voice like thunder. As expected of you. You saw right through my intentions. Chapter 804, The Third Cataclysm, 2. I've been told that multiple times. Ren replied in a soft voice, his gaze fixed on Jezebeth. The two of them stared at each other for an unknown period of time. This was until Jezebeth finally cracked a smile, and the mood seemed to relax a little. It's been a while since we've last seen each other. How have you been? I've been better. Something annoying happened. You think? Ren cocked his head, his gaze pointing right at him. Oh, no, Jezebeth looked dismayed. You couldn't be talking about me, right? What made you think that? There was an undisguised sarcasm in Ren's words, and Jezebeth looked even more dismayed. Of course, he was merely pretending, but to those that were watching, the scene left them utterly terrified. Who is he? How is he able to talk to the Demon King like that? As the two conversed, an unsettling feeling permeated the air, leaving onlookers with a sense of insignificance. It was almost as if they were mere cogs in a larger machine, manipulated and directed by the pair. Right then, Jezebeth's brows raised, and he looked around him. Shortly after that, surprise filled his expression, and he looked back toward Ren, stunned. What's this? Why is Earth suddenly so empty? They've gone somewhere. Ren replied without going much into detail. He just quietly stood there looking at Jezebeth. Such behavior caused Jezebeth to furrow his brows as his eyes soon came to a close and his mind filtered through all the different planets within the universe. Nothing. He was stunned to notice that he did not find a single trace of the human forces. How interesting. His eyes opened up again, and they landed on Ren. Yet again, he had shown him a surprise. How many times has it been by now? He truly was. You've hidden them pretty well. Jezebeth complimented. There weren't many beings that could hide something from him, not even the protectors, and yet the human who stood before him was capable of such a feat. A thought suddenly occurred to Jezebeth. Could it be that you've killed them? You previously called me smart. Do you think I'd do something that's stupid? His sentence was promptly cut off by Ren's voice, and Jezebeth closed his mouth. You're right. Indeed, things wouldn't be fun if things were this simple. The smile returned to his face. Just as he was about to speak, Ren's voice cut through the air. What about you? I don't see your forces anywhere. Where are they? About that. Jezebeth looked behind him, and the smile on his face widened. They're just about to be here. Whoom. 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 Seconds after his words faded, a strange sensation rippled through the very fabric of the world. It started as a low hum, barely perceptible at first, but quickly grew into a powerful vibration that shook the earth to its core. Rumble. Rumble. The seas themselves seemed to come alive, surging and churning with a furious intensity that sent massive waves crashing against the shore. The very earth itself seemed to shift and heave, with deep, jagged cracks forming on its surface. And as if in response to some unseen force, the towering mountains rose up from their foundations, their peaks piercing the sky above. What's going on? The changes didn't go unnoticed by Ren, who looked around with alarm. This was something that was well beyond his understanding. It was then that the sky suddenly grew dark, as if something was blocking the sun. The clouds parted and swirled apart, revealing a strange sight. 7 enormous pillars, each one of immense radius, hovered in the air, casting a shadow over everything below. For several moments, the pillars remained suspended in midair as if defying gravity itself. The intricate runes etched into their surfaces glowed with an otherworldly light, each one containing a unique array of colors that seemed to shift and change with each passing second. Swoosh. 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 Then, without warning, the pillars began to plummet toward the earth, hurtling toward the ground with an unstoppable force. Boom. Boom. The impact was deafening, with the earth shaking and quivering with the force of the collision. Everything in their path was leveled and reduced to rubble and dust in an instant. Once the dust began to settle, the pillars remained standing, their intricate runes still glowing with an ethereal light. The air around them shimmered and crackled with demonic energy, a feeling of doom quietly permeated over the surrounding land, and Jezebeth's smile grew at the sight. What do you think? He asked, his gaze landing over on Ren. Unfortunately for him, the sudden situation didn't seem to fluster Ren very much, surprising Jezebeth quite a bit. Judging from the aura he's giving off, he should still be the new Ren, yet, for some reason, he's reminding me of his other self. Is this some sort of trick? Ren's words brought him out of his thoughts, and he smiled at him. I wouldn't call this a trick or anything. He cast his gaze over the 7 pillars that covered the ends of the world. They were his pride and joy and something he had been saving up for this very moment. You know. You may think you've achieved something by hiding everyone away from me, but you've grossly underestimated the extent of my powers, Ren. Jezebeth suddenly brought his hand next to him. Just because I can't tell where they are, doesn't mean I can't bring them to me. With a smile on his face, he snapped his fingers. Snap. I may not be able to sense them, but if they contain mana and aura, they can't escape from me. The world around Ren turned completely white, and everything within his vicinity disappeared. The world around him started to shift once more, and grass appeared beneath his feet. The sky became blue once more, and trees started to sprout from the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, and a white table appeared not so far from where he was. Beside the table were 2 chairs and a set of teacups materialized on top of the table. Steam rose from within the teacups as a murky liquid poured itself in. Jezebeth appeared shortly after that, sitting himself down on one of the seats. Extending his hand, he gestured toward the seat opposite him. Have a seat. Ren didn't utter a single word, but his feet moved on their own, and he sat down in one of the chairs. Extending his hand, Jezebeth grabbed one of the teacups and took a gentle sip. Smacking his lips, he showed a satisfied look. Have a try. It's quite good. It's something I've gotten from Lemlock, a planet from a distant galaxy. I've been saving it up for this day. Ren stared at the teacup for a moment, then brought his hand forward and similarly took a sip of the tea. The taste. It wasn't too bad. You know, Jezebeth started to speak, leaning his back against the chair and fixing his gaze toward the sky. I've had a similar conversation with the other you in the past. I still remember the conversation the two of us had back then. It's been stuck with me for quite a while, and it truly is a pity that the two of us could never work together since our interests conflicted. Jezebeth paused and took another sip of his tea. That being said, he put the teacup down and stared at him. Now that the one I'm facing is not him, perhaps I can change your mind. With a smile on his face, Jezebeth's body turned, and he waved his hand in the air. Swoosh. 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 A succession of rectangular projections emerged in the air, one after the other. Over the course of a few seconds, the number of them increased to well over 100, and Ren's attention shifted to face them. It was much to his surprise that he caught sight of people he was familiar with inside of them. All of them were standing in different environments, some together, some not, and were currently standing in front of a large horde of monsters and demons. This right here, Jezebeth spoke, is the beginning of the end. Welcome to the world within the pillars. Chapter 805, The Third Cataclysm, 3. Things were quiet in Emora, as they had been for quite a while now. The time for the impending war was about to come. Everyone was sure of it, as they had been warned beforehand. The city streets of Emora were filled with a palpable sense of unease, and individuals clad in armor were seen roaming the area. Are you ready? The portal should be opening any time now. Emma turned to Amanda, who had been keeping a low profile while standing next to her. She was standing still, staring silently over the vast area of land that was in front of her while her bow was firmly held in her hand. How long had it been since she'd last seen him? He had promised her he'd visit every week, which was about 10 weeks in here, but... Liar. He had only come once in the past and never returned since. She was obviously aware that he was most likely busy and that he did not have the time to visit, or perhaps there were other circumstances that prevented him from returning, but even so, she still couldn't help but feel a little indignant over the situation. It had been years since she had last seen him, and she missed him. Don't worry, we'll meet him soon enough. When we get there, you can scold him or beat him to your heart's content however you see fit. MHM. Amanda nodded her head at Emma's words. Indeed, she was going to be seeing him soon. She wasn't sure whether she'd beat him or scold him like Emma was saying, but she was certainly not going to let this slide once everything was over. It looks like the two of you are ready. Right then, Jean appeared in the distance. He was wearing a black coat and had his hands in his pockets as he walked calmly toward them. A cigarette was wedged between his lips, and as he inhaled, smoke drifted out into the air. Pinching the cigarette with his fingers, Jean let out a puff and flicked it away. Are the two of you ready? We've prepared as much as we could have. Emma responded while her hand softly caressed the hilts of her short swords that were resting on her hips. I've made quite some progress, but, well, I'm not exactly where I want to be. Oh. Jean nodded his head and turned his head to look at Amanda. What about you? Same. She answered, biting her lips. Her progress over the last 5 years has been nothing short of phenomenal. Counting the time she spent in Emora, she was about 28 this year, and in that time, she managed to go all the way to S+ rank. Her progress was staggering. She was at the same level as Monica was when she was her age, which was an accomplishment that was once thought to be nearly impossible to achieve. Having said that, the mana at the moment was quite a bit denser than it was back then, making her progress a lot faster than before, but despite this, she was unquestionably a level above those who were the same age as her. In fact, she felt close to reaching SS-rank 2. She was just a step away from it, and she could feel it. But that was where the problem lay. Her age. She was still too young, and with that, she knew that she was still not good enough to be considered someone strong enough to leave a mark on the war. Simply put, she was not satisfied with what she had achieved. She wanted more. There are more people coming. One by one, more and more people started to fill the land. There were a lot of familiar faces. Ones that Amanda knew very well and was familiar with. It looks like everyone has improved a lot, especially the orcs. Pointed out by Emma, Amanda's eyes squinted, and her gaze fell on a group of orcs in the distance. She was taken aback by the pressure that was emanating from their bodies. It was completely different from anything else she had ever experienced. It's true, they've improved a lot. And not just by a small margin. It appears like this place truly was useful for their improvement. Jean remarked, seemingly impressed by what he saw. After the orcs had made their appearance, it was the turn of the dwarves, and they roared while wearing cumbersome suits that covered their entire bodies like some kind of futuristic mech. With each step that they took, an imprint would be left behind on the ground, and while they were holding onto large artifacts that resembled guns, they began to assemble in the area that surrounded them slowly. The elves were the very last to arrive, and in place of their customary ornate attire, they wore leather armor with intricate purple rune decorations that intermittently appeared and vanished. It looks like every. Emma was never given the opportunity to complete her sentence. At precisely the moment that Amanda's attention was drawn to the elves, the world abruptly began to spin and went completely white. She didn't have much of an idea what was going on, but she didn't have much time to think about it as her entire body started to spin. Wow. Thump. Before she realized it, she felt her body land on something hard, and she took a deep breath. Instantly, her lungs filled up with air, and her mind cleared up once again. After she came to, she noticed that her body had begun to sink. She reached her hand behind her to pull herself up, and as she did so, she felt a rough texture, and her hand began to sink as well. Where am I? When she looked around, she was stunned to see that she was in a desert-like landscape. Sand dunes dominated her peripheral vision, and a blood-red sun hung in the sky above her. The sky was a dark gray color, and the air was very dry. She was surrounded by sand. What's going on? As she looked around her in disbelief, a plethora of questions started to run through her head. Despite all the questions she had, she managed to keep her composure and slowly help herself up. When she looked around, she saw that she was the only one present in the desolate world. Or so she thought. There's someone else over there. She hesitated. With her sharp eyes, she was able to catch a glimpse of a figure in the distance. They had human features and appeared to be wandering around without a destination. They appeared to be a male, but their face was old and wrinkled, and their eyes were sunken in, as if they hadn't eaten anything for a very considerable amount of time. He had both hands on the ground, and his back was hunched as he took hesitant steps forward while wandering around aimlessly. He seemed desperate for help. Could it be a trap? Amanda pondered while she kept her gaze fixed on the person off in the distance. He wasn't very strong, but she never evaluated someone based on how strong they appeared on the surface. She had learned her lesson the hard way. Answers were what she needed at the moment, and the human over there might have been able to give her the answers that she was looking for, but after giving the matter some thought for a while, Amanda shook her head and decided against approaching the human. It's too risky. In this unfamiliar world, Amanda knew better than to trust anyone. The only one she could trust was herself, and thus, turning her gaze away from the human, she ran in the opposite direction. One way or another, she was going to find her answers. Swoosh. As her form faded into the distance, the surrounding area went back to its previous state of utter silence. A split second after Amanda's figure vanished, the human who Amanda had been looking at before halted, and his eyes landed on the spot where Amanda had gone. Crack. Crack. A series of cracking sounds erupted out of nowhere, and the figure suddenly began to mutate, transforming into the appearance of a tall and menacing demon. And here I thought my disguise was perfect. His words seemed to carry some sense of disappointment, however, the smile that was on his face made it seem otherwise. She's quite the sharp one. He commented again, turning his gaze away from her and looking around him and feeling the thousands of different lives around him. The smile on his face depended, and the world around him started to twist. Swoosh. 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 The demon didn't even bother to turn around to look at the over 1,000 figures that had suddenly materialized behind him before issuing his command. Go on. He softly said. Have all the fun that you want. With a broad smile, he continued. Welcome them to the Pillar of Wrath. Chapter 806, Choice, 1. Ren sat in front of the projections, and as he looked at them, his gaze moved around to the various projections next to him. The words, the Pillar of Wrath, escaped his lips as faint recollections of what had transpired moments before began to resurface within his mind. Slowly but surely, he pieced together the puzzle and came to a sudden understanding. So that's what those things were. Ren found himself confronted with Jezebetha's sly smile as he turned his head. Jezebetha's gaze seemed to be shifting between the projections and Ren as if he was trying to gauge his reaction to the matter. What do you think? Jezebeth asked, his tone light but his eyes serious. Ren frowned, pondering over the situation. It was clear that Jezebeth had a plan and that he had been working towards it for some time. It looks like you've already gotten an idea of the situation. Jezebeth commented, clearly amused by his hesitation. He then began to explain, his words flowing smoothly. Like I said before, you can hide them from me, but you can't stop me from bringing them to me. Over the years, my mastery over the laws has progressed to the point where I can finally feel the records. Jezebeth stretched out his hand as if trying to grasp something that was just out of reach. I can feel them, he murmured. They are so close, yet so far, and... Lowering his head, Ren felt Jezebeth's gaze. The intensity of his gaze made him feel uncomfortable. You're the last step in helping me reach that goal. Jezebeth muttered, his words slow and deliberate. So long as he killed Ren and absorbed all of his powers, he'd finally be able to take that last step and get his hands on the records. With the protectors gone and all the fragments collected, he was the last hurdle that stood in his way of reaching his goal. He needed to die. The pillars are something I've designed over the past few regressions. I've spent quite a lot of time developing them. What they do is rather simple, they create a pocket dimension where all demons inside find their abilities amplified. Jezebeth pointed at the projections with his long and slender hand. As you've seen, there are 7 pillars in total. Each representing one of the sins and amplifying their abilities to the point where even I shudder at the results. Jezebeth's smile widened, and he leaned back in his chair. Taking a sip of the tea, he gazed at Ren with a relaxed expression. How long do you think they'll be able to survive in such a place? 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. A day. A week. Or maybe even a month. Do you really think they have the ability to defeat them? Jezebeth's disappointment was compounded by the fact that Ren's expression did not change as he looked at the projections in front of him. This was not what Jezebeth had in mind when imagining the current situation. You know. He set the teacup down. The more I talk to you, the more I feel like I'm talking to him. I guess, in the time since we last saw each other, he must have done quite a bit in order to make you the way that you are. I have to say, I'm impressed. Jezebeth's eyes suddenly squinted. Even so. I'd like for you to hear my proposal. There was something about Jezebeth's voice that changed all of a sudden. Though faint, an echo lingered in his voice, and the surroundings turned still. With Kevin gone, you no longer need to kill me. If in the past Ren had no choice but to defeat Jezebeth in order to free himself from his unfortunate circumstances, this time around, things were very different. Ren no longer needed to kill Jezebeth in order to liberate himself from his suffering. You should be well aware of what my goal is by now. I want the records, and I will do anything in my power to get them. Jezebeth turned his head to look at Ren. It's a bit of a pity, but in order for that to happen, I need you to die. There were no emotions in his words as he gazed at Ren. The situation was simple. In order for him to get to the records, he needed to get his hands on the remaining powers that lingered inside of Ren. So long as he gained access to those powers, he'd finally get his hands on the records and, in a way, control the entire universe. Controlling the universe wasn't exactly his goal, but it was an added touch. That being said, in order for him to gain access to those powers, Ren had to die. It was the only way. As long as you die, I'll be able to figure out the answers that I seek and finally be set free from this long game of ours. Jezebeth turned his head toward the projections that were surrounding them. There were several thousand images on them, and each one was more eerie than the one before it. They portrayed a number of humans and members of other races engaged in a ferocious battle against legions of demons and monsters belonging to the demon realm. They were armed with swords and shields, but the otherworldly creatures that were surrounding them were more powerful than their weapons could ever hope to be. It didn't look like they'd last for very long. Jezebeth tore his gaze away from the projections and once again looked at Ren. Here comes the deal. Bringing his hand up, he pointed directly at Ren. Kill yourself and give me your powers, and in exchange, I will end this all at once. Jezebeth smacked his lips together. I won't hurt any of them, not even one of them. If you kill yourself right now, in this very moment, I promise that I won't hurt any of those humans, and in fact, I'll do everything in my power to make their lives as comfortable as possible. Jezebeth's words didn't have much of an effect on Ren. Quietly picking up the teacup from the table, he calmly drank it and cast an indifferent glance in Jezebeth's direction. Not enough. Ren's behavior somewhat astounded Jezebeth, but he wasn't entirely surprised. He had always been like this, and he was somewhat used to it. Even so, he was prepared. It looks like this is not enough to convince you. All of a sudden, Jezebeth turned his head and stretched his hand forward. The world around him started to warp, and all of a sudden, a thin figure emerged from it. Their frame was small, and they were currently wearing a white mask. The thing that initially drew Ren's attention was a pair of striking green eyes. All of a sudden, Ren's shoulder trembled, and Jezebeth didn't miss that. He smiled a little. "Why don't you take off your mask and show him who you are?" Following Jezebeth's instructions, the figure that stood in front of Ren slowly brought their hands closer to their face. With a deliberate, almost theatrical movement, they removed their mask, revealing the features of a young man with black hair and piercing green eyes. The figure stood there for a moment, silently watching Ren as their gazes met. There was a palpable tension in the air, as if both men were waiting for the other to make a move. Ren's expression, which had previously been unperturbed, finally began to show signs of change. His body trembled all of a sudden, betraying the emotions that he had been trying so hard to conceal. "Hi, Ren." Small Snake finally spoke, and Ren's body stopped trembling. He closed his eyes and remained seated where he was, completely motionless. "Looks like you're still trying to keep yourself composed." Jezebeth was beyond impressed by the composure Ren was showing before him. From his family and friends who were trapped in the pillars to the one person he had previously believed had died. If Jezebeth had been in Ren's position, he believed he would have been unable to maintain his composure. He was very impressed. But that was just as far as things went. Ugh. Stretching his hand, Small Snake's body flew in his direction, and his hand grasped at his throat. Small Snake let out a visible groan, and his expression distorted in pain. It seemed like he wanted to say a lot of things at the moment, but Jezebeth prevented him from doing so. Jezebeth looked at Ren, whose eyes were still closed. "I don't think I have to spell things out for you. Choose. Kill yourself, or he will die. Not just him, the others will die alongside that stupid decision of yours." His words did not sound like a threat but rather like a command, and immediately after that, Jezebeth's expression changed from one of leisure to one of utter seriousness. It was a cold gaze that was drastically different from how he usually was. "I'm tired of playing these games. It's time the two of us ended this, so choose. Choose how you wish for our game to end." Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind swept through the area, causing the grass and trees to sway violently. Ren's expression was concealed by his hair, which whirled wildly around his face. "There's a misunderstanding here." Ren's words suddenly resounded throughout the area around them. The world around him began to lose its color, and the pigmentation that had been present in his hair began to vanish. Ren slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, exposing a pair of crimson pupils as he did so. They were strikingly similar to Jezebeth's pupils. "Your misunderstanding began the moment you thought you were speaking to the kind-hearted Ren. Your initial hunch was correct." He turned to look at Small Snake and the projections. "What happens to them? It's none of my concern." Chapter 807, Choice 2. Rumble. Rumble. As Ren rose from his seat, the world began to exhibit signs of collapse. His eyes alternated between crimson and dull gray as his black hair gradually turned white. What?" Jezebeth, also stunned by the abrupt change, rose from his seat and stared at Ren with an expression of bewilderment. "Why are you here? How is this?" He fumbled over his words as he stared directly at Ren. None of it made sense to him at the moment. He was certain from the moment he sat down with him that he wasn't conversing with the Ren he knew but rather with the other version of him. The inferior version of him. He wasn't supposed to be here. With Kevin gone, nothing prevented him from vanishing without a trace. So why was he still here? What have you done? Where is? It was unusual for Jezebeth to be this flustered, but the sudden situation made it difficult for him to articulate himself appropriately. His mind was flooded with various questions, making it difficult for him to complete a sentence. Aha. But he wasn't the demon race's leader for nothing. After a brief moment of fluster, he regained his composure, and his gaze grew extremely icy. "Answer me this." He looked around him. "If you're the one that's here, does that mean that you've absorbed the other version of you? Does he still even exist?" Jezebeth made sure to look directly at Ren when asking the question. He wanted to know the answer. No, he needed to know the answer. There was something unsettling about the situation, and he didn't like the feeling. Does he still exist? Ren's mouth eventually opened, with a trace of a rare smile appearing on it. "You'll see soon enough." That wasn't the answer Jezebeth wanted. Welcome to the Pillar of Gluttony. A majestic voice echoed in the air, stretching endlessly and reaching the ears of all those within its range. What's going on? Where am I? When the people who had just materialized in this world turned their heads toward the sky, the direction from which they perceived the voice to have originated, they did so with expressions of bewilderment on their faces. What is this place, and what's going on? Weren't we just in Amora? When did we get here? A fiery orange ball hung low on the horizon, and it cast long shadows that were twisted in all directions across the wasteland. Within the confines of the Pillar of Gluttony was a world that was desolate and uninhabitable, with scorched and cracked ground stretching out for miles in all directions. The atmosphere was thick with a crimson haze that made it difficult to see beyond the horizon and gave everything an eerie glow. The few trees that were left stood starkly against the sky, their leaves having withered and fallen off for quite some time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Groups of demons and monsters emerged from beneath several rocky hills, their twisted and gnarled forms writhed in the dim light of the red sun, casting eerie shadows across the jagged terrain. Leading the group was a towering demon, its blackened skin rippling with muscles as it wielded a jagged, fiery sword. Its eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and its snarling maw dripped with saliva as it surveyed the surrounding landscape. Beside the demon, a pack of wretched wolf-like beasts skittered out of the hill, their sharp claws and jagged teeth bared in hunger. Their fur was matted and oily, and their eyes glowed with crimson light as they hungrily scanned the land beneath them. Following them, a group of winged fiends took to the air, their leathery wings casting shadows as they soared overhead. Creak! Creak! Their screeches filled the air, and their eyes glittered at the sight of the people beneath them as several demons appeared beside them. The hills trembled as the leading demon shouted and raised his sword. Attack! Watch out! A newcomer yelled out as he swung his sword at the first demon that lunged at him. I will kill you, But just as he swung, he noticed something strange. Swoosh! His sword cut through the air at a speed that a person with normal vision could see. It seemed as though it were moving in slow motion the whole time. Wayot! Everything started to move in slow motion for him, and the weight of his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. His physical strength suddenly vanished, and he staggered forward ineffectually as a result. Crrrrrr. It was faint, but right before he drew his last breath, he felt his stomach rumble. Thump. He wasn't the only one like this. Many others tried to draw their weapons, but for some reason, they felt the task becoming increasingly arduous. It was as if their entire body had lost all energy, and what replaced it was an insatiable hunger. Spurt. 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 Blood gushed out onto the ground as the demons tore their bodies in two using their claws and mutilated everything else in the area. As blood continued to pool in the parched land, it didn't take long for the situation to start turning into a one-sided massacre. Help! Spurt! Cried a panicked voice, only for them to die shortly after. A hand emerging from the other side of their body. Clank! Not all hope was lost, however. Uck! Some were still able to react despite the dire circumstances and were able to halt the demon's advance. In particular, a group of three, one human, one elf, and an orc, huddled together in one of the corners of the land. Even though the situation affected everyone in the group, they were able to defend themselves against the demon's attacks thanks to the orc, who tanked all of the hits. Clank! Khhh. The orc, who was positioned in the front, took a deep breath as he continued to absorb the onslaught of attacks coming from four demons. Shio. 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 Arrows flew in a whirlwind behind him, impaling the demons that were in front of him, and the orc charged to the right, where three large hounds were attacking. If it wasn't already obvious, demons weren't the only creatures that appeared in this unknown world. There were also monsters present, and they made their presence known rather quickly. War. They were roughly the same size as the orc, and as soon as they attacked, they completely overpowered the orc with their sharp claws and teeth. Arg. The orc was bitten on the shoulder by one of the hounds, and green blood spurted out onto the ground. As if that wasn't bad enough, the other two hounds went for the orc's legs, and a crunching sound resounded throughout the area. Cr. Crack. The orc fell on one knee with a thump, and desperation flashed across his features. Yuk. When one of the hounds opened its mouth, the orc saw his own blood dripping from its massive teeth. He fixed his eyes intently on the scene, trying to make an impression of what he believed would be his final view. However, just at that moment, something zipped by him, and a number of thumps resounded through the air. Thump. 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 Ah! What happened? The orc was taken aback to find a human being standing in front of him when he came to his senses. He had a sword slung over his shoulder, and his long, dark hair fell down his back as he rubbed his stomach. Why do I feel so hungry all of a sudden? I'm usually never this hungry, but I feel hungrier today than usual. How weird. The group of 4 quickly regained their composure after overhearing his mutterings. The 4 of them immediately took out several potions, and their injuries healed. They were about to express their gratitude when they were startled to see that the pupils in his eyes had suddenly dilated and turned a piercing shade of yellow. His eyes narrowed, and a sly grin formed on the corners of his mouth. I sense a powerful presence nearby. Stronger than me. The men said, licking his lips in what seemed to be anticipation. Perhaps it's the big boss. But it seems like they're already engaged in a battle with several other strong opponents. Is it really my place to intervene? The group of 4 exchanged a worried glance. This human didn't seem entirely sane. The man appeared momentarily absorbed in thought as he scratched the back of his head with a troubled expression. Then, he abruptly smacked his palm with his fist and spoke with a determined tone. Screw it, I'm going in. He unsheathed his sword. It's not every day I get to face someone so strong. I'll first ask them politely, and if they refuse, I'll just knock them out. It's not every day you get to fight someone so strong. He declared, nodding his head confidently. Swoosh. Without another word, the human's form blurred, and he disappeared from sight, leaving the 4 battle-weary warriors standing there in stunned silence. They exchanged another look, then silently decided it was best not to get involved with someone who had clearly lost his mind. As the group of 4 moved on to continue their battle, they couldn't help but wonder if he truly would do what he said he would do. There was no way he was that crazy, right? Chapter 808, The 7 Pillars, 1. Ha! Within the confines of a large forest, the echo of 2 rough breaths could be heard. They belonged to none other than Hein and Ava, and they had been running for what seemed like an eternity at that point. Their lungs burned, their legs ached, and their hearts pounded so loudly that it was a wonder the creatures chasing them hadn't heard. Over here. They found themselves in the middle of a thick forest, with the trees towering high above them and their leaves obscuring the majority of the sunlight. They had a hard time seeing where they were going, but they dared not slow down. This one, oh, shit. This way. The intense fight that they had only moments before evaded left visible damage on Hein's armor in the form of cracks and dents. Ava's clothes were torn and bloodied, her hair a tangled mess. They were both exhausted, but they knew they couldn't stop yet. Shit, there's too many. Hein muttered, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Where the fuck are we? Ava cursed under her breath, her legs feeling like they were made of lead. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind froze them in their tracks. They turned to see more than a dozen creatures emerging from the underbrush, their eyes blazing with an insatiable hunger. Ava and Hein's expressions crumbled at that moment. Shit, they're already here. Hurry and run, I'll hold back their first attack. Hein shouted, his voice laced with desperation. Clank. 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 In spite of his anxiety, he took a step forward, and as he did so, his shield broke up into 9 separate pieces and floated in front of him. A translucent green field connected each individual section of the shield, and the result was the formation of a rectangular barrier that covered a large portion of the land in front of him. Boom. Boom. Urk. When the creatures first began their assault, the shield shook violently. Hein could taste something sweet at the very back of his throat, but he gritted his teeth and retracted his shield away. The pieces found their way back to him and pieced themselves together again. Let's go. Hein immediately changed course and made a beeline for the woods without wasting a single second of time. Although Ava was already quite a ways ahead, he was able to catch up to her in no time at all. Roar. War. Keek. The creatures chased after them, their snarls and roars echoing through the forest. It was a relentless pursuit, and despite their best efforts, Ava and Hein were struggling to keep ahead. This is too much. Ava complained, running forward with all of her might. They had been at it for several hours, and despite the fact that they had a number of potions available to them, she found that her strength was waning rather rapidly. Ava was beginning to worry about whether or not they'd be able to emerge from the forest alive. The creatures did not show any sign of stopping their pursuit. Hein, too, was starting to feel the weight of their situation. They had managed to fend off the first wave of attacks, but they knew that more creatures were lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. That wasn't all. What truly made the situation difficult for them was the strange scent that lingered in the air. For some reason, they found their breaths become heavier and heavier because of it. "We have to keep going," Hein said, his voice low so as not to attract any attention. "We have to get out of the forest. Whatever is here, we have to get away from it. We're fucked if we don't get out of here." Ava nodded, determination written all over her face. Together, they pushed on through the dense forest, their feet pounding against the ground as they ran for their lives. "Ava, can you not use your flute at all? You think I'd hear our..." Ava halted herself in the middle of her sentence, and her feet began to gradually slow down until they came to a complete stop. Why are yo? The same was true for Hein, who looked ahead and found that his already pale face had become even paler. Licking his lips, which had gone dry, he turned to look at Ava. "We're fucked, aren't we?" Ava smiled and nodded her head as she looked up ahead, where there were at least a dozen and possibly even more demons. She then covertly swallowed her saliva. "Yeah." She agreed, her eyes wandering over the beasts that the demons were sitting on. They looked like large wolves, but unlike them, they looked far more menacing and were a lot larger. They had sharp, long teeth and claws, and their fur was a dark, matted gray or black. Their eyes were yellow and glowing, making them intimidating to look at. They weren't exactly the best-looking wolves, but they sure as hell looked menacing to her. "We're totally fucked. You're fine." Just then, a soft voice reached their ears, and the two of them froze on the spot. Upon recognizing to whom the voice belonged, both of their heads jerked abruptly to the side, and their eyes widened in surprise. The color returned to their previously pale faces, and the expressions on their faces became brighter. "Angelica. Angelica. It looks like the two of you have improved a lot." Standing behind them with a thin smile on her face, Angelica gazed at the two of them. It had been a while since she had last seen them, and the two of them looked stronger than the last time she'd seen them. "We had a lot of time to improve." Hein scratched the back of his head, finally letting his breath out as he did so. He wasn't quite able to sense Angelica's strength, but he could tell that she was stronger than the last time he had seen her. Most importantly, she was unquestionably more powerful than the demons that were pursuing them. "Young matriarch." The demons that had surrounded them came to an abrupt halt and looked at Angelica with bewildered expressions on their faces. "Young matriarch." Ava and Hein exchanged looks with one another after hearing Angelica's title. They had a lot of questions in their minds at the moment, but they decided to voice them out later. They were in no condition to talk. "Stay back, you two." But just as the two were getting ready to fight, Angelica quickly intervened and stopped them in their tracks by stepping forward. She stared at the demons that were in front of her, and a perplexed expression briefly crossed her face. "Ha!" Letting out a sigh, she extended her hand forward. Almost instantly, demonic energy erupted from her entire body and engulfed the space that they were in. "Young matriarch. What are you doing, young matriarch?" The demons were left in a state of shock as a result of Angelica's actions, and just as they were beginning to understand what had just taken place, Angelica bowed her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I gave up on that title long ago." Cr. Crack. The space around the demons fractured, and before the demons even had a chance to defend themselves, the space swallowed them whole, and their figures vanished entirely. The moment they disappeared, the area fell into a hush, and when Angelica turned her head to look around, she saw Hein and Ava staring at her in disbelief. "You." Hein was the first one to speak, and as he did so, his gaze kept alternating back and forth between her hand and the location where the demons had previously been standing. "When did you get so strong?" The power that she displayed to them at that moment shocked them to the core. After spending 5 years in Amora, they had originally believed that they would be closer to Angelica's power, but that didn't appear to be the case at all. In fact, it seems as though she had surpassed them in every possible way in just a few short years. Just what had happened? "You're thinking too much. I've not improved as much as you think. In fact, your progress is a lot greater than mine." Angelica smiled, taking in their reactions. When she reached out her hand, 2 floating contracts appeared in front of her, and she gave one to Ava and the other to Hein. "Here, take them." "What's this?" "Devil contracts." Angelica replied, her tone clear and direct. Before Hein and Ava could voice their shock, she continued. I'm sure you're already aware of it, but the place in which you currently find yourself places limitations on your abilities. The world contained within the pillars was almost entirely devoid of mana and entirely brimming with demonic energy. As a result, it was extremely difficult for beings that couldn't control demonic energy to restore their mana after it had been depleted. It's rather surprising to me that the two of you have been able to hold out this long, but it's obvious from the way the two of you are looking at the moment that you're struggling to keep it together. Their faces and breath said it all. Had she not arrived in the time that she did, she was afraid the two of them would not have made it, and perhaps even. She didn't dare think of such a scenario. It was fortunate that, due to her position, she was able to observe what was taking place inside the tower, and as a result, she was able to find them rather quickly. You're inside of what is called the Pillar of Lust, and inside of it, our powers are enhanced. The reason why it seems like I've improved so much is because of the properties of the pillars, and if you two sign the contract, you will no longer be held back by the constraints of the pillar. She lowered her head and stared at the two contracts, a smile forming on her cold face. As a matter of fact, the two of you will find your strength increasing once you sign the contract, so. Angelica handed the two of them the contract. Sign them. Chapter 809, The Seven Pillars, 2. What is he planning? When Jezebeth looked at Ren, his eyes narrowed as he tried to comprehend the motivation behind Ren's continued opposition to him. As opposed to before, the very air around him changed, and the world around him started to collapse. It was only thanks to Jezebeth that it remained intact. The tension in the air was palpable, and Jezebeth's crimson eyes flickered dangerously. Is this really your decision? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Ren's expression remained unchanged, and Jezebeth's frustration grew. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? He threatened, gesturing toward the projections that surrounded them. Each frame held a different individual, and Jezebeth could see humans and members of the three races. Their situation. It wasn't good. In fact, it was terrible, and each second, hundreds if not thousands of individuals died at the hands of the demons. It was a slaughter. If you choose to fight me, by the time our fight is over, everyone will be dead. Your friends, your lover, your family. Everyone will die. Do you really wish for that to happen? Jezebeth expected Ren to flinch, to hesitate, to show some sort of emotion. But Ren just continued to stare at him with that same unnerving gaze. Even now, as we speak, people are dying. Jezebeth continued, his voice rising with his frustration. You don't seem to care about their lives, but what's the point of all of this? If you don't care about them, why do you even bother fighting against me? The question hung in the air, unanswered, and Jezebeth's anger simmered. Why was Ren doing this? Was it to spite him? For what reason? Were all of his preparations for nothing? Why? Swoosh. He bellowed, the sound echoing through the room and causing the projections to flicker. Why? Finally, Ren spoke. His voice was quiet, but it carried an air of finality that made Jezebeth's face stiffen. The reason is simple. Ren said, his gaze shifting toward the projections. My job is to kill you. As for the others. The space around one of the projections distorted, and Jezebeth realized too late what was happening. Small Snake, who was only a few meters away from him, disappeared, and Jezebeth turned to look at Ren, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. That's a job for another person. His voice gently spread across the space, and Jezebeth felt his entire body tremble. You. Jezebeth's voice trailed off as he looked at Ren, his anger boiling over. To be honest, if he wanted to, he could have probably stopped Small Snake from leaving, but he decided that it wasn't worth it. He could tell from Ren's eyes that he really didn't care whether he lived or died, and keeping him was pointless. The same was true for the people who were dying within the projections. He could tell at a glance that they were of no concern to him at the moment. You really? Jezebeth clenched his teeth, his lips curling into an annoyed smile. Piss me off. Drip. 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 Thick raindrops pounded against the deserted streets, collecting into small pools along the streets. They reflected the dim light that filtered through the thick clouds in the sky. The sky was gray and overcast, casting a gloomy and eerie atmosphere over the empty town. Where is this place? I wondered, looking around me and finding a tiny deserted town nestled on the coastline of what seemed to be an island. Splash. Splash. The waves hit the coastline with a relentless force, crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of salty water into the air. The sound of the waves was deafening, a constant roar that echoed throughout the surrounding landscape. As each wave approached the shore, it rose up, building in size and intensity before crashing down with a thunderous boom. I frowned at the sight in front of me. Upon closer observation, the town in the distance seemed to be made of human architecture, and it looked abandoned and forgotten, with overgrown weeds and moss covering the once well-maintained buildings. I've never seen such a place on Earth. Where in the world is this place? Splash. I took a step forward, my foot splashing against one of the puddles, ripples forming outwardly on the surface of the water. When I looked down at the puddle, I gazed at my reflection. My entire body was dark, almost shadow-like, and while I could see my features, there was no color in me. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of me, and I looked at it with a mixture of complex emotions. It's been a while since I've last used this skill. Who would have thought it could have been used this way? A Dark Servant. It will grant the user the ability to summon a shadow servant for an extended period of time. There will be 50% resemblance between the shadow servant and the user in terms of skill and strength. Cooldown period, 5 days. I tore my gaze away from my status window. Indeed, just before Jezebeth appeared, I switched my body with the other me and became what I was now. It felt rather uncomfortable moving in this body, but at the same time, I didn't feel any strangeness from it. I practiced fighting with this body several times, and there was no problem with it. I could perform just as well as without this body, and in fact, I was a bit stronger than my usual self. That was just how big the difference between the other me and me was. Just 50% of his strength was about the same as my current strength. It's not all too bad. There was something that was unaccounted for in the skill. The fact that I gained my other self's skills while retaining my own. With the two combined, my power rose even further. I took a deep breath, scanning the world around me. When I closed my eyes, I expanded my mana outwardly and tried to feel for any life that was in the vicinity. The island was rather big, and it took me quite a lot of mana to get a proper view of the entire island. Only when I got a good feeling of the entire island did I open my eyes and let out a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Pillar of Envy. I didn't know much about these pillars, but the conversation between the other me and Jezebeth was transmitted inside of my mind, and I came to understand that this was a world within those enormous pillars that crashed against Earth not too long ago. How troublesome. Out of all pillars, I had to enter the hardest one. Even so, I wasn't discouraged. My task was to help as many people as possible and reduce the casualties on our side. Beating all the heads of the demon clans was impossible for us yet. There were a couple of things I had set up beforehand, but I wasn't too confident of them working out. Perhaps so, but that didn't really matter in the grand scope of things. I could fight against one head, but I couldn't fight against all 7. Even if I wanted to fight against one of them, by the time our fight was done, almost all of those on our side would have perished. What I need to do right now is stall for as much time as possible. Be it by saving people or getting the attention of all the big shot demons in here. I have to stall enough time for the other me to kill Jezebeth. So long as he managed to kill him, everything would come to an end. Everything was in the other me's hands, and I could only pray that he'd be able to beat Jezebeth. He hadn't told me what his plan was, but he reassured me that all I needed to do was save those I wanted to save. He would take care of the rest. The only problem, however, was the fact that I couldn't use the laws. Since our powers were directly connected, if I used the laws, I'd be directly affecting his fight against Jezebeth. In fact, just me being here was severely affecting his fight as Dark Servant took a lot of mana. Thinking of the situation, I took another deep breath. For now, I'll start with those on this pillar. Once I'm done, I'll go to the other pillars. Taking a step forward, my vision blurred, and my surroundings changed. Chapter 8:10, Num. 1. Splash. Splash. My feet eventually came to a stop on a rocky surface, and as they did so, waves crashed against the firm surface of the rocks, spraying salt water all over me. It was refreshing, and yet, it made me more alert. As I looked around, I noticed that there were a few people off in the distance. They were encircled by a number of demons and monsters, and with just one look, I could tell that their situation was quite precarious. I'll give them a hand. When I stretched out my hand, the demons that were surrounding the group instantly disappeared, leaving them stunned. I didn't linger any longer and quickly moved away from the location, continuing my journey further into the interior of the island. Every time I had the opportunity, I would wipe out all of the demons that were within my line of sight. There were quite a few of them, and the last time I counted them, I discovered that their total number exceeded the tens of thousands. As I made my way through the island, I couldn't help but think about the world. Why was the location like this? Why did the landscape look like something that came from Earth, and why an island? There are a lot of demons. I muttered to myself, closing my eyes and feeling the demons that were within the island. And if that isn't bad enough, I can sense over 1,000 demons that are ranked from count rank and above. The odds were overwhelming. Even I was not confident in handling so many demons, and this was just one pillar. I could only shudder at the number of demons within the other pillars. Despite the overwhelming odds, I refused to give up. This should be a good spot. I stopped on a large patch of land and waved my hand. A white barrier formed around me, sealing everything around me. I've moved far enough. I shouldn't get noticed even if I use this skill now. As I swept my hand in front of me, a map of some sort materialized in front of me. There were a few red dots on it, and on top of each one was a name. It was soul linkage, one of the skills that used to belong to Kevin. I was able to learn about this ability after gaining access to his powers, and I put it to use right away. With soul linkage, I could find out how everyone was doing and where they were. It was an extremely useful skill that would help me locate those who were in danger and provide them with the help they needed. I couldn't use it carelessly because of the possibility that it would attract the attention of one of the heads with how unusual the laws were. As a result, I had to look for an ideal location where I could use it before I could do so. It was also for this reason that I only killed the demons that were within my line of sight. I wanted to check soul linkage as fast as possible. Let's see if there's anyone that's NEA. I froze mid-sentence as my gaze paused on a few dots on the screen in front of me. Bah, thump. Bah, thump. No, why? What? My heart pounded out of my chest, and my body stiffened. What? How? Didn't he say? Bah, thump. Bah, thump. I muttered under my breath. I acted before I even realized. Channeling the laws within my body without any restraint for them, my vision blurred, and I disappeared into the shadows. No. 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 Get back. A deep voice echoed through the dense forest, bouncing off the trees and rocks as three figures emerged from the foliage. Swoosh. 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 A man, a woman, and a teenage girl ran frantically away from a hulking, menacing figure that was making its way toward them with calculated ease. Ronald, get back here. You're not a match for it. Samantha screamed in terror, her voice cracking with emotion, as she watched her husband take a defensive stance with a sword in his hand. So what? Ronald's face was usually stoic, but now he showed rare signs of emotion as he pointed his sword at the looming demon. His body stood firmly before his wife and daughter, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll hold them back for now, you try to find a way to contact Ren. As long as you contact him, you'll be fine, just. Ronald's words trailed off as he struggled to catch his breath. The demon in front of him exerted a pressure unlike any other, and he felt troubled by it. His sword arm shook with the effort of holding it steady, and even standing was hard for him at that moment. But even in his weakened state, he was not going to let anything happen to the people he cared about. Not on his watch. At least, this way, I'll prove that I'm not useless. It was ever since Ren's stunning growth that Ronald felt it. His own uselessness. Ever since Ren came to power, he realized just how much of a burden he was to his own son, and it had been eating him up almost every day. Even so, he kept it hidden to himself and did everything he could to keep his family safe. Just like now. What he was doing, it was for them. He had to do it. It was his duty as a father. Go. No, Ronald. Samantha's voice was barely above a whisper as tears streamed down her face. She had known her husband for quite some time now, and in all those years that the two of them had spent together, his back had never felt so large. Mom. Nola's voice trembled as she clung to her mother's side, her eyes wide with fear. Samantha's heart clenched at the sight of her daughter's scared expression. She grabbed Nola's hand tightly, knowing that they had to get out of there as soon as possible. Let's go, Nola. We don't have time, we have to run. Samantha's voice was strained with emotion as she tried to remain calm for her daughter's sake. But Dad. Nola's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes fixed on her father's back as he faced off against the demon. I know, sweetie. But we have to trust that he knows what he's doing. Samantha tried to keep her voice steady, even as her heart was pounding in her chest. With a heavy heart, Samantha pulled Nola along with her as they made their way deeper into the forest. Tears streamed down the side of her face as she forced herself not to look back, not to see what was happening to her husband. Ren will take care of it. We just have to run for now. We'll see him again very s. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the forest shook with a loud, thunderous crash. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and Samantha stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What was that? Nola's voice was shaking with fear as she clung to her mother's hand tightly. Samantha's heart was pounding in her chest as she looked in the direction of the noise. And then she saw it. A large tree, taller than any other tree in the forest, had been split in half by an unseen force. The sound had come from the impact of the tree as it crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves throughout the area. And then she saw him. Her husband lay crumpled next to the fallen tree, his sword lying just out of reach. No. No, no. Samantha's heart felt like it was being ripped out of her chest as she fell to her knees. Beside her, Nola was in no better state as tears streamed down her cheeks, her gaze fixed on her father who lay on the ground, lifeless. Dad. She called out. She was met with no response, and her entire body started to shake. What she was experiencing, it wasn't something that she had ever experienced before, and her entire chest ached. A lot of memories came flooding in at that moment, and her eyes blurred. Thump. But she didn't have the time to mourn. Just then, she was awoken by a rough step, and when she turned her head, her gaze fell on the large, burly demon that was responsible for all of this. Her gaze burned with hatred at the sight of the demon, but at the same time, it burned with fear as she fell back and retreated. Mom. Nola called out for her mother, but when she turned her gaze, she found her staring at her own hands and muttering some words. No, you can't leave. She didn't even notice that the demon was upon her, and Nola's heart despaired. No, Mom, no. She screamed, rushing to her side, but she was slow. Unlike her demon, she had only recently started to feel her mana, and thus, by the time the demon raised its hand, she had only taken one step. No. Nola screamed in despair, her gaze fixed on the large hand that was approaching her mother. Her despair grew even further at the sight, and just as she thought her mother was also about to leave her, a crack formed above the demon's head, and a black hand came grasping from above. It clenched the demon's head tightly and smacked it against the ground with frightening power. Crash! The entire earth shook, and a figure emerged shortly after. Despite being entirely black, Nola recognized it immediately, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother. Chapter 8:11, Num. 2. Drip. 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 It can't be, no. You are. Incomprehensible mutterings, a loud wail, and the sounds of rain dripping against the ground. All of it reached my ears, and yet at the same time didn't. Standing where I was, my mind was blank. I couldn't think of anything, and the noise around me came from one ear and left from another. I was numb, so numb. Staring at the figure that lay before me, I didn't know how to react. He's dead. I tried to check up on him moments prior, but his heart and breath had stopped. There was nothing I could do at the moment, and it was this sense of helplessness that made me numb. Why? Why did it have to happen again? Why did someone else have to leave me? Especially my father, of all people, the one person I was supposed to protect. I closed my eyes, the rain still trickling down my face. Images of the past flashed in my mind, moments that I had shared with my father. Is this how he felt? At last, I was able to understand the constant agony that the other version of me had to endure on a consistent basis, and I noticed that something was beginning to eat away at my chest. Breathing was becoming incredibly difficult at the moment, and if not for me being used to this, I would have already lost it at this point. Not yet. I can't show weakness just yet. I held back everything that was threatening to come out at that moment and kept it to myself. There would be a time later when I could show weakness. The time wasn't now. Not yet, at least. The rain continued to pour down, drenching my clothes and making me feel cold. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Brother. It was upon hearing Nola's voice that I turned around. The pain that I was feeling further intensified when I caught her gaze, and I raised my head to look up. She had grown up since I had last seen her. With the time she spent in Amora, she was now 14 years old, a teen. She had grown into a beautiful young girl and was no longer the little girl that I used to know. Unlike before, she was aware of what was happening, and I couldn't bring myself to look at her. Brother. She called out again, but I didn't respond. I didn't want to face her. To see the look of sadness and confusion on her face. Drip. 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 The silence was deafening, the only sound being the raindrops hitting the ground. It was as if the world had stopped for a moment, frozen in time. Heek, brother, answer me. The rain masked her soft whimpers, and my heart ached at the thought. I really wanted to go to her at the moment and give her a hug, but I stopped myself. Now was not the time. Not yet. I couldn't mourn just yet. Not when I still didn't have the time to mourn Kevin's death. Who? I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. It was hard, but this wasn't the first time I lost someone important to me. I had already readied myself beforehand and was somewhat prepared. Even so. It hurt like hell. Nola, Mom. I called out to my family, my voice trembling as I struggled to contain my emotions. The weight of my father's death hung heavily over me, threatening to crush me under its enormity. As I turned to face them, I could feel their eyes upon me, their concern palpable in the air. I knew I had to be strong. To keep it together for my own sake. But when I saw the sadness etched on their faces, my composure wavered. I took a deep breath and pointed towards a small house in the distance, my heart aching at the thought of leaving them behind. But I had no choice. For now, the two of you go over there. Bring Dad's body with you. I said, my voice shaking slightly. Nola's eyes widened in shock as she spoke up, her voice thick with emotion. You're leaving. I nodded, unable to meet her gaze. I want to stay with you too, but I can't. There are things I need to do, and I can't afford to waste time here. The words left a bitter taste in my mouth, and I regretted them almost immediately. Nola's reaction was swift and fierce, her grief and anger boiling over. Dad just died, damn it. She cried, her voice growing louder and more desperate with each passing moment. Did you seriously say that staying here with Dad is a waste of time? What's wrong with you? No, wait. I flinched at her words. This wasn't what I had meant, but how could I explain that to her in the midst of her pain? Nola, calm down. My mother intervened, trying to defuse the situation. But she was beyond reason, her emotions raw and unbridled. No. Mom, why are you taking his side? Did you not hear what he said? He thinks being with us is a waste of his time. Stop it. That's not what he meant, and you know it. She said strongly, her arms wrapping around Nola's trembling form. So what did he mean? Nola demanded, her eyes flashing with fury. I met my mother's gaze, silently pleading for her to handle the situation. She nodded her head, a subtle signal that she was with me. Stop, let's listen to your brother. We're only a burden to him now. No, fuck you. Damn it. Let me go, Mom. Nola trashed under my mother's arms, but she was perfectly restrained by her, and she continued to glare at me. Fine, go. Nola finally relented, unable to escape from our mother's grasp. The tears that streamed down from her eyes were masked by the gentle raindrops in the sky. I. Nola's body limped over in our mother's arms, and she finally wailed. You are. Dad. Whyy. I averted my gaze from her while simultaneously biting my lower lip and turning my head to look in a particular direction. My vision began to blur, and the next thing I knew, I was floating on top of the vast sea that encircled the island. Silence returned to my surroundings, and when I thought back at what just happened, I started to hyperventilate. Ha-ia. Not yet. I had to force myself once again, but unlike before, it proved to be a much harder task. The pain, it was a lot harder to mask than I thought. Fuck. Cursing out loud made the situation a bit better, but it was not enough. I needed to vent. I needed to let out what was built up in me, and slowly, the pain that I was feeling turned into something else. Rage. It was a rage unlike any other, and right then, as if something within me snapped, the world around me turned completely gray, and I felt endlessly calm. Extending my hand in a certain direction, the waves beneath me quaked and the sky rumbled. Rumble. Rumble. I quickly brought my hand down as the projection of a massive sword soon materialized on the surface of the sky. Do you see it? Jezebeth's voice loudly echoed within the space the two of them were in. His gaze was currently fixed on a certain projection. Nothing escaped from his grasp, and he was able to see everything that was happening within the pillars. What happened is a consequence of your decision. Jezebeth wanted to see a reaction from Ren, but even as his own father died, he showed no such reaction. It frustrated Jezebeth to no end, and he knew that the man in front of him was not someone who would be influenced by such tricks. It looks like I've severely underestimated how the situation is. He scratched the back of his head, annoyed. Just then, he noticed something trickling down the side of Ren's mouth. It was blood. Jezebeth's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Oh. A smile finally returned to his face. Perhaps, you really are affected. You think too much. Ren responded coldly, unsheathing his sword and pointing it at Jezebeth. Rumble. Rumble. The void between them trembled as Ren stepped forward, appearing in front of Jezebeth in a single stride. Turning his attention back to the projections, Ren caught sight of something that elicited a rare smile. Welcome to my world. Whether his words were meant for Jezebeth, only he knew. Pillar of Envy. A particular spot within the pillar served as a slumbering area for the patriarchs. From within that room, they were able to keep an eye on everything that was going on inside the pillar, and if something out of the ordinary occurred, they would immediately take action. It doesn't look like I'll have to make a move. Prince Murdoch, the patriarch of the clan of Envy, muttered something under his breath as he continued to stare at the projections in front of him. He was content with the circumstances at hand, and as he watched the demons slaughter members of the four races, a smile broke out on his face. It was a pleasant sight. What a nice sight. There was nothing that brought him more satisfaction than watching members of his race brutally murder members of the other races. He had only been a child when His Majesty had risen to power, but in those days, he had seen how the situation was back then. It was the complete opposite of now, and the demons were the ones being hunted. He could still remember the time when he was forced to flee because of the other races. They had struggled, clawed their way to where they were now, and were now reaping the benefits of their hard work. Soon. He silently muttered. Soon will be the only race that remains within the universe. And when that occurred, he would at long last be able to feel a sense of reassurance over his fallen comrades who had fallen at the hands of those who belonged to other races. Rumble. Rumble. Ha. But just as things appeared to be running smoothly, he was startled by a sudden tremor. The area on top of him was suddenly enveloped in pressure, and his expression changed to reflect the gravity of the situation. Who in the wa? Boom. The ceiling collapsed above him, allowing water to fall into the room above him. While looking up, Prince Murdoch paid no attention to what was going on around him. It was then that he caught sight of a shadowy figure standing in the sky and staring down at him with an expression that he could only describe as complete indifference. I found you. He whispered in a low tone, his voice devoid of any emotion. Chapter 8:12, Prince Murdoch, 1. Drip. Drip. The rain continued to fall steadily, each droplet creating a ripple as it collided with the surface of the water. It was a dreary and ominous atmosphere that surrounded the two figures standing at the edge of the water. Their stillness only added to the sense of foreboding. Prince Murdoch warily stared at the figure before his eyes. He had never encountered anyone like this before. The stranger's appearance was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for Murdoch to discern any distinguishing features. However, the sheer power emanating from the figure was palpable, sending chills down Murdoch's spine. Despite his wariness, Murdoch stood his ground, his expression stoic as he faced the shadowy figure. He spoke in a measured tone, trying to keep his composure. What are you? His voice was firm, but there was a hint of trepidation underlying his words. The figure remained silent, its dark form seemingly immobile. Not much of a talker, are we? Murdoch continued to scrutinize the figure, trying to glean any information he could from its appearance. The stranger appeared to be human in build, but there was all he could make out. I've never heard of a human as strong as you, nor. Drip. He was interrupted by the subtle sound of a raindrop hitting the water, which resounded through the air unlike any of the other drops around him. Swoosh. In that split second, the shadowy figure vanished from where it was standing. Swoosh. Murdoch's eyes widened in surprise as he felt a sudden force against his cheek. He stumbled backward, narrowly dodging a swift punch aimed at his face. Rather hurried, aren't we? Murdoch quipped, trying to regain his composure. As he distanced himself from the shadowy figure, Murdoch noticed a cold glint reflecting off a blade being unsheathed. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, but it was too late. Murdoch's gaze met with the figures, and time seemed to come to a standstill. The only sound was the raindrops falling around them. Drip. Sheeing. In that moment, Murdoch watched in horror as his arm was sliced clean off by the blade. The pain was intense, and he could feel warm blood gushing out of the wound. Spurt. Black blood spurted out, staining the water and adding to the eerie atmosphere. Murdoch could barely comprehend what had just happened. He looked up at the shadowy figure, whose features were still obscured by the darkness. Arg. He eventually succumbed to the agony and let out an agonized scream as a result. He glared at the figure in the shadows while clutching his right hand, and he flapped his wing once. The outline of his figure became fuzzy, and then he materialized in front of him. His arm, which had disappeared earlier, reappeared, and he reached out his hand with the intention of hitting the shadowy figure in the head. Swoosh. Unfortunately, he passed directly through his body, and when he turned around, he saw him standing a few hundred meters away with his sword again pointed at him. Fast. That was all Prince Murdoch could think about at that moment. Staring at the tip of the sword that was pointed at him, he was just about to take a step forward when he suddenly twisted his body. Sheeing. Right then, a silver streak flew past the area that he was previously in, and when he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of the space behind him. It was cracked. So that's how it is. He murmured to himself as he analyzed the movement. All it took was a glimpse for him to understand what had happened, and he instantly calmed down. He had faced many skilled opponents before, and he knew that the key to victory was to remain calm and focused. Your mastery, oh. He started to say, but his expression shifted mid-sentence, and he moved his body to the right, narrowly avoiding the tip of the blade that brushed past his cheek. A smile crept up on his face as he glanced at the passing blade. Now that he understood how it worked, he wasn't as worried as before. However, he knew that he couldn't let his guard down. Sheeing. That said, the attacks were relentless, coming at him from all sides. Just as another blade passed by his body, he flapped his wings and appeared before the shadowy figure. With his hand outstretched, he aimed his claws at his face. Swoosh. Unfortunately for him, the figure ducked down and counterattacked with a punch, aimed directly at his abdominal area. Prince Murdoch knew that he had to act quickly if he wanted to avoid the blow. Hup. Right as the fist was about to make its way toward his stomach, Prince Murdoch twisted his body, and the fist grazed past his back. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of their fight fractured the water beneath them, and thunder began to crackle from the sky above. Cracka. Cracka. Boom. Finally landing a fist against the shadowy figure, he flapped his wings and appeared right behind him. He didn't waste a second and kicked him down with his leg. Splash. The figure crashed against the water, diving deep under it. Prince Murdoch followed him down, his figure plummeting into the water beneath, and with one quick scan of the surroundings, he managed to spot him. With the aid of his wings, he appeared right in front of the shadowy figure and clenched at his throat with his hand, pushing him further down under the water. The water around them distorted as the two plummeted down from above at high speeds and bubbles followed their trails. Boom. The two of them crashed deep under the ocean, sand spilling around the area they were in. When the sand settled, Prince Murdoch's figure was revealed, standing above the shadowy figure with his hand at his throat. He had the upper hand now, and he knew it. Tell me. He spoke, holding tightly onto his neck. He could snap it at any second. Despite the situation he was in, the shadowy figure looked at him with a calm look, seemingly unbothered by the predicament he was in. This left the prince unsettled, but he brushed it toward the back of his head as he had many questions he wanted answered. Who are you? What race are you from? W.H. Crutch. The prince was in the middle of a sentence when he heard a crunching sound and felt intense pain. When he looked down, he saw that a portion of his hand had been bitten off, and his expression quickly morphed. Arg. He screamed, bubbles rising from his mouth, and finally let go of his throat. The shadowy figure quickly appeared behind the prince, and his fist connected against the prince's back. Boom. The impact reverberated through the water as the prince was thrown back, crashing against a couple of rocks in the distance. The rocks shattered upon impact, sending several fish scattering out of the area. The shadowy figure appeared before the prince once more, brandishing a sword in hand and pointing it back at him. Shit. The prince muttered under his breath, his pupils dilating as he realized the gravity of the situation. Sheeing. The shadowy figure struck again with a force and speed that took the prince by surprise. The prince tried to dodge, but it was too late. He felt a searing pain in his hand as one of his fingers was severed, and black blood diffused into the water. The prince was in shock. How is this possible, he wondered. Sheeing. The figure struck again, and the prince barely managed to evade the attack. He flapped his wings and disappeared from where he was, leaving a long line across the space where he was a moment before. I didn't see wrongly. He muttered under his breath. This is serious. The realization hit him hard, his opponent's attacks were getting stronger and faster. The prince swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the shadowy figure. He felt his core palpitate as he realized the extent of his opponent's power. He knew he had to take this seriously. Form. The water trembled as demonic energy suddenly rose from the prince's body, enveloping the area around him. His black hair fluttered under the water, and his gaze turned utterly calm. He studied the figure standing opposite him, closed his eyes for a moment, and then reopened them. When he did, he caught sight of a familiar back and he opened up his palm and reached out for the back. I got you. He thought, but unfortunately, the figure reacted in time. With that said, the prince's movements were faster. His finger just barely managed to touch its back before the figure shot up like a rocket, leaving the water behind. The prince closed his eyes again, and when he opened them, he was right above the water, directly on top of the shadowy figure hurtling towards him. He didn't think much after that and raised his hand. In one simple motion, he clawed down and the shadowy figure split into 3 pieces. Swoosh! The sound of the strike echoed through the air as the pieces fell into the water with a subtle splash. A pity, muttered the prince, staring at the dissected pieces of the shadowy figure. His breath was steady, and the fight had only lasted for a couple of minutes, but in the short period of time, the prince experienced a sensation that he had never felt in a very long time, with the exception of the times he met with his majesty. Fear. He had come dangerously close to losing this battle, and if not for that last movement of his, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. Drip. Drip. The only sound that remained was the sound of the rain beside him, occasionally muffled by the thunder in the distance. Tearing his gaze away from the water, the prince frowned as he muttered to himself, I should report this to his majesty. He was interrupted mid-sentence as he sensed a presence behind him. His head snapped behind, and his eyes opened widely as his pupils constricted. How? The prince exclaimed. For the first time in a very long time, the prince lost his composure as he looked at the shadowy figure that stood in the air behind him. The air around him chilled, and the shadowy figure finally opened his mouth, his voice echoing ominously through the air. Give up, I can't die. Chapter 8:13, Prince Murdoch, 2. Cut my throat, slash my body, cut my limbs. I can't die. Dark Servant was a skill that consisted in creating a body made out of pure mana. Being a skill, so long as there was mana supplying the skill, the Dark Servant was technically invincible. Unless the user ran out of mana, or the mana was directly cut off, there was simply no way to kill Ren. But that was the thing. Ren's body was being sustained by his other self, a fact that weighed heavily on him. Each time he died, he took the mana from the other him who was fighting against Jezebeth. He was invincible, but at the same time, his actions held a considerable weight on the outcome of the real fight that was taking place. As Ren stood there, his body slowly regenerating, his thoughts raced. He knew that he couldn't allow himself to die again like before. While he couldn't see how the situation between his other self and Jezebeth was unfolding, he knew that his death could have made the situation a lot more difficult for his other self. Ren's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the prince's voice. So you can't be killed, huh? The prince's words gently traveled through the air, reaching Ren's ears. When Ren looked down, he was met with a smile. You can't die, but can you kill me? The prince asked. The smile on his face deepened as he looked around him. He no longer looked as lost as he did before. I can tell that you're here to get me, but will you really be able to kill me? I've already got a grasp of your strength. Just like I can't kill you, you can't kill me. I'm sure you can tell that too. The prince looked up, his gaze meeting with Ren's once more. So that gives rise to the question. What are you doing here? Are you perhaps trying to stall for time? Perhaps keep me in check while others are. Stall for time. Ren's cold words echoed within the air, cutting the prince's words. Raising his head and letting the raindrop fall on his face, his mouth parted open. Keep you in check. He muttered again. The water beneath him split apart, and water particles flew in the air. The space around him started to distort massively as his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing right before the patriarch of the Envy clan. Appearing right in front of him with his sword pointed at Prince Murdoch's brows, Ren's face distorted to an unbearable degree, and his voice raised. Why? Rumble. Rumble. The world around him started to lose color, and his body flickered with a white light as demonic energy and mana sprouted out of his body. The entire world seemed to come to a sudden standstill as the raindrops around him stopped, and his figure started to change. Right then, the projection of a huge sword appeared from within the space itself, coming out in a rapid manner until its full body was revealed. Whoom. Whoom. The world fluctuated at the power held within the sword, and Prince Murdoch's expression crumbled. This power. Standing right beneath the sword, Ren coldly gazed at Prince Murdoch. His entire body was hazy, and the mana inside his body was depleting at a faster rate than it was replenishing, but even so, for the first time ever, Ren had managed to use the sixth movement as a whole. The result was a power that was far beyond what he had ever expected. Clenching his hand tightly, his figure became even hazier, but he didn't care as black threads floated out from his body and merged against the sword in the sky. The pressure that came out of it further intensified, and the pillar shook. Rumble. Rumble. The rumbling didn't last for long as Ren's hand soon relaxed, and the world turned completely quiet. Opening his mouth, Ren muttered. Fall. What's wrong? Ren and Jezebeth faced each other, the tension thick between them. Jezebeth's figure suddenly appeared before Ren. The calm smile on Jezebeth's face belied the power that emanated from him. With a quick motion, Jezebeth touched his forehead, and Ren was hurled through the air, crashing through an invisible film that shattered like glass and revealing a verdant green world behind. Boom. The verdant green world that appeared was peaceful and serene, but it was short-lived as Ren crashed into the ground, shattering trees and creating a large crater. Jezebeth looked down at Ren with a cocked head, studying him carefully. At first, I was taken aback by his appearance in the pillars, but now that I look at you, he said, his arms extending out as he chuckled. I think you've shot yourself in the foot. Not only is your mana rapidly depleting, but it looks like you're injured as well. Ren slowly stood up, feeling the effects of the battle taking its toll on him. His entire body was sluggish, and the mana inside of his body was depleting at an alarming rate. He understood that he didn't have much time left. But he didn't show any sign of emotion, even as Jezebeth extended his arms and taunted him. And here I am, completely unharmed and yet to use my full strength. From the looks of things, I was worried for nothing. Jezebeth may have sounded confident, but in reality, he was cautious. How could he not be? He knew Ren better than anyone else and had died at his hands countless times. He was the only one in the universe who could actually make him fear something, and whatever was happening at the moment was just a smokescreen. I wonder what you're planning. Jezebeth knew that Ren had something planned, but he didn't know what it was. That uncertainty was what made him fear Ren. Crack. 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 Ren didn't waste any time as he pointed his sword at Jezebeth, shattering the space around him and revealing hundreds of swords that stabbed at him. But Jezebeth was too quick, shattering the swords with a wave of his hand before freezing the space around Ren. With a single step, Jezebeth appeared before Ren, but this time, his finger passed right through Ren's figure, which turned out to be an afterimage of himself. You sure run fast. Jezebeth commented with a smile before knocking on the air to his right with the back of his fist. Bang. The space shattered, and Ren was sent hurtling toward the ground once again, crashing into the verdant world below. Jezebeth approached Ren once more, his calm gaze looking down at him. Stop playing around. I know very well this isn't the full extent of your power. Is this some sort of ploy? Perhaps. Jezebeth didn't finish his sentence as he thought of something, his expression turning frosty. Ah, right, you couldn't be stalling for time, could you? He struck his palm toward Ren, unleashing a force that shattered the space around it and revealed a different world entirely. The impact of the strike was beyond what the world could take, and the sound of the explosion echoed in the air. Boom. Ren was hit in the abdomen and sent flying once more. This time, the sound of shattering glass filled the air, and invisible shards floated in the space around them. Within the shards were reflections of the verdant green world they were previously in, but behind them lay a whole new world, one that was drastically different from the previous one. The land was covered in red, and magma covered a major part of it, distorting the air with its heat. Boom. Ren crashed next to one of the volcanoes in the world, and Jezebeth stopped to observe him carefully. Despite the beatings he had taken, Ren's figure remained largely unharmed. He had noticed during the last 2 attacks that just when his attacks were about to land, he'd move his body slightly back in order to reduce the impact of his attacks. What are you planning? Jezebeth thought, his gaze unable to read through Ren's. The quieter he was, and the more advantage he had, the more unsettled Jezebeth became. You. Clenching his teeth, Jezebeth glared at Ren, and he extended his hand forward. A terrifying energy surrounded his entire body at that moment, and he no longer held back. Bending his body back, he appeared in front of Ren and punched with everything he had. Are seriously annoying. Whoom. His fist flew forward, and right as it was about to hit Ren cleanly in the face, with a swift dodge to the side, he pressed his palm against his forearm, redirecting Jezebeth's fist toward the ground. Boom. The impact was deafening, causing the ground to shake and sending shockwaves through the air. Everything tore apart the moment that his fist hit the ground, and just as Jezebeth was about to attack once more, a knee appeared within his vision. It grew with each passing second and soon hit him cleanly in the nose. Bang. Ugh. Jezebeth stumbled back several steps. When he finally stopped, he lowered his head to stare at Ren, who was looking at him from the distance. He wiped his nose with his arm, feeling a wet substance on the back of his hand. A dark liquid stained his skin. It took no time for him to realize what the substance was, and he felt his lips curl at the sight. Good, good. He pressed his foot forward, appearing right before Ren. It looks like you're finally taking things seriously. Chapter 814, Prince Murdoch, 3. Pillar of Envy. Whoom. The moment the gigantic sword appeared in the air, the structure of the pillar shook. The waters crashed against each other, and waves the size of skyscrapers started to form. Cracka. Cracka. Lightning came pouring down from the sky, and the rain stopped moving. What's this? Prince Murdoch's expression changed dramatically at the sight of the sword, and his entire body started to morph at that moment. His wings expanded, his skin changed, scales forming on top of it, and his entire body became larger. Long gone was the elegant demon from before, as what replaced it was a hulking figure whose presence towered just like the sword in the sky. Cracka. A lightning came down, and Ren and Prince Murdoch gazed at each other. The world was quiet at that moment, and just as everything seemed peaceful, Ren's mouth parted open. Fall. What's that? It started with a distant rumble, barely noticeable at first. But as it grew louder, those within the island realized that something was terribly wrong. They looked out to sea and saw an enormous wall of water rising higher and higher, heading straight towards them. At that moment, silence swept over the entire world. All of those within the pillar were unable to stop themselves from looking at the commotion, and their gazes paused on the large wall of water that surrounded the entire island. They also noticed the 2 that were responsible for all of this, and their bodies stiffened right then. Whoom. Suddenly, a massive sword projection materialized in the sky, glowing with an eerie, pulsating light. It hung there, suspended for a few moments, before starting to descend towards the earth with terrifying speed. The sword was enormous, easily as long as a city block, and it blazed with an otherworldly energy that made the air around it crackle with electricity. As it fell, it sliced through clouds and stars alike, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Everyone halted their breaths as they looked at the sky, which had become empty almost instantly. Prince Murdoch had not attacked yet, but his aura had already pressed on everyone's heart like a mountain. Rumble. Rumble. When the sword started to fall, the entire pillar shook, and the waves came hurtling toward the land like enormous tsunamis. Panic set in as the realization of what was about to happen hit them. Many backed away from the shore, but there was nowhere to go. The wave was too large, too powerful. Splash. Within moments, it crashed onto the shore, sending water and debris flying in all directions. Wherever the water swept, only disaster was left behind as the house and trees disappeared quickly. Move back. Retreat, quickly. Letting go of whatever they were doing, everyone retreated further into the island. Those who could, flew in the sky, but such individuals numbered far less than those that couldn't, and the water continued to flood the entire island, slowly submerging it. Drip. Drip. Rain continued to pour down from the sky, and anguished cries reverberated through the air. Is this your trump card? Prince Murdoch shouted, turning his gaze away from the island. He could hear the anguished screams of his soldiers and those from the 3 races. While he wasn't one to sympathize with the death of his soldiers, he was shocked to find out that the human in front of him was even more ruthless than him. In order to defeat him, he spared nothing and even put his own people in danger. Even the prince found himself impressed by such ruthlessness. Not that he had very long to be impressed as the sword slowly started to make its way toward him. Whoom! The space around the sword distorted, and so did Prince Murdoch's expression. Glaring at the large sword that was headed his way, a wave of demonic energy burst forth from his body, enveloping half of the island. The waves which were crashing on the people came to a sudden stop, and the demons beneath suddenly stopped moving. It all happened within an instant, but the demons that stopped moving suddenly started to shrivel up like mummies before falling down to the ground lifeless. Thump! 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 Such scenes happened throughout the entire island, and before long, thousands of demons fell to the ground, lifeless. In the meantime, the power that surrounded Prince Murdoch increased, and his body bulged even further. Clenching his teeth tightly, Prince Murdoch glared at the approaching sword and concentrated all of his power on his right hand. All of this happened within the span of a few seconds, and just as the sword was about a few inches away from his face, he brought his hand forward, and his hand reached for the sword. Whoom! Coming into contact with the sword, the entire space around him shattered, and the sword hummed with a deadly light. Whack! Blood leaked out from the prince's orifices, and his body was pushed back onto the ground. He let out several agonized shouts as his right hand continued to grasp onto the sword. His complexion paled by the second, and it became progressively worse by the second. But despite the change in his complexion, the sword did slow down quite a lot. Even more shocking was that with each passing second, it slowed down even further, and it wasn't long before it completely stopped. H-A-A-A. Sword in hand, Prince Murdoch let out several gasps, but his face was unable to hide the hint of glee he felt as he raised his head weakly to stare at Ren. Is this your ST? Boom. A soft voice drifted into his ears and his expression froze. Before he could understand the meaning of those words, the world around him turned white, and a defeating explosion reverberated throughout the world. Boom. Jezebeth hurled back, his feet planted against the volcanic ground. Lowering his head, he looked up at Ren and smiled. At the same time, he moved his hands behind his back. He was trying to hide the fact that they were currently trembling. Are you finally taking things seriously? In contrast to before, when he was just beating Ren up, he had finally started to throw attacks of his own. While they had no major effect on him, they still did hurt quite a bit. Even so, Jezebeth didn't think for 1 second this was the full extent of his powers. Swoosh! Taking a step forward, he caught sight of Ren's back, and he thrust his palm toward it. It was a quick and precise attack that left Ren with no room to dodge, but just as he thought the attack had landed, he was disappointed to see that it had hit nothing but air. Swoosh! His figure disappeared like the drift of the wind. Turning his head, he caught sight of Ren standing a few meters away from him, and he smiled in annoyance. You sure know how to avoid me. There had been a lot of dodging from Ren in this fight of theirs. You're definitely planning something, aren't you? Stalling for time. Just what is that you're trying to do? His intentions became obvious to Jezebeth, who was used to fighting against him. In their many fights, never had their fights been this one-sided. He knew himself and Ren too well to understand that there was something up about the situation. I don't know why. PFTTT. It was an unexpected turn of events that caught Jezebeth off guard. In a big way as his expression loosened for a moment. A moment prior, the tension in the air was thick as Jezebeth readied himself for another attack from Ren. But as he moved to strike, Ren's complexion suddenly changed, and he clutched his hand to his mouth. Jezebeth watched in shock as blood trickled from Ren's fingers, staining the ground beneath them. It was a strange sight, one that he had only seen on a couple of occasions. Since when did you become so weak? This was strange. Ren was usually strong and composed, always one step ahead of him. But now, he seemed to be barely holding on. If not for the fact that he knew him well, he would have thought that this was the result of his attacks. Just what sort of game are you playing? Was this some sort of ploy from him again? Or was there something more to the sudden situation? Jezebeth squinted his eyes, unable to hide his expression. Perhaps he had grown paranoid due to the many times he had fallen under his schemes, but Jezebeth couldn't quite brush off the feeling that something was wrong. Rumble. Rumble. It was then that it happened. A faint tremor hit the ground, and Jezebeth blinked his eyes a couple of times. He closed his eyes and tried to feel for the source of the tremor. Strange, why do I f? Hastily raising his head, hundreds of projections depicting the happenings of the pillars appeared before his eyes, and his gaze fell on a gigantic sword that appeared in one of those very projections. It was long and stretched all the way up in the sky, its tip aimed at a certain demon within the projection. The moment Jezebeth gazed at the sword, his head snapped downwards, and his eyes met with Ren's. How can he? The power that he felt from that sword. How was it possible for a clone to be able to do that? Don't look so surprised. For the very first time in a while, Ren's lips curled, and Jezebeth's stomach churned. Pointing his sword right at Jezebeth, he mumbled. We've only just gotten started. Chapter 8:15, Prince Murdoch, 4. Surprised? Just gotten started. Jezebeth mumbled Ren's words over and over again while covering his mouth with his hand. As his whole body shook, his posture became increasingly hunched over. KH. The words were so unexpected that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. His laughter started out as a series of muffled cries, but it quickly grew into something more. It wasn't a boisterous laugh, but it had a depth to it that reverberated throughout the world. By the time he was done laughing, tears had formed in the corners of his eyes. Now this. He wiped the tears from his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ren. This is the way things ought to play out. And here I was getting concerned that everything was going a little too smoothly for me. Jezebeth felt genuinely relieved. The scariest thing was the unknown. Something that Ren specialized in. What wasn't scary was the known, and now that he knew what Ren's plan was, he no longer felt as wary as before. Having said that, he didn't let his guard down. Turning his head to stare at the projections, Jezebeth smiled. So this is your plan. Within one of the projections, the only thing he could see was the color white, and although he couldn't exactly tell what was going on inside, he already had an idea. He smiled while pondering. It isn't a bad plan, but... Turning his head to look at Ren, he shook his head. Never mind, I'm sure you've already worked everything out in your head. Your years of experience should have prepared you to recognize certain facts by now. I suppose the only thing I can do is try to move things along more quickly. Clenching his fist, the air around Jezebeth trembled. Staring directly at Ren, he punched out. Whoom. It didn't matter where his fist went, the space around it would shatter, and a whole new world would reflect in the broken pieces of space. This time, it was a snow-covered plain with rocky outcrops. Drizzle. Drizzle. Water drizzled down from the sky once the whiteness of the world faded. An utter silence encompassed the world, only broken by the muffled drizzle from above. Still alive. A certain voice broke the silence. Slowly descending from the sky, Ren's gaze paused on a small figure laying beneath the ocean floor. Over half of his body was torn, and his eyes were completely white. Stepping onto the surface of the water, he bent his body slightly. He calmly studied the demon beneath, his gaze fixed on his white eyes. He was still alive, but his condition wasn't good. He was barely holding onto his own life. So this is how strong the sixth movement is. Ren inwardly muttered, staring at his hands, which had become transparent. For the first time he could remember, he had finally used the sixth movement, and the power contained within it was something that was well beyond his expectations. No. To say this was beyond his expectations was a lie. He had seen what it could do against the Protector and thus could tell exactly how powerful it was. Splash. Submerging himself into the water, Ren sank down until he stood right above Prince Murdoch. He was just about to end things when, all of a sudden, Prince Murdoch's gaze cleared, and his hand sharply reached for his neck. Swoosh. Ren was able to take a step back just in time to avoid the unexpected attack. You're still fine. Ren was taken aback the most by the sight of Prince Murdoch standing before him with his entire body completely restored to health. He felt his heart sink. Swoosh. What surprised him the most was the fact that Prince Murdoch seemed completely unresponsive. As though something had taken over his body. Just as Ren was beginning to wonder what it was, his entire body suddenly froze in place, and golden runes and words began to form around him and then wrap themselves around his body, immobilizing him. When he looked up, he was astounded to see a fine white film covering the body of the prince. Wait, this. The power of the laws. He recognized the runes and the golden words the very instant that they made their appearance. How is this? Ren fell into a state of utter shock. Many questions flooded his mind at the moment, but he had no time to dwell on them as two sharp claws made their way toward him. Swoosh! The water tore apart, and in its place was a long trail of bubbles. Clamped by the laws, Ren had a hard time moving his body, and just as the claws were about to reach his face, he clenched his teeth and cursed. Fuck it. A white glow that was eerily similar to the prince's emanated from his entire body, and at the same time, golden runes materialized on the arm of the prince, holding it in place. The golden runes that were encircling Ren's body shattered, and his body, which was already transparent, became even more see-through. Gritting his teeth, Ren felt something inside of him tear apart and felt the connection between him and Dark Servant Wayne. As a result, his movements froze for a fraction of a second, but he was able to maintain his composure and press his palm against the prince's abdomen. As soon as his palm touched the prince's abdomen, golden runes appeared all over his body, and he vanished from the spot, careening off into the distance and crashing into a number of distant rocks. Thump. Ren was just about to follow him when he suddenly noticed that he couldn't move. When he looked down, he was stunned to discover that his legs had completely vanished, and he fell face first against the sand beneath him. Supporting himself with his hands, Ren was just able to support himself. Not yet. He could tell that the connection between him and his other self had significantly weakened as a result of his actions, and he came perilously close to actually passing away, but he was powerless to stop himself. There was something inside of him that had snapped completely, and within his vision, the only thing that existed was the prince. He needed to die. Ugh. He pushed himself up by pressing his hand against the sand, and his legs slowly began to reappear. As he stumbled forward, he eventually arrived before the prince. Smack. Bending down on one knee, he slapped him on the face a couple of times. That didn't do much, as the prince didn't seem to wake up. He's completely out of it. Ren mused, distancing himself from the demon. That was Yucca. Until Prince Murdoch's eyes finally gained clarity, and he audibly gasped while submerged in water. Ren's head turned to face him, and their gazes met. Why, you? He was immediately met with the terrified gaze of the demon. With his hands behind him, the prince tried to back away from him. It was a futile attempt as his back touched the rock behind him. Seeing such a powerful demon, who was once hailed as one of the strongest existences beneath Jezebeth and the Protectors, cowering right in front of his eyes, Ren found an inexplicable feeling in that expression. Taking a step toward him, he caught up to him rather quickly, and his hand grasped at his throat. Why, you, what are you doing? You had the chance to kill me, so why didn't you? Are you trying to play with me? The demon was in a state of panic. Long gone was his calm and collected gaze from before. What replaced it was one of utter fear and indignation. What are you trying to ach? Quiet. Ren's words cut through his, and Prince Murdoch found himself unable to utter a single word. Grasping tightly at his neck, Ren brought his face near his, and he softly whispered. There's only one reason I'm still keeping you alive. He muttered silently, his eyes hazy. It's because you don't deserve to die so easily. You need to suffer a bit. Bang. He smashed the prince's head against the bedrock beneath. With the same haze in his eyes, he brought his head up and bang. He smashed it against the ground once more. Bang. And again. Bang. And again. Bang. He smashed relentlessly. The surface of the water shook with each smash, and like a machine, he continued for what seemed like an eternity. Only stopping when the prince's face was completely mangled, and he let out soft, pleading whispers. Hugh. Letting out a breath, bubbles flew out of Ren's mouth. Closing his eyes, he gazed upwards toward the surface of the water and then looked back down at Prince Murdoch. I've wasted too much time already. He clenched his fist hard. So hard that veins protrude from them. Nonetheless, it served no purpose in calming his current mind. He needed more. He needed to vent even more. Thus, he reached out for the prince's core. Spurt. Black blood spilled out into the ocean the moment he removed the core, and after calmly observing it for a good couple of minutes, he clenched his hand. Cr. Crack. The orb shattered into thousands of pieces, scattering into the water. In that brief moment, Ren caught his own reflection on one of the shards that belonged to the core. He wasn't able to look at himself for very long as the water he was in started to rumble. 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 No, the structure as a whole was trembling, not just the water. Initially, the trembling was faint, but it grew stronger with each passing second. A couple of seconds later, the entire structure was violently swaying. Ren didn't need to look outside to know what was currently happening. He was just about to leave when he caught sight of a certain yellow orb levitating over the prince's disappearing body. Feeling the power contained within it, he reached out for it. At the same time, the prince's body crumbled and turned into a black orb that Ren put away. Whoom. Almost immediately after he reached for the yellow orb, his entire body began to tremble, his previously transparent form began to solidify, and power began to surge within him. His mastery of the laws began to advance at an alarming rate, and golden runes began to encircle his body. The transformation lasted only a few seconds, and when it was complete, Ren's entire demeanor changed. He seemed to have blended in with the world completely. Waving his hand forward, he appeared in front of a small house and entered it. In there, he could see what remained of his family, and he closed his eyes. "Let's go." His voice drifted into the room, and he felt two sets of eyes focus on him. Without looking at them, he waved his hand, and the scenery before them changed. They materialized above the island. There, they could see tens of thousands of demons fleeing in terror, as well as members of the four races. Ren's gaze was fixed on the demons and monsters that were squirming on the island, and after a few seconds of staring at them, he swept his hand through the air, causing a significant portion of them to vanish. Most of the ones that died were just about Baron rank, if not lower. He didn't even need to move to kill them. The same couldn't be said for the more powerful demons who were able to survive the attack. Of course, Ren didn't care. He only killed the weaker ones in order to make things easier for those of the Alliance. Rumble. Rumble. The entire structure of the pillar continued to shake. The shaking became progressively worse, and within a minute of it starting, the land started to shake even more violently, and the island soon started to split apart. The island was gradually submerged as water began to make its way onto it in a slow but steady process. The waves carried any debris that was left over from the buildings that had been destroyed due to the battles that had taken place above. Crack. Soon after, cracks began to appear in the sky, and just as the water was about to reach those that had managed to survive, the sky completely shattered into fragments. Crash. Almost immediately, everyone's vision changed, and when Ren's vision returned to normal, he found himself outside of the pillar. He then watched as the structure cracked and crumbled downward in a rapid manner. Boom. A wave of dust flew into the air at that moment as Ren slowly closed his eyes. "That's one," he muttered silently. Chapter 8:16, One at a Time, 1. Pillar of Sloth. Swoosh. 4 demons. Jean muttered, emerging behind a couple of trees, his daggers at the ready. "I found him. He's over here." The demons surrounding him snarled and bared their teeth, their eyes glowing with malevolence. Jean had followed these demons for quite a bit, and knowing that the world he was in was infested with demons, he lured them to one of the more deserted islands that were floating in the sky. The sky around him was black, and the nebulae of all colors filled the sky. He could see several planets in the distance, some even larger than the sun back on Earth. It was a world, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The demons charged at him, and Jean held onto his daggers more tightly. With a cold expression on his face, he charged at the closest demon, his daggers glinting under the colorful nebulae in the sky. Work. The demon snarled and lunged at him, but Jean was too quick. He dodged the attack and plunged his daggers into the demon's chest. Spurt. Arg. The demon howled in pain before disappearing into a cloud of black smoke. Jin's dagger had plunged perfectly at its core, killing it in an instant. But Jean had no time to celebrate. "I've got him." The other demons were closing in on him, their claws and teeth glinting in the darkness. Clank. Jean spun around, his daggers flashing through the air as he parried and countered the demon's attacks. He moved with fluid grace, his movements precise and deadly. Clank. Clank. Despite their superior numbers, the demons were no match for Jin's skills. Despite being on the same rank, they were simply no match for him, and one by one, they fell to his daggers, disappearing in a puff of smoke as their bodies disintegrated. Thump. Walk. Finally, the last demon lay dead at Jin's feet. Ooh. He breathed a sigh of relief, his heart racing with adrenaline. It wasn't a hard fight, but it was definitely a tiring one. Nonetheless, he had won, and that was all that mattered. With a satisfied smile, he sheathed his daggers and walked toward the edge of the floating island. Gazing down at it and seeing the thousands of islands that littered the world he was in, Jean touched his forehead and muttered. What am I supposed to do? Thrust into this unknown world, the only thing he knew was that he was in something called the Pillar of Sloth. He wasn't quite sure what he was, but as he blinked his eyes a couple of times, he found himself rather sleepy. It was good that he was trained in keeping himself awake in situations such as these. Pinching the gap between his thumb and index finger, he flinched a little but he felt refreshed. I guess all the training paid off. The feeling of sleepiness and tiredness he was currently experiencing wasn't something he was unaccustomed to. There'd be times he'd force himself to train under such a state, and he had grown used to it over the years of sleepless training. He was by no means comfortable, but he could bear it. Placing his hand in his pants, he fiddled with a small box before he took out a cigarette and placed it in between his lips. Touching the tip of it, the cigarette lit up and he took a small drag. Now then. Where should I go? Swoosh. Right then, a figure flew from beneath the floating island and landed a few hundred meters away from him. Jin's head snapped back, and he instantly became alert. But just as he was about to take his daggers out, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Jin's entire complexion changed. I found you. It was a flock of pink hair that gave it away, and his face paled at the sight. Oh, no. It was the arrogant Demonis. What are you doing here? While he tried, he did his best to hide his cigarette behind his back, but it proved to be a futile attempt on his end as Priscilla's eyes followed his hands. You think I can't see what you're doing? Priscilla's gaze frosted not so far from him. I know you can see what I did, but I thought you'd take the hint. Give it here. Why should I? Where do you think you are? Fine. Jean was rather quick to give up. Thinking about the situation he was in, he could only give up. Rummaging through his dimensional space, he handed her a pack of cigarettes and sighed. Here. That's a good boy. Priscilla took the pack with a smile on her face. Opening it, she quickly lit up one of the cigarettes and took a small drag. Puff. Smoke bloomed in the air as her face relaxed and a smile blossomed on her face. Her smile stunned Jean, and he thought to himself, what a deceiving smile. If only she looked as beautiful on the inside as she did on the outside. Those thoughts crossed him for only a short moment before he made them disappear from his body. He didn't have a death wish. Taking a look at her from the side, Jean similarly took a drag before asking. How did you find me? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been easy. He had moved around the world for a bit and it was littered with floating islands, some larger than others. The world was vast, and while he did know that this was the Pillar of Sloth, it still didn't make sense to him how she was able to find him. Was she some sort of stalker? Remember the time back in Mankhut? Priscilla suddenly spoke, and Jean nodded his head. Yeah. How could he forget? It was only a little while ago that it happened. It also brought a lot of unpleasant memories. Well, remember how I was able to find you back there? Oh. Jean came to a sudden understanding. So you used the same method as back then. I thought it had something to do with the location being in your own area. Yeah, that's true. Priscilla nodded her head, and turning her head she took out a small box from the air. With a smile on her face, she showed it to Jean. One of the perks of the artifact is that I can find anyone so long as I have something that used to belong to them. Do you remember this? Jean took his eyes away from her hand, or more specifically the box. He of course remembered what the box was, and his expression twitched. How could he forget? I see, so that's how you were able to find me. Arrogant stalking demon. You got that right. Priscilla smiled, squeezing the box in her hand very tightly. I hope you don't think ill of me because of what I did. I do though. She squeezed the box even more tightly, but Jin's expression didn't change. You better take care of those. I'm not going to give you any more. Oh, shit. Priscilla's face drastically changed when she realized what she had done, and she immediately loosened her grip on the box. Ah, you fuck. This is all your fault. Jean was stunned. Of course, it's your fault. You're the one who pushed my buttons when I clearly came here with good intentions. Do you expect me to think better of you for stalking me? Stalking you? The box had practically disintegrated at this point. Bold of you to assume that. I'm only here for the sticks, not you. Oh. Jean nodded. He had already figured from the moment her eyes fell on his cigarette the moment she had arrived. Like I said, I'm not giving you any more. What AR, ah. Priscilla screeched loudly as she looked at her hands. Numerous curses flew from out of her mouth and she glared at Jean. Yo. Here. Jean handed her a new pack before she blew her top off. He realized he'd rather sacrifice his pack instead of listening to her rants. Well. I guess I can forgive you. Priscilla was quick to change the topic, flicking her cigarette away and replacing it with a new one. Jin's mouth twitched at the sight, but he remained silent. I'm not going to lie, another reason why I came to find you is because you're attracting quite a lot of attention. She eyed him with her eyes. You've gotten considerably stronger ever since the last time that I met you. I've done my fair share of training. Jean casually replied, flicking his cigarette away. He hadn't spent his 5 years in Amora for nothing. He had trained relentlessly every day and managed to improve himself in every single aspect in that time. It was only recently that it happened, but he had managed to break through to SS- rank and was now able to deal with almost every single demon that came his way. The only ones that he couldn't handle were the prince-rank demons, but they weren't something he planned on fighting against. Frowning, he looked at Priscilla. You didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? No. Priscilla shook her head. Turning her head left and right, she moved closer to Jean and waved her hand in the air. The air around the two of them started to twist and the scenery in front of them changed. Before Jean knew it, he was standing on a large patch of land that seemed to expand over thousands of kilometers. Boom. Almost immediately after they arrived, the sound of an explosion rang in the air, and when Jean turned his attention in the direction of where the sound came from, he was shocked to see a large-scale war taking place. The land was torn, and the air was twisted with mana and demonic energy. He could see corpses everywhere, and the magical residue of the attack still lingered in the air. He turned to look at Priscilla. Why did you bring me here? I need something from you. Priscilla answered truthfully. Taking out another cigarette and taking a quick drag, her voice turned softer. We may not exactly be on the same side, but that doesn't mean that we can't use each other to achieve the same goal. She slowly turned her head to look at Jean and their eyes met. Help me kill the Pillar Master. Chapter 817, One at a Time, 2. Help you kill the Pillar Master? Jean asked, utterly dumbfounded by Priscilla's words. Did she want him to die that much? Although he wasn't fully aware of what a Pillar Master was, just by the name he already had some ideas. Is it because I don't want to give you the cigarettes? Does it warrant such hate? That's not it. Priscilla rolled her eyes. I didn't say you should kill the Pillar Master. You're far from strong enough from being able to kill them. This much was obvious. Jean was barely in the Duke realm, and she was also stronger than him. Furthermore, the Pillar Master was someone who had already reached the peak of Prince rank. There was no way he'd even come close to doing any damage to them. What I'm counting on is for you to buy some time. Huh. Jean looked even more dumbfounded. Before he could say anything else, Priscilla pointed at the battle in the distance. I don't need you to do anything to the Pillar Master. What I need you to do at the moment is join the battle over there. Following Priscilla's finger, Jean looked at the battle that was happening on the island. He caught sight of a few familiar figures, of which was a large orc he had gotten to know quite well in Amora, and several other thousands of troops. Brutus. He was barely holding on at the moment with several prince-ranked demons attacking him from all sides. At a glance, it was clear that the demons were at an advantage. With the aid of monsters and beasts, it was almost a massacre. They were just barely holding on at the moment, and the only reason why they were still alive was because of Brutus. Join the battle over there and make sure you stall for as long as possible. So long as you don't lose, it'll all be all right. Frowning, Jean mused for a while. What do you get out of this? Last I recall, I don't remember you saying that you want to join Ren's side. You also explicitly said you weren't on our side. Yet. Priscilla cut. Turning her head to look at Jean, she smiled slyly. I'm not on your side yet. What is that supposed to mean? Who knows? Priscilla mysteriously smiled, her gaze fixed on the fight that was happening in the distance. Just what is she thinking? Jean thought as she stared at her from the side. The more time he spent with her, the more Jean realized that the arrogant stalking demoness was not as simple as she looked. Tearing her gaze away from the fight, she looked back at him. Let's say we're waiting for a little something. So long as he keeps his end of the deal, we might just come to your side. Huh. Her words left Jean confused, but after thinking for a while, a certain crossed him and he looked enlightened. Extending his hands, 2 daggers appeared and he pointed them at the battle in the distance. I just have to keep the hanging for longer, right? Yup. Priscilla nodded. You just have to keep them alive for a little longer. She repeated in a slow manner, and Jean clenched on his dagger more tightly. Got it. Without further ado, black thread sprouted from the ground and his figure started to melt alongside them. However, just as he was about to leave, a hand pressed against his shoulder. Wait a minute. Huh. Confused, Jean turned his head, and when he did, his expression crumbled. Give it. Pillar of Lust. Come this way. Angelica called to Hein and Ava as she led them outside of the forest. They followed closely behind her, curious about where she was taking them. As they stepped out of the forest, they were met with a breathtaking sight that left them speechless. Their gazes paused on the landscape ahead of them, taking in the grandeur of the sight. Is that a mountain? Ava asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Hein could only nod in agreement, his eyes still locked on the towering peak in the distance. That. It's rather big. Hein eventually said, his eyes losing slight focus. The first thing that struck them was the sheer size of the mountain. It towered high into the sky and seemed almost impossibly steep. The slopes were covered in dense forests, misty clouds, and glistening ice and snow, depending on which part of the mountain they looked at. The sun was just beginning to set behind the mountain, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. The colors of the mountain shifted and changed with the light, from deep greens and blues to warm oranges and yellows. As they stood there, taking in the sight before them, a sense of peace and wonder washed over them. It was a sight that they never thought was possible, and if not for Angelica's voice, they would have spent more time admiring it. Don't look at the mountain for too long. Angelica said, breaking the silence. If you look at it for too long, you might never know how you died. They tore their gazes away from the mountain, their eyes opening up in shock. Even so, the image of the majestic peak remained etched in their minds. Only once Angelica's voice sounded again did such thoughts disappear. The mountain is a trap. Its main job is to hypnotize people into going there where they'll eventually get ambushed and killed. Hein and Ava's hearts grew cold the moment she said those words and they quickly snapped out of it. They hurriedly lowered their heads and calmed their minds down. Don't worry though. Angelica looked back at them with a smile. Since you've already signed a contract, you shouldn't be in too much trouble. You wouldn't have been able to snap out of it with just my voice had you not signed it. Plus, they won't attack you even if you were to go to the mountain. Couldn't you have told us that earlier? Ava complained immediately, glaring at Angelica. Secretly, she sighed in relief. What's the fun in that? Angelica teased, her lips curling upwards. Such a reaction evoked surprised looks from both Hein and Ava who looked at her weirdly. How odd. Hein muttered, pinching the bottom of his chin. It's been a while since we've last seen you, but you seem a lot livelier than before. Ava agreed. There was something different about Angelica compared to how she was in the past. While it wasn't that big of a difference, she was without a doubt livelier, and that surprised the two of them given that she was usually rather cold. Especially after Small Snake's death. Did something good happen while you were away from us? Angelica pondered, looking up at the sky. Her shoulders visibly relaxed at that moment, and her gaze shifted back to them. I guess you can say that I realized just how much better you guys are compared to the people back in my clan. Her words were light, but there was a certain heaviness to them that made Ava and Hein both look at each other. They could tell the situation was a lot more complicated than that, but they didn't probe any further and nodded their heads. So, what do we do now? Ava asked, shifting the topic of conversation away. I don't know. Angelica truthfully answered. With a complicated look on her face, she turned her head and looked toward the large mountain in the distance. I really don't know. She repeated once more. Realistically speaking, there is a way to get out of the pillar. It's rather simple actually, and that's to defeat the Pillar Master. She paused for a moment and took a deep breath. The problem is that none of us are strong enough to even come close to the Pillar Master. I don't even know if Ren is strong enough, maybe he is, but I'm not sure. I don't know how strong he is now, but I'm sure he's gotten a lot stronger than when I last saw him. Still, I don't know if that's enough. Angelica's expression turned grim at that moment. She knew the strength of the Pillar Master all too well. Of course, she knew. She was, after all, her own mother. So long as the Pillar Master is alive, we are stuck here, and we can only hope for a miracle to happen. A miracle was truly the only thing that they could hope for. She had witnessed first how the demons had completely overtaken the other races back in Idoania. It wasn't even a fight, it was just a massacre, and what was happening at the moment was no different. Perhaps it was even worse now that everyone was within the pillars. I think the rustle. Right at that moment, a faint rustling sounded in the distance and Angelica's mouth stopped moving. Immediately everyone became alert and they turned to gaze in the direction of where the sound was coming from. Weapons drawn, they waited for a couple of seconds before a figure soon came out. At that moment, Angelica's pupils constricted and her gaze frosted. Appearing from behind the bushes was a rather small figure with long black hair and a white mask. Most striking, however, were his deep green eyes that fixed themselves on Angelica, Hein, and Ava. Gazing at his eyes, the three of them felt a certain intensity from them that intimidated them, and for a moment, neither party moved. Breaking the silence was Angelica, whose mouth parted open as she muttered one word. Strategist. Chapter 8:18, One at a Time, 3. Crash. Small Snake wasn't sure what had happened. Just moments prior, he was under Jezebeth's grasp, and seconds later, he found himself in a large forest. Blinking his eyes a couple of times, his mind regained some clarity, and he looked around him. Where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Small Snake wasn't sure exactly where he was. The only thing he knew was that he wasn't anywhere near where Ren and Jezebeth were. Did he purposely send me here? He could still remember his last moments. It happened in an instant, but he understood that the one responsible for all of this was Ren. The other Ren. Where exactly was the Ren he knew? Ugh. With a sigh, he reached into his dimensional space and pulled out a white mask. It had been a while since he had worn it, but he knew that it was necessary if he wanted to blend in with the demons. As he stared at the mask, he couldn't help but think about the past 2 years that he had spent with Jezebeth. It had been a challenging experience, but it had also taught him a lot. Despite the fear and hatred that he had initially felt towards Jezebeth, he had come to understand him better and even found him tolerable. While he looked terrifying on the outside, he wasn't as scary as Small Snake originally thought him to be. He was just committed. In his eyes, he only had one goal, and he was the type of person to do anything to achieve that goal, even using underhanded methods. He seemed rather desperate, and that was when Small Snake understood he wasn't too different from Ren. HAAA. Still, it's been a while since I felt like this. Bending down and resting both of his arms on his knees, Small Snake caught his breath. After 2 agonizing years, he was finally free. He felt a mixture of different emotions, and they all came so suddenly that he found himself unable to process them all. He had a place to return, and that had been his goal since the very beginning. From the very beginning, his actions had one goal: to get back home. Even if it resulted in him helping out the demons in the process. At the same time that he helped them, he was also helping himself. Honing his skills and getting a better understanding of how the demons operated. He made a name for himself, and the mask in his hand represented his status. His achievements. His capabilities. It represented who he was now, and it was something he held very dearly. Slowly, Small Snake placed the mask over his face, and he took a calm breath. Looking around the forest, he calmly stood up and, without further ado, headed toward the right side. He could feel a few presences coming from there. Asterisk. The problem is that none of us are strong enough to even come close to the Pillar Master. I don't even know if Ren is strong enough, maybe he is, but I'm not sure. So long as the Pillar Master is alive, we are stuck here, and we can only hope for a miracle to happen. It was a set of familiar voices. Moving around the forest, Small Snake's feet came to a sudden halt when he heard a set of familiar words. He wasn't sure if it was them, but at the moment, he felt his breath stop. Bah, thump. Bah, thump. His heart quivered at the possibility. Rustle. Rustle. Coming out of the forest, his gaze was immediately drawn toward a group of 3, and his entire body stiffened. He recognized them immediately. They looked exactly as they had since he had last seen them. No, upon closer look, he realized they looked more mature than he had last seen them. The sight of them left him rather empty. 2 years suddenly felt a lot longer than he thought. It really is them. A wave of memories flooded his mind at that very moment, and his body trembled. He had longed for this very moment for a very long time. He had dreamed many times and replayed this moment in his mind just as many times. There were many things that he wanted to say at this very moment, but as he stared at them, he found himself unable to utter a single one of the things he wanted to say to them. He was just stuck there, unable to utter a single thing, and soon, his eyes met with the rest. Contrary to his expectations, he was met with Angelica's hostile gaze as her icy words echoed through the air. Strategist. Angelica stepped in front of Hein and Ava, her eyes warily staring at the men in front of them. Even though the two of them seemed to be confused as to who the person in front of them was, Angelica knew him all too well and how frightening he was. Standing in front of him, he seemed completely harmless. He reminded her of a certain someone, and the idea made her hate him even more. Don't let his looks fool you, Angelica. She had to remind herself several times that he was someone else. Someone far more dangerous and cruel. Her sharp gaze surveyed the surroundings, looking for any demons. Every time she had the opportunity to see him, he was always accompanied by multiple guards. The majority of them were powerful, and she feared that such guards were currently roaming around them. Although she was strong, she wasn't arrogant to the point where she believed herself to be the strongest. She was still far from reaching the top. It looks like everything is clear. Calming herself down, Angelica's body relaxed, and so did her expression. After a thorough check, she was under the impression that he was alone. There's no need to engage in a fight with him yet. I'll see how this plays out. Though she didn't think for 1 second she could fool him, she did think she could buy herself some time to think of a more plausible excuse. What brings you here, Ad? But just as she had opened her mouth, her entire body stiffened, as did Hein's and Ava's. Mouths agape, they stared at the strategist, who slowly removed his mask to reveal a face the three of them were all too familiar with. With a soft smile on his face, he opened his mouth and greeted. It's been a while, guys. The voice. They were all too familiar with it. How could they forget it when they had been nagged by that very same voice 1,000 times over in the past? Clean up after yourself. Don't throw your clothes on the ground after exercising. Who do you think I am, your babysitter? A flood of bottled-up emotions almost burst forth out of Ava and Hein, but they were held back by Angelica, who pushed them back. Don't be fooled. She shouted, her gaze looking extremely fierce. Remember where you are. This is a trap. Don't get fooled by him. Angelica refused to acknowledge it, despite the fact that he resembled him visually, sounded like him, and everything pointed to the fact that it was him. It's not him. A certain something boiled inside of her at the moment as she glared at him. I've long heard of your tactics. You may be able to fool them, but you can't fool me. You're not him. She shouted through her gnashed teeth, and a terrifying presence burst out of her body, enveloping Small Snake's body and sending him crashing against one of the nearby trees. Crash! The tree shattered apart, and Small Snake's body staggered against the ground before crashing against a large tree in the distance. Angelica's attack was so fast and abrupt that he didn't even have time to react. Not that he would have been able to react in the first place. Angelica. Angelica, wait. Her action startled Ava and Hein, who tried to hold her back at that very moment. Let go. She coldly uttered, her gaze extremely frosty. Avon and Hein were taken aback by Angelica's sudden shift in demeanor as they unconsciously let go of her. In the many years that they had known her, this was the first time that they had seen such spine-chilling coldness from her. Her voice turned softer after she realized the tone she was speaking in. Like I said, don't be fooled by what you're seeing. You're dealing with someone extremely dangerous. Don't let your guard down. He's most likely trying to lower our guards with his tricks. He's a very dangerous person. She knew better than anyone just how crafty this so-called strategist was. She had only seen him a few times, but she had heard stories about him, so she knew it was impossible for him to be Small Snake. He was cruel and merciless, killing thousands and sacrificing others for his plans. The Small Snake in her memories was no such person. Ugh. A soft groan echoed from the distance, and Angelica's cold gaze fell on the strategist, who let out a pained groan. Weakly moving his body, he sat up straight and leaned against one of the trees. A bitter expression appeared on his face. He muttered in a pained voice. Why, you really didn't hold back. Shut up. Angelica appeared right before him and grabbed his throat. Ach. The strategist let out another groan, but his eyes never wavered. Looking down at Angelica, who was fiercely glaring at him, he continued to smile. What's up with you and Ren always telling me to hut up. Upon hearing his words, Angelica's expression changed, and she loosened her grip. You finally getting it? Small Snake questioned after successfully inhaling some air. Ah. He gasped for air. It's me. No, no. Angelica shook her head, refusing to believe him. Biting her lips, she looked back at him and studied his face. He looked exactly how she remembered him. Perhaps his hair was a little longer, but it was him. But how? How was this possible? She refused to believe this. Prove it. Prove to me that you're him. Prove. Yes, Angelica softly nodded. What's your name? Small Snake blinked his eyes a couple of times, and his gaze turned soft. Brian, he quietly muttered, my name is Brian. Drip. Angelica. It was subtle, but as soon as he uttered his name aloud, a wave of emotion swept over the stone-cold Demonis and a warm tear rolled down her cheek. For the first time in a very long time. Angelica let her emotions get the best of her. Chapter 8:19, One at a Time, 4. It's not your fault, Ren. My mother's words echoed in my mind as I surveyed my surroundings. I had returned to Ashton City, and I wasn't alone. All those who had been in the tower with me were also brought out, along with others. Ren, it's not. My mother began to say once more. As if I hadn't heard her the first time. I know. I interrupted her, my mind numb and thoughts scattered. Despite everything that had happened, I remained rational and surprisingly calm, unlike what I expected. Everything became clear to me, what I had to do and what I had to achieve. I know it's not my fault. I said calmly, looking at my mother. From behind her, I glanced at Nola, who averted her gaze from me. I could tell that she was no longer mad at me and had calmed down considerably. Still, in light of what happened, the mood between the two of us was rather awkward, and she seemed to be struggling to find the right words to say to me. Her attempts didn't escape my eyes. But I chose to ignore them. For now. I closed my eyes, then opened them again and directed my focus toward the nearest pillar. Until this moment, I hadn't had the chance to really take in the tower's details. It was majestic, its intricate patterns and designs radiating a sense of mystery and wonder. It made me wonder just how exactly Jezebeth had been able to build such a structure, but the thoughts disappeared as fast as they came. It's a pity I can't teleport directly into them. There was something blocking me from using soul linkage. I tried teleporting inside the pillars, but it proved to be a fruitless endeavor. It seemed as though I was still not adept enough in my control over the laws to surpass whatever was blocking me from entering the pillars. If you know it's not your fault, then. My thoughts were interrupted by my mother's words. I'm going to make those responsible pay. I declared calmly, maintaining eye contact with her. Before she even had the chance to say any more words, I waved my hand, and they both disappeared from my sight, along with my father's body. It became quiet again. Now then. I blinked, and the scenery before me changed. I now stood in front of the pillar. I clenched my fist tightly, focusing my energy and channeling the laws within my body. Boom. A deafening boom resounded as my fist connected with the tower, sending ripples of energy throughout the world. Crash. The space shattered, and Jezebeth appeared in front of Ren, his fist hurling right at his face. Ren was able to avoid the attack by cocking his head to the side, and then he immediately launched a counterattack of his own. Boom. The atmosphere would shake whenever the two of them engaged in combat, and at the moment, in the snowy plain they were in, the snow beneath them tore apart, exposing a patch of dark rock. Boom. Ren's feet came crashing against the rock, creating a small crater beneath. You can try to hide it, but you can't fool me. Suddenly, Jezebeth's voice resounded through the atmosphere, and his figure materialized directly above Ren. With a gentle flutter, his hair scattered forward. Your decision to split yourself will prove costly for you. I can tell that your mana is rapidly depleting by the second. You don't have much time left. That's fine. Ren replied in a calm voice, his head raised and his eyes gazing deeply at Jezebeth. There wasn't much of a change in his expression, but there was something about it that left Jezebeth restless. It felt as if everything was under his control. Is there more to what he's already shown me? He wouldn't be surprised if he did, and just as he was about to say something, his entire body stiffened, and a small projection appeared in front of his eyes, depicting the happenings of one of the pillars. This. As he turned his head to look at Ren, the expression on his face changed into one of complete and utter shock. Finally, Ren's lips curled. Surprised. Ren murmured as he cleaned his tattered and torn clothes. You didn't think for a second that he was capable enough of getting rid of your little babies, let alone absorb the power that you tried giving them. Ren's words pierced Jezebeth's mind, and he secretly clenched his fist. Rumble. Rumble. The entire world started to tremble at that moment, and Jezebeth's gaze started to twist. This response amused Ren as he suddenly materialized in front of him. What was it again? He asked, his calm voice echoing throughout the space. You called him soft-hearted, but looking at you, you're not that different from him, aren't you? Boom. Jezebeth's entire body jerked backward when Ren's fist connected with his chest. You pose yourself as this ultimate ruler, but in reality, you're nothing but a soft-hearted demon that wants an answer to some philosophical question that would probably go along the lines of, you were a mistake that was never meant to happen. You shouldn't have ever been born. You're like cancer that has grown too powerful to control. Each and every one of Ren's words echoed loudly within Jezebeth's head as he clenched his fist more tightly. While he wanted to refute Ren's words, for some reason, he couldn't. It was as if, deep down, he knew that he was right. That perhaps, his existence and his entire race's existence were one mistake that was never meant to happen. Swoosh. Ren appeared directly behind Jezebeth and punched him in the back with the same force as before, causing Jezebeth's back to bend in the opposite direction. Jezebeth was unable to react due to the rapidity of the events, and his body soon collided with the ground. Boom. Snow was hurled into the air, and Ren appeared directly above the area where Jezebeth had been thrown. To think that someone like you, who has lived even longer than me, still feels something at the death of their subordinates. Honestly. Ren paused, his eyes wandered off into the distance, and he slowly turned his body. There, he spotted Jezebeth's outline. Somehow, he was able to move all the way there without him noticing. It's pathetic. Swoosh. A breeze blew past, and Jezebeth quietly remained where he was, his gaze fixed on Ren. Are you finished? Jezebeth asked, his voice sounding awfully calm. Something about his words brought a sudden chill to the already chilly weather, and everything around them stopped still. Why do you, Haa? Jezebeth covered his face halfway through his sentence as he let out a short sigh. Why do you always? He was unable to finish his sentence again. This time, he let out a small laugh as his face slowly started to twist. Why do you always get in my way? Finally, he was able to complete his sentence, and by then, his expression had distorted beyond recognition. In contrast to his usual serenity, his expression was unusually twisted, and the world trembled before his power. Rumble. Rumble. Why do you resist me? I put everything, and I mean everything, into this, and yet, you, who doesn't even care about whether you live or die, still try to block my way. Jezebeth cocked his head. Why? He clenched his teeth. I am so close. Every time I'm so close to achieving my objective, someone is there to thwart me. Why? Why is it this way? Raising his head, he frigidly glared at Ren and shouted. Why? Whoom. At that instant, his power erupted from out of his body, and the mountains in the distance shook. Avalanches formed, and a white mist covered the entire plain. I just want answers. I'm not asking for much. I spent millions of years just for this one moment, and yet, when I'm closer than I have ever been in my life, it suddenly happens that it wasn't as close as I previously thought. Jezebeth could see the end of the long tunnel he had walked through. It was within arm's reach, but when he extended his hand to reach the tunnel, he discovered that the tunnel suddenly grew longer and the distance, which he had previously believed to be insignificant, became infinitely longer. The feeling. It left an awful taste in his mouth, and he couldn't stomach it. His long repressed emotions burst out at that moment, and he let everything out. You say that I'm soft-hearted. Maybe so, but it's because I'm not a coward. He raised his head to stare directly at Ren. I don't run from the pain, from failure, and from everything that is against me because, trust me, what you've been through, I've been through it as well. His words echoed loudly throughout the entire plain. He had to scratch and claw his way to where he was right now. The power he had, and everything that he had achieved. He didn't magically become powerful out of nowhere. No, he had to put up a fight to get where he was, and the price he paid for it wasn't a simple one. He had lost everything. Everything that he had ever cared for in the process of getting to where he was. Ren may have gone through a lot, but so had he. His race had been on the verge of extinction, and if not for him, they would have long since been erased. He watched his parents die in front of his very eyes, and instead of mourning their loss or simply erasing his pain by removing his own emotions like a certain someone, he carried that weight to fuel himself forward. The difference between the two of us, Ren, is that I don't run away from pain. I embrace it and let it fuel me. I'm no coward like you. Rumble. Rumble. The world quaked even more fiercely at his words as Jezebeth stared at Ren, who was quietly looking back at him. Soon, Ren's mouth parted open, and a few words echoed quietly through the space. Tell me something that I don't know. I've long since known that I'm a coward, a failure, and funnily enough, it has never made my nights worse. There were other things keeping me from sleeping, and as you say, I may be a coward, but... Pressing his finger onto the space in front of him, a ripple formed in the air in front of him. I'm a very strong one. Boom. Chapter 820, One at a Time, 5. Pillar of Wrath. How long had it been since she had gotten stranded over here? Staring at the massive dunes ahead of her, she smacked her dry lips. She had lost count. The desert was scorched by the red sun hanging in the sky, and her feet sank into the sand beneath her. Yuck. Swoosh. On occasion, scorpions twice her size would ambush her from beneath the ground, launching themselves at her at high speeds. Shio. Shio. If not for her fast reactions, she would have found herself in a difficult situation more times than she could count. Thump. Thump. As she twisted her body and pulled on her bowstring, the enormous scorpions lifelessly fell in front of her. I've lost count of the number of scorpions I've killed so far. Amanda pondered while staring at the scorpion's corpse at her feet. It was entirely clad in red armor, which glistened beneath the red sun that hung in the sky. By her estimates, their power was comparable to that of a marquis-ranked demon, and its large pincer dripped a black liquid that liquefied the sand when it touched it. Tzzzzz, tzzzzz. Amanda drew a small bottle from her bag and placed it beneath the pincer to collect the liquid that was leaking from it. This might be useful for later. She had already collected several samples along the way, and she would repeat the procedure each time she killed a scorpion. To her delight, the poison was quite effective against the demons. She had already tested it on multiple demons and was ecstatic with the results. It was just that, she didn't feel comfortable carrying that much poison with her. Especially since the bottle she would put it in would sizzle at the touch. Clank. Amanda tucked away her flask, which was now half filled with a black, viscous substance, with a satisfied expression. While she wasn't comfortable with the idea of carrying that much poison with her, as long as it was in her dimensional space, she felt that it wasn't a big deal. She just didn't want it to explode on her the moment she took it out. Now then. She turned her gaze to stare into the distance. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she pondered over her next location. She was honestly clueless at the moment. She was merely just going along on her own whims and was just going around the desert in hopes of finding someone she was familiar with, but that proved to be a harder task than she had anticipated, as those that she did meet were either dead or demons. It was truly a bothersome sight. She may be used to seeing dead bodies by now, but it was still an uncomfortable sight. Immediately thereafter, Amanda's ears perked up, and she stopped abruptly. She wasn't sure at first, but she believed she had felt a muffled explosion sound emanating from her right side. Boom. She wasn't wrong. It was quiet, but she could still sense the muffled sound of the explosion, and her eyes jumped up with a little excitement. Finally. Sound meant that there were people fighting in the distance, which meant that there was a chance that she'd find someone she knew. Without wasting a single second, she drew her bow, planted her foot in the sand, and dashed across the sand at incredible speeds. Swoosh. It took her only a few seconds to cover hundreds of kilometers, and after what seemed like a minute of running, she arrived in front of a rather large dune. Boom. Boom. Upon her arrival, she was certain that something was happening. The muffled sounds transformed into the full-fledged sound of explosions ripping through the air above her. What in the... When Amanda reached the top of the dune, she was astounded by the view that greeted her. Boom. Arg. Whack. It was a bloody sight. Two parties engaged in a conflict that was bloodier than anything she had ever witnessed, with limbs flying everywhere and red and black intertwined on the surface of the sand, staining it with their colors. Boom. The explosions were as loud as ever, and Amanda's gaze fell on the plot of land in the faraway distance. She unknowingly swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she gazed over the horizon, where tens of thousands upon tens of thousands of red armors glistened beneath the red sun that hung in the sky. She recognized those armors in an instant, but if that wasn't enough. Ach! Help! Screams of terror and agony echoed through the air as thousands of scorpions covered the land and thousands of demons roamed the sky. If Amanda had one way to describe the current situation, it'd have to be a complete and utter disaster. She was able to see thousands of forces that belonged to the Alliance. They were steadily losing ground by the second, and they were engaged in a fierce battle to prevent themselves from retreating even further. The situation was nothing short of precarious. Aren't they? Amanda's eyes narrowed, and she focused her gaze on a group of individuals in the distance. She was able to identify them without any difficulty, and her demeanor abruptly became very solemn. I need to help them. Their situation, it was anything but good. Although they still seemed to be able to hold on for a while, she knew that they needed help urgently. Thus, without further ado, she took a deep breath and clenched her bow tightly. Even though she was still quite far away from where the main battle was taking place, the distance was sufficient for her. She grabbed onto her bow, curved her back in the opposite direction, and pulled on the string as she did so. While she was channeling her mana, a potent hue emanated from her body. There's someone over here. Get her. This hue caught the attention of several demons who were located a safe distance away, but she did not pay any attention to them. Her attention was fixed on what lay in front of her, and as she pulled the string further back, her eyes became perfectly focused on the targets. Ooh! Exhaling, she let go of the string. Thunk! And with a noise that was eerily similar to bones cracking, the string became taut, and a translucent blue arrow shot through the air. Swoosh! The speed of the arrow was neither fast nor slow. It was about average, with the majority of the demons below being able to detect it. There were some demons below that tried to interfere with the path of the arrow, and some of them even tried to intercept it. However, those who belonged to the four races used whatever means they had available to stop them. They could tell at a glance that that was no regular arrow. It took a few seconds for the arrow to reach its highest point, and just as it was about to fall back down onto the ground, Amanda's eyes widened, and her mouth parted open as a faint word escaped from her lips. Split. The arrow stopped moving in midair almost as soon as the word left her mouth, and shortly after that, a terrifying glow engulfed the entire world from above. Shio. 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 Like rain, thousands upon thousands of arrows streaked down from above at terrifying speeds. The demons became vigilant, but it was already far too late. As soon as they became aware of what was happening, the arrows came hurtling down in a series of whistles, impaling hundreds of demons at once and killing a significant portion of them in the process. Aka. Whack. Kaha. Screams of agony reverberated through the air as demons fell to the ground with resounding thumps. Clink. 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 It was unfortunate that the same could not be said for scorpions. Unlike the demons, their body armor was able to deflect some of the arrows that were falling upon them. In spite of their armor, however, a number of scorpions sustained severe wounds during the sudden rain of arrows, and their march slowed considerably, allowing the members of the Alliance to catch their breath. The battle, which seemed so one-sided moments prior, suddenly changed, and it was all thanks to one single arrow. While they had not gained the upper hand or even the score, they had gained significant breathing room. Retreat. Organize yourselves. Use this chance to reorganize the positions. Quick. Those of the four races quickly retreated and formed solid formations after seizing that brief opportunity. In the meantime, Amanda had already left the spot she was previously standing on when she shot the arrow. She knew all too well that she had attracted a lot of attention and that she was currently the number one target of the demons. Even so, she was proud of what she had achieved. Amanda, quick, over here. It was a soft voice that ushered her in a certain direction, and when she turned her head, she managed to spot a familiar flock of orange hair, and her expression softened a little. Monica. Quick. Monica urged her, waving her hand at her urgently while looking behind her with a sense of urgency. Seeing how serious she was, Amanda rushed to her side without delay. As soon as she arrived in front of her, she noticed the presence of numerous terrifying energies in the vicinity, and her face paled. Quick, we don't have much time. Thanks for buying us time. MHM. Amanda followed Monica from behind, and that was also when she spotted Donna, and Douglas not so far from her. The two of them seemed to be waiting for them, and when they showed up, Donna immediately greeted her. It's good that you're here. We need your help. Tell me what I need to do. Amanda nodded her head seriously, her expression as cold as a rock. Just support us. Monica answered, her gaze fixed on the distance. We're currently trying to hold the main forces of the demons back and stop them from getting to the others. We were struggling a bit before, but with your help, we should be able to last for longer. ISE. Just as Amanda was about to speak, a demonic figure emerged from beneath one of the dunes in the distance, and almost all of them turned their heads at once, their heart at their throat. The demon had short black hair and a large horn protruding from his head. He had a rather large build and carried a heavy sword behind his back. Thump. Stepping right above the dune, the atmosphere changed almost immediately, and Amanda choked on whatever words she was trying to say moments earlier. That was not an existence she could provoke. When she turned her head, it was to her dismay to realize that the three of them were showing similar reactions to hers. One of true fear. That. Monica opened her mouth, her lips trembling. We're fucked, aren't we? Chapter 821, Wrath, 1. It looks like another talented one has arrived. His gaze landed on a human girl with long, glossy black hair and thin lips. By demon standards, she could be considered quite beautiful, though the prince had no interest in her. There were other things that piqued his interest, and that was not one of them. The fact that her powers affected a large area was one of the things that piqued his interest and was something he could not allow to continue. She needed to be disposed of before she became a serious problem for his plan. In fact, everyone who belonged in the group she was in need to be taken care of. Let's see. His eyes swept over the three women before pausing on the elderly man. He was the strongest of the group by far. His strength was comparable to that of a young prince, and he posed the greatest threat. He was not a significant threat to him, but he could still affect his plans, so he had to be dealt with first. Swoosh. Prince Konjak was a decisive individual. The moment he figured out what he needed to do, he set himself into motion. Taking a step forward, he appeared right before the group. Humans. He called out in a soft voice. His sudden appearance startled them, but not significantly. They appeared to have somewhat anticipated his imminent arrival. This was good. There's no need to panic. I mean no harm, as of yet. The prince's voice was amicable. With a calm smile on his face, he addressed the four people in front of him. If possible, I would like to avoid killing you all. You are all incredibly talented in your own right, and it would be a shame to kill you all, so I am here to propose an offer officially. 1. I'm sure you won't be able to refuse. Bringing his hand forward, 3 contracts appeared in his hand. I'm certain I don't have to explain to you all what these are, so how about it? Will you join my side? I really don't want to kill such talented people. While he brought the contract forward, the others gazed at the contracts before turning to face him. The shortest of them, the woman with orange hair, spoke with a frown on her face. I don't think you've done the proper math. She turned to look behind her. There are 4 of us, but only 3 contracts. Do you seriously believe you will be able to recruit all of us if you cannot even count? About that. The prince smiled. It wasn't a mistake. What? There's no mistake in the number of contracts that I'm offering. The prince repeated himself, his gaze falling on the elderly men. In the end, I've decided to offer 3 contracts to the 3 of you, excluding him. He is already past his prime and has reached his limit. I have no use for a person whose limit only amounts to this much. There are many other demons with more talent than him that I can recruit. Demons lived for a very long time. Much more than humans did, and the human in front of him seemed to at most have 50 years left in his lifespan. It wasn't short, but it certainly wasn't very much by demon standards. Furthermore, he had reached the peak of what his powers could reach. Simply put, he wasn't worth nurturing or bringing to his side. He had many other subordinates that were of his caliber, if not even better than he was. Don't worry, humans. Seeing a noticeable change in the humans' expressions, the prince spoke up. I won't kill him. I can tell you care for him, so I'll keep him alive. Though he's useless, he's still quite strong. Perhaps I'll have him serve as some instructor or cleaner for. Boom. Before the prince could finish his sentence, he was attacked by a terrifying force. The force was powerful, shattering everything nearby, but the prince effortlessly repelled it by raising his hand to block it. In the corner of his eyes, he could see a faint reflection of himself on the blade that had struck him. Hasty, aren't we? The prince's gaze fell on the human girl with orange hair. Her expression was menacing, and a strong surge of mana emanated from her sword, which was held by the prince's 2 fingers. You're not bad. the prince commented, feeling the power contained within the sword. However, flick. With one flick of his finger, the sword shut up, and he appeared before the orange-haired girl. With his hand pressed against her abdomen, he mumbled, "I don't like it when I'm interrupted." Boom. Her body flew off into the distance, colliding with one of the closest dunes with a muffled thud, and sand flew into the air. Since he hadn't gone all out, she was most probably still alive. Whoom. Whoom. Oh, my. Immediately after her body was flung, the prince was confronted by a series of formidable forces, which he also handled with ease. Waving his hand, an arrow, a whip, and a complex spell stopped in front of him. The prince's brows furrowed as he shifted his gaze toward the perpetrators while observing each of the attacks in front of him. Shio. He was about to speak when the space behind him began to tremble, and the arrow that had been floating in front of him vanished, only to reappear behind him. Just as he was about to react to the unexpected situation, a figure appeared next to him. It was the orange-haired girl whom he had thrown not too long ago. Swoosh. Her blade slashed through the air at a rate considerably faster than she had previously demonstrated. Upon seeing her, the prince frowned and veered off to the side, narrowly escaping the arrow that had appeared beside him. Although it didn't pose a threat to him, catching the arrow dead-on would still hurt. Your struggle is meaningless. Touching the side of the blade that was heading his way, the blade's direction changed, and the orange-haired girl stumbled forward. Twomp. Ach. The prince took advantage of the opportunity and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying through the air. Just as he believed it was over, he felt a gentle force beside him, and an amethyst hue surrounded him. Stop it. That hue stopped dead in its tracks before it could even touch him. His eyes wandered toward the woman with purple eyes, and he shook his head. I don't understand. I offered you a good deal, why won't you take it? The deal was rather good. In exchange for sparing them, they were going to work for him. In his life, he had never mistreated his subordinates and had given them a lot of benefits. What these humans in front of him were doing was, to say the least, stupid. And the prince didn't like stupid subordinates. His earlier enthusiasm for them quickly dissipated, and his eye flashed with ferocity. You know what? Never mind. I'm no longer interested in taking the lot of you as my subordinates. The devil contracts that floated in the air beside him dispersed into thousands of particles, and the prince's terrifying power began to emerge. He brought his hand forward and opened his palm. The very air around him came to a sudden standstill, and demonic energy burst out of his body, encircling the entire area around them. Since that's the case, I no longer have the need to keep you alive. Say goodbye to, Rumble. Rumble. Cutting the prince off, the entire pillar began to shake violently. Not only slightly, but the entirety of the structure shook, and as a consequence, several dunes dispersed in all directions. What's going on? The prince was obviously startled by the situation, as evidenced by the serious expression on his face as he looked skyward. For something like this to happen, is it His Majesty? No, but he can directly go in, just who in the world? He didn't have to wait for long to get an answer. Crack. The sky above cracked at that moment, and within seconds of that happening, a glass-shattering sound spread throughout every inch of the world, revealing a large fissure that covered the entire sky. At that moment, everyone stopped whatever they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Toward the large fissure that had appeared above. What's happening? What is that? It was only natural that panic and shock spread across the world. What lay beyond the fissure was a far-off blue sky, which stood in stark contrast to the sky that existed within the world that was contained within the pillar. That, however, wasn't what drew the attention of those beneath. Look. There's someone coming out from the fissure. Indeed, what appeared to be a hazy black figure emerged from within the gap in the sky, slowly floating in the air as if it were levitating. Because of his presence, the entire atmosphere of the world shifted, and many people found that they were unable to breathe or look up at the sky at that particular moment. There was something eerie about the figure. Something unexplainable and extremely chilling. He didn't do anything unusual, he just floated there in the air and did nothing but look down at the world. But for some reason, anyone who looked at him could only feel the onset of their own death. He didn't seem too different from death itself. Who do I have the pleasure of meeting? In front of the figure, Prince Konjak materialized out of thin air. He was unafraid, in contrast to the other people there. Even though the hazy figure gave off a frightening amount of energy, the prince had complete faith in his own physical prowess. He didn't think he would lose. Is there anything that you wish from me? Prince Konjak asked politely. His expression was one of happiness, and he appeared calm and collected in general. It was obvious that this was merely a pretense, as his body was tense. It was indeed true that he held some confidence in his strength, but that didn't mean he would come out of the fight unscathed. There was a high chance he could get crippled as a result of the fight, and if he could, he'd love to avoid such a scenario at all costs. Are you someone sent by his ma? I'm not. The figure eventually spoke, and his quiet voice reverberated throughout the area where the two of them were. Rumble. A tremor ran through the sky, and out of nowhere, a sword materialized in his hand. Tip pointed at the prince. The figure opened his mouth again. I only need one thing, he said, his cold voice drifting in the space like soft whispers. For you to die. Shying. As his words faded, the world around Prince Konjak began to turn upside down. Soon after, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be his body, and he wondered to himself. Is that my body? Chapter 822, Wrath, 2. It all happened so fast that Prince Konjak was unable to react in time. Before he knew it, the world turned upside down and he caught a glimpse of his body. At first, he was confused, but he soon came to a sudden understanding of what had transpired, and his body quickly shattered into the air. Ha, ha. As he vigorously gulped for air, the region directly below his neck began to wiggle, and a new body materialized. The transformation took place almost instantly, and Prince Konjak had no trouble getting around in his new body once it was complete. That was close. Clenching and unclenching his fist several times, Prince Konjak finally sighed in relief. Everything seemed to be working properly. It's good that he didn't hit my core. Had that been the case, he probably wouldn't still be alive. You lived. A voice laced with what seemed to be pity drifted in the air, and Prince Konjak raised his head. His expression twisted at the sight of the figure above him, and he channeled all of his demonic energy. Count yourself unlucky. Prince Konjak muttered as the demonic energy around him became tangible. In a matter of seconds, a domain of demonic energy formed around his body. Once it expanded and reached a certain range, at the clench of the prince's fist, the domain contracted, entering the prince's body. His body began to expand at an alarming rate, and his figure began to tower over the landscape, casting a shadow on the ground below. You had one chance to kill me. His tone became more profound, and the amount of energy he radiated became 10 times stronger. The world was completely taken over by his presence, and the space around him warped and distorted. But you failed, and therefore your one and only chance disappeared. He clenched his fist and shifted his weight to the back of his body. As he concentrated as much demonic power as he could into his fist, the air around it burst into fragments, and he ground his teeth together. Now. Releasing all of the energy that was contained within his fist, he thrust his fist forward while shouting. Die. Boom. I missed, what a pity. There I went and wasted my one and only chance to get rid of him quickly. Normally, I'd be bummed out, but at the moment, I didn't particularly feel like that. In fact, I would have probably been more disappointed if he had died that fast. I wouldn't be disappointed if he died because he was too weak, rather, I'd be disappointed because his death would have been too fast. I wanted to take my time. I wanted them to understand how they had died. Die. Vroom. A fist headed my way. It was fast and powerful. So much so that the space around the fist shattered, and the air stilled. I felt the area around me lock, halting my movements. Golden runes and words appeared in my vision and encircled my entire body. As expected, he too knows how to control the laws. If that wasn't bad enough, the fist was extremely fast. Even with Eyes of Kronos active, the fist that was thrown at me moved at an unfathomable speed, and as it approached, it grew steadily larger in the field of my vision. I knew from a single glance that if the fist made contact with me, I would die, but I did not feel fear. Staring at the fist, I waited for it to arrive before my very eyes before finally making a move. Channeling the laws within my body, the golden runes and words floating around me shattered, and I brought my hand forward. Pack. The fist made contact with my palm, and a loud smacking sound reverberated through the air as pressurized wind waves spread outward from the point of contact between my palm and his fist. My hair fluttered lightly. MH. The impact was so powerful that I was pushed back several meters, and the sand beneath us disappeared entirely, revealing dense bedrock. I wasn't going to lie and say that the force didn't hurt me, but I did feel my entire body tremble in the aftermath of the attack, and even though I wasn't in my actual body, I could still feel the pain of the impact. It was painful, but it wasn't anything close to the pain my main body was sustaining. That power. A surprised voice brought my attention back, and when I looked at the prince, he looked back at me with a startled gaze. He seemed genuinely surprised by the fact that I was able to use the laws as his eyes shook fiercely. But he was quick to regain his composure. Fwop. Flapping his wings, he appeared before me, and my vision blurred. By the time my vision returned, my gaze fell on his exposed back, and I reached my palm toward his back. Pack. It was unfortunate that his reaction was so quick. My palm was about to reach for his back when his body suddenly twisted, and my palm once again came into contact with his fist. The force of the impact caused my body to jerk back again, and my arm to shake as a result of the force of the impact. The trembling lasted several seconds before it stopped and my arm returned to normal. However, I knew that had this been my real body, my bones would have shattered by now. It was a good thing that I wasn't in my physical body, but at the same time, I knew that my actions were undermining my other self. Every time I healed, an enormous amount of mana would be consumed. I couldn't let this continue. Voom. Once more, a fist came hurling in my direction. This time, unlike the previous times, I didn't counterattack, and instead retreated. My entire body shook as I pressed my foot against the air, and when the shaking stopped, I found myself several hundred meters away from where I had been. After that, I unsheathed my sword from the sheath and aimed it at the prince while pointing it forward. Almost instantly, the area around the prince began to shatter, and a number of sword streaks appeared all around him. Arg. Unfortunately, my attacks disintegrated as soon as they touched his body. Despite this, I was not unhappy with the outcome. This was just the start. Pressing my foot against the air once more, I distanced myself once more and pointed my sword his way. The process was the same as before, but unlike before, the sword streaks were faster and more powerful than the previous ones. Arg. While they didn't reach him once more, they managed to come closer than in the previous attacks. Pressing my foot again, my vision blurred, and I arrived before the prince's back. Pointing my sword at him, the space around him shattered once more and more sword streaks headed in his direction. The attacks were relentless, and they grew by the second. The mana inside of my body drained rapidly with each attack, but at the same time, I started gaining more ground. What I was doing right now was a result of my hard work. Combining all three arts together, I managed to create the perfect sword art. I didn't have a name for it yet, but it isn't too different from a sword domain. Swoosh. 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 With a sword projection slicing through the air and aimed directly at him, I seized the opportunity to approach him. Since the projections had become so strong that he could no longer ignore them, I seized the opportunity to attack. As my muscles grew larger, the structure of my body changed as I clenched my fist. Simultaneously, power coursed through my entire body, and I punched his abdomen with everything I had. With a sudden blurring of my vision, I found myself standing right in front of him, and the sword streaks bent around my body as they continued to head toward him. Vroom. Coward. My actions didn't go unnoticed by the prince, who was busy dealing with the sword projections. He turned his head, and our gazes met, but he was helpless. Due to the increasing speed and power of the sword projections, he was unable to react in time to my sudden appearance, and this was what I was waiting for. When I clenched my fist, the space around it shattered, and I aimed my fist toward his abdomen, releasing all the energy that I had accumulated. That was where I could feel the core was. Fwop. However, just as my fist was about to come into contact with his abdominal area, a pair of wings appeared out of nowhere, blocking my fist. Boom. I felt my fist connect with his wings, and the prince's body flew back, slamming into several black dunes in the distance. I stared at my fist as sand flew up into the air in the aftermath of the attack. He blocked that. I was a bit surprised by the fact that he had managed to block my attack, but at the same time, it made me understand why he was one of the 7 heads of the clans. He was, without a doubt, strong. Vroom. The powerful force that suddenly came from behind me was the best evidence of that. It seems like that wasn't enough to hurt him properly. Twisting my body, I clenched my fist once more and punched out in the direction of where the force was coming from. Boom. The sky twisted around us, and my entire body shook. As soon as my eyes landed on the demon in front of me, I assumed a gloomy expression. His expression was calm, and a strange flame circulated around his entire body, unlike before. His eyes had become entirely crimson, and the power emanating from his body was unlike anything he had ever shown before. He's even stronger. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of pressure began to bear down on me from all sides, and that's when I became certain. Without a doubt. He had gotten stronger. Chapter 823, Wrath, 3. Boom. My entire being writhed in agony as my back collided with the ground. I previously thought that falling into the sand wouldn't hurt, but I was dead wrong on that assumption. It hurt like hell. That's right, how come I only realized it now? I came to a sudden realization. Vroom. While keeping an eye on the approaching punch, I twisted my body to the side and just managed to avoid getting hit by it. It was just by a hair's breadth, but I was still able to avoid the incoming attack. I was lucky enough to react on time. Boom. My eardrums shattered as a result of the impact between the prince's fist and the sand next to me. With no sound reaching my ears, all I could hear was a constant ringing noise. If that wasn't bad enough, the aftermath of his fist sent me flying in the opposite direction. With that said, I understood the reasoning behind the prince's sudden increase in strength. This is the Pillar of Wrath. It only makes sense that he becomes stronger the angrier he is. Swoosh. As I twisted my body in the air, a fist materialized in the area I was previously in, and my eyes landed on a long, muscular red arm. I tried to cut it with my sword, but it disappeared before I could even move my sword, and a powerful force hit me from above. Boom. Uck. I once again crashed against the ground and let out a soft groan. By now, my whole body ached, and the ring in my head only grew louder. I tried to pull myself up by pressing my hand against the sand, but just as I moved, something grabbed the back of my head and pushed me down against the sand. Bang. Uck. From the moment the prince changed, the fight had been one-sided. I tried fighting back, but no matter what I did, he was already before me. He was relentless. He kept attacking me before I even had the chance to breathe or properly distance myself. As if that weren't bad enough, he grew more powerful with each attack, and the injuries in my body started to accumulate. Inevitably, the mana within my body drained at astounding rates, and my body began to lose color. Boom. Narrowly avoiding his fist and rolling to the side, I pressed my hands against the sand from above my head and pushed my body up. Twisting my body, I kicked toward the back of his neck. Pack. Just as my kick was about to connect with his neck, he raised his hand, and it struck his forearm. Bang. The moment my leg connected, the sand around us shattered, and pressurized wind waves spread outward from the point of contact. My hair fluttered, and in that split second, our eyes met. Compared to the first time that I had seen him, he was different. His entire body was now red, and a tangible, dark red hue of demonic energy circulated around him. It was denser and thicker than it had ever been. His crimson eyes shone with a menacing hue that spread out from them, and his entire body towered over mine. The subsequent events transpired so rapidly that by the time I reacted, it was too late. Swoosh. Moving his arm down, I felt his hand grasp my leg. My body streaked through the air shortly after that as he pulled my body toward his direction, and I saw an elbow quickly approaching. Even with Eyes of Kronos, I was helpless by the speed at which his elbow was coming, and the only thing I could do was bring my arms forward and block the attack. Boom. My arms disappeared. That was the best way I could describe what I saw. It all happened so fast that the moment that I brought my hands forward to defend against his elbow, my arms, which were covering my head, disappeared. The elbow stopped, but an unbearable pain coursed through my body. It was so painful that I was unable to even groan. The only thing I could do was clench my teeth and remind myself that the current pain was nothing compared to what I had endured previously. That this pain wasn't real and that it was just in my mind. I've been through worse. It may or may not have worked, but I didn't have much time to contemplate this as his elbow dropped once more. Nope. My arms, which had vanished moments earlier, reappeared. In that instant, nearly half of my mana vanished, and my entire body turned a hazy gray color. Bringing my hands forward, I held onto his elbow with both hands and exerted as much strength as possible. The elbow stopped, and in one quick motion, I cut off my right leg, which was still being held by the prince. Uck. Once more, I felt a sudden wave of pain, but I kept reminding myself that this wasn't the worst I had ever felt. That it was all just an illusion. Swoosh. After depleting a lot of my mana, my leg returned, and I heavily gasped for air. HAAA. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have much time to think as the prince was once again on me. Thrusting his fist forward, his figure appeared behind me, and I could only duck down, barely dodging his fist. Swoosh. The space above me shattered, and I felt the laws bind me all over as golden runes and words emerged from the ground beneath me. Shatter. It was good that his mastery over the laws was far inferior to mine, and I was easily able to break the shackle. That being said, I was certain that the prince already knew this beforehand. It was clear from the get-go that his actions were merely an attempt to slow me down, and it worked. Right as I shattered the laws, his fist was already right on my head. Stop. I mouthed, channeling the laws into my voice. The space around the fist distorted as golden runes appeared in front of me, and a small fissure appeared before the fist. That wasn't the only fissure that appeared, another also appeared behind him. The fist, which was previously headed my way, warped and reappeared from the fissure that had appeared behind him, crashing directly at his back. Boom. The prince's entire body shot away from where I was, and finally, I was able to take a breather. Ha! HAAA. Sweat trickled down the side of my face at that moment as I rested my hands against my knees. Shit. I was trying my best to refrain from using the laws, but I had no choice this time. Had I not used the laws, I would have probably lost. Fuck. Cursing once more, I turned my head to stare at the Prince of Wrath. He had just gotten up, and he seemed to be relatively fine, but I knew from a glance that wasn't the case. The attack had an effect on him. I'm afraid that I'll have to use the laws this time. Things will become quite troublesome if I don't. It became quite obvious to me that he was stronger than me. Perhaps if the two of us were outside the pillar, I would have had an easier time. Within the pillar, demons were immeasurably more powerful than they were in normal circumstances. That much was already obvious. Perhaps we were on equal terms when outside, but inside, we weren't, and it became very clear to me. Swoosh. The fact that he reappeared in front of me without my being able to detect him demonstrated just how powerful he was within the pillar. In fact, he had gotten even stronger than a few moments prior. Stop. Once again, putting the laws into my voice, the prince's body came to a sudden stop behind me. Golden runes clamped all over his body. My body turned hazy at that moment, and I almost collapsed from exhaustion, but I clenched my teeth and bore through the exhaustion. I could see a faint glow emanating from the prince's body as I turned to stare at him. It was the Akashic laws that shattered the shackles on his body, allowing him to break free from the restraints that I had set up. I didn't think much from that point forward. Extending my hand, I pressed my finger against his forehead, and his entire body flew back once more. Stop. He only flew back for a couple of meters before coming to a sudden stop again. Similarly to before, golden runes floated around the area he was in, clamping at his body from all sides. Cough. Cough. I nearly lost my balance in the sand after coughing several times, but I persisted and continued to move. My feet felt like lead, and the fact that they sank into the sand with every step did not help matters. You. Really? Arriving before the prince again, I almost vomited, but I held it in and pressed my hand against his face. Just as I was about to touch his face, his entire body began to tremble, and I became nearly translucent. Ugh. I groaned out loud, attempting not to pass out from the pain. Stop resisting. Soon, my hand came into contact with his face, and I clenched my teeth extremely tightly. Closing my eyes, I felt a soft yellow orb inside his body. It was an energy that I was all too familiar with, and I beckoned it toward me. Come to me. Chapter 824, Wrath, 4. Is that Ren? Overhearing Donna's shocked mutter, Amanda turned her head and stared at the fight that was happening above them. Boom. Dunes shattered, and the very air the two were in showed signs of cracking. It was clear as day that the two of them were on a completely different level than anybody else present. Since when did he become so strong? Amanda couldn't blame them for looking so shocked. She, too, was shocked by Ren's power. She had originally thought she had a grasp of what his power was, but it seemed like she had underestimated him severely. And here I thought I could catch up to him in the past 5 years. She had trained hard. Extremely hard in the past few years. It was all with the goal of getting closer to him in strength. She thought that she had somewhat bridged the gap that existed between the two of them, but she had grossly underestimated just how monstrous Ren was. But why does he look like that? There was something odd about Ren's appearance. He was completely black, and his expression was somewhat dull. She couldn't quite understand what was going on with him, but seeing how he was handling that monster of a demon, she assumed that he was using some sort of skill. One that she wasn't aware of. Boom. Ren. Amanda was startled by the sight of him crashing against a nearby dune. With sand spilling in the air, her vision of him became obscured. She immediately became worried, and just as she was about to rush up to him, she stopped herself and bit her lips. No. I can't. If I go now, I'll only make things more difficult for him. Staring at Donna and Monica, who were about to stop her, she calmed herself down and lowered her head. I know, you don't have to stop me. I'm not going. It quickly became apparent that this was the extent of her powers. At the moment, she could only watch Ren getting beat up by that monstrous demon, who seemed to have suddenly gotten a lot stronger. Boom. Boom. The fight continued, and the situation started to deteriorate quickly. If Amanda had to describe the fight in a few words, it'd be one-sided. Ren. He was getting manhandled by the prince, who seemed to be toying with him. He was just doing fine before. Why did things suddenly change? She had witnessed Ren have the upper hand in the beginning, but out of nowhere, things started to turn for the worse suddenly. It soon became clear to her and everyone else that the prince was becoming stronger with each moment the two of them fought. Hup. On many occasions, Amanda had to cover her mouth with the brutality of what was happening. Especially when she witnessed his arms disappear out of nowhere. She believed the battle was over after that, but to her surprise, he regrew his arms and launched a counterattack. Just, what in the world did he do during the time we didn't see each other? Monica's words attracted Amanda's attention, and her head subconsciously nodded. Indeed. What had happened during the time when they hadn't seen each other? Hey, look. Monica's words reverberated in the air once more, but Amanda didn't need to be told why she spoke, she understood shortly after. With Ren's hand against the demon's head, a sudden change happened in the fight. A familiar sensation washed over me the moment my hand came into contact with the prince's head. I felt the pores on my body open up as an indescribable power started to filter into my body. My mind relaxed at that moment as I absorbed all of that power, and slowly, I started to feel an increase in the laws within my body. Almost instantly, my connections with the laws grew stronger, and a sensation that was all too familiar washed over me. I started to feel reinvigorated, and everything became clear once more. Arg. The prince's face contorted the moment I started to absorb the laws in his body, and his expression was filled with nothing but shock. How? I didn't let him continue his sentence as I continued to absorb the laws within him. Despite that, the flames that were revolving around the prince's body started to increase as the air around us distorted. Feeling the heat radiating from his body, my brows creased, but I endured the pain and continued to absorb the Akashic laws within his body. Stay put. As I injected the power of the laws into my own body, the space around the prince warped and distorted, and his body froze perfectly still. I took that chance to increase my grip on his head further and further push the laws toward me. When I touched his head with my hand, the laws began to flow into me more easily than they ever had before, and within a few seconds of making contact, I had taken in the majority of the laws that were contained within his body. That should just about do. Seeing that I couldn't contain his body anymore, I quickly let go, and the prince's body disappeared from my vision, reappearing a couple of 100 meters away from me. Ha. You. He looked at me, both startled and incensed. Touching his body all over, he glared at me. What have you done to me? Nothing much. I answered, lowering my head to stare at my hands, which were covered in murky white light. As compared to before, the laws within my body were thicker, and I could control them even more smoothly. My strength was rapidly increasing at the same time, but not all was well. Staring at my hands, which were flickering, I knew that the skill, Dark Servant, had become more unstable. This was a consequence of obtaining and using such power. I need to refrain from using the laws as much as possible. If I continued to use them, there was a high chance the skill would deactivate, and all would end up for naught. I couldn't allow that to happen. How are you able to control the same power as His Majesty? Overhearing the demon's words, I raised my head and looked up at him. Seeing the confused look on his face, I shook my head. If I were to explain it to you, it would take too long, so. Squinting my eyes, I brought my sword forward and pointed it at him. Let's finish this. Boom. The space around the prince shattered as a sword projection, double the size of what it usually was, appeared from within the space itself, hurling at the demon at incredible speeds. Arc. The prince, unlike in the past, was no longer able to cope with it and displayed a defensive posture by crossing his arms. Bang. After coming into contact with the sword, his entire body took off in the opposite direction. Not bad, I mumbled, staring at the sword projection. It was clear that the power of my attack had increased, and now I was no longer at a disadvantage. Staring at the prince, whose body crashed against one of the distant dunes, I brought my sword forward and pointed it once again in his direction. The space around him shattered, and several similar-sized swords appeared from the space itself. Crumble. Bringing my sword down, the projections quickly impaled the area where the prince was, and I heard a muffled cry in the distance. Walk. Good. Seeing that I had done some damage, I pressed my foot against the sand, and my vision blurred. Before I knew it, I was standing right above the dune, and the prince's body came into my sight. How should I put it? He sustained more injuries than I thought. His entire body was riddled with holes, and his expression was extremely distorted. Despite that, he still seemed to be alive, and in fact, his power seemed to have increased even further, which made me furrow my brows even more deeply. Just what is the limit of his strength? It was annoying that his strength kept increasing the more we fought, and that made things rather difficult for me to deal with. How should I handle this? I briefly glanced at a few people in the distance, and my brows furrowed even further. Is that the only way? Swoosh. My attention was drawn to a gentle breeze, and in response, I rotated my body while floating in the air. Suddenly, from somewhere within the space itself, a hand materialized and clamped down on the spot where I had been standing. Stop dodging. The prince's voice echoed next to my ear, and a large hand grasped my shoulder. Crack. I felt something crack, and the right side of my body disappeared. It all happened so fast and abruptly that I wasn't even able to react. You're in my domain. So long as we're in here, I'll keep getting stronger and stronger. Whatever you do, it's futile. I'm invincible in here. A powerful aura burst forth from out of his body, and the entire space around me locked. Even with the sudden increase in my strength, I found it difficult to move, and I was once again forced to use the powers of the law to get out of the restricted space. No, you don't. My body was flung away once more as a powerful force appeared behind me before I even had the chance to escape. Bang. Bang. Before finally sinking into one of the dunes, I felt my body strike multiple sand dunes and bounce off of them. Ugh. Every part of my body ached at the moment, and when I looked up, I caught sight of the prince's body levitating in the air. The red sun hung right behind him, enveloping him entirely, and he looked like some sort of deity. I wasn't sure of what to make of the sight, and before I knew it, the prince was already upon me. What are you blankly staring at? His soft voice echoed within my ears as he clenched my throat with his hand. Closing my eyes for a moment, I raised both of my hands and placed them against my head. It's over. I twisted my neck and my vision darkened. Crack. Chapter 825, Wrath, 5. You're in my domain. So long as we're in here, I'll keep getting stronger and stronger. Whatever you do, it's futile. The clues were always there. It was just that such an option wasn't really feasible. If the pillar crumbled, what would happen to those who were within the pillar? It was a question that had plagued my mind since the very beginning and stopped me from doing the obvious. That, however, only crossed my mind at the very beginning. Reminding myself of what had happened to my family because of my indecisiveness and realizing that I had no other option, I realized what I needed to do. It was as if something had snapped within me, and such questions stopped bothering me. All I cared about at the moment was winning. I wanted nothing more than to kill and satiate the numbness I was feeling. That's right. Who cares about what happens next? I'll solve nothing if I keep pondering over these matters. I can always deal with the aftermath of my actions later. Thus, I didn't think twice before channeling the laws within my body. Boom. Crashing against the dunes beneath, I injected the laws beneath the ground as golden runes and words sank into the sand beneath before moving to another dune and repeating the process. Stop dodging. A hand came and grasped at my throat. When I looked up, I saw the Prince of Wrath staring menacingly at me with his crimson pupils. His power was a lot higher than it was before, and it only kept increasing as the fight went on. I was no longer his match, but that was of no concern to me. I think that's enough. Cr. Crack. Raising both of my hands, I twisted my neck, and my vision grew dark. A sharp pain spread across my neck, sizzling down my back like a web of electricity. My mana, along with the laws, depleted rapidly, and the tightness that I felt in my throat disappeared. I wasn't exactly sure what had happened next. I couldn't really see or feel anything. It was just dark and silent. Eerily silent. I wasn't sure how long it had been like that, but the sensation didn't last very long at all. My vision quickly returned, and I found that I was standing in the clouds. The normal sky. The one that belonged to Earth. What remained of the pillar and the surrounding debris were scattered beneath me. They dispersed themselves across the land, wreaking havoc on the ecosystems that were buried below. It wasn't a pretty sight, but that was of no concern to me at the moment. Raising my head, my gaze paused on the Prince of Wrath. Finally, I smiled. It seems like you can no longer continue. The dark red hue that had been enveloping his body had completely vanished, and his body had shrunk back to its original size. His strength, while still considerably strong, was a far cry from what it was before. He no longer appeared as menacing as he once did. In fact, without the constraints of the pillar weighing me down, I discovered that I was becoming more powerful than before. "Why, you maniac," the prince said, his words trembling. "You would really risk the lives of all those that were within the tower just to kill me? Aren't you? Don't bother finishing what you wanted to say." Taking a step forward, my vision warped, and the prince appeared right in front of my eyes. Sword in hand, I pointed it straight at his brows. Clank. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, he was able to react to my movements. But it was to be expected. Even without the pillar supporting him, he was still considered to be one of the most powerful beings in the known universe. Still, things need to come to an end. My hand shook as a searing pain engulfed every part of my body as I extended it forward. "Stop." When I spoke, my voice sounded hoarse, but that was the last thing on my mind as the prince's body came to a sudden stop in front of me. I took that moment to point my sword at him, and the space around him shattered, revealing over a dozen sword projections that shot in his direction from every angle. This time they managed to land. Arg. Over a dozen sword projections materialized all over his body as he let out an agonized scream, spraying black blood everywhere. I had aimed them precisely so that they would all become lodged in his joints, stopping his every movement. Taking a step forward, I arrived before the prince once more. Staring at him, whose teeth were clenched and saliva was dripping down the side of his mouth, I didn't particularly feel anything. If anything, my mind was even number as I reached out to grasp his head. You. What are you doing?" He tried to speak, but I wasn't interested in anything that he had to say. Reaching out with my hand, I grasped onto his head, and through the gap of my fingers, our eyes met. There were a lot of things that I wanted to say to him at the moment, but when I tried to speak, I stopped myself. I didn't have time for such nonsense. I needed to end things quickly. And so I did. Goodbye. Swoosh. As if a sudden breeze flew past, the prince's body scattered in the wind, revealing a small core that levitated in the air. Alongside it was a pitch-black orb that materialized as a consequence of the ambers in the prince's body coming together to form a single mass. It was my doing, and it had its uses as I brought it to my mouth and ingested it. After that, I reached out for the core with my hand and calmly observed it. It pulsed with a faint demonic energy that twisted the air around it, and the demonic blood that was within my body pulsed and writhed in response to the power that was hidden within the core. Wrapping the core with the laws, I put the core away and finally took a deep breath. It looks like I've overdone things. When I observed my body and saw that a lot of the wounds I sustained weren't healing, I knew that I had gone too far. Using the laws with this body was simply a recipe for disaster. Simply put, this body was not fit to hold the laws. But what choice did I have? I was desperate. Ren. A sudden voice broke me out of my thoughts, and when I turned my head, I caught sight of a few familiar figures. It seems like they've made it out alive without a problem. I breathed in relief when I saw that. Destroying the pillar was a reckless move, but I didn't do so without a plan. Having injected a portion of the laws within my body, I was able to preserve the structure of the pocket world. Hopefully, everyone inside was still alive. I could only hope they were. Ren, are you all right? What happened to you? The first one to come was obviously Amanda. She had a worried look on her face as she scanned my body from top to bottom, and on any normal occasion, I would have smiled at her, but I found myself unable to at the moment. I'm all right. The only thing I could do at the moment was reassure her that everything was all right. Do you really expect me to believe you when you can't even look at me? Sharp as always. I turned to look at her, and our gazes met. For a brief moment, neither one of us talked as we just kept staring at each other, but eventually, she tore her eyes away from me. She seemed dissatisfied, but at the same time, her focus turned to our surroundings. What do we do now? When I turned my head to look, I felt my brows furrow at the sight. Where the pillar once stood, all that remained were the ruins of the world within the pillar. There were several space distortions around the ruins, and I closed my eyes. Opening them up again, I looked at the familiar faces that I hadn't seen in quite a while. Donna, Douglas, Monica. We got it. There was no need for the four of us to exchange any words at that moment. With just a glance, they understood what I wanted from them, and without saying anything else, the three of them darted toward the space distortions that littered the area. Swoosh. 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 Their figures disappeared into them shortly after, and silence once again reigned over the surroundings. What are you going to do now? It was Amanda's voice that broke the silence, and I turned my head to stare at the nearest pillar. It was quite far, with it barely visible, and yellow runes appeared all over the pillar. Even so, it was the nearest pillar and, thus, my next target. I pointed at it. We go there. We. Amanda seemed rather surprised by my words. I could tell by her facial expression that she had not anticipated my invitation to accompany me. Reality was that I actually didn't want her to come with me, but I knew her well enough to know just how stubborn she was. Without a doubt, she was going to insist on bringing her with me, and a lot of time would be wasted trying to convince her otherwise. Thus, I just decided to bring her along with me and avoid a lot of trouble. Plus, she's improved quite a lot. It's fair to say that she can help me out when the situation arises. Why? You don't want to go? No. I want to. Amanda answered, flustered. I felt a sudden itch when staring at her expression, but that disappeared as quickly as it came. Turning my attention back toward the distant pillar, I squinted my eyes. If I'm not wrong. I carefully studied the runes surrounding the pillar. Our next target is the Pillar of Sloth. Chapter 826, Is This Enough? 1. Pillar of Sloth. Shying. Silently coming from beneath the ground, Jean appeared behind a demon, and with his daggers crossed behind the demon's neck, a head rolled on the ground. Thump. Thin black threads emerged from the ground, enveloping the entire head before crushing it into a pulp and revealing a black core. After the core was uncovered, the threads eventually worked their way toward it, and wrapped all over it, shattering the core at once. Like that, a Duke-ranked demon died. Ha! After releasing a soft breath, dark threads emerged from the ground and grappled onto his legs, pulling him beneath the ground, and his figure disappeared into the ground. Boom. Shortly after his figure merged with the ground, a foot stomped in the area he was in, forming a large crater. He's gone. A demon huffed, looking around with a menacing glare. It had only been a couple of minutes since he had made his appearance, but from the moment he had appeared, the situation started to turn more chaotic. The great advantage that they had built was slowly starting to crumble, and the other races were starting to recompose themselves. Where has he gone? Damn, hiding bastard. The demon cursed and trashed, looking everywhere for any traces of the human that had appeared from out of nowhere. It was right when he fixed his gaze in a particular direction that he suddenly felt a chill coming down his back and a voice whispering into his ears. I'm not hiding anywhere. You. Swoosh. He swung his claws directly behind him, but to his great dismay, he saw that his claws hit nothing. Instead, thin black threads emerged from underneath the ground and slowly grappled and latched onto his hands, halting his movement. This. What is this? The demon tried to rid himself of the threads that were gripped onto his arms, but as he pulled, he found that they didn't budge a single inch and merely stretched a little bit. If that wasn't bad enough, more and more threads appeared from beneath the ground, encircling his legs and wings. No matter how much the demon tried to struggle, more and more threads emerged from the ground beneath, sealing his movements. The process moved along rather quickly, and before the demon even realized what was happening, the dark threads had encased every part of his body, with the exception of his head, which protruded from the cocoon. Release me. The demon tried to struggle, but it was a futile effort. Appearing behind him, Jean casually looked at him from top to bottom before bending over and stabbing at his calf. There it is. Spurt. Black blood sprayed all over the ground as Jin's eyes shone at the sight of a particular object inside the calf. As Jean retrieved a black core, the demon's face changed drastically, but it was already too late. Crack. Squeezing the core into his hand, it shattered into thousands of pieces, and the demon's body dissolved into the air. The threads that were cocooning him loosened, and they obediently returned to the ground. Phew. Having dealt with another powerful demon, Jean took a deep breath. It really isn't easy to deal with such strong demons. While he made it look easy, it was anything but easy. Nearly half of his mana was depleted, and he had only killed one of the numerous powerful demons roaming the battlefield. There was still a lot of work that he needed to do. Gulp. Drinking a potion, his figure once again melted against the ground, and he headed for his next target. The pillar master of the Sloth clan was Prince Letvia. He was a demon with long pinkish hair, a trait belonging to the higher demons within the clan, and his features were extremely pleasant to the eyes. Behind him were several demons, all of whom were prince-ranked. It looks like we've found ourselves a rather talented human. Prince Letvia commented, his gaze falling on a certain human boy with short blonde hair and deep green eyes in the middle of the battlefield ahead. The way he danced around the other demons and harvested their core without getting noticed. He was, without a doubt, talented. It almost makes me want to take him, thought the prince, silently licking his lips and feeling a certain greed. It wasn't a secret, but the demons weren't exactly going all out against those of the three races. While their goal was to win the war, they had another goal. Convert as many as they possibly could. This order. It was not something that they desired but rather something that His Majesty desired. He insisted that they make an effort to grow their forces even more by converting those who surrendered in battle. Many of the demons were confused by the order, but none disobeyed. There was no questioning His Majesty in their minds. Many had tried, and the results were anything but pleasant. There was nothing that could escape his gaze, and all they could do was obey his orders. What do you suggest we do with the little human? Does anyone want him? Prince Letvia questioned as he cocked his head to the side to take a look at the prince-ranked demons that were still present. There were more than a dozen of them, and for some time they had been standing off in the distance and watching the battleground. They had been playing a certain game from the very beginning, one that consisted of choosing a certain target to bring over to their side. While they did enjoy killing, they had all agreed that letting such talented individuals rot would be a waste. Especially when they could be useful if there was a conflict with another clan. They'd make good cannon fodder or perhaps even main soldiers. Eventually, his gaze fell on a particular demon. Out of all the demons, he seemed to be the one who showed some interest. Are you interested? I indeed am. The demon answered, his voice sounding extremely calm. Such behavior pleased the prince, who nodded his head. What's your name? Valing. The demon answered curtly, stepping forward a couple of steps and stopping right in front of Prince Letvia. Valing is it? The prince looked down and heavily scrutinized him. This was the first time seeing him, and he seemed to be rather talented. His age and the rank he had achieved were testaments to that. Even though this was the first time he had actually seen him, he was familiar with the demon's name. He had made quite a name for himself in Kamankit, and it had even reached his ears. Especially lately when he heard about the situation over there and how he had managed to gain an upper hand over the other clans. Because he had to deal with so many things and demons on a daily basis, only the most important topics would make it to his ears. The fact that he had heard about him was a testament to how well he had done over there. Good, good. The more the prince observed him, the more pleased he was with what he was seeing. His strength was adequate and fairly strong. However, it wasn't his strength that impressed him the most, rather, it was the manner in which he carried himself. Such calmness was rare to see these days, and he was extremely pleased to know that there was someone like this in his clan. For now. Prince Letvia's gaze didn't linger over Valing for very long as he returned his gaze to stare at the battlefield ahead. His gaze paused over several entities before he ordered. Since you've all selected your targets, capture the targets you've selected and meet here at once. Yes. The prince's words brought a certain eagerness upon all the demons present, and they all disappeared from where they stood, appearing on all sides of the battlefield. The same was true for Prince Valing, who appeared right above a deserted patch of land. Whoom. Extending his hand, he distorted the space, and Jin's figure appeared. Turning his head, the two's eyes met, and Jin's expression stiffened. I found you. With a smile, Prince Valing beckoned with his hand, and Jin's body floated into the sky. He tried to struggle, but it was no use. There was a huge difference in strength between him and Prince Valing. Stop struggling, I won't kill you. Prince Valing said, his gaze calmly glossing over Jin's body. After studying him for quite a bit, he showed a satisfied look. For a human, you're rather talented. A rare compliment. Those who knew him knew that he wasn't one to dish out a lot of compliments. The fact that he had complimented Jin went to show that he was truly impressed by his talent. Sadly, his compliment was only met with a glare as Jin tried to struggle. It was of no use, however. Jin was simply far too weak to oppose someone like a prince-ranked demon. Come, be obedient. Beckoning with his hand, Prince Valing returned to where he previously was and greeted Prince Letvia. I've accomplished my mission. Good job. Prince Letvia complimented, his gaze falling over Jin and showing a satisfied look. You've got a good seedling. I think so too. Their conversation didn't last long, as they merely shared small pleasantries. Swoosh. Swoosh. Demons began to reappear one at a time, and each one of them had one particular person in their grasp as they emerged from the shadows. Prince Letvia beamed with contentment as the situation on the battlefield began to shift once more. Very good. He nodded his head and turned to look at his subordinates behind him. More specifically, the people they brought, and he nodded his head once more. He couldn't be more satisfied with the choices that they brought. They had all chosen good seedlings. Now then. He returned his gaze toward his subordinates. Since you've all taken your share, it's time you get them to J. The prince's words were cut short. Rumble. Rumble. The pillar began to tremble all of a sudden, and the prince's expression crumbled. What's going on? Chapter 827, Is This Enough? 2. Rumble. Rumble. The cosmos began violently trembling, and the nebulae visible in the space above the islands began to warp and enlarge at an accelerated rate. Everyone within the pillar became startled at the unexpected development, and they immediately stopped whatever they were doing and looked up. Toward the source of the chaos. What's happening? The most concerned was Prince Letvia, who looked up with a serious expression. Unlike the others, he was the most familiar with the structure of the pillar, and for it to shake this much, it was obvious that someone was breaching it from the outside. How is it possible for someone to be outside? Didn't His Majesty? A sudden thought crossed the prince, and his pupils constricted. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such a thought from his mind. No, it's impossible. There must be another explanation. Perhaps His Majesty had made a mistake. If that was even possible. However, the more the prince contemplated it, the more he came to the conclusion that such a scenario was extremely improbable. He refused to acknowledge such a scenario. Rumble. Rumble. The world that was contained within the pillar continued to shake, and Prince Letvia began to feel an increasing amount of unease regarding the unexpected circumstance. Such nervousness, however, didn't last for very long, as his eyes became sharp moments later. His shoulders quickly relaxed, and power started to course through his body. Worst comes, I'll deal with it. He looked around him and could feel the power that was coursing through his body. As he did so, his body began to float upward gently, and he looked behind him, where a number of other demons were. Follow me, we're going to be greeting a guest. His voice was soft, but it had a certain tone to it that made the demons behind him unable to refute his words as they floated up and followed him from behind. Crack. Not even a second after, his words faded, and the space above cracked. The crack in the sky began to widen, exposing a blue sky, and light began to pour through it, enveloping everything that was below it. Shortly after, two figures emerged from behind the azure-colored sky. A hazy black figure and what appeared to be a human woman. Appearing from behind the crack, they immediately attracted the attention of all those within, and everyone's gaze fell on them. Who do we have the honor of meeting? Meeting them, Prince Letvia placed his hand over his chest and bowed ever so slightly. His polite actions attracted the attention of those around him as they turned to look at the two guests with renowned interest. Even without taking into account the fact that they were able to create a crack in the pillar, the fact that the prince was treating them with such respect indicated that they were not typical people. It was unfortunate that the new party didn't answer as their gaze wandered around the world. Wherever his eyes paused, the area would come to a sudden standstill as a tangible pressure enveloped the area. If it wasn't clear before, it became certain now. Whoever or whatever the hazy figure was, they carried an immense amount of power that was out of their reach. Strange. While this was happening, the prince was also observing them. The first thing he noticed was that the human woman was weak. She seems to have the power of a duke-ranked demon. Perhaps even less. The same couldn't be said for the hazy figure. Unlike her, he actually felt a threat coming from him, and his expression stiffened at the thought as something crossed his mind. If he appeared from the outside, wouldn't that mean? It can't be that. No, how is this possible? There's no way His Majesty would be unaware of such an existence, it's simply impossible. He once again forced himself to dispel such dangerous thoughts from his mind. Is there anything that I can help you with? Why have you come here? If possible, the prince wanted to resolve this peacefully. Just standing before them. Regardless of who or what they were, the prince sensed an immense pressure bearing down on him. He wasn't particularly afraid of the power, but he did want to avoid engaging in combat with such a powerful adversary if it was at all possible. Is this enough? All of a sudden, the hazy figure spoke, and Prince Letvia froze. His words weren't directed toward him. So. Who was he talking to? Enough? What was enough? While Prince Letvia was confused, the shadowy figure slowly extended his palm, and 2 orbs appeared in his palm. This. He recognized the orbs in an instant, and his pupils constricted rapidly the moment he caught sight of them as chills ran through his body. How is this possible? He couldn't believe what he was seeing at this moment. He had to blink several times to ensure that he wasn't hallucinating, and when he realized that what he was seeing was real, his entire body stiffened. That. He raised his head to stare at the shadowy figure. How is this possible? How would His Majesty allow for someone like Yuk? Spurt. The prince was never able to complete his sentence. In the middle of it, he saw a certain hand piercing through his chest and dark blood dripping down toward the ground below him. He was horrified by the sight. You? When Prince Letvia turned his head to stare at the culprit, he was shocked to see that the one responsible was someone with whom he was familiar. Why? Too bad for the prince, the culprit's gaze had never been directed at him but at the shadowy figure that stood in the sky. Or, more specifically, the orbs in his hand. That's more than enough. It was there that the prince understood what had happened, and his entire expression started to distort. Traitor. If there was one thing the demons hated more than anything, it was someone who betrayed their own race, and a powerful force started to come out of his body. Whoom. He may have been injured, but he was far from dead. If he wanted to, he could still drag everyone down with him. Stop. Unfortunately, before he could even think of doing anything, an ancient voice reverberated through the air, and time stood still all around the prince. His body came to a halt in the middle of nowhere as golden runes floated through the air and clamped at his body. Unable to move, the prince was shocked to realize that the power entrapping him was something he was familiar with. One he'd just recently gotten his hands on, and something he deemed the pinnacle of all powers. How? Once again, more questions emerged in his mind as the situation turned once more. Sadly, they were questions he'd never get to know the answers of. Be glad that you didn't suffer like the others did. A hand reached out for his face, grasping his head entirely. Prince Letvia wanted to raise it, but under the restraint he was under, he was helpless. Given time and without injuries, he would have been able to escape, but alas, the situation made it impossible for him to do so. Feeling a rough hand grasp his face, the prince's vision grew dark. After that, a certain force within him escaped out of his body and began making its way slowly toward the hand that was grasping his face. No. He wanted to scream. Get away from the grasp, but it was no use. It's over. Never had he imagined that he, who stood at the peak of the universe, would die such a death. Truly. It was a familiar feeling. A feeling I had relieved twice by now, and I couldn't stop liking it. It felt refreshing, and my power steadily rose once more. Yuk. The prince's cries rang before me, and when I lowered my head to stare at him, our eyes met. Once our eyes met, I blinked my eyes once. He looked pitiful. Very pitiful. I also wouldn't be pleased if I died such a death. The thought of dying such a meaningless death at the hands of someone that you don't even know, and in a matter of a few seconds. It truly was pitiful, but that was what made it worth it. Staring at his face, which was unable to conceal his emotions, I felt my emotions churn as I clenched my fists even tighter and heard the air crackle with a certain cracking sound. Crack. Staring deeply into the prince's eyes, I nodded my head before pulling with my hand. Spurt. As I pulled his head away from his body, revealing a black core, blood immediately splattered all over me. Throwing his lifeless head away, I immediately grasped his core and squeezed it. Crack. The prince's body immediately faded after that, and silence reigned over the area around me. 2 orbs appeared before me, one yellow and one black, forming from the residue of the prince's body. I wasted no time and absorbed them both, relishing in the sensations they brought upon me. Taking in the sights around me, I took a deep breath before shifting my attention back toward Prince Valing. His hand continued to drip with the blood of the prince as he looked at me with a calm expression. You've made the right decision. It looks like I have. Prince Valing answered with a smile, his gaze lingering over where Prince Ledvia had previously been standing. It took defeating 2 pillar masters to convince him to join my side, but it was worth it. Thanks to his help, I was able to deal with one of the pillars a lot more easily than I anticipated. There were still 4 more to go, but at the very least, I knew that I could carry one for a little longer. This was good. Now then. I shifted my attention toward the other demons that were remaining. They stood where they were in utter shock, seemingly unable to understand what had happened. Perhaps they did but refused to acknowledge it. That didn't matter to me. Extending my hand forward, I channeled all of my mana. Rumble. Rumble. Let's start by getting rid of the rest. Chapter 828, Is This Enough? 3. Rumble. Rumble. Everything started to crumble the moment Prince Ledvia was defeated. The scene didn't go unnoticed by those beneath, as almost everyone was able to catch a glimpse of what had happened. Did we? The prince. It had all happened so fast that the demons beneath were unable to understand what had happened completely. You traitor. A scream suddenly spread across the sky. Bastard. How dare you betray our race? It was only after they heard an enraged shout in the air that they snapped out of it and focused their attention on a particular demon with long pink hair. It was none other than Prince Valing who took the scorn and hatred of the demons with a calm expression. Such expressions were the norm for him. There wasn't much that could unsettle someone like him. Beside him was the same hazy figure that killed Prince Ledvia. Underneath, on the main floating island, Jean tore his gaze away from Ren and looked to his right, where a demoness he was all too familiar with appeared. She was looking at the scene above with an incomparably serious expression. Are you sure about your decision? Priscilla nodded her head, tearing her gaze away from the scene and shifting her attention to Jean. It certainly wasn't easy, but... A bitter smile spread across her features. We didn't have much of a choice. Thinking back at what had happened a while ago, she could only bitterly shake her head. It truly was, not much of a choice from their end. Aside from what had happened with them in Kamankut, their positions were awfully obvious within the Sloth clan, and while they didn't dislike their position, they still wanted more. They were ambitious and had always dreamed of reaching a higher position. Since a chance presented itself, they chose to take it. They were not so foolish as to take the risk without first having some evidence to show them that it was a risk that would be worth taking. It was for this very reason that they had demanded that the human show proof before coming to the decision to join his side. The 2 cores belonging to the Pillar Masters. That was enough proof for them to take the gamble and join his side. Now then. She secretly sighed to herself, staring once again at the shadowy figure in the sky. We've placed our bets. We can now only hope that our gamble pays off. You've made a good choice. A voice brought Priscilla out of her thoughts, and when she turned her head, her gaze fell on 2 emerald-colored eyes. Oh. Is this your way of comforting me? No. Why would I? Jean took a step back, seemingly almost disgusted by her comment. For a moment, Priscilla thought about all sorts of things, many of which weren't very nice, but she managed to hold herself back. He's my supplier of sticks. I can't ruin our relationship just yet. So long as she managed to get those sticks. On the premise that we're allies, I won't do anything to you, but... Glancing at him from the corner of her eye, she extended her hand and opened up her palm. Moving her fingers, she nudged at him. Staring at her hand, Jean stood there blankly, unable to find the right words to say. He was utterly speechless. Has she become an addict? It seemed to be the case. Is it the nicotine? Is that what it is? Frowning, all sorts of thoughts started to cross Jin's mind, and silence reigned over the area they were in. Perhaps nicotine was the key to defeating all of the demons. Various thoughts crossed Jin's mind as plans started to formulate in his mind. Just where am I going to get all that nicotine from? Rumble. His thoughts, however, were broken by the sudden shaking of the pillar as the world around them started to crumble. As the floating islands around them began to collapse, water began to seep into the area beneath them. The ground beneath them began to fracture, and the island began to rock back and forth in the space all around them. What's happening? What's going on? Jean and Priscilla were both confused, and when they looked up, they were shocked to see massive cracks forming all over the cosmic skies of the world. See, crack. Behind the cracks, light filtered through. Once the cracks became larger, an azure-colored sky became more visible to the two of them, and soon, everything came crashing down at once. Crash. After hearing a sound that was reminiscent of a glass breaking, the world around them began to disintegrate, and they saw only white. Their bodies, which were standing on the island, suddenly lightened, and the two of them felt their bodies disappear into thin air. While they weren't completely aware of what was going on, if there was one thing they understood, it was that the pillar of sloth had crumbled. Clank. 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 The world around me crumbled and returned to how it was supposed to be. Clouds littered the sky, and light filtered through from the sun in the sky. What do we do now? It was Amanda's voice that brought me out of my thoughts, and I pondered for a moment before shifting my focus toward the nearest pillar. To the next pillar. Just like that. Is there anything else that we need to do? I only had one goal. Eliminate all of the pillars and absorb all of the Akashic laws from the demons. It wasn't an easy task, but having already dealt with 3 of the pillars, things were starting to become easier. Especially since my strength was increasing. What about those that came out from the pillar? Amanda drew my attention to the ground, and when I turned to look, I saw a number of residual pocket dimensions from which people emerged. As time went on, more and more people emerged into the open, and before long, the entire region was teeming with demonic beings as well as people belonging to the 4 races. Thankfully, at the moment, it was just the 2 of us outside. Prince Valing and the other demons weren't out, but I knew that they'd be out soon enough. Observing those that were coming out, I turned to look toward my left, and it was then that I noticed that there were several fights ongoing in the distance. Is this from the other pillars? Indeed, if I thought about it, apart from killing the leaders, I hadn't dealt with the remaining demons. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I had no time for them. Such a thing was troublesome. Oh wait. It was at that moment that I realized something and turned my head to look at Amanda. She looked back at me, and I nodded my head. That might work. What might work? Here. I didn't answer her and extended my hand toward her. Opening up my palm, I focused on the laws within my body and closed my eyes. Visualizing an image inside of my mind, I opened my eyes again and gathered all of the energy toward my palm, where slowly an orb floated. What's this? Just watch. As I kept my attention fixed on the orb I held in my hand, within a very short period of time, its form began to shift and change. My body ached and flickered at the fact that I was using the laws, but I endured the pain and continued to channel it. Eventually, the orb extended into a thin line of moderate thickness. This is. Amanda seemed to finally be getting an idea of what I was making as her eyes opened wide, and I clenched my fist. Done. I managed to mutter through my clenched teeth, bringing my hand toward her and passing over a small, translucent white arrow. Wah. Take it. Just take it. Amanda reached out with her hand, and the arrow moved over to her hand and floated on top of it. Her face lit up as a result of the faint glow coming from the arrow in her hand. I would have smiled had it been before, but I was in no mood to smile and nudged her with my head toward the demons in the distance. What are you waiting for? Okay. Getting the hint, Amanda's face turned serious, and she brought her bow out. How many can you hit? I'll try to get as many as I can. Just shoot the arrow, and let's leave after that. For those that survive, I'm sure our allies can deal with them. The sad reality was that I couldn't save everyone. I could only do my best to help them as much as I could, and this was part of that help. Whether they lived or died. It was something that wasn't within my immediate concern at the moment. Perhaps it would have been previously, but after what I saw. I no longer cared as much. What mattered at the moment was victory. Creak. Amanda's back slowly arched as she placed the arrow on the string, and as she did so, a tremendous amount of power began to radiate from her body. Her sudden burst of power attracted the attention of the demons that were coming out from below, but it was too late. Right when the string of her bow touched the corner of her mouth, Amanda let go of the string, and the arrow disappeared from the bow. Shio. The sky above tore, and all of a sudden, the surroundings turned quiet. When I turned my head to look around me, I was met with over a dozen demons. They had probably just noticed us after coming out of the pocket dimension, and all of them were of the prince and duke rank. The power they radiated was extremely powerful, but... Shio. 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 It suddenly started to rain. Chapter 829, Pillar of Greed, 1. I don't see anything. The mist is far too thick. Ryan muttered as he extended his hand, where a small device gently floated back into the palm of his hand. The device was compact, roughly the size of a Rubik's cube, and it featured complex circuitry all around its body. I've tried using the heat sensor in the drone, but that also doesn't seem to work. The fog seems to be hiding everything that is inside. What about sounds? An older voice echoed. It belonged to Leopold, who was standing beside him with a pack of gum in his hands. Bringing his hand toward his mouth, he started chewing on the gums. Have, MHM. The drones look for any sounds that are coming from beneath, munch, that would probably do the trick. I've tried. Ryan shook his head. It blocks everything. From sunlight to all electromagnetic waves and sounds. We're on our own. Well, that sucks. Leopold muttered, leaning back against one of the rocks behind him. He wasn't in a very good mood at the moment. Suddenly transported in such a world, he was lucky to have found Ryan close to him, but the same thing couldn't be said for his daughter, for whom he had no idea where she was. I hope she's okay. Such thoughts crossed his mind as he gazed ahead, where he saw a young girl standing, waving her hand at him. She looked exactly like his daughter but was merely an illusion. Dad, what are you doing over there? Hurry up. She sounded just like her, too. I'm glad Ryan's with me. He could only shudder at the thought of what would have happened had Ryan not been here with him. It was thanks to him that he was able to realize that it was all an illusion, and if not for him, he would have probably fallen into whatever trap was being laid out. Right now, he could only hope that she was fine, even if he knew that the situation they were in was rather dire. So, what do we do now? Leopold asked, raising his head slightly to look at Ryan, who seemed to be in deep thought. And indeed, he was, as he looked through his devices and eventually settled for a small flag. What's that? Wait. Moving around the flag, Ryan touched the pole, and it suddenly started to flutter. Almost immediately after that, the mist that had been surrounding them began to recede, even if only very slightly. I guess that works. A smile finally appeared on Ryan's face as he picked up the flag. Moving toward Leopold, he waved it at him. Come closer to me. So long as you're close to the flag, you won't have to worry about the fog around us. This should make our lives a lot easier. You're right. Leopold sighed in relief and moved toward where Ryan was. As soon as he came within range of the flag, the image of his daughter vanished, and he let out a sigh of relief. It was starting to get to him. It looks like you were right. Of course I am. Ryan rolled his eyes. Who do you think I am? Cocky, aren't we? And rightfully so. Fair enough. Just then, Leopold stopped speaking, and so did Ryan, whose smile disappeared from his face. The two of them sharply looked around them, and it wasn't long before they heard faint rustling sounds coming from the area around them. Rustle. Rustle. Immediately, over 10 black figures appeared around them and surrounded them. Both Ryan and Leopold's faces fell in response to what they saw, and Leopold spit out the gums that he had been chewing on. Pooh. Well, fuck. Her vision was obscured, and the only thing she could hear was the rhythmical sound of her footsteps crunching against the sole beneath her feet. What's going on? Emma wondered, looking around her and spotting the large, crooked trees around her. She had a very difficult time seeing because of the mist that blanketed everything around her, and she could only see a couple of meters in front of her at most. It had been quite a while since she appeared here, and despite the time she spent, she still hadn't figured out what was going on. Where am I supposed to go? Before continuing forward, she slashed with her short sword, leaving a faint mark on one of the trees beside her. I'm back. It wasn't until she realized that she had returned to the same spot as before that she finally came to a stop. The most convincing piece of evidence for that was the cut on the tree that was beside her. Frustrated, she stomped her foot on the ground. Damn it. What is this plaque? She never got to finish that sentence. Just as she was about to finish it, her pupils constricted, and her back bent backward. Swoosh. A black claw appeared in the area she previously was in, and in one swift movement, Emma juggled her short swords in her hand and crossed them right on the demon's head that had appeared out of nowhere. I got you. A smile crept up on her face as she looked at the demon above her. Finally, after who knows how long, she managed to trick the demon into coming out. Ever since she arrived at the spot, she had the distinct impression that someone was following her around and watching her every movement. It was faint, but she believed that her hunch was correct. Since she wasn't certain of where they were because of the fog, she decided to play along and lure them to her. It was a risky move, but one that paid out massively. If you answer my questions, I won't kill you. Her words were so icy that they sent shivers down the back of the demon, which slowly nodded its head in response. Good. Emma brought the short swords closer to the demon's neck. A faint pulse indicated that the core was right next to the blade of her short sword. One movement from her, and the demon would die. Where am I? What is this pillar of greed? How do I get out? Get out. The demon all of a sudden froze before turning its head toward Emma. You want to get out? Isn't that obvious? Frowning, Emma brought the ends of her short swords even closer to the demon's neck, and a faint black line appeared on the demon's neck. Coo. Emma was taken aback when, all of a sudden, the demon's body began to tremble and it broke out in an uncontrollable fit of laughter. You want to get out? Quahahaha. What's so funny? She pressed her short swords even more deeply into the demon's neck, but it did not stop laughing. In fact, the demon found the situation to be even more amusing. Just as Emma was about to kill the demon stopped and turned to look at Emma. There is no escaping from the pillar of greed. From the moment you stepped in, you've become our prey. The only escape for you is through DEA. Spurt. A head rolled under Emma's feet, and the body soon disappeared into thin air. Having dealt with the core, the demon died instantly. That was a waste of time. It was disappointing to know that her efforts to bait the demon were for naught. Well, not entirely. A hunting ground for demons, huh? That was the only thing she managed to make out of the conversation. Wasn't very much, but she understood a bit more about the situation. It looks like I'm not the only one here. That was great news for her. She had originally thought she was alone, but from the looks of things, it wasn't the case. Good, if I can find someone that I know, then the chances of surviving are higher. 2 was always better than 1, or at least for her. Turning her head to look left and right, she pressed her foot against the ground and darted off into the distance. With a goal in mind, she knew exactly what she needed to do. Asterisk. The world within the Pillar of Greed was vast. Emma didn't know for how long she ran, but as she moved around the fog, in hopes of finding a clearer patch of land, she ended up stumbling into what seemed to be a large waterfall. Splash. Splash. With the fog covering her vision, she couldn't see it properly, but she could hear it all right. It was unquestionably a waterfall due to the extremely loud sound of water being thrown back and forth in the distance. From the sound, it didn't seem too far from her. Without a second thought, she headed for it. The waterfall can serve as a good checking point given the fog. With no sight, the only thing they could rely on was hearing, and the waterfall was the perfect stop. Therefore, she didn't hesitate and just ran for the waterfall. What the? However, what she saw when she was close to the waterfall astounded her. An enormous skull was carved into the rock face of a mountain of considerable size. Its mouth was wide open, displaying its numerous large teeth, and murky red water dripped from its exposed mouth, heading toward what appeared to be a bottomless pit. What in the? The sight left Emma utterly speechless, as she didn't know what to do at the moment. What is this place? She truly couldn't fathom what it was, and just as she was having second thoughts, a hand pressed against her shoulder, and a voice that felt familiar to her echoed in her ears. Go. Huh. Emma's head slowly turned, and her gaze interlocked with a man with black hair and crimson-red eyes. He looked incredibly handsome, and when her gaze met his, she felt her heart stop for a reason. For some reason, he seemed familiar to her, strangely so, and yet, her mind blanked whenever she tried to recall his face. She couldn't. No matter how hard she tried. Her mouth trembled. Who are you? Chapter 830, Pillar of Greed, 2. Emma couldn't explain it in words, but the moment her gaze fell on the men that stood behind her, she found herself unable to speak. It was as if something was stuck at her throat, preventing her from speaking, and the empty feeling that she had been feeling for quite some time suddenly started to resurface once again. It drained her completely. Why, you? Who are you? She stumbled several steps back, staring at the smiling figure that seemed all too familiar to her, yet, at the same time, distant. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall him at all. It was just blank. Her mind was completely blank. Just what is happening? Who is he? Why do I feel this way? Her mind was a total mess, and she could barely think properly. The more she glanced at the figure, the more her mind became a mess, and she continued to step back. It wasn't out of fear, but due to the weird feeling that was eating at her chest. Ah. Ha. Something trickled down the side of her cheeks as she held onto her head with both hands. Just. Emma, calm down. It's me. Don't. He tried to reach out for her, but he was quickly stopped by Emma, who slapped his hand away from her. She glared at him fiercely. Don't take a single step toward me, stay where you are. At this point, she was at the point where she was practically screaming, and the pain in her head was starting to grow worse. She didn't know what was going on at that moment, but sudden images started to flash within her mind, and her head started to throb even more fiercely. Her hand reached for her shirt, and she gripped it tightly. Just what is happening? The longer the situation dragged on, the more she found herself wavering. No. Clenching her teeth, Emma gripped her short swords at her hips and, in one swift motion, pointed them toward the man that was standing opposite her. You. Mana started to flow out of her body as power started to radiate from her. Glancing at the fog that was surrounding her, she had a sudden idea. I get it now. It was the only explanation that she could think of at the moment. That was the only thing that could explain her sudden panic attack and reaction to the unfamiliar man that she had never seen before in her life. You must be a manifestation of whatever this fog is. She didn't speak further after that. With both short swords in hand, she pressed her foot against the ground, and her figure appeared before the men. She was quick. It took no time for her to arrive before him, and she slashed with her short swords. Swoosh. A pity that her weapon completely passed through the men who kept smiling at her. I knew it. Emma shouted, feeling relieved that her swords had passed through the men. Without a doubt, it proved her assumption, and she managed to calm down. It's an illusion. She reassured herself. Yet, for some reason, deep down, she felt a little disappointed at the thought. Why did you swing at me? Let's relax for a second. He said while looking down at her, his smile looking extremely sincere. It was such a gaze that made the empty feeling in Emma's heart grow, and she clenched her teeth. Shut up. She shouted, swinging her other short sword. Even though he was only a projection, the very fact that he was there unnerved her. He had to disappear. For her own sake. Swoosh. Yet again, it passed through his body, but Emma didn't care. Swoosh. 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 One swing after another, she kept on swinging. Her attacks would keep passing through his body, and he seemed relatively unharmed by whatever she was doing, but Emma just couldn't stop herself. She needed to vent at the moment, and each of her swings started to become progressively faster and stronger. Boom. So much so that the land beneath them tore apart, and the fog moved away for a brief moment. The thing that prompted Emma to stop was the fact that the figure remained where it was despite the disappearance of the fog, and her feet came to a sudden halt. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Her breath was extremely labored, and sweat trickled down the side of her face, but her gaze never wavered away from the figure as she continued to look at him. Why? Who are you? There were many things that she wanted to ask at that moment, but that was all she could manage to utter. She didn't know what to do at the moment, and all she could do was stare at him. Stare at him in hopes of him knowing something. Something that could explain the emptiness that she had been feeling for the past few years. She had believed that she had been able to subdue it, but at this very moment, it re-emerged more powerfully than it had ever been, and she desired nothing more than to understand why this was the case. Just what was this emptiness, and why did it grow stronger at the sight of him? My name is Kevin. It was just a name. A simple name. Yet. The moment he uttered those words, as if something within her snapped, a flood of memories started to resurface within her mind, and her mind blanked entirely for a moment. Thud. She soon fell to her knees, and a blank look appeared on her face. How. Her words were incomprehensible, and she appeared to have a look on her face that suggested she had just seen a ghost. Her mind. It wasn't in the right state, as she kept repeating herself. H.K. Evan. How? Memories continued to flood her mind, and something within her seemed to come close to snapping. Swoosh. It was right then that Kevin appeared right behind her. She didn't seem to notice him as her face remained blank, seemingly completely lost. Who would have thought? Kevin's voice suddenly changed to a raspy one, and his figure started to fade, revealing the features of an elderly demon with a long white goatee and a tuxedo. The cane, which he held in his right hand and used to assist him in maintaining his balance, sank into the earth beneath. His gaze was currently drawn toward Emma, and his eyes flashed with interest. Who would have thought? He muttered, his voice as soft as a whisper. Who would have thought that her body contained traces of the power that His Majesty had given me? While handing over the body of a young human girl with brown hair that reached her shoulders, Prince Solbacon issued an order to one of the demons that stood next to him. Take special care of her. Understood. A lanky demon came up behind the prince and grabbed the girl out of his hands before whisking her away from his line of sight. Staring at her figure, the prince's head cocked a little. I need to report this to His Majesty later. The fact that she had traces of the power that His Majesty had given him was a cause for concern. It wasn't exactly powerful, but there were traces of it, and that was also when he realized that her memories had been tampered with. He wasn't too sure who was responsible for the seal, but what concerned him the most was the power that was used to seal her memories. From what he could tell, the individual who had been responsible for placing the seal on her body was extremely strong. Perhaps even stronger than him, but even knowing that, the prince wasn't scared. I too can control the powers. With his hands behind his back, the prince set his cane to the side and moved forward. Tap. Tap. His calm steps echoed within the cave, and after walking for a couple of minutes, he stood by the edge of a large opening. With a bright light in the distance, he moved forward, and he was able to see what lay beyond the light. Not bad. A smile appeared on his face the moment he was able to see what was going on as he stood above a large cave opening. What attracted his attention was the large rune in the middle of the cavern that emitted a bright red light, and several people had been strategically positioned within the rune at various points. They were sitting in a cross-legged position, and their entire bodies had a husky appearance. As if they had been sucked out of everything in their bodies. Over here. Place them over here. We've captured another one. Through an opening beneath the cave, demons continued to move forward. They carried humans, orcs, elves, and dwarves and replaced them on the large rune in the middle of the cave that glowed brighter with each passing second. It looks like everything is proceeding smoothly. The prince was more than satisfied with what he was seeing. If there was a reason why he wasn't scared of the entity responsible for placing a seal on the human girl, it was because of the rune in the middle. So long as he managed to absorb the power that was building up within it, he feared no one. Not even His Majesty. That was, of course, on the premise that he was within the pillar and had a grudge against His Majesty, which he didn't. He held nothing but respect and admiration for him. Good, good. Nodding to himself a couple of times, the prince tore his gaze away from the rune and made his way back to where he came from. He had seen enough. It should take no longer than a couple of hours at most, by then. He couldn't stop himself from smiling at that point. Chapter 831, Beg Me, 1. The color blue dominated the world within the Pillar of Pride. A hazy, dark blue mist covered the entire landscape, with small peaks sprouting from beneath the mist. The world seemed tranquil, but within the blue mist, all sorts of colorful lights flashed from within. They carried different hues, and they flashed continuously. It wasn't until the mist suddenly split apart to reveal several figures that the tranquility that lay within the world broke apart. Arf! A loud shout reverberated through the air, and a powerful wave of mana burst forth from Octavius's hand. It directly shot toward a demon in front of him, and shortly after, the demon's figure disintegrated into nothing. Silence returned to the world after that, and just as Octavius felt himself relax, an urgent voice rang from behind him. Behind you. Boom. He didn't have enough time to react, and before he knew it, a powerful force blasted past his back, and he found himself hurling forward, eventually crashing against the hard ground beneath. Ock. Octavius groaned in pain, using both hands to help himself up. Shying. Shying. He could hear the sound of fighting behind him, and he just barely stopped himself from collapsing again. The force of the impact was a lot stronger than he had anticipated. I'm glad Gervis is with me. Who would have thought he'd have such thoughts? While he wasn't the same Octavius as in the past, he remembered everything that had happened in the past and didn't think he would work well with Gervis. He was wrong. Oi. Are you helping me or not? Gervis's voice broke him out of his thoughts, and Octavius disappeared from the spot, reappearing right in front of another demon. With his fist clenched, he threw a fist in the demon's direction, and a powerful blast reverberated through the air. Boom. The demon's body hurled back several meters after the contact, and Octavius moved to where Gervis was. Shying. Shying. Wearing his armor, Gervis was currently dealing with two prince-ranked demons at once, and even though he seemed to be having a hard time, Octavius could tell he wasn't disadvantaged in the least. With his large gun-like device and powerful shield that activated whenever a demon appeared, he wasn't prone to sneak attacks, making things a lot easier for him. His maneuverability was a bit questionable, but it wasn't anything to be worried about, considering the defensive mechanism installed in his suit. Boom. Arriving before one of the demons hounding Gervis, Octavius thrust his fist forward, and just by a few inches, he managed to hit the demon in the abdominal area. Yuck. Sensing the demon scattering away with an agonized scream, Octavius retrieved his fist. Octavius. At the same time, the demon crumbled into dust, Gervis' eyes sharpened, and the ray gun in his hand flickered with a green light as a powerful wave of mana sprouted in the air. It was a process that took several seconds, and under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult to pull off this move. However, he wasn't alone in this endeavor. Clank. Clank. With Octavius helping him, Gervis had no trouble gathering up the mana required to charge the weapon, and his weapon flickered even more wildly as a large hue enveloped the area they were in. The residual mana coming out of the gun killed all the weaker demons around them, leaving behind only the powerful ones who warily stared at Gervis's weapon. Many tried to interfere with his gathering process, but with Octavius next to him, it was of no use. Now. Gervis shouted, and Octavius disappeared from where he was. Whining. Almost immediately after that, an enormously powerful beam shot out of the gun in the direction of the demon, who was unable to react in time and was struck head-on as a result. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, the attack passed through every demon that it had a chance of meeting, and wherever it passed, it left nothing behind. This included the mist that parted along the path of the beam, finally revealing what looked to be a forest with trees that seemed to tower in the hundreds of meters. There were some demons that managed to dodge, but they were in the minority, as most of them died instantly from the beam. Shit. Seeing that he hadn't killed all of the demons, Gervis cursed and reloaded his weapon before hastily pointing it toward his right side. He felt something dangerous coming from there. Whining. Unfortunately, his attack missed completely. Careful. Right as he was getting ready to reload his gun again, a loud shout echoed behind him, and that was when Octavius appeared. Boom. A powerful force erupted from behind Gervis as Octavius's fist clashed against another first, and circular pressurized wind rings spread from the point of contact between the two attacks. Ach! The wind was so powerful that Gervis was forced to take several steps back. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he was surprised to see Octavius standing before him with a rough breath. Ha, ha, ha. That. In spite of his labored breathing, he appeared to be completely unharmed, which was not the case for the demon, who looked exhausted. Gervis wasn't one to waste time. Since the opportunity presented itself, he didn't waste a single second and pointed his gun toward the demon in front of him. His movements were swift, and pressing the trigger, a beam composed of mana shot directly toward the demon, who was only barely able to dodge the attack. Spurt. Still, it did manage to graze the demon, and that was all that Octavius needed. After materializing behind the demon, he pressed his hand against the creature's back and directed all of his mana into its back. Whoom. A terrifying wave of mana swept across the surroundings, and the demon's body vanished into thin air, leaving behind a dark core in the air. Without hesitation, Octavius reached out for the core. He had just firmly grasped it in his hand when, all of a sudden, he felt a subtle breeze, and his entire body lightened. Swoosh. I'll have to ask you to stop. He's a rather dear subordinate of mine. I wouldn't want him to die such a pathetic death. A voice that seemed to harmonize with the surroundings suddenly echoed, and Octavius's entire body stiffened on the spot. What happened? Why can't I move? It was much to his horror that Octavius realized that he couldn't move a single finger of his body. I'll be taking this. His heart dropped the moment he felt his hand lighten up, but at the same time, he was able to catch a glimpse of what the one responsible looked like, and his expression hardened. The first thing that hit him was the overwhelming presence he gave out. Standing before him, Octavius was reminded of his helpless days with the protectors and how strong they were. He had always thought that the only one who could ever reach the same level as the protectors was the Demon King, but it seemed like he had made a grave mistake. The demon that stood before his very eyes was one such existence, and despair filled every inch of Octavius's body. All of a sudden, a black hue sprouted out from the demon, and the core in its hand started to shake. Shortly thereafter, the core jumped out of its hands, and a demon materialized from it. I apologize for my incompetence, Prince Andrea. The demon apologized with their head lowered. One could tell from the tone of their voice that they truly felt remorseful about the situation. You were indeed quite incompetent. Prince Andrea nodded his head. He indeed found his subordinate to be quite incompetent. The fact that they had almost died at the hands of two inferior creatures. I'll deal with you later, we have more important things at hand. Prince Andrea turned his head to stare at Gervas and Octavius. Under his direct scrutiny, the two of them suddenly found themselves unable to breathe as a terrifying pressure bore down on them from all sides. Quite the prideful duo. Not bad. A strange praise, and the prince's mouth curled, if ever so slightly. I'll make it quick, then. He extended his hand to reveal two contracts that floated atop of his palm. Sign this, and join my side. How about it? The way the prince worded his words made it seem as though they had a choice, but Gervas and Octavius both knew that they had no such option. Either they accepted or they died. Heh. In the end, Gervas laughed. You said it best not long ago, right? He turned to look at Octavius, who turned his head to meet his gaze. If you know we're prideful, you should already be aware of our answers, right, Octavius? Opening his mouth, Octavius looked at the contract in the prince's hand and Gervas. He eventually closed his mouth and smiled. Your rig. Bang. Octavius never got to finish his words. Rigged as he was about to finish his sentence, a terrifying power erupted from the area beneath him and clamped at the back of his neck. Octavius. The sudden situation startled Gervas, who quickly drew his weapon, but it was a tad too late. Before Gervas could even fire his weapon, Octavius found his body hurling toward Prince Adrian's direction, and a fist soon came into contact with his chest. Bang. Whack. It was a pain unlike any other, and Octavius felt his chest cave in at the force of the impact. If that wasn't bad enough, the prince's grip on his neck didn't loosen, and a knee came hurling at his abdominal area, hitting him cleanly there. Bang. Ack. Spit and what seemed to be blood spilled out of his mouth as his back hunched. For a moment, he felt his heart stop and his vision blur. Whying. Thankfully, just as things were starting to get worse, a powerful force erupted from above, and he felt the grip over the back of his neck loosen, and his body hurl toward the ground beneath. Boom. Crashing against the ground beneath him, the corner of his eyes started to darken, and so did his consciousness, which was on the verge of slipping. Tap. 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 The last thing he heard was the sound of a couple of soft footsteps that stopped right before him. Beg me. Chapter 832, Beg Me, too. When you're going through a lot in your childhood, and it seems like everything is against you, you're bound to think negatively of everything. If that was how one would summarize Melissa's life in a nutshell, it'd be that. Melissa's childhood was completely devoid of any meaningful experiences, in contrast to the experiences of other children who were able to see their parents every day, eat with them every day, and play with them every day. Her world was nothing but bleak, and eventually, it morphed her into who she was today. A negative person. Everything that she came across, she viewed in a negative manner, and she couldn't help herself. The only thing she cared about was herself, as that was the only person she trusted. She had been alone throughout a major part of her life, who else could she trust but herself? It was just how she was, and she had come to terms with her personality. Yet. At this moment, staring at the figure that lay before her very eyes, her expression was complicated. It was the first time that she had seen him in this state. She had dreamed of this very moment many times. She frequently daydreamed about the time when she would be able to look down on her father, pleading for her help while he was laying on the ground beneath her. the situation. It was just like in her dreams, except for one part. "What are you waiting for?" Melissa said coldly, her eyes paused on her father's figure. She wasn't sure why exactly she was acting the way that she was, but that was of no concern to her at the moment. Her mind was clear. "Ask for my help. Beg me, and I'll consider it." Her tone was cold and, at the same time, carried a certain arrogance to it. She wanted nothing more than to have this man beg in front of her. Nothing would satisfy her more than seeing him grovel before her with his head bowed and pleading for something. Anything. Finally, she could show him that she was just fine without him. Yet. "Why aren't you saying anything? Do you not want to live?" He remained silent and merely looked at her without saying anything else. His eyes were clear as he sat there with his back propped up against a tree. "Come on. What are you waiting for? Beg me." As Melissa's mind became increasingly obscured by a particular sensation that penetrated deeper and deeper into her bones, so did her voice, which became increasingly agitated. "Tell me that you want my help, and I'll gladly help you." At this very moment, Melissa was venting all of the animosity that she had built up over the years toward her father. For treating her like the shit that she was and neglecting her for the shit that she was. She desired the sense of accomplishment that would come from seeing the men groveling at her feet after everything that he had done to her. She needed that satisfaction. Nevertheless, she still found herself sneakily retrieving her potions from her dimensional storage space. She wasn't so self-centered that she'd kill the one and only chance they had of getting out of this place, despite the fact that she wanted to make the men in front of her beg as badly as she could. Whatever was eating up her mind, it didn't completely destroy her rationality. Just as she was about to hand out the potions, she was stopped by him. "No, I don't need it." "What?" When she looked at him, Melissa's mouth suddenly went dry. For some reason, she couldn't help herself from saying anything as he slowly stood up, albeit weakly. "Ugh." He seemed to be struggling quite a lot, but for some reason, he stubbornly forced himself to stand. "Let me." "No." Melissa offered to help, but she flat out refused. This pissed her off, but in the end, she remained quiet. His gaze made it hard for her to say anything. Her mouth would go dry whenever she tried to speak. "What is it? What are you trying to do?" She eventually managed to ask, her arms crossed in front of her. From the corner of her eyes, she could see lights flashing above, and thus she didn't understand why he was still wasting her time with her. Thump. Huh. What happened next utterly stumped her, as her entire body stiffened. What are you doing?" Melissa was left completely flustered for the very first time in a very long time as she fumbled her way through finding the right words to say. But when she turned her head, she soon stopped struggling. With his head resting against her shoulder, Octavia stared right at her. He looked in utter peace at the moment, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt true emotions in his eyes. Before she could open her mouth to say anything, Octavius closed his eyes, and his figure disappeared. "As much as you think I didn't, I've always been proud of what you've achieved, even when it looked like I didn't care." His words were like lightning bolts to Melissa's ears as her figure froze on the spot. When she snapped out of it, she realized he was long gone, and her head snapped upwards. "Hey, wait!" Melissa tried to call out for him, but it was already too late. A bright light flashed in the sky, and the battle above became even more intense. Boom. Ark, shit. As Gervais slammed violently against the ground, he let out a loud curse. The force of the impact made his entire body hurt, and he had a hard time breathing as a result of how badly he had been knocked around. Cough, cough. Coughing several times, he looked up at the sky, and his expression changed. When the figure of a demon slowly descended from above, he felt a dryness in his throat. I thought I was strong, but... Gervais, who stood atop the dwarven realm, experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he stared at Prince Andrea from below. He was just at a level he could never hope to achieve in his entire life. What made him despair even further was the thought that there were 6 more monsters just like him roaming across the world. They truly are monsters amongst monsters. The feeling just one gave him was one of utter despair, and he could only look up with indignity. Such was the gap between them. "What do you say about joining me?" The prince once again offered. An offer that Gervais had already spat on before and one he'd spit on again. "I'm good." Whoom. Forcing himself up, Gervais loaded his weapon and fired right at Prince Adrian. The force of the attack made the air around it twist, and an explosion rang in the air. Bang. The blow struck the prince directly in the middle of his body, and a colorful blue cloud began to billow into the air above. It came as a result of the residual mana from the attack. Did I get him? Gervis muttered in hope, staring at the blue cloud that started to settle down. Ah. Gervis's expression froze moments later. Impossible. It came as a great shock to him when the residual mana was finally gone and he realized that the prince was, in fact, still alive, and the fact that the prince seemed to have suffered little to no harm from his attack only made the situation more terrifying for Gervis, who struggled to keep himself composed. That wasn't too bad. Overhearing the demon's words from above, Gervis felt his skin grow cold. They sounded like soft and enticing whispers that crept right into his mind, affecting his composure. Was that the best you could do? Swoosh. He had no idea when the prince materialized in front of him, but all it took was a single blink of his eyelids to find him standing before him. You. Gervis was quick to react and attempted to quickly pull his gun and aim it at the prince, but just as he touched his weapon, a hand came pressing upon it from above. At. A long, slender hand grasped Gervis's weapon, and as its fingers gently coiled around it, he was unable to move it at all. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Why the struggle when you know fully well that you can't even beat me? The prince's words continued to echo within Gervis's mind, almost as if trying to tempt him into giving up. On multiple occasions, Gervis found himself almost giving in to the temptations, but through sheer power, he was able to stop himself from falling for them. Ho. Such tenacity astounded the prince, who found him even more pleasing to the eyes. Such pride. I really am starting to like you. Indeed, the more Gervis struggled, the more Prince Andrea found him pleasing to the eyes. If before he was merely testing the waters, he was now sure. He wanted him on his side. What's the point in struggling? Just sign the contract and join my side. Don't throw away your life like the poo. Halfway through his sentence, the prince felt something wet smack against the side of his cheek, and his entire expression froze. Raising his hand and wiping at his cheek, his expression morphed dramatically, and when he looked down at Gervis, who was looking at him with a smile, power started to flood out of his body as he found himself unable to hold back anymore. This is a little gesture I learned from the humans. Especially when Gervis raised his hand and threw a middle finger at him. Fuck you. Fine then. Yucca. Grabbing Gervis by the throat, the prince raised his hand and exposed his sharp nails toward it. Swoosh. Just as his nails were about to pierce Gervis's throat, he felt something from behind him, and when he turned, he was surprised to see a certain figure. It was the human from before. Aren't you the human from before? You didn't run away. That surprised him a little. Another good seedling. Are you here to save your little friend? Walk. His grip on Gervis's throat tightened, and Gervis groaned. Unexpectedly, however, just as he was about to open his mouth again, the human spoke. I wish to sign the contract with you. Chapter 833, Beg Me, 3. As much as you think I didn't, I've always been proud of what you've achieved, even when it looked like I didn't care. There was truth in the words he said to her. It may not have looked like it, but he had always been proud of what she had achieved. He may not have shown it because of his circumstances, but he was proud. He had always been. The feeling only grew stronger when he could feel himself again. He couldn't have been more pleased with her accomplishments, and the fact that she handled everything on her own made him even prouder. He was glad she was doing well. Well, for the most part. He knew that he couldn't go back in time and undo the harm that his neglect had caused her. When he thought about her past and how his actions had harmed her, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. She had been through a lot in her life. Especially for someone her age. Growing up without a family, she must have truly been lonely. He had never sought forgiveness or expected to receive it. It stung, and now that he knew how to feel emotions again, his life was filled with nothing but pain. Strangely enough, he didn't hate it. Compared to the times when he felt nothing but numbness, this was much better. He at least felt something. It hurt, but at the same time, he felt better than ever. His mind had never been clearer, and staring at the prince before him, he had already made up his mind. When he looked down, he could still see her looking up at him from below, and he found himself smiling. Yeah, this is how it should be. Aren't you the human from before? You didn't run away. The prince seemed rather surprised by his sudden appearance. Gervis too, but for another reason. You, what are you doing? The way Gervis looked at him changed, but Octavius paid him no mind and continued to gaze at Prince Adrian. I would like to make a contract with you. The glare that Gervis was casting became even more intense, but the prince stopped him from saying anything by waving his hand at him and smacking him toward the ground. Bang. He then proceeded to look at Octavius. So you'd like to form a contract with me, huh? Prince Adrian studied Octavius from top to bottom. At first glance, he wasn't too bad. A tad bit worse than the dwarf, but overall, he wasn't too bad. To have reached his rank while being a human was a testament to his talent and his gaze. He quite liked it. Prince Adrian extended his hand, where a contract appeared. Very well, since you're interested in signing a contract, I won't stop you. He offered it without much thought. He was good enough to join his side. Thank you. Octavius nodded his head, staring at the contract in front of him. Don't you dare. From the side, he could hear Gervis's muffled words, but he paid no attention to them and grabbed the contract in front of him. Whoom. It erupted with demonic energy as soon as his hand touched it, engulfing him from head to toe. Despite the fact that he had not yet signed the contract, he was already able to sense the force that emanated from it. It was very powerful. More powerful than he could have ever conceived of being. Go on, sign it. The prince's words echoed close to him, sounding like soft whispers and tempting him even further. Octavius fixed his eyes on the contract in front of him for a moment before putting it down and turning his attention to Prince Adrian. He smiled softly at him. Ryup. And with one swift movement, he tore the contract in half, completely freezing the atmosphere. The prince's expression froze with the atmosphere, and he looked at Octavius in utter bafflement. That was when Octavius chose to speak. I didn't say I wanted to sign the contract because I wanted to sign the contract. I only said it because I wanted to get close enough to you to do this. Octavius extended his hand and revealed a white orb. Golden runes emanated from the orb as they rotated like satellites around it in a clockwise motion. Wait, that power. The prince's expression changed drastically the moment the orb appeared, and Octavius smiled. Yes. It's exactly what you think it is. Crack. After he shattered the orb that he was holding in his hand, the entire world became white, and golden runes flooded their surroundings, completely enveloping the prince in their entirety. Wait. How is this possible? Although the prince attempted to put up a fight as his own golden runes emerged from his body, his efforts were fruitless. The golden runes whirled around him at a speed that was even greater than the one he was starting to produce, and they wrapped themselves tightly all over his body. Howda, MHHHH. His entire figure froze on the spot, and the surroundings turned quiet from that point on. The golden runes kept wrapping and circling around his body, stopping him from doing anything. Still, if one paid close attention, the golden runes around his body dimmed considerably with each passing second. It was clear that even though the prince was trapped, his predicament would not last for very long. Phew. As soon as Octavius used the orb, his entire body began to shrink, and he had a hard time maintaining his balance. From a man who was in the prime of his life, he slowly turned into a frail and old man. Such was the consequence of using the laws that didn't belong to you. But that didn't matter to Octavius as he weakly moved toward the prince. He weakly placed his hand over the prince's shoulder and looked down. That was when his gaze paused on a certain girl who was looking back at him. He smiled at her. This is how it should be. He had been a terrible father then, and a terrible father now. Perhaps he was never meant to be a father to begin with. Or perhaps he just wasn't ready to be one. Still. Staring at Melissa for one last time. Octavius really did see her figure overlap with someone he used to know, and something trickled down the side of his cheek. They truly are alike. It was too bad Melissa had never gotten to meet her. His vision warped with images of them as a happy family. As a family that they never were, and the thought ached him even more. Cr. Crack. Octavius was deep in thought when he was startled out of his musings by a loud cracking sound. When he looked up, he saw that the golden runes that had encircled the prince were beginning to disintegrate, which meant that the prince would soon be free once more. Realizing that he didn't have much time left, he looked at Melissa once more, engraving her face into his mind before silently nodding at her. Goodbye. I love you. He was only able to utter the first word. He found himself unable to say the last three. He didn't feel like he had the right to say such words to her, and shortly after that, the world turned completely dark. Not before hearing the sound of his own body exploding. Boom. Earth. Kill. Charge out and kill all those bastards. As the demons charged out from the pocket spaces that remained over the broken pillars, the sky darkened, and a sound like thunder rumbled through the air. Rumble. Rumble. Arc. Arc. Shio. 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 Suddenly, a shower of arrows began to rain down from the skies, striking the demonic horde with deadly precision. Each arrow contained a certain golden rune, and their tips glimmered with an otherworldly light. The demons howled in fury as they were struck down one by one, but their numbers seemed endless. Even as the arrows continued to rain down upon them, the demons fought on, driven by their large numbers and their hunger for victory. The members of the Alliance who were standing on the ground looked up in awe and wonder at the incredible scene that was playing out in front of their eyes. When they saw how the arrows were bending away from them, they realized that they didn't have to worry about getting hit by them as they charged forward in the battle. Charge. Attack the demons. All of this unfolded right before my very eyes as I turned to look at Amanda next to me. Her complexion was extremely pale, and sweat trickled down her forehead. Are you all right? No. Amanda shook her head at my question. She began to show signs of aging right in front of my very eyes not long after that, but as soon as I pressed my hand against her shoulder, she was able to quickly return to her normal self. Such was the toll that the laws took on the human body. Coating her body with the laws, her complexion gradually returned to normal. What was that power? Amanda wondered, looking at me from the side. I was just about to answer her when I suddenly felt something and turned to look toward a distant pillar. A faint projection appeared in front of me. It was soul linkage, and there I was able to get an idea of what had happened in that pillar. He really did it, huh? I closed my eyes for a moment. With Melissa being one of the people I put the link on, I knew exactly why he did what he did. It was because she was there. I was somewhat prepared for what was to come because I was the one who gave him a small portion of the laws. It was back during the time when everyone was about to migrate to Amora, and he came to me asking for them. I knew in that instant what exactly he was planning, but I didn't stop him. The decision he took was one he had taken long before this day, and had only now put into action. I didn't really know how to feel at the moment. What happened? Well, I have to go. The opportunity presented itself, and I knew that I had to move. I opened my eyes again and looked at Amanda. When I looked at her, I had a sudden thought, and I found myself frowning at the thought. It was a dangerous idea, but what if? Chapter 834, Beg Me, 4. It all happened so quickly, but when she felt his gaze fall on her for just a split second, time seemed to come to an abrupt halt, and so did her world. His expression was the same as usual, a little aged. Perhaps a little different, but it wasn't so different from how it had always been. Yet, for some reason, in that moment, it felt as though that simple gaze told her 1,000 words. He nodded at her and said something. She couldn't quite make out what those words were. That was because she knew exactly what he was going to do, and in that moment, her mind blanked. Her usually brilliant mind blanked, and she dully stood on the ground, staring up toward the sky, which was soon enveloped by a brilliant white light that came directly from her father's body. It enveloped the sky in its entirety. Boom. That was the last thing she saw before a terrifying explosion covered the sky, and she was hurled a great distance away from the scene. Bang. She collided with a tree, and if it weren't for the protective shield that materialized around her just as she was about to make contact with the tree, she likely would have sustained significant injuries. Ugh. With a groan, she forced herself to look up, and that was when she realized that the mist that had blanketed the sky previously had completely disappeared. Her mind, which seemed stained with something moments prior, seemed to clear up. But none of that concerned her at the moment. What she was concerned about was something else, and she hastily looked around in the sky for any signs of him. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find him. In fact, she couldn't see anything, and her legs started to go numb. That was until a hand pressed against her shoulder and a familiar voice reached her ear. He's gone. What? When she turned her head, she caught sight of a hazy, almost transparent figure. Who are you? She thought he sounded familiar, but the way he looked, was that really who she thought he was? It's me. His voice was hoarse, almost feeble, but when he turned his head and their eyes met, Melissa understood that it was really him. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Were you here originally? No. He shook his head and stared into the distance. Toward a spot where she couldn't see. Are you really fine? Melissa didn't answer. It was a question she didn't know the answer to. Was she fine? She didn't feel very much. And that was a problem. She just felt empty. And she didn't know why. She just did, and found everything hard to process. I don't know. She was eventually able to mutter those words. Taking out her glasses, her vision started to blur, and she found herself unable to see what was ahead anymore. In all honesty, she could have had her eyesight fixed a long time ago. Be it a potion or surgery, she could have. She was rich and was smart enough to produce a potion that could fix her eyesight. She just didn't want to. There were times when her blurred vision would stop her from feeling people's gazes on her and give her peace of mind. There was no one around her at the moment apart from Ren, but even so, she didn't want to keep her glasses on. She didn't want to see what was above her anymore. She's surprisingly calm. The thought crossed my mind when I stared at Melissa beside me. At least, that was what I was able to perceive from her on the outside. Whether she was truly calm, I wasn't too sure, but I didn't have time to care. My entire body was writhing, and the pain that was permeating every part of me was making it difficult for me to maintain any semblance of sanity. It's good that he made things easier for me. When I looked up and stared at the area above me, I knew that things weren't over yet. Still, the situation was very advantageous for me at the moment. Especially since I was in no state to properly fight at the moment. There was something that I had to do before coming here, and that took almost everything from me. But it was worth it. Swoosh. With the sudden blurring of my vision, I appeared before a certain area in the sky and looked around me. That was until my attention was eventually drawn to a dark spot in the sky. It was writhing in the air, and the skeleton of a figure was gradually beginning to take shape as it did so. I didn't waste a second and arrived before it. It looks like I've arrived on time. I pressed my hand against the blob, and the moment I made contact with it, I felt a soothing energy spread throughout my entire body from head to toe. My body, which was briefly disappearing and then reappearing, started to take shape again, and the excruciating pain that had been pulsating through every part of me started to subside. It was a scene that I had experienced a couple of times already, and my comprehension of the laws started to increase at the same time. The more I was able to comprehend, the more I found myself able to use Kevin's old powers. It was also thanks to that I was able to get into the pillar without destroying it from the outside. It still took a little toll on me, but it was a necessary struggle. Who are you? While I was enjoying the warm sensation, I heard a certain voice, and when I looked down, I saw that the blob had transformed into a demon. His expression was anything but friendly, and the power that radiated from his body was also nothing to scoff at. With that being said, should you really be talking to me when you're in that state? I placed the palm of my hand against the demon's shoulder, and immediately he froze in place. Golden runes whirled all around the area where the prince and I were standing and wrapped themselves tightly around his body. My breath left my body, and I found myself struggling to keep my composure. In spite of this, I cast my gaze off into the horizon and nodded my head. Whoom. A blue light headed our way and enveloped the entirety of my vision. A powerful force soon enveloped the area that the demon and I were in, and everything turned silent. I wasn't sure for how long things were like that, but when my sight returned, I found myself standing in the middle of the air with two black orbs levitating in front of me. It took a while for it to sink in, but pain unlike anything I'd ever felt before started to cover every inch of my body. HAAA. I struggled to keep my breath in check and had to take several large gulps of air in the process. It was for a short moment, but the pain that came upon the complete destruction of my body almost made me faint from the pain. Ever since the war had started, the only thing I felt was pain, and I was starting to wonder, just when exactly was I going to get used to this pain? I wanted to get used to this pain. Are you all right? It was Gervas's voice that broke me out of my thoughts, and when I turned to look at him, I shook my head. No. The pain I was experiencing wasn't something I could describe with words. I was anything but okay. Still. I was still hanging there. Is it over? Gervas asked, looking at the two orbs in the sky. I shook my head again and extended my hand to where the orbs were floating. It's not over until the core over here is destroyed. I was able to feel the demonic energy that was pulsating from the core as soon as I got a hold of it and held it in my grasp. The other orb, on the other hand, softly moved toward my mouth, and I quietly ingested its content. Once more, I was engulfed in a whole world of pain, but I bore with it. It was a lot lighter than the other pain I felt. Crash. Only once I finally managed to ingest all of the contents within the orb did I finally clench my hand and smash the core in my hand. Rumble. Rumble. The entire pillar began to shake almost instantly after that, and the world contained within it showed signs of collapse. I turned to look at Gervis for a brief moment before looking down at Melissa below. Do me a favor and bring her out with you, La. I had to stop myself mid-sentence. All of a sudden, a projection appeared right before my very eyes, and all it took was one glance to understand what had happened. My heart sank. I'm sorry. Wait, Wah. Those were the only 2 words I was able to utter before waving my hand and disappearing from the spot. Chapter 835, Ryan's Mind, 1. Pillar of Greed. It was dark and damp. A musty smell of damp earth and rocks filled Ryan's nostrils as his eyes slowly opened up. Blinking a couple of times, he noticed that he couldn't quite see very far. The dim lighting around him made it difficult to see beyond a few meters. When he reached out with his hand, he felt a rough and uneven surface. A cave. That was the first thought that crossed his mind as he felt the sides of the walls. Drip. Drip. The sound of dripping water echoed in all directions in the space he was in, further reaffirming his original assumption. Right when he tried to move, he noticed that his feet were bound to something and that the little mana inside of his body had been completely sealed. Shit. Letting out a curse, he squinted his eyes and noticed a small bracelet on his ankles. They were firmly clamped at his ankles and were rather thick. About the size of his forearms and made it impossible for him to move properly. This is bad. He knew instantly that the situation was not good. It was also at that moment that he recalled what had led to his sudden appearance over here, and his expression changed. Leopold. He called out, hoping to receive some sort of answer, but it was much to his dismay that he realized that he was the only person inside the cave. Crap. Ryan started to worry a little. Although Leopold was stronger than him, he didn't know what was currently happening and was understandably worried. That being said, Hugh. All it took was a single breath for Ryan to calm himself down. He had been on many dangerous missions in the past, and this wasn't any different. After calming himself down, Ryan closed his eyes and started to ponder over his options. While he wasn't like Ren and didn't have a chip inside of his brain, he was still a genius in his own right. Several different scenarios popped up in his mind, and it wasn't long before a plan formulated inside of his mind. I guess that could work. He opened his eyes. Unlike before, his gaze was calm, and no longer was he nervous like a few moments prior. Now then. Fiddling his tongue around his teeth, his tongue settled over the furthest tooth on his bottom right side, and his expression cringed a little. Crack. With a low snapping sound, his tooth came undone and fell directly onto the ground. The process was rather quick, but it still hurt a little. Turning his head to stare at the tooth in front of him, Ryan moved his body forward a little, and he picked the tooth with his tongue. Who would have thought I'd have to use this? It's good that I came prepared. Although his mana was sealed, he had installed a mechanism within the tooth that enabled him to access the contents without the need to use mana. Tick. Tick. It took him about 20 seconds, and within that time, the tooth had completely changed into a tiny black box. Tapping onto it with his tongue, Ryan was able to catch a glimpse of a myriad of different items. I guess Ren's nagging wasn't useless. He had originally made this for Ren, but he had also made one for himself and the others. He never would have thought he'd need to use it, but as luck would have it, he indeed found himself in a situation where he needed to use it. Even though his main dimensional space was taken and he was stripped of all his possessions, he wasn't necessarily as hopeless as he would have been. Click. Easier than I thought. After disabling the bracelet that was on his ankle using one of the items in his dimensional space and making sure that it didn't trigger the alarm, Ryan finally let out a sigh of relief. That was nerve-wracking. As composed as he was, he had been nervous the entire time. One wrong move, and everything would go up in the air. Since he valued his life, during the process he found himself sweating more than he had ever done during an intense workout. Thankfully, everything worked out, and nothing happened. That was what mattered the most, and he pressed his hands against the ground, helping himself up. I wonder how they designed the bracelet. Taking the bracelet out, Rain started to study it. He understood that knowing the mechanism behind it was extremely important for his next course of action, and so he spared no second to study it. I wonder what this circuit does. Is this the one that connects to the mana disruptor, or is it? And so, even though time was tight, Ryan spent the next couple of hours just staring blankly at the bracelet in his hands. He imprinted every circuit within his mind, and he forced himself to understand everything that was going on inside of the artifact. Once he was done stretching his body, he took out a small artifact from his dimensional space. It was the same shotgun-like artifact that belonged to Leopold. He may or may not have stolen it from him. Not that it mattered since he had several spare ones. What a waste of a core. Retrieving a small core from his dimensional space, he placed it over the artifact and activated it. A gentle glow formed on the artifact in his hand. This will do. Given the disparity in strength between him and Leopold, it was a given that he had to use a core to supplement the use of the artifact. He would never be able to make use of the artifact if it weren't for the core. This way. With his mana restored, he could now see better within the darkness, and that was when he noticed a small opening that was sealed by an iron door. Approaching it carefully, Ryan peeked through the small gap above, and that was when he caught sight of two demons standing guard. They look rather strong. He couldn't exactly tell, but they were certainly stronger than him. Not as strong as Leopold, though. He could at least say this much. That's good. Had they been stronger than him, then the situation would have been a lot more difficult. Ryan shifted his focus to the iron door while sticking his tongue out and bent over to place a small device over the top of it. The device's 8 legs appeared to be clamping down on the metallic door in a manner that was eerily reminiscent of a spider. CL. Click. Pressing the buttons and trying to make the least sound possible, the gadget activated, and the 8 legs clamped harder on the metallic door. Each of the legs emitted a minuscule red light from its base, and this light began to revolve around the device in a clockwise direction. A small red circle formed on the iron door shortly after, and once the legs rotated twice, Ryan put the gadget away. Looks like they haven't noticed. Since the machine was designed to be extremely quiet and unnoticeable, Ryan was able to create a small opening on the door without being noticed by the demons. So long as he gave it a light knock, it would fall, and an opening would appear. Standing up, he looked toward the 2 guards from the opening above, and he knocked at the door once. He didn't bother ducking down and just stared at them from the small opening above. Talk. Who? Even though it was a soft knock, it was enough to immediately draw the attention of the 2 demons who were standing guard. Both of their heads snapped around to look in his direction. What was that? Hey, look. They soon took notice of Ryan, whose eyes were fixed on the 2 demons. He can move. How is this possible? Did the band malfunction? The demons seemed rather shocked by the fact that Ryan was able to move and get to where they were, but that shock didn't last for long as the 2 approached the opening. How did you G? The demon never got to finish that sentence. Clank. Right as the 2 approached the door, Ryan knocked on the area where the gadget had previously been placed, and a piece of the door fell. In that split second, he positioned the shotgun so that it covered the gap that had appeared and pulled the trigger on it with his left hand. Bang. Ack. Irk. The power that the shotgun held proved to be a little too much for the 2 demons, who were blasted into pieces as multiple holes appeared on their bodies. Oh wow. Even Ryan was astounded by the shot's power, but he didn't let it affect him and pushed the door open to let himself out. Clank. Shortly after that, he moved toward the 2 demons and retrieved another gadget from his dimensional space. The gadget was merely a small pen that he used to skin the bodies of the 2 demons before retrieving their cores. I hope this works. Click. Clicking on the top of the pen, Ryan felt a small vibration coming from the pen. It continued to vibrate for the next couple of seconds before stopping, and when it did, a small light burst forth from the top, enveloping Ryan completely and changing his whole structure. In a matter of seconds, his skin turned dark and his body became taller. 2 horns emerged from the top of his head, and shortly after that, 2 wings materialized on his back. Taking out a mirror, Ryan looked at himself and nodded in satisfaction. Good. What he had done was merely create a hologram that overlapped with his figure, enabling him to look like a demon. Although it was not the most suitable approach that he could take, given the circumstances, it was the most appropriate approach. Placing the pen in his pocket, Ryan put one of the demon cores away and crushed the other one. Whoom. A wave of demonic energy burst forth shortly after crushing the core, and beckoning it with his hand, the demonic energy started to move and coat Ryan's body. Instantly, his body started to emit the aura of one of the demons he took down. While it closely resembled the demon's aura, it wasn't the same. There were subtle differences. If one paid close attention, they'd notice that the demonic energy that was coating his body was thinning by the second, but that didn't really matter to Ryan. He wasn't planning on staying for much longer. Now then. Clank. With everything in check, he closed the door behind him and rubbed his hands. He didn't even bother hiding his traces, he just left. To find Leopold. Chapter 836, Ryan's Mind, 2. The internal structure of the underground cavern was massive. Ryan couldn't count the handful of times he had taken the wrong path and headed toward a dead end. It was starting to get to him. Not this one either. Staring at probably what seemed to be like the 10th dead end, Ryan sighed in frustration and glanced at his phone. There was a single red dot displayed on the screen, and that was where Ryan was currently headed to. That was where Leopold was being held, and while he knew the exact direction of where he was, finding him was starting to prove to be a more difficult task than he had anticipated. In a maze, just knowing where someone wasn't enough. If only he was somewhere more open. The fact that he was inside a massive underground network made it hard for Ryan to find the correct path, but he wasn't completely hopeless. When he reached a new one, his phone would trace his steps so that he could see exactly where he was going and the places he had been in the past. Although he did run into a lot of dead ends, this helped him stay on track and stopped him from going to the same places twice. He was steadily making progress, but still. Ugh. Ryan groaned out loud. This is so frustrating. Time was of the essence, and he was wasting a lot of time finding the right path. When he looked at his body, the demonic energy that had been encircling him had practically disappeared, and he no longer felt like a demon. If he were to meet a demon, he'd instantly be found out. How annoying. The situation was anything but pleasant. Despite that, Ryan could only grit his teeth and take out another demon core. This one belonged to the second demon he killed. Crack. Crushing it in the palm of his hand, he repeated the process from before and once again trekked on. No point in complaining. If I don't hurry up, things might turn for the worst. I need to hurry up. Asterisk. Bingo. Ryan didn't know for how long he had walked, but after a couple more dead ends, he finally found the correct route, and he was shortly exposed to a large opening that was filled with thousands of metallic doors. He was still quite a distance away from it, but he was able to see everything properly with the aid of a certain device. Well, shit. Ryan's face fell the moment he noticed the numerous doors. Unlike his cell, the area was far more secure, with thousands of different demons patrolling the area. They all emitted intimidating auras, and Ryan knew that even Leopold was no match for them. If he were to be caught by them, he could only shudder at the thought. It's fine. It's fine. I can do this. Ryan had already thought things through before, and what he was seeing was within his calculations. Scanning around, his eyes paused on a certain door in the distance, and taking a deep breath, he remained where he was. He didn't feel that the time was ripe yet and remained where he was for the next couple of hours. Ryan wasn't idle for those couple of hours. During that time, he made a concerted effort to eavesdrop on the conversations that were taking place and to assimilate all of the information that he was learning from those around him. The endeavor proved extremely useful as he started to get a better idea of how the system over here worked, and what exactly was going on. While he wasn't aware of the reason they were gathering prisoners, he knew that none of them were going to be kept there for long as he'd see demons routinely approaching the cell doors and taking out the prisoners. The rest of what he heard was rather useless, but that didn't concern him as he had heard enough. He was prepared to make a move. I still have some demonic energy covering me, so I should be fine. After confirming that the demonic energy that surrounded his body was still stable, he nodded his head with an unwavering determination. He was ready. Tap. The moment his foot stepped into the area, he felt countless eyes fall on him, and his entire back was drenched. Even so, with a stoic face, he continued to move toward where Leopold was being held. He ignored the gazes and continued forward. This seems to be work. Stop there for a second. A loud voice interrupted his thoughts, and Ryan's body froze on the spot. When he turned his head, he almost fell to his knees. Towering over him was a large demon with a bulky build and a mustache. His presence was overwhelming, and Ryan had a hard time keeping himself from passing out under his enormous presence. He understood at that moment that he wasn't dealing with just any regular demon but someone that seemed to be high up in position. "Why, yes," he asked, his composure almost faltering. "What are you doing over here?" A direct question. One which Ryan already had an answer to. "I'm coming here from another sector, and I need to meet one of the sources that we've recently placed." Sources was one of the terminologies that Ryan picked up while listening in on the demons for the past hour. While he wasn't sure of what they meant, he knew that the term referred to those that were taken in by the demons. Which one? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the demon, Ryan could only lower his head and point toward Leopold's gaze. Door 9862. Last I recall, that's where a human resides. Is that the right place? Lifting his head, Ryan cautiously nodded his head, trying not to seem too eager. "Yes, that's exactly where I need to be." Okay then." Surprisingly, the demon was quick to agree and stepped to the side. "Since you have work to do, I won't disturb you any further. When you go there, you can just tell them the reason why you're visiting, and they'll let you in. I hope your findings are successful." "Thank you." Ryan felt rather relieved that things went so smoothly. Things would have been troublesome if the demon had noticed that something was wrong. Thankfully, he didn't. "Okay, this is good." Fixing his gaze over the door where Leopold resided, Ryan took a deep breath and proceeded forward. At the same time he moved, he touched his wrist and tapped on it once. "Keep an eye on him, don't make a move yet," the commander said expressionlessly. When he turned his head, his gaze fixed on a demon moving toward door 9862. From the moment that he appeared, he knew that he didn't belong in this sector. Even if we ignore the fact that demons of its rank wouldn't show up in such a location, the fact that the demonic energy that covered its body was rather faint was a great indicator that whoever this demon was, they were merely pretending to be something else. The only reason the commander hadn't stopped the demon right then and there was because he wanted to see what he wanted to do. Their goal. Since he could tell at a glance what the intruder's strength was, the commander wasn't particularly worried about the demon escaping from him. Just in case, he signaled to the other demons to keep a close watch on him. If the pretender tried to do anything, he'd have them killed in an instant. Now then. Crossing his arms together, he quietly observed the pretender while glancing at the demons in the vicinity and signaling them to get ready. I wonder what they're up to. The game of the mouse had begun. Understood. You may enter. Clank. Entering Leopold's room was surprisingly easy for Ryan. He didn't even have to say much to convince them to open the door for him and let him in. Are they just stupid or overconfident with themselves? Or was it that his disguise was just that good? That seemed like the most plausible answer. Leopold. Entering the cell, the first thing Ryan did was call out for Leopold. Much to his relief, upon entering the cell, he spotted him instantly and rushed toward him. He was faring much better than he originally thought. Are you all right? You're already here. Fiddling with a familiar bracelet, Leopold nodded at him. His hair was unkempt, but other than that, he seemed to be doing fine. In fact, he looked even better than when the two of them first appeared in this strange world. I was just about to go out to look for you, but it looks like you beat me to it. Liar. Ryan immediately called him out for his lies. While he indeed had the capability to do so, given that he had given him a similar tooth-like dimensional space, Leopold was by no means the type of person who would proactively look for someone. Chances were that he was most likely waiting for him to show up. And that annoyed him. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. Tearing his gaze away from him, Ryan turned his attention toward the door. His brows furrowed, and he let out a long breath before looking back at Leopold. You have the thing, right? Staring back at him, Leopold took out a pack of gum and tossed one in his mouth. If you mean that, then, yeah, H. Chapter 837, Ryan's Mind, 3. They're coming out, what shall we do, Commander? A voice transmitted into the commander's mind. The commander didn't answer immediately and pondered over the matter. It's safe to assume that the pretender's goal is to save whoever is inside cell 9862. From the information, it seems to be a moderately strong human. The original goal of keeping the pretender alive was to see what their motive was. The commander already had an idea beforehand and thus wasn't very surprised with what he found out. He was a bit disappointed, however. A pitiful attempt. It was honestly a pathetic attempt. The commander had expected much more, but it seemed like he was just being too cautious. He never thought someone would show up in such an obvious manner. He thought that there was something more to their terrible disguise, but it seemed that was it. The moment they come out, apprehend them immediately. I no longer have any interest in the matter. Finally answering the communication, the commander turned around and left to patrol a different area. He was no longer interested in whatever was happening over here. Whatever interest he previously held had long been extinguished. Ah. His feet came to a sudden pause, recalling something. Don't kill them. Keep them alive. The commander had a change of heart about the standard protocol that dictated that those who tried to infiltrate would get killed on the spot. Killing them was far too light of a punishment. We need to set an example for those who misbehave. Surrender yourselves, and we'll consider keeping your lives. The moment Leopold and Ryan left the room, demons surrounded them on all sides. They didn't even get the chance to do anything before a terrifying pressure locked onto them and stopped them in their tracks. Eh? The most confused one was Leopold, who turned his head to look at Ryan. His face was rather pale. I thought you didn't get followed. Impossible, my disguise. It was perfect. Ryan's face appeared completely pale at this moment, giving off the impression that he was more than just flustered. Looking around at the demons around him, the holographic outline around his body flickered in and out before revealing his true body, and his face paled even further. Oh, no. So that's what it was. Ryan's sudden appearance made the demon realize something, and they all smiled. You were looking to save your comrade, weren't you? One of the demons said, his voice filled with light amusement. You should have worked harder on your disguise. The commander saw through it at first glance. I bet you went in all smug thinking about how stupid we were when, in reality, you were merely walking in on a trap that we've set up for you. The demon's words were rather harsh, and Ryan's expression trembled. Most likely from embarrassment, Leopold thought. What are you going to do with us now? Ryan asked in a quivering voice. He tried to step back, but his movements were impaired by the force that was enveloping their bodies. The only thing he could do was stay rooted on the spot and wait for the demons to do something. He was helpless, utterly helpless. Don't worry. One of the demons reassured. You're in luck. Under the commander's orders, you are not to be killed. The two of you. The demon alternated his gaze between Leopold and Ryan. Will not be killed for now. In fact, you'll be moved to another cell where we can ensure that you don't pull another similar stunt like the one you just pulled. As a matter of fact, how exactly did you manage to escape from your cell? The demon turned his gaze to look at Ryan, whose expression grew even paler. His entire body trembled, and he seemed to be on the verge of crying. Such scene was found to be utterly amusing by the demons. I. He stuttered over his words, and the demons found the scene extremely amusing. Oh. Are you that scared? A demon approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Bringing his head closer, he whispered close to his ear. Don't worry, we won't kill you fast. We'll make sure to make it as slow as possible so the two of you can live for a longer period of time. Ryan's body started to tremble even further, and tears finally streamed down the side of his face. He's crying. The scene left the demons utterly amused, as they couldn't help but laugh out loud amongst each other. Where did all the guts from before go? Why are you crying right now? Teasing him, the demons placed a new bracelet over Ryan's and Leopold's wrists, and the mana inside of their bodies instantly vanished. Then, the demons placed the two of them on their shoulders and carried them like a sack of potatoes. While we carry them to the other quarters, check the room carefully. Make sure they haven't tampered with the room. Understood. In minutes, they were already far away from the cell that Leopold was previously held in. It was just the right distance. It's been a while since I've had such a hearty belly laugh. Kid, considering that you've brightened my day, I think we'll take it easy on you from here on out. I'm nice, aren't I? The demon once again tried to tease Ryan, but contrary to what he had expected, he was met with a calm smile. Is that so? A response like that caused the demon to immediately frown, but before he even had the chance to figure out why the human was suddenly smiling, the demon noticed that the human's lips were beginning to part. This should be far enough. Boom. Boom. Within a fraction of a second of Ryan uttering those words, there were not one but two horrifyingly large explosions heard reverberating through the cave system. The force that was released during those explosions was so intense that the entirety of the cave system shook, and a massive fire erupted from the ground, engulfing each and every passageway within the cave. Spurt! Spurt! Ryan and Leopold both reacted at the same time to the explosions. They suddenly produced a couple of daggers from nowhere and stabbed the demon that was carrying them in the neck. Arg! With an agonized scream, the demon that held Ryan fell to the ground and covered its neck with both hands. Black blood leaked down from the gap between his fingers, and he let out a terrifying wail. While this happened, Ryan and Leopold dashed toward the remaining demons and pointed their guns at them. They both shot at the same time. Bang! Bang! Arc! In contrast to Leopold, Ryan needed to use a sizable core before each use of the gun. Upon destroying the core, the weapon would go off, and a demon would fall. He was a lot slower than Leopold at killing the demons around them, but he was still doing a good job, and by the time 5 seconds had passed, almost all of the demons had their cores shattered. HAAA. HAAA, that was tough. With both hands on his knees, Ryan tried to catch his breath. This had proven to be a lot more difficult than he had anticipated, but my plan has worked. From the very beginning, Ryan knew that there was no way that they wouldn't find out about his disguise. There were simply too many flaws in the disguise, and he knew better than to expect anything from it. Having said that, the fact that the disguise was terrible did not mean that it was completely useless. After evaluating all of his options, Ryan decided to use the situation to his advantage. Since his goal from the very beginning was to get to Leopold, he didn't care if he was found out in the process. Like Ren had told him before, the more predictable you seem, the more predictable their movements are. His words didn't make much sense to him back then, but now, he fully understood them. If I move in an obvious and predictable manner, then I can narrow down what move my opponent will make and start planning from there. Since Ryan had made it obvious that he was a demon in disguise, he knew that the demons would let him go for a little bit in hopes of understanding what he was plotting, and as soon as they realized his purpose, they made their move and closed down on him. It was on purpose that he allowed himself to be captured by the demons. His tears were merely a distraction designed to prevent the demons from interrogating him about the circumstances leading up to the situation. Like how he had managed to get all the way there. Looks like the traps we've set up worked beautifully. It was Leopold's voice that brought him out of his thoughts, and pursing his lips, Ryan smiled. Yeah. Taking out a potion and downing it, Ryan turned his attention back toward where they came from. Let's go. We still aren't done yet. Chapter 838, Ryan's Mind, 4. Boom. Boom. It was the sound of 2 massive explosions that reverberated from 2 opposite ends that startled the commander out of his mood as his head immediately snapped upwards. What happened? He had just left the premises to go inspect the other areas when, all of a sudden, 2 massive explosions happened. The commander was able to deduce from the degree to which the environment was shaken that the explosions were not something to be taken lightly, and his expression changed to one of grave concern. Commander. Commander. There's an emergency. A panicked voice reached his ears. Trying his best to remain calm, the commander spoke. Report to me what's going on. 2 explosions happened. One in the lower quarter, where the lower-end prisoners are trapped, and one in the higher quarter. Star Unit 5. Star Unit 5. Make the demons check the room. Overhearing the exact location of where the explosions had occurred, the commander's frown deepened, and all of a sudden, his face stiffened. It can't be. Pinching his chin, his foot unknowingly began to tap against the ground, and he quickly tried to contact the soldiers that were in charge of carrying the 2 prisoners. Star Unit 5, Delta Squad, please communicate with me. Star Unit 5, Delta Squad, please communicate with me. One quick word is enough. I need confirmation of your vitality status. Star Unit 5, Delta Squad, please communicate with me. It was much to his disappointment that none of them answered, and the commander knew that something was wrong. Communicating with all available squads within Star Unit 5. Communicating with all available squads within Star Unit 5. Communicating with all available squads within Star Unit 5. Star Unit 5, Alpha Squad reporting. Star Unit 5, Beta Squad reporting. Star Unit 5, Gamma Squad reporting. Star Unit 5, Delta Squad reporting. Repeating the same command 3 times, he received several replies back, and he quickly issued an order. The targets are the 2 human prisoners from before. Go chase after them. I will be assisting. Why? There's no need for that. All of a sudden, a gentle voice rang in his ears, and the commander's body stiffened. When he turned his head, the commander was shocked to see someone he was all too familiar with, and he immediately felt terrified. "Why? Your Highness." Thump. Without wasting a single second, he flopped to the ground and lowered his head. He didn't dare look up. Afraid of the impending consequences. "Mhhh, stand up." Prince Solbacon gestured with his hand, and the commander felt a force envelope his body, lifting his body up from the ground. Throughout the entire time, the commander couldn't move a single muscle in his body. "Tell me." Prince Solbacon looked him straight in the eyes. "What exactly is going on at the moment?" Hey, where are we going?" "That's the wrong way." "No, it's not." Ryan shouted, running forward with everything that he had. "The explosions have just gone off, and there shouldn't be many that survived them. Even if they did, they're probably injured or stunned by what happened. This is a good opportunity." Ryan's plan didn't just consist of setting up 2 explosions. If that were really the case, then it was a terrible plan. Sure, he'd be able to take some of the focus away from him for a short moment, but once everything settled down, a hunt would ensue, and he was sure he'd be caught in an instant. He knew this from the get-go and thus knew that such a simple plan wasn't feasible. If he wanted to escape with Leopold, he had to think of another plan. Thankfully, he was prepared. Over there. Returning to the spot where Leopold was previously held, Ryan's attention focused on the many doors around him. Just like he predicted, there were barely any demons around, and with Leopold behind him, Ryan wasn't worried about his safety just yet. CL. Click. Arriving before one of the doors, Ryan placed the spider-like gadget over the door and activated it. Whoom. A tiny red circle materialized on the door, and with a light tap, a gap appeared on the door where he could insert his hand and open the door. Entering the cell, Ryan immediately spotted a figure on the floor, and he rushed toward them. Without wasting a single second, he located the bracelet that was on their wrist and tore it apart. Shortly after that, he took out a potion and placed it on the ground. "Wait, don't tell me." Right when he turned around, he found a baffled Leopold standing behind him. Ryan grinned at him. "It's exactly what you're thinking," he reassured him. Tearing his eyes away from Leopold, Ryan rushed toward the door and moved to the next door beside them. Continuing in this manner, he repeated the same process, which resulted in the gradual and steady release of an increasing number of prisoners who had been confined within the cave system. All she could see was darkness, and it enveloped every part of her vision. Moving her body, she found that it was extremely heavy. Blinking her eyes a couple of times, she tried to move but found herself unable to. Whatever was binding her body, it made it impossible for her to move. Thump. She didn't struggle for long and soon leaned back against the hard ground. Her mind was an utter mess. She began to experience flashbacks of images and memories, and the more she recalled, the more disorganized her thoughts became. For some reason, the memories that flooded her mind didn't seem to merge within her. She could see that the memories and images seemed to belong to her, but at the same time, didn't. It was hard to explain, but to her, it was more like she was seeing someone else's memories. Someone that seemed to be her. Reliving moments and events that she couldn't remember properly. It felt rather uncomfortable, but with time, some memories started to merge with her. Kevin. She was eventually able to mutter a single name, but once she did, she found an inexplicable pain piercing right at her chest, and her eyes became moist. Who is he? Why does he keep appearing in my memories, and why do I miss him so much? Emma was on the verge of losing it. The more she thought about him, the more her chest would tighten. She wanted it to stop but couldn't. One after another, memories started to resurface in his mind, and her chest clenched even more tightly. She didn't like the feeling at all. Ugh. Letting out a groan, she moved her body to the side, but just as she did, she suddenly felt a sudden tremor on the ground. Rumble. It was faint and almost imperceptible, and the only reason she even felt it was because she was quite highly ranked herself. Had it been someone else, they would have probably not noticed it. Her mind, which was previously a mess, started to clear up a little as she finally managed to find something to distract her. Extending her hand, she placed it against the ground and tried to feel for another tremor. She didn't have to wait for very long. Rumble. Something's happening outside. Once again feeling a slight tremor on the ground, Emma realized that something was happening somewhere outside of where she was confined. Are the demons fighting against the Alliance? That was the only explanation she could think of. Although her mind was messed up due to the memories that continued to flood her mind, she was still able to think properly, and she soon also recalled how she had ended up here. It was a fake. She also recalled what had happened moments prior to appearing over here, and her expression once again became complicated. Kevin. For some reason, this name seemed to trigger something within her. Even before she was abducted, someone who called themselves Kevin and resembled the person in her memories appeared in front of her and messed up her emotions. Whatever the unbearable feeling she was experiencing, Emma understood one thing. That was, so long as she understood who Kevin was, everything would stop. Why did he appear in those memories, and why did his face evoke such emotions in her? So long as she understood that, her mind would once again become clear, and she would return to normal. At first, she wanted to avoid finding out the answers to the questions. Run away from it. But with time, she understood that she couldn't run away from it. Regardless of what she did, it would keep haunting her from behind and keep chasing her, clawing at whatever sanity she had left. For her own sake, she needed to find the answer. Boom. The muffled sound of an explosion in the distance awoke Emma from her thoughts, and when she turned her head, she noticed that the explosions were becoming more and more frequent, quietly moving in her direction. Bang. She didn't have to wait long for the explosions to reach her side. Shortly thereafter, a loud explosion rang out in the area she was in, and light immediately began to penetrate into the area she was in. The sudden burst of light made her squint in pain, but despite the pain, she was able to catch a glimpse of a particular figure, and her eyes opened slightly. You. She called out with her voice, and the figure stopped before her. Though she couldn't see well, she could tell that their eyes had met, and that was when Emma got a better look at the figure. Surprisingly, she seemed to have seen them before, and her mouth parted open. Aren't you? Chapter 839, Chaos, 1. Everything was going smoothly. Going in and out of the cells, Ryan managed to help as many prisoners as possible. Furthermore, with Leopold backing him up from behind, he was able to move rather freely. Not only that, but the prisoners that he had rescued proved to also be a big help, as they instantly spread chaos within the cave system. Did you really have to take all my potions as well? Rushing toward another cell, Ryan overheard Leopold's grumble. If he could, he would have rolled his eyes at him. You think I have a choice? I've already used all of mine. Boom. Boom. The muffled sound of explosions rang everywhere, and just as Ryan opened up another cell to free another prisoner, he was surprised to see a familiar figure. You're Emma. He recognized her in an instant. It wasn't very hard. There weren't many people out there that were as pretty as her, and furthermore, with her being one of the few people that were close to Ren, he naturally did some research on her. Currently, she was lying down on the ground with a pale expression. Her lips seemed to be quivering, and her gaze seemed to be fixed on him. She didn't look to be in the best of conditions, but at least, her mind seemed clear. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have recognized him too. Bang. Ryan, hurry up. It was Leopold's voice that broke him out of his thoughts, and Ryan snapped out of it and got to work. Ah, right, sorry. Bending over, he looked at the bracelet that was on her ankle and made quick work of it. Click. Removing it wasn't hard. He already had a general understanding of how the mechanism worked thanks to the hours he had put in before escaping, and he was thus able to remove it rather quickly. Here, drink this. He handed Emma one of his potions, and she quietly took it. Moments after ingesting the potions, Emma's complexion cleared up, and she was soon able to stand up without a problem. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Ryan waved his hand at her and looked back at Leopold. Bang. Bang. He was currently shooting one demon after another as sweat trickled down the side of his face. He was just barely holding on at the moment. Do you have any spare weapons? Right at that moment, he heard Emma's words, and when he turned his head to look at her, his eyes lit up. That's right, she's with us right now. Unlike the two of them, Emma was a bona fide S+ ranker. If there was anyone who could fight the demons outside, it'd be her. Without wasting a single second, Ryan looked through his dimensional space and retrieved a sword from it. It wasn't exactly her weapon of choice, as he knew she used short swords, but that was all he had prepared. Here, I have a sword. A sword. Frowning, Emma took the sword and casually swung it in the air. Swoosh. Swoosh. Her movements were quick, and with each swing, the air would tear apart, and a faint whistling sound would emerge. Next time, I should just pack all the weapons I can find. Hopefully, he'd never have to use the secret dimensional space again, but no one really knew what lay ahead in the future, so it was best to be prepared. This'll do, I guess. Satisfied with the sword, Emma shifted her attention toward the demons that were attacking Leopold, and her figure soon disappeared from the spot. Shortly after, she appeared before the demons and slashed her sword once. Thump. Heads came rolling down, and everything ended in a matter of seconds. Not bad. Ryan was able to overhear Emma's mutterings as she slashed her sword to the ground, causing the blood that had been coating it to splatter all over the ground. Leopold, standing next to her, looked at her with his mouth wide open. Alternating his gaze between his firearm and her sword, he lowered his firearm and tossed a few gums in his mouth. I'm too old for this shit. Once again, Ryan was able to overhear their mutterings, and he shook his head. So, what do we do now? I'm not too sure. Ryan answered Emma. Quite frankly, his goal was to create as much chaos as possible so that the two of them could escape. However, now that Emma was with them, he was no longer as worried as before. She was strong, extremely strong. So much so that he no longer feared for their safety as much as before, and could take things a lot more calmly. Well, perhaps it's best if we don't take things lightly. It was best to be as cautious as possible, as the incident he had caused may have attracted the attention of demons of a higher rank. No, the incident without a doubt had attracted the attention of the higher-ranked demons. It was crucial that they be careful. I really can't think of anything we can do at the moment. Pondering over his options, Ryan's gaze eventually settled on a couple of demons not so far from where they were, and an idea popped into his mind. That might work. He turned to look at Emma. Can you paralyze them and bring them to this room? If we want to have a better idea of what we need to do next, then we need information. You're right. Nodding her head in agreement, Emma's gaze turned toward the demons that Ryan pointed at and disappeared from the spot. She returned shortly after and threw them both on the ground. Thump. Thump. Ryan was rendered speechless upon seeing the demons thrown to the ground like rag dolls, but he kept his thoughts to himself and bent down to face the demons. If you want to live, give us a map of the cave system. His question was met with no response, but Ryan didn't care and continued to ask questions. Where exactly are we? Where is the exit? What are you demons planning? Why are you capturing so many people? Ryan kept peppering the demons with questions, one at a time, but they never responded to any of them. They were adamant about maintaining their silence the entire time. Ryan. What is it? Hearing his name called, Ryan raised his head. When he did, he saw Emma looking at the door of the room, and he understood what she was trying to hint at. All right. Supporting himself with his hands over his knees, Ryan slowly sat up and let out a long sigh. Things could have been so much easier if the two of you had answered our questions, but I guess I should have seen this coming. Extending his hand, 3 bracelets appeared in his hand, and he handed them to Emma and Leopold before putting them on himself. Wear this for now and seal your mana. I've got a better idea. Click. Click. Leopold and Emma fully trusted Ryan and did as he told them. Nodding at them, he took their weapons back and put them in his dimensional space before turning his attention back toward the demons in front of him. Now then. He smiled, taking a couple of syringes from his dimensional space. Who would have thought I'd ever get to use these? While he did develop them out of interest, he never really thought he'd use them in his life. Funny how life can be sometimes. He had once offered the serum to Ren, but he rejected it and told him to use it for himself. Who would have thought they'd come in handy so soon? What are you doing? You'll see. Walking toward the demons, Ryan bent down and placed the syringe by their necks. Because Emma had done a considerable job taking care of them, Ryan was able to inject them with the serum without any problem. Wake-a. Ack. The moment Ryan injected the serum into their bodies, the demons started to convulse rapidly as their eyes turned completely white and saliva started to leak out of their bodies. Thankfully, they weren't like this for very long and soon calmed down. There was, however, a noticeable difference between them. If their eyes were clear before, they were now rather dull, and they didn't seem to be very responsive. Looks like it worked. Putting the empty syringes back, Ryan walked toward the 2 demons and placed his hand over their shoulders. Stand up. He ordered, and the 2 demons stood up. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in their movements, and Ryan smiled at the sight. Good, good. He patted them on the shoulder. Good, it looks like they are following commands rather well. I was worried they wouldn't listen to me since I didn't have much time to experiment with the substance, but it looks like I worried too much. Bang. A loud explosion rang in the distance, and Ryan snapped out of his thoughts. Staring at the two demons, his eyes sharpened, and he commanded. For now, lead us out of the cell. The three of us are prisoners that you've managed to recapture. Ryan moved behind the two demons and followed their every move as they advanced without uttering a single word. What? When he turned his head to look at Emma and Leopold, he was surprised by the looks the two of them were giving him. It was rather uncomfortable. Especially when Emma looked at Leopold and said, "You see the resemblance, don't you? Remind me not to ever let children near that guy." Yes. Yes, I will. Their conversation was just as confusing. Chapter 840, Chaos, 2. Lead us toward the exit. Ryan issued the command to the demons, his voice calm and collected despite the chaos that surrounded them. It was an unusual situation, to say the least. The demons, previously doing everything in their power to resist him, were moving in unison as they followed his orders to the word. They were no different than puppets at the moment. Bang. The muffled sound of explosions rang in the distance as screams echoed everywhere. In the midst of the madness that had overtaken the underground system, it seemed that no one was paying them any attention. This was good. Everything is moving smoothly. Their current situation was rather delicate, and just one single mistake would cost them their lives. Having exhausted all of his means, Ryan could only hope that everything flowed smoothly. Yeah, it's going to work. I should have already accounted for everything. As they moved forward, Ryan found himself growing increasingly confident in his plan. He had expected the demons to be suspicious of their group, but it seemed that his strategy was working even better than he had hoped. Emma's presence was proving to be an unexpected boon. The demons seemed to be more focused on the chaos around them than on the group of humans that were following them. It wasn't long before they found themselves moving through a labyrinth of tunnels. Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer scale of the underground system. He had always known that it was vast, but seeing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. Swoosh. Swoosh. Over here. Move. As they moved through the tunnels, they saw demons rushing past them, heading toward the areas that they had previously been in. But the demons paid them little attention, their gaze was focused solely on the task at hand. It seems like the prisoners are making things difficult for them, good. The group continued on for what felt like hours. Ryan had lost track of time, and he wasn't sure how much longer they could keep up the pace. But then, in the distance, he saw a faint glimmer of light. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that they were nearing their destination. As they approached the opening, the demons in front of them came to a sudden stop. Ryan hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. But then he understood. The area ahead was where he needed to go. He turned to the demons and spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "The exit is over there, isn't it?" The demons didn't reply, but their nodding heads confirmed what he had suspected. Ryan felt a surge of excitement as he realized that they had made it. When he turned his head, he saw that both Emma and Leopold were looking at him. "Let's be careful when going there. We might never know if there are any demons guarding, plus." Frowning, Ryan moved to where Emma and Leopold were and removed their bracelets. What lies ahead might not necessarily be the exit, so it's best if we're careful. Click. Click. After removing the bands, Leopold and Emma felt their mana return, and Ryan returned their weapons to them. At the same time, he handed them a couple of tools to conceal their presence so that they wouldn't be found out later on. The process was rather fast, and they soon turned to face the glimmering light in the distance. There was an apparent nervousness in their gazes at the moment. Even though they were strong, they knew that they were far from being the strongest in their surroundings. They still had to tread carefully. "Let's go." Extending his hand and crushing the cores of the two demons that had brought them here, the demons disappeared into dust, and Ryan followed Emma from behind. Each step was light, and the closer they got to the opening, the more nervous Ryan became. "It's going to be fine. I've been through worse." He could practically feel his own heartbeat out of his chest at the moment, and soon, they all passed through the light. What the? The moment they passed through the opening, everyone was shocked by what they were seeing. They had emerged into a large, cavernous space with a high ceiling that seemed to stretch up into the darkness. The walls were rough and jagged, and the floor was littered with debris. But the most disturbing thing was the rune that had been intricately set up in the center of the room. It was massive, stretching for several meters in every direction, and it glowed with an eerie, pulsating light. Sitting around the rune were several members of the Alliance, and the three of them could vividly see the mana in their bodies get sucked dry out of them, turning them into skinny husks that would soon fall down and be replaced by new members every minute. The entire thing was gruesome, and Ryan's face turned green. Shit. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had stumbled upon something that he was not meant to see. He took a step back, his mind racing with questions and fear. Emma and Leopold were similarly shocked, their eyes wide with shock as they looked upon the scene. They had to cover their mouths in order not to make any sound, but it was too late. As soon as they arrived, Ryan and Emma realized that they had underestimated the demons that lay beneath them. Despite their careful planning, they were instantly detected by the numerous demons that lurked in the shadows. Countless pairs of glowing eyes stared up at them, making their skin crawl with fear. Shit. Ryan cursed under his breath as his body tensed up with a sudden chill. They had tried their best to remain cautious, but it seemed like their efforts had been in vain. All the tools they had used to conceal themselves had failed, and now they were caught in the demon's sights. So be it. Emma said grimly, drawing her sword and jumping down into the fray. Emma. Startled, Ryan called out for her, but it was already too late. Swoosh. Blade drawn, her blade flashed in the dim light, and Ryan watched as she jumped down and began hacking at the runes beneath them, with each blow releasing a burst of mana. Boom. Arc. Arg. Catch her. Caught off guard, a few of the demons fell to her blade, but it wasn't long before she was surrounded on all sides. Spurt. Since we're screwed anyway, we might as well do as much damage as possible. Emma shouted from beneath as she continued to slash at the runes. Ryan knew that he needed to help her, but he also knew that he wasn't strong enough. He watched in horror as several powerful demons approached her, realizing that she was no match for them. Shit, I need to do something. Ryan's heart pounded in his chest as he watched Emma struggle against the demons. She fought valiantly, but it was all for naught. She was easily overpowered and eventually crashed against the wall beneath them. Bang. Ugh. Ryan started to bite his nails out of nervousness and rummaged through his dimensional space for anything that could. That's enough. But before he could do anything, he felt a hand press against his shoulder, and his entire body froze on the spot. The same was true for the demons below, who stopped in their tracks. You guys have caused quite a problem for me. A soft voice boomed out, and Ryan felt something claw into his body. When he turned his head, his eyes caught sight of a particularly sinister-looking demon. Ha ha. His presence was unlike any of the other demons Ryan had seen before, and he struggled to breathe. He exuded a sense of power and malevolence that made Ryan's skin crawl. The demon seemed to be smiling, but when his gaze fell upon the runes beneath them, his expression turned sinister. I see. You guys must be the reason for all of the chaos that has ensued, right? The demon spoke, his voice sounding like soft, tempting whispers that almost made Ryan agree with him. Biting his lips until they bled, Ryan forced himself out of the trance. He could feel the demon's grip tightening on his shoulder, and he knew that he had to act fast. Spurt. But before he could even do anything, his vision clouded with red, and when he turned to see the source, he found Leopold staring at him with wide eyes. Their gazes lingered for a moment, and Leopold lowered his head to look at the gaping wound on his chest. Blood leaked everywhere, and his gun fell to the ground. Tack. Tack. Raising his head back up to stare at Ryan, he cocked his head. Why? He never got to finish that sentence. Staring at Ryan one more time, Leopold fell over the edge and against the hard surface beneath. Thump. Leopold. Watching Leopold fall to the ground, Ryan shouted at the top of his lungs, but it was already too late. Human child. A soft whisper reached Ryan's mind. You need to understand that there are consequences one has to pay for their actions. Wah. Ryan was barely able to think at that moment. He was still reeling from the shock of watching Leopold's death. The image of Leopold's body falling down the edge kept replaying in his mind, and he felt a sense of overwhelming blankness. Indeed. It was then that he heard a soft, chilling voice that broke through the fog in his mind. A hand appeared from the space itself and grabbed onto the head of the demon beside Ryan, crushing him against the wall. Boom dash. The impact was deafening, and a black foot slowly stepped out of the void to reveal a familiar figure. Ryan's eyes widened in shock as he realized who it was, but his words stopped the moment he heard his voice and his entire body trembled. A bone-chilling coldness pervaded every part of his body, as he felt a primal fear he never felt before in his life. Unknowingly, he took a step back. Away from the figure he knew. One should indeed pay for their actions. Chapter 841, Chaos, 3. In most cases, the protagonist of a story would appear right at the moment when something terrible was about to occur to their loved ones or friends. And just in the nick of time, he'd save them. It always ended up like that. So, why? Bang. Why did that never happen to me? Bang. Why was it that I always arrived a tad bit too late? Bang. Just a fraction. If only I had arrived a couple of seconds earlier. Just a few seconds. Bang. Why couldn't you wait a few more seconds? My hand moved on its own. I just pulled it back and repeatedly smashed it against the wall of the cave. Debris and dust flew everywhere, but I didn't care and just continued to smash the demon's head against the side of the cave. In the meantime, power started to flood my body as the laws within it started to increase. I started to use that very same power that was flooding my body. I wasn't supposed to use them. Every part of my body was tearing apart at the usage of the laws, but I didn't care. It was because I kept holding back that such situations were happening, and I couldn't forgive myself for it. At the same time, I couldn't forgive them. They were just as guilty as I was, and they needed to die. As a result, I made the decision to stop holding back and use everything that I had, even if it meant risking my body. Everything. Thump. Only when there were no more walls did I finally stop and throw the demon to the ground. Why didn't you wait for a few more seconds? I stepped forward and lowered my head. Staring straight at the demon, my already numb mind became an even number, and whatever color was left of the world started to fade. Tell me, why? Helplessness. The feeling or state of being unable to do anything to help yourself or anyone else. It was a word and an expression that Prince Solbacon had heard many times in his life. Over the course of his life, he had been exposed to a number of situations in which he had seen other people give in to the sensation of helplessness, and he had become accustomed to it. To the point where he even found a peculiar sense of satisfaction in it. On many occasions, just to see that very same expression, he did everything within his power to make their lives miserable and make them beg him for forgiveness. The funny thing was, they had never done anything wrong to him. He simply delighted in seeing the various expressions on their faces and soon became addicted to receiving such reactions from his prey. Yes, their prey, as they were nothing but his prey. There was a reason why he didn't kill the human child immediately, and it was precisely so that he could see that very expression on his face. Oh, and he did get that look. In that brief moment, shivers ran down the prince's spine as he gazed at the young boy who showed such an expression. I want more. I want to see more. That one brief instance was enough to make the prince want to kill the young boy's other companion, but... Indeed. Bang. Out of nowhere, a dark figure materialized in front of the prince, their extended hand lashing out and grasping his face. Bang. The prince felt his head crash against something hard, and he groaned in pain, disoriented. Yuck. One should indeed pay for their actions. The figure spoke, their voice cold and dull. Panic surged through the prince as he realized he was at the mercy of an unknown assailant, and he tried to resist. Yufu, ak. Bang. His head was slammed against the solid rock of the cave once more, the pain searing through him. The rock was extremely dense, and the force of the impact knocked the wind out of him. The prince's heart raced as he tried to struggle, but the grip on his face only tightened, and he felt a strange suction force drawing the energy from his body, draining the power that His Majesty had bestowed upon him. Impossible. The prince gasped, his mind racing with questions. How can this bastard possess such power? Did His Majesty bestow similar powers upon someone else? The prince's fear deepened as he felt the foreign energy within his body dissipating alarmingly with each successive blow. No. Bang. Another impact against the cave wall and the prince's panic intensified. He was helpless, unable to break free from the assailant's grip or prevent the loss of his powers. His head throbbed with pain, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Bang. The prince's head was slammed against the wall once more, but this time, the grip on his face loosened, and he stumbled to the hard ground, coughing and gasping for breath. Q. Cough. Ka. The assailant's presence loomed over him, and he raised his head slowly, his gaze meeting theirs. Ha, ha, ha-ha. Ha-iya. The prince's breathing became more labored, and he felt a sense of helplessness washing over him. It was the first time he had experienced such vulnerability, unable to do anything as someone stood above him, looking down on him with a cold, unfeeling gaze. The prince's hands moved back, his body trembling as he tried to push himself away from the figure. His mind raced with fear and uncertainty, as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was defenseless, stripped of his powers, and at the mercy of his unknown assailant. Tap. 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 The soft sound of a footstep echoed through the cave, and the figure's shadow cast over the prince. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the figure's cold gaze. His breathing grew shallower, and his chest tightened with fear. So this is how it feels. The prince thought, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. He had always been the one in control, the one with power and authority. But now, he was reduced to such a sorry state by this unknown figure, unable to do anything but watch as his fate hung in the balance. Helplessness. Something that he had never thought he'd feel engulfed him, and the prince's heart clenched in fear. Why you? Who are you? He struggled to find a way out, but his mind was foggy and his body weakened. He was at the mercy of the unknown assailant, and the reality of his vulnerability hit him hard. The figure remained silent, their cold gaze never leaving the prince. The tension in the air was palpable, and the prince's thoughts raced as he tried to devise a plan to regain control of the situation. But his mind was blank, and his body felt heavy with exhaustion. Ha! Ha! The prince's breathing grew shallower, and his vision blurred. He tried to summon his inner strength, to fight back against the overwhelming sense of helplessness that threatened to consume him. And it was right at that moment that he recalled something. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Prince Solbacon muttered to himself as he recalled the true purpose of collecting those who had entered the pillar. Power. The purpose of collecting them was so that he could fuel his power. Despite the setback from what had happened moments before, he had still managed to collect enough. Vroom. With a sudden burst of energy, the prince pressed his hands against the ground, and a darkish green hue began to emanate from his body. Rumble. Rumble. The surroundings trembled as rumbling echoes filled the cavern. Stalactites above them fell to the ground, shattering upon impact, and green runes spread across every surface. It wasn't just the cavern that was shaking, but the entire pillar itself. The runes appeared on the trees, the rocks, the ground, and everything else that covered the entire world within the pillar. Power surged into the prince's body. It's working. Prince Solbacon grinned with delight as he felt the power flowing into his body. It was more than he had anticipated, though slightly less than he wanted. Nevertheless, it was enough to fuel his plans. His previously helpless expression morphed into one of twisted satisfaction. Yes, this is good. He murmured silently, his voice filled with what seemed to be happiness. It's a little less than I wanted, but this is enough. Yeah, this is more than enough. Power continued to flow into the prince's body, and his physical form started to change. His body inflated, and his power surged dramatically. The cave, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, finally gave way, as walls cracked and everything fell apart. Cr. Crack. Boom. Boom. Prince Solbacon exuded a terrifying aura as his expression twisted with newfound power. Yo. But before he could utter another word, a single command stopped him in his tracks. Stop. It was just one word, a single word, but the impact was immense. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the space around the prince twisted as a familiar force chained him down. This. The prince tried to struggle to break free, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch in horror as a figure approached him from above, two eyes looking down at him with such indifference that it made him feel utterly insignificant. No. The prince muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. He was completely at the mercy of this unknown figure. But how? How was this possible? He was someone who stood at the pinnacle, so how was it possible for him to lose this miserably? How? Tap. The sound of a single step echoed in the frozen world, and the prince's body tensed. He looked up to see the figure reaching out with a hand, which soon passed through his body, retrieving his core. The process was quick, but in the prince's eyes, it felt like an eternity. No, not like this. Alas, it was too late. Without so much as sparing him a glance, he clenched his fist, and the core shattered apart. Crack. Everything turned dark after that. During the end of his life, all Prince Solbacon felt was helplessness. Chapter 842, Chaos, 4. Ha, ha. I could barely hold my breath at the moment. Something seared through my chest as what remained of the core crumbled from my hands and reached the floor beneath me. Pain engulfed my entire being as I stretched my hand, which was flickering in and out of existence. The toll that the laws had taken on this body was quite large, and each second felt more agonizing than the other. I need to go. There wasn't much time left. I could tell with just a glance that my time in this body was almost up, and that it would soon shatter. But that was fine. There were only 2 remaining Pillar Masters. Just 2 more. All I needed to do was get rid of them. So long as I did, my goal was accomplished. No, there's still one more thing left. Whew. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Indeed, there was still something else that I needed to do after getting rid of the Pillar Masters. Something far more important, and more meaningful to me. And for that. See. Crack. A crack formed on the space in front of me as the pillars started to shake simultaneously. Rumble. Rumble. Using all of my power, the very air inside of the pillar started to twist, and the shaking grew more intense. At the same time, the crack in front of me started to expand, and I turned my head. It was there that my gaze met with Ryan's. The 2 of us looked at each other for a couple of seconds before I nodded at him, and mouthed. Take care of what happens next. Where do you think you're going? I felt something grasp at my arm just as I was about to leave. When I turned my head, I found myself staring at Emma. Her eyes were burning with a certain something that forced me to stay rooted on the spot. Tell me. Every word that came out of her mouth seemed to be a struggle for her. She had a pale complexion and appeared to be on the verge of passing out, but even as she was clinging to me, her bloodshot eyes were focused intently on me. I know you know. She started, her voice hoarse. Why, you've been keeping a lot of things from me, and while I never asked you because I respected you, and what you've been trying to do. I can't take it anymore. I'm losing my mind, Anne. Emma ruffled her hair, her voice turning feeble. I need answers. I can't take it anymore. I stared at her without saying anything. I couldn't do it, and just as I was about to say something, she interrupted me with a question that stopped me in my tracks. Who is Kevin? She ruffled her hair once more. He keeps appearing inside of my head, and I just can't take it anymore. It feels like I know him. It feels like he should be someone important to me, but why can't I remember him? Her voice was laced with desperation, and when she looked up at me, she bit her lips until they bled. You know, don't you? Not only that, you also know what happened to my father, don't you? Why won't you tell me? Please tell me. Rumble. Rumble. In the background, the pillar continued to shake, and everything around us was crumbling. Even so, despite everything that was happening, I continued to stare at Emma, and I eventually let out a sigh. Cat's out of the bag. I guess. I didn't want to do this. Not now, and not in this situation. I wanted to tell her after everything was done and the situation wasn't precarious, but seeing the state in which she was, I knew that such an option didn't exist. Stay still. When I extended my finger forward and pressed it against her brows, I could feel the strength leaving my body. But I bore through it and imparted everything that she needed to know. Done. The process didn't take too long, and I didn't linger to see her reaction. Stepping into the crack beside me, my vision blurred. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Take care of what happens next. Those were the words that Ryan managed to interpret from Ren before he left. His mind was still in a mess, but he was somewhat able to calm himself down. Rumble. Rumble. The pillar continued to shake, and everything around him started to crumble and fall apart. Without saying anything, Ryan turned his head, and his gaze paused on 2 figures on the ground. They were Emma, who passed out shortly after Ren left, and Leopold, respectively. Unlike Emma, the area around Leopold was covered in a pool of red. The blood had since stopped, but Ryan just couldn't bring himself to look at the scene for too long. Boom. The ceiling started to fall apart, and the demons around them went into panic. Without saying much else, Ryan picked up Emma and then walked to where Leopold was. With each step he took, his heart grew heavier. This was the second person he had lost whom was close to him. The pain that he once thought he wouldn't experience again started to resurface, and he brought his arm to his face, wiping away at whatever was falling. Biting his lips, he moved next to Leopold and pressed his hand against his chest. Bang. Bang. A blue barrier formed around the three of them, and right as the shield formed, the cave's ceiling crumbled, burying the three of them together. The world within the pillar collapsed after that. Earth. Careful, there's still a lot of demons. We may have the upper hand, but I'm not sure for how long. Monica's face tinged with worry as she gazed at her horizon where thousands upon thousands of demons were. Alongside them were a legion of monsters that bore they fags at them. The scene would leave anyone tingling with fear, and had the scene happened in the past, then perhaps so. Unfortunately, things were different now. Everyone had witnessed the fall of several pillars, and morale couldn't be any higher. Clank. Clank. Hues of all colors flashed across the sky as the land crumbled, and blood spilled in the air. Leading the charge were Brutus, Gervas, and Monica, who left nothing but devastation in their wake. Shio. 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 Arg. It's the harbinger of rain. The harbinger of rain. Kill her. If there was one individual that left the greatest impact within the battlefield, it was none other than Amanda. She wasn't as strong as Gervas, Brutus, and Monica, but her every actions were met with nothing but fear. Her arrows rained down from the sky like a storm, killing hundreds of demons at once. Her pinpoint accuracy and power left the demons in despair, and thus a nickname was created after her. The Harbinger of Rain. A nickname that perfectly suited her style. The Bringer of Rain. Shio. 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 Arg. Ak. Stop her. More and more arrows continued to rain down from the sky, killing many of the weaker demons ahead. Many demons tried to attack her directly, but it was a futile effort on their end. Silly, you've chosen the wrong target. You're supposed to kill the one next to you. Ah, yes, I apologize. Spurt. Arg. Traitor. Scenes in which demons turned against their comrades started to appear within the area around Amanda as a purplish hue swept the surrounding. The source originated from Donna, whose eyes glowed brightly, and her sweet voice traveled across the surroundings. Careful of the one behind you. He's trying to backstab you. Ah. How dare you? Wah. Spurt. You think you could get me, you shitty traitor? Boom. Donna wasn't the only one near Amanda. Pressing his foot against the ground, black threads burst from the point where the foot pressed, and shot in every direction, impaling all the demons around. Spurt. Spurt. Black blood rained down from the sky, and Jin's figure blended against the ground, reappearing on the other side of the field, dagger in hand, and aimed at one of the many demons around them. Arg. Spurt. Removing his dagger away from the demon's back, Jin looked around him and frowned. There's too many, we need more backup. While he and Donna were doing a good job, they were still massively disadvantaged. They were only two people, and while their individual power was extremely strong, their stamina and mana wasn't infinite. At the moment, they were really struggling. Shio. 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 The same went for Amanda, who didn't even have the time to wipe off the sweat that had accumulated on the side of her face. Stretching the bowstring, she released arrow after arrow. She was like a machine, and despite the blood that was leaking from her finger, she continued to shoot. But just like Jean and Donna, her stamina and mana wasn't infinite. She needed breathing space, and potions weren't going to cut out for her. This can't go on. Understanding just how precarious her situation was, Amanda was about to resort to one of the trump card when all of a sudden. Boom. Amanda. You're safe. A thrilled voice echoed across the space as two people came rushing in Amanda's direction, killing all of the demons that were in their way. When Amanda turned her head, her expression also brightened. Mom, Dad. Despite seeing her parents, she was still able to keep herself relatively calm. The same couldn't be said for them as they pounced her immediately. You're safe, thank God. I didn't know what had happened, I just found myself in this weird world with your mom. I panicked when I saw you, thinking that something, thankfully, you're safe. Of course, the one that was the most worried was her dad, who embraced her tightly. So tightly that she struggled to breathe, but thankfully, he didn't hug her for very long. Letting go, Edward looked around before asking. Where is Ree? Rumble. Rumble. Not even halfway through his sentence, and a muffled explosion reverberated from the distance. The sound came from quite far, but they were still able to hear it, and soon, they witnessed one of the pillars crumble in the distance. Is that him? The subtle pain in her dad's voice was almost comical, but Amanda didn't have much time to pay attention to it as she once again stretched her string and shot her arrows. Shio. Yes. She still had time to reply to them as she shot arrow after arrow. I see. Nodding his head, Edward turned his attention toward the demons and monsters around them. Stretching his shoulder, he clapped his hand once. Boom. A large shockwave spread across his surroundings, sending some of the demons recoiling back. Extending his hand, a large spear appeared in his hand, and the world around them started to dye in a crimson color. Let me help out. Stretching his back, he clenched the spear tightly. You might not know this, but there was a time I was called the Blood Prince. Arching his back, he threw the spear with all his might. Boom. A sound akin to a bomb exploding echoed out loud, and the spear shot forward at neck-breaking speeds, tearing everything in its path apart. Black blood rained down on the sky, and the air around Edward twisted. Extending his hand, a brand new spear appeared, and he once again stretched his back. Let's see. His gaze swept across the field and settled over the nearest demons. He repeated the same motion as before and the sound of an explosion echoed in the air. Boom. Over 100 demons disappeared at that point, and a new spear once again appeared in his grasp. He grinned. Looks like I'm not as rusty as I thought I was. Chapter 843, Until My Body Breaks. 1. Why are you still struggling? A soft voice echoed, and a fist appeared before Ren. Cocking his head, he just barely dodged the fist and pressed his finger against Jezebeth's abdomen. It only touched him, but the moment it did so, it sent Jezebeth hurling back and plummeting against the sea beneath. Splash. Calmness returned to the world, and Ren looked around him. He was in the middle of the ocean, and the sun hung in the cloudless blue sky. He could feel the sunlight gently envelope his body and bathe it in a warm light. He could smell a rather stale, sulfurous smell coming from the sea. Such vivid sensation made him wonder if he was back on Earth or if this was a separate space. The answer was very hard to find. He couldn't quite tell anymore. Everything just seemed so realistic, and if not for the fact that he couldn't see any pillars near him, he'd be inclined to believe that he was back on Earth. Have you seen enough? A soft voice whispered behind him, and Ren turned his head. There he saw Jezebeth standing not far from him, his gaze focused on a small projection that appeared before him. His expression was anything but good at the moment. You really? As a matter of fact, it was getting worse with each second that he spent staring at the projection, and tearing his gaze away from it, he looked at Ren while sweeping his hand through the air. His gaze was a mix of complicated emotions. Didn't hold back, huh? What do you mean? Don't pretend like you don't understand. Frowning, Jezebeth clenched his fist. The water beneath him broke apart, and a significant wave rose high into the air. I bet. Everything that has happened to him is not a coincidence. The death of your dad, was on purpose. It was, wasn't it? The water that was surrounding Jezebeth began to wriggle and move around his body as if it were a serpent with its own independent will. A strange power fluctuated inside of the water, and Ren couldn't help but look at it. At the same time, his mouth parted open, and he spoke. What makes you think that I would purposely kill my own father? What reason would I have for doing that? Isn't it obvious? Swiping his hand, hundreds of projections appeared in the air. Jezebeth pointed at them. From the moment your father died, he no longer seemed to care about himself or those around him. He's been going on a rampage ever since, and even now, as broken as his body is, he's still trying to kill the last two. It's as if in his mind, the only thing that matters is their death. Jezebeth had to pause mid-sentence and tear his gaze away from the projections. He didn't particularly feel happy, realizing that only 2 of his 7 patriarchs were alive. In fact, the realization hit him more than he had anticipated as his fist slowly came to a close. One simple breath was all that was necessary for him to rid himself of any of the unfavorable emotions that he was experiencing. Raising his head, his face turned expressionless, and the very air around him started to change to a more tranquil one. While he indeed felt sad at the thought of his comrades dying, he was quick to cut such emotions off and regain control of his mind. He was sure of it this time. Everything that had happened was within Ren's anticipation. You are the type of person who would stoop to anything to achieve his goal. I'm sure what's happening to him is all part of your intricate plan. From the very moment that the fight between the two of them started, Jezebeth had this unsettling feeling wash over him. He thought he had gotten an idea before, but the more he watched, the more confused he became. Just what was he planning? What was he waiting for? I'm still surprised at the fact that you're willing to drive your other self to this point in order to achieve your goals, but looking at you, I can see that you don't particularly care about what happens to him. Whenever he displayed the projections for the two of them to see, Ren never showed any care or concern for what was happening in the other pillars. It was as if he was waiting for something, and when Jezebeth watched again and saw the current state of Ren's other self, he couldn't help but think that. It's as if you're driving him to his death. No. Jezebeth corrected himself, you are driving him to his death, aren't you? The eyes of the two met at that moment, and Ren's expression remained unchanged. Jezebeth continued. You were aware from the very beginning that his mindset was still not quite there yet, and in order to perfect it, you chose to sacrifice one of the people he was close with. I don't know how, but I have a feeling that his death was something you planned. It had to be. It's something you did in order to make his goal clearer and rid of all the unnecessary thoughts that were clouding his mind. The more he thought about it, the more Jezebeth felt that he was right. Ren, the other version of him. He was someone who tended to overcomplicate things. If the incident with his father hadn't happened, it's likely that he would have started fighting against one of the patriarchs after getting a better idea of their power and attempting to stabilize the situation over the entirety of the world within the pillar. Such method was indeed good, but it consumed a lot of time, which they didn't have. What surprised Jezebeth the most, however, was the fact that Ren could absorb the laws that he had given to his subordinates. The one that belonged to the protectors, and it was at that moment that everything clicked in his mind. It's clear that you knew that it was impossible for him to kill all of the 7 patriarchs unless he was this way. Your goal is to absorb everything that he managed to collect. You drove him into a corner so that he'd reach this point, and that's enough. Ren spoke, cutting Jezebeth off in the middle of his sentence. With his gaze fixed on him, Ren quietly stared at him for a good couple of seconds and eventually nodded his head. What are you nodding for? Are my words correct? Partially. Ren didn't deny it. Indeed, some of the things that Jezebeth had pointed out were indeed true. That being said, not all of them were true, and he didn't bother correcting him. There was no point in correcting him. I figured you'd come to this conclusion after a while. I'm a bit disappointed that you figured it out a bit later than I thought you would, but you didn't let me down in the end. Ha ha. Jezebeth laughed lightly. That attitude of yours. It used to piss me off a lot in the past. Funny thing is, it still does. That's a pity. Indeed. With a light smile, Jezebeth raised his hand and pointed at Ren. After that, the water snake that had been winding itself around his body suddenly twisted and launched itself in Ren's direction at an incredible rate of speed. Staring at the incoming attack, Ren extended his hand and prepared to defend against it. But just as he had started to channel his mana, the space around him cracked. Crack. 4 identical cracks appeared on his right and left sides. Clank. 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 Chains burst out of the cracks and immediately clamped against his wrist, completely incapacitating him. Because of how quickly everything transpired, Ren did not even have enough time to react. However, even if he had, he still would not have been able to easily shatter the chains as he could see the laws that were imbued in them. Boom. As the water serpent slammed into his chest, his figure was catapulted into the water below. Splash. His vision was clouded with bubbles, and just as his back touched the ocean floor, a hand grabbed him around the neck. It glowed in white, and the chains that were binding his body tightened all of a sudden. Pain coursed through every part of Ren's body as they pulled at his limbs from all sides. Despite that, there was not much of a change in Ren's expression. Such pain was trivial to him. Let alone losing his arms and legs, he wouldn't have even cared if his entire body was burned to a crisp. Still holding on, arg. Ren took a bite out of Jezebeth's hand, and as he did so, a sweet flavor that seemed vaguely familiar entered his mouth. I guess I can learn a thing or two from him. Thinking of how his other self had dealt with the Prince of Envy, Ren imitated him and bit into Jezebeth's hand. He was doubtful at first, but it seemed to work out better than he had imagined. Crunch. He could feel Jezebeth's bones shattering upon closing his mouth, and by channeling the laws inside of his body, he was able to somewhat loosen the chains that were binding his body. Bang! Ren was finally able to move his body in the appropriate manner, and he punched Jezebeth in the stomach area. This was despite the fact that the chains were still clamped on his body. Unfortunately, his attack was blocked by Jezebeth, who raised his knee and counterattacked with a fist of his own. Boom! The attack landed directly on Ren's face, and his body was sent crashing down to the ocean floor, where it collided with a glass film that shattered when he touched it. Crash! At this point, the environment around Ren underwent yet another transformation. Bang! Crashing against the ground, Ren felt almost all of his bones break, and he lay on the ground, unable to move. The chains clamping on him tightened once more, making it impossible for him to move. When he looked up, his gaze paused on the azure blue sky and sun that hung above. On the side of his vision, he could see towering buildings, and when he looked around, he realized he was in the middle of a city. Yet again, the scenery had changed. Chapter 844, Until My Body Breaks, 2. Ren lay on the ground, his body bruised and battered, unable to move. He felt weak, and with the chains sucking the mana out of his breath came in ragged gasps. Then, a soft voice echoed throughout, piercing through the haze of pain. "You're strong, Ren, but you've gravely miscalculated the amount of time it would take for him to gather toward all 7 pillars." The voice said, and he strained to listen, turning his head towards the source. There, standing before the sun, was a figure that cast a brilliant glow. Ren squinted against the blinding light, trying to make out Jezebeth's figure that was hidden behind the glowing light of the sun. He looked powerful at this moment. More powerful than he had ever seen him in the past. Clank! 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 Ren strained with every last ounce of his strength, extending his hand towards Jezebeth and tearing at the chains in his way. As he covered his figure with his hand, his vision darkened, and he no longer needed to squint. Simultaneously, he sensed an immense power gathering above him, the air trembling with its intensity. Ren was prepared for it. He gazed at the chains binding him, briefly closing his eyes, and then slowly clenched his hand. Chains, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. He had been bound by them for a very long time, especially ones that had been imbued with the laws. They were like an extension of his body by this point, and they didn't bother him very much. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight filtered through his fingers as his extended hand, which was aimed above his face, came to a close. Crack! With a resounding crack, the space around Jezebeth shattered like a broken mirror, revealing his figure, frozen, and standing behind the fractured barrier. "If someone has miscalculated, it's you, Jezebeth," Ren muttered in a low tone, his eyes fixed on the chains still clinging to his hand. He clenched both fists, and the chains disintegrated into tiny particles, followed by the chains that bound his feet. Ren reached for a potion, slowly rising to his feet and patting down his clothes. As I said before, his vision suddenly blurred, and he reappeared in front of Jezebeth, who was trapped behind the shattered glass, seemingly frozen. "You only got a fraction of your deductions correct." Ren pressed his hand forward, shattering the space around Jezebeth, and his figure vanished into nothingness. Crash! What followed was utter and complete silence as a gentle breeze blew past, scattering Ren's hair slightly. Ren stood motionless, staring at the spot where Jezebeth used to be before suddenly bringing his hand over to his mouth. PFTT. A dark red substance filtered past the narrow gaps of his fingers as his face became incomparably pale. Although his expression had no change, his entire figure was trembling. Clearly, what he had just done had taken a huge toll on his body. A testament to this was the fact that he soon felt his body plummet to the streets beneath, crashing down on them and breaking a few cars along the way. Bang! HAAA, HAAA. Breathing heavily, Ren stared at the distant sun with a blank look. Almost every fiber of his muscles was torn, and his bones were on the verge of breaking apart. The extent of his injuries was so severe that Ren didn't even bother taking out a potion to heal himself. He knew that it'd be of no use to him. I guess this is the extent of this body. On any normal occasion, he would have been able to last a lot longer. In fact, he would have perhaps even been able to beat him, but the current situation was different. He wasn't at his full strength. The other him was still lurking around the pillars, collecting the remnants of the protectors, and fighting against the 7 demon heads. In order to ensure that he could fight against them, Ren had to restrict the amount of mana he could use. It put him at a severe disadvantage and made things a lot more difficult for him. But that was fine. This was the path that he had chosen. Taking another deep breath, Ren stared at the sky and closed his eyes. For now. All he could do was wait. He had done enough. Crash. The space around him collapsed. Whoom. Coming out of the dimensional space, Ryan stumbled a couple of steps forward until he fell to his knees. Feeling the hard ground beneath, he looked up at the sky and stared at the distant sun. The blue sky. It was a familiar sight. When he looked around him and saw the crumbled buildings, his eyes started to clear up. Finally, we're back. His emotions were complicated at the moment. He wasn't sure how to feel. He was partly glad that he was back, but as the images of what had happened before continued to flash in his mind, he found himself struggling to keep himself composed as his hands slowly came to a close. Damn it. If only he was more talented in combat instead of intellect. He was so close to him, and yet all he could do was watch as he died right before his eyes. He couldn't even do a thing. The same was for Small Snake. If only. Now's not the time. Taking one big breath, Ryan forced himself to calm down. He was no longer a teenager. He could no longer dwell on such matters as he did in the past. He had to keep himself focused on the goal at hand. Morning came later. Rumble. Rumble. Hearing the muffled rumbling coming from the distance, he was reminded of what he needed to do, and he quickly sobered up. Nothing's changed. The only thing that changed was the location of where the war was taking place. I need to get into contact with the others. Taking out his phone, Ryan was just about to send a message to the others and verify who was there, when, all of a sudden, he stopped. Whoom. Thump. Thump. Overhearing two thumps from behind, Ryan turned his head to see Emma appear from the dimensional crack. She had awakened not too long after the pillar had collapsed, and despite his offer to assist her, she had declined his help. Next to her was Leopold's body. Help me. Emma tiredly called out for him as she heavily gulped for air, her face extremely pale. Yes. Helping himself up, Ryan moved toward Emma and offered her a couple of potions. Drink these, it should help you heal up. Handing over the potions, he didn't even bother looking at Emma. She was lying next to Leopold's body, and he didn't want to be reminded of his failure. Not again. Don't you have any more? I didn't give you enough. Frowning, Ryan finally looked at Emma. At a glance, she seemed to have recovered somewhat, and she still had several potions at hand. It doesn't look like you need any, so Not me, idiot. Emma cut, pointing at Leopold. Him. Pillar of gluttony. This can't be happening. Han Yufei was known for his unwavering composure in even the most tumultuous of situations. He had faced numerous challenges and crises throughout his life, but none of them had ever fazed him quite like the scene that played out before him at this very moment. As he gazed into the distance, his heart pounded in his chest and his palms grew sweaty, betraying the control he had so carefully cultivated over the years. He's absolutely insane. Han Yufei muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of explosions that echoed through the air. He's lost his mind. Despite his attempts to remain calm, Han Yufei found himself caught in the grip of an overwhelming sense of dread. His eyes were fixed on the distant figures engaged in combat, their movements blurred by the sheer intensity of their struggle. As he strained to see through the haze of dust and smoke, Han Yufei's gaze fell upon the Pillar Master of Gluttony, a fearsome demoness whose immense power sent shockwaves rippling through the earth itself. Boom. Boom. Despite her plump and seemingly innocuous appearance, there was no mistaking the lethal force that radiated from her being. As she unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks, the very land beneath her feet trembled and cracked, unable to withstand the full force of her fury. Rumble. Rumble. Han Yufei could see the devastation wrought by her power, the shattered remains of the land and trees were strewn about like so much debris. For a moment, Han Yufei felt a pang of despair. How could anyone hope to stand against such a force? And yet, at the very moment, two such figures were fighting against her. They were none other than Malin, the Elven Queen, and Liam. Yes, Liam. What the fuck is he doing? The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, and Han Yufei lost his composure. He knew Liam very well by now, and if there was something he understood, it was that he was a total maniac. At a glance, he could tell that he had chosen to deliberately challenge the Pillar Master. Even if he was weaker than her. Damn it, Liam. Boom. Uck. Another explosion shook the ground beneath his feet, sending Han Yufei stumbling backward. He struggled to maintain his balance, his mind racing with thoughts regarding Liam's safety, but when he looked up and saw several powerful demons appear nearby, he knew that he had to worry about something else. Fuck it. He cursed, throwing one last glance at Liam while taking out his broadsword. I'll cover for you just this time. Clenching onto his broadsword, his entire figure doubled in size, and his power suddenly exploded. Without wasting a single second, the ground cracked underneath his foot, and he slashed with his sword once. Swoosh. Chapter 845, Until My Body Breaks, 3. Oof. Liam felt his arm go numb as something struck them. He was barely able to react in time, and he felt himself being thrown toward the ground at an alarmingly rapid rate. The speed at which he was traveling was terrifying. Boom. Just before he touched the ground, lightning crackled around him, and he was just barely able to twist his body and position himself in a way that helped him land on his feet rather than on his back. Bang. The ground began to crack beneath him, and rocks began to fly past him. That was close. He thought, looking up at the bulky figure that the pillar mater of the House of Gluttony was. After only a few encounters with her, he realized that he was no match for her. Without a doubt, she was one of the most powerful individuals he had ever faced. Even so. Bringing his hand toward his shirt, Liam clenched it and felt the beat of his heart. Bah, thump. Bah, thump. It was beating wildly. Cracka. Cracka. As lightning exploded all around him, he could feel excitement coursing through his entire body, and his grip on his sword became increasingly firm. Boom. Another explosion went off above him, and the Elven Queen suddenly materialized directly above the Pillar Master. She had a complicated magic circle materialize on the top of her palm at the same time. It glowed a green hue. The surroundings started to twist, and long and thick vines erupted out of the magic circle, flooding the surroundings. The momentum carried all the way toward Princess Adiphagia, who gazed at it with a serious expression. She, too, couldn't take it lightly. The attack was strong, and even Liam felt troubled by it. But just as he thought the attack would land, Princess Adiphagia suddenly opened her mouth. Whoom. As if there were a powerful vacuum inside of her mouth, the vines abruptly changed their direction and headed directly for her mouth as she swallowed them all at once. The scene left Liam stunned. The sight. It most definitely wasn't the most pleasing to look at. He was only able to concentrate on the scene for a short period of time before he became aware that the power that emanated from the princess's body was beginning to increase. Not bad. The princess muttered, her gaze turning toward Liam. Not good. Cracka. Cracka. Immediately, Liam's expression changed as the lightning around him crackled even more fiercely, and he took 2 steps to the side. Boom. He had just moved when, all of a sudden, the area where he had been standing exploded into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Cold sweat trickled down Liam's face as he gazed in the direction of where he previously stood before looking up at the princess, who was looking back at him with cold eyes. You were able to dodge that. Her voice, though soft, echoed powerfully in Liam's ear. Upon hearing her voice, Liam's expression changed, and he pressed his hand against his sword, ready to attack. Wait. A figure suddenly materialized beside him and put her hand on his shoulder just as he was about to make a move. It was Malin. Don't attack. Because of his eyes, Liam was aware in advance who it was that had arrived beside him, and as a result, he was not surprised by her sudden appearance. Turning his head, he asked. Why? Because you're not strong enough. When the Elven Queen extended her hand in front of her, a magical circle materialized once more. This time, it was a lot more complicated than the previous one, and the power that gathered toward it was immense. Unsurprisingly, the princess maintained her position in the air, where she was, and opened her mouth as if she were waiting for the oncoming assault. Such a reaction didn't go unnoticed by Liam. What are you doing? Haven't you noticed that she can absorb your energy? Liam pointed out while looking at Malin with a strange expression. It should have been obvious from the first time Princess Adiphagia did it, so why was she doing it again? Did she really think that a more powerful attack was going to make a difference? I know. Thankfully, it didn't seem like Malin was unaware of this. Then. I'm just buying time. For you. She answered as if it were the most obvious. Huh. Liam was taken aback by her words, and he looked at her with an even stranger gaze. She explained further. You'll only be a hindrance if you're here. I'll attack her, and you can take that chance to leave. I'll buy you as much time as possible, so the moment I attack, you go. Oh. Liam nodded his head, completely misinterpreting her words. So she wants me to leave, and attack her from up front. Thankfully, she's not stupid. I see. It's good that you understand. Misunderstanding Liam's nods, Malin smiled, and the magic circle before her burst with power and headed directly for the demoness who was still hovering in the air above. Whoom. Princess Adiphagia, upon realizing that the attack was headed in her direction, opened her mouth, and the attack ended up landing directly in her mouth, inflating her body. Go. Immediately after she attacked, Malin pushed Liam from the back, and lightning started to crackle around him. Cracka. Cracka. His figure blurred on the spot and disappeared completely. He was so fast that even Malin was unable to tell where he had gone. When she managed to spot him again, her expression changed dramatically. This bastard. Appearing right behind the demoness, Liam thrust his sword at her. The space around the sword cracked and twisted, and a powerful hue suddenly burst forth from the sword. The power of that attack was unlike any he had ever thrown, and the princess, who was halfway through digesting the force of Malin's attack, could only turn her body to dodge the attack. Spurt. Unfortunately, Liam's sword was still able to land on her body, and a large gash appeared on the side of her abdomen. Black blood leaked down, and the princess's expression twisted. Not that Liam cared, as lightning crackled around him, and he appeared right behind her, sword thrust directly at her left side. Her core is in her left armpit. He telepathically said to Malin while thrusting his sword at her armpit. He wasn't as lucky as before. Unfortunately for him, the moment he appeared behind her, the very air around him started to twist, and his sword bent to the side and his attack completely missed the princess's body. Ah! I missed. As soon as it became clear that his attack was going to miss, the demoness turned around and reached out with her hand to grab hold of his neck. Thankfully, Liam was able to react in time and dodge her large hand, but he wasn't lucky enough to dodge her leg, which hit him directly by the side of his abdomen. Bang. Uck. He fell back a few paces, but before he even had a chance to catch his breath, as if something were sucking him in, he felt his body move, and before he knew it, he was standing in front of the princess once more. Ah, shit. Seeing her approaching hand, Liam inwardly cursed. Even so, he wasn't necessarily panicking. Exactly when her hand was about to reach for his throat, Malin appeared right behind her, with a magic circle already formed. The power contained within that magic circle was nothing to laugh at as the entire space trembled, and even the princess was unable to ignore it as her attention shifted away from Liam. Smack. When Liam tried to knock the princess' hand away, he found that his entire body was being flung back, and he ended up crashing into the ground below. Bang. Uck. It was painful, but he didn't sustain any serious injuries. What caught his attention was a large shadow cast over the area he was in, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see the princess's figure. She was big before, but now. Thump. The land quaked at her step as her figure towered over it. She was so big that Malin, who stood in the sky, looked like an insignificant bug. Rumble. Rumble. The world within the pillar quaked at her presence, and an enormous power erupted from out of the princess's body. It enveloped the entire land, before gathering back toward her. With her eyes trained on the elven queen, she extended her large and bulky hand and flicked at Malin, who was just barely able to dodge. Boom. The force of that one flick was enough to generate a pressurized wind streak that tore through the air and destroyed everything that was in its line of sight. Oh, shit. The sight made Liam tremble. Not out of fear but out of pure excitement as he hastily stood up and smacked his foot against the ground. Oi, oi. Don't forget that I'm still here. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he appeared right before the princess and aimed his sword at her eye. He was fast. Extremely so, and by the time the princess found him, he was already before her eye. Clank. Unfortunately, she was able to close her eye in time, and Liam's blade was knocked back. He fell onto the bridge of her nose. Ah, shit. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to shout. Realizing the predicament he was in, Liam cursed, and a large shadow cast over the area he was in. Scratching the back of his head, Liam watched as a large hand came right at him. The speed wasn't anything he couldn't deal with, but a strange suction-like force bounded him where he was, and all he could do was stare at the incoming hand that was approaching him. Well, fuck. Realizing that he couldn't dodge, Liam sighed and sat down cross-legged. Maybe I should have gone for the smack. Chapter 846, Until My Body Breaks, 4. Shit. Malin's eyes widened the moment she witnessed the hand come down to crush the human's body. Although she didn't want to believe it, Malin knew that it was impossible for the human to dodge the attack, and in the last moment, she saw him give up and sit down cross-legged on the bridge of the princess's nose. Then, as if swatting a bug, the princess's large hand came smacking down against her face. Smack. Shockwaves spread across the land as a result of that smack, sending all the nearby people scattering into the distance. Malin included as her body flung into the air several times. When she stabilized herself, a curse slipped from her mouth. Shit. Damn it. Damn it, I had already warned him beforehand that this was dangerous. Why did he have to go ahead and kill himself like that? Malin was understandably angry at the situation. It was never easy to see such a talented individual die, and the fact that this could have all been avoided made her even angrier. What am I going to do when he comes and finds out that his comrade has died? Staring at the princess who towered over her, Malin felt helpless by the enormous power gap between the two of them, but she could only grit her teeth and channel all of the mana inside of her body. Knowing of just how wide the gap between the two of them was, Malin could only use her most powerful move. One after another, green magic circles appeared behind her. Thump. 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 The land beneath started to tremble, and out of nowhere, thick vines that numbered in the hundreds sprouted out and made their way toward Malin. The speed at which the vines were moving was extremely fast, and upon reaching her, they twisted and bent around her body. Glowing with a yellow light, power started to filtrate Malin's body as her silver hair fluttered forward and runes appeared all over her body. Power that was unlike any other surface within every corner of her body. Letting go of Malin, the vines around her turned around and pointed directly at the princess whose attention was now focused on her. What powerful energy! Princess Adiphagia muttered, her deep voice rumbling throughout the rotten land. She seemed rather impressed, perhaps even salivating at the power as she brought her arm to her mouth to wipe the saliva that leaked down from the corner of her mouth. One after another, magic circles appeared at the tips of the vines that were pointed at the princess, who once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the sight. A lot of energy. The sight of her thirsting after her attack made Malin frown, but she didn't let that get into her head, and within the span of half a second, the energy that had gathered at the tip of the vines burst forth and covered the entire land in green. Grass and flowers germinated all over the land, and the once dry world seemed to come to life for a brief moment. Malin's hair fluttered upward, and she pointed her hand at the princess. Go. Her soft voice echoed throughout the land for a brief moment, and the power she had gathered burst forth and headed directly for the princess with unbelievable might and momentum. The world seemed to come to a sudden stop at her attack, and even the princess seemed to be rather taken aback by the power of the attack. That's more than I thought. Despite that, she didn't seem to be scared in the least bit. In fact, she seemed even more excited as she pressed her foot forward and opened her mouth widely. Boom. A humming sound came forth from her mouth, and Malin's attack started to twist in the air before directing itself toward the princess's mouth. Whoom. The attack soon reached her mouth, and when it did so, the princess was forced to take several steps back. Thump. Thump. With every step that she took, the terrain beneath her began to crumble, and all of a sudden, her cheeks began to swell up to an enormous size. Her cheeks had swollen to such an extent that she resembled a hamster that had overindulged in seeds and nuts. HAAA. HAAA. During this time, Malin's figure gradually descended toward the ground as she struggled to maintain her breath. Her expression was completely pale, and she struggled to keep herself from vomiting. I. She could barely formulate a single word, and when she looked in the distance, her gaze seemed to fog up out of tiredness. Despite all of this, she forced herself to look in the distance, and that was when, to her horror, she witnessed the princess slowly coming to a halt and closing her mouth as she sucked her attack in one go. Her cheeks squirmed for a couple of seconds before the power that was contained within them calmed down, and Malin's heart dropped. Impossible. She wasn't sure how to feel at that moment. It felt as though the entire world had crumbled before her very eyes, and something sweet lingered at the back of her throat. PFTT. Unable to hold back, she spat a mouthful of blood, and her already pale face paled even further. Damn. Malin felt indignant at the situation. She thought she had grown stronger over the past 5 years, strong enough to perhaps fight against one of the 7 heads of the demons, but how wrong she was. They were monsters amongst monsters, and they weren't something that the likes of her could even deal with. Cough. Cough. Coughing several times, she raised her head in resignation, but just as she thought everything was over, her expression changed. What? How? Her expression was unable to betray the utter shock she was feeling at the moment. With her gaze directed at the princess, she watched as a figure appeared right next to her open eye, and thrust his sword at it. It all happened so fast that she barely had time to process it, but she didn't need to. Moments after witnessing the scene, black blood spurted into the air as a muffled wail echoed in the air. Mhhhhhhh. The princess's head flayed from left to right as the figure that stood atop her eyes clung onto the bridge of her nose with dear life. The power that she was trying to suppress inside of her mouth once again became wild, and her cheeks trembled. Instantly, the situation reversed, and Mylan found herself staring at the scene in the distance with her mouth wide open. How is he still alive? That works too, I guess. Clinging on the bridge of the princess's nose, Liam found his vision blocked by his hair, which fluttered in front of him and hindered his sight. He didn't particularly mind since he didn't need his sight, but at the same time, he felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see the expression that the princess was making. Oh, how sad. It was a gamble, but it paid off in the end. Just before the hand was about to smack him, he used the move that he had been trying to perfect over the course of the last 5 years. Crackle. 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 Liam was able to directly phase through objects as if he were a ghost by vibrating every inch of his body. The move was extremely risky since just a single mistake could cost him his life, but at the same time, it worked perfectly, and he was able to pass through her hand and narrowly avoid death. Furthermore, he would have died anyway, so he didn't really have an option and just took the risk of using the move. It's good that it worked out in the end. After giving the demoness the impression that he had died, he didn't attack immediately and bode his time for the right time to attack. When he saw Malin's attack, he understood when that moment was, and he struck right when the opportunity was ripe. In the end, his gamble paid off, and the princess found herself in a rather unfavorable situation. Rumble. Rumble. The princess continued to trash around in pain as she covered her eye with her hand. Because he was right on the top of the bridge of her nose, she couldn't see him, and thus was able to avoid getting smacked again by her. Of course, he knew that he didn't have that much time left. But now, what? He had pretty much exhausted all of his means, and for the first time, he was unsure of what to do. Sure, he had dealt significant damage to her, and if she lost completely control of the energy in her mouth, she'd get heavily injured, but that was where the problem lay. How was he supposed to make the energy inside her mouth go crazy? What was he supposed to do next? Is this your doing? All of a sudden, a voice reached Liam's ears, and when he turned his head, he was surprised to see Ren standing next to him, completely unfazed by what was happening around them. Well, he sounded like Ren, and his outline looked like Ren, but he was a bit weird. Opening his mouth, Liam tried to say something, but he eventually nodded his head and smiled. Oh, hey Ren. How have you been? I guess Liam now knew what he had to do next. Chapter 847, Until My Body Breaks, 5. Coming into the Pillar of Gluttony, I expected things to be rather serious, but I was surprised to see that the situation wasn't as dire as I expected it to be. In fact, the situation was a lot more advantageous than I thought it to be. Is this your doing? I turned to look at Liam, who was hanging on the bridge of the princess's nose. He seemed battered and tired, but the moment our eyes met, his expression relaxed a little. Oh, hey Ren. How have you been? You did a good job. Ignoring his light-hearted greeting, I lowered my head to stare at the cheeks of the princess, which were currently inflated. I could feel a certain energy from within, and when I turned my gaze away, I locked my eyes on a certain figure in the distance. It must be her doing. There was only one person that was capable of producing such pure and powerful energy. Although Liam was strong, he wasn't at this level just yet. It could only be her. I see. I think I understand what's going on. Rumble. Rumble. At the same time I realized what was happening, the princess trashed around and destroyed everything that her feet stepped onto too. Gradually, however, she was able to somewhat stabilize the injury that she sustained in her eye, and the energy inside of her started to calm down. We can't be having that. If there was anything that I couldn't allow, it was that, and as my vision blurred, my feet touched something soft. I was standing right on top of her cheek, and the moment I appeared over there, I felt two eyes lock on me. When I turned my head, our gazes met, and I lowered my hand and pressed it against her cheek. Her expression changed drastically at that point, but it was already too late. Exerting a lot the mana inside of me, her cheeks started to inflate even further, and the energy that she was trying to keep in check became even wilder. Rumble. Rumble. Her trashing increased, and it became hard for me to keep myself steady as a result. A large shadow cast behind me, and I knew exactly what she was trying to do. Thus, frowning, I opened my mouth and imbued my voice with the laws. Stop. Her body stopped at my words and her expression changed once more. Golden runes and words clamped her hand above me, and covered every inch of her body. MHHH, MHHHHHMM. She seemed to be saying something, but I honestly couldn't understand a single word that she said. Not that I cared as I continued to imbue her cheeks with mana. Within a matter of seconds, her cheeks swelled even further, and their size grew to such an extent that her entire face became red. The cheeks were puffed up to such an extent that I could see the skin on her cheeks tearing. Don't move. Whenever she was about to free herself from my restraints, I'd speak again. Whenever I did so, my body would start to flicker in and out of existence, and accompanying it was an agonizing pain, but I resisted through the pain and continued to inject mana into her cheeks. As I continued to inject more of the laws that were contained within my body into hers, the golden runes that surrounded her body began to flicker continuously. MHH. MHHHHMMMHHH. Her muffled screams rang throughout, but I paid them no attention and continued to work. With time, the tear around her cheek deepened, and blood started to leak down her cheeks. When I looked back, I was met with two eyes that were glaring hatred in my direction. I stared at them for a short moment, and savored the gaze before pressing my foot against her cheek and finding myself standing right in front of Liam once again. Let's go. I reached out my hand, which Liam gladly took, and pressed my foot against her skin once more. We appeared quite a fair distance away from her, and when I looked around and saw that the place was safe, I snapped my fingers. Ba-wa-wong. It was an explosion unlike any other. The moment I snapped my fingers, the princess's body inflated rapidly, and her cheeks finally burst apart. Black blood rained from the sky, and pieces of flesh fell all over the land. At the same time, a wave of concentrated energy burst out from that direction, shredding everything that was within its path. Extending my hand and erecting a barrier around the two of us, we were able to avoid getting injured from the residual energy. I frowned when I felt the energy. It was quite overbearing, and if not for my strength, I'd have difficulty handling it. I can't believe she was able to suppress this much energy inside of her. She wasn't one of the 7 clan heads without a reason. She is indeed extremely powerful. Stay here for now, I'll finish up things. Dropping off Liam, my vision blurred once more, and what appeared in my vision was an enormous crater that seemed to stretch very deeply. Frowning, I flicked my finger and a small light entered the hole. Shortly after, my brows relaxed and I nodded my head. As expected, she didn't die just yet. Motioning with my fingers, a body burst out from the hole, and I clapped my hands once. Clap. A small barrier erected around the body once I clapped my hands. Just in case, I tapped onto the barrier and a small white ripple formed, creating a second layer. Just in case. Gazing at the body before me, I relaxed when I saw that the princess had fainted. While her cheeks had burst, they were slowly healing, as her flesh wiggled and overlapped against each other. The sight was quite gruesome. Her eyelids trembled, and I could tell that she was about to wake up. Noticing this, I knew that I couldn't waste any time and stretched my hand, which passed through the 2 layers and reached out for her face. I'll make this quick. Closing my eyes, I felt the laws that were contained within her body and channeled them toward me. Almost instantly, a wave of warmth entered my body and I found myself relaxing as the laws within my body started to increase. The feeling was pleasant, almost intoxicating. If not for the fact that I had felt this sensation before, I'd have fallen into a deeper sense of depravity, but I held my focus and transferred all of her laws into body. Wag. At the same time that I retrieved all of the laws, I felt a sharp pain course through all parts of my body, and I almost fainted from the pain right then and there. The fact that I wasn't able to suppress the pain was a testament to how painful it was, and I almost cried out from the pain. It took every last bit of me to suppress my scream as I gritted my teeth with everything I had, and my body flickered wildly at that point. Cr. Crack. Unsurprisingly, cracks started to appear on all parts of my body, and the pain became even more unbearable. My body was failing. Ugh. No, not yet, not now. I knew exactly what was happening to me at the moment. This was a consequence of using the laws too much with this unfit body. I had been warned beforehand about the consequences of using the laws with this body, but I chose to ignore such warning. I was now paying the consequences of ignoring such word, but not once did I start regretting my decision to use the laws. I just did what I had to do, and even if the pain was unbearable, I calmly accepted it knowing that there was something else eating up at me that made the pain that I was bearing somewhat bearable. Who? Not yet. Taking a deep breath, I shifted my attention back toward the princess and extended my hand once more. Reaching out for my hand, I could see that it was trembling, rather fiercely at that. I was struggling quite a bit at the moment, but clenching my teeth I moved my hand toward her left armpit. I could feel the core over there, but just as I was about to reach her armpit, her eyes fluttered open and our two eyes met. My heart, which had somewhat steadied, suddenly started to beat wildly, and I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I stood no chance against her at my current state. My lips went dry as our gazes met, and her eyes which were somewhat blurry started to regain some clarity. Now. Spurt. Clenching my teeth, I used all of my remaining strength, and pierced right at the left armpit area. At the same time that happened, clarity returned to the princess's eyes and her mouth parted open. You bastard, how da. Crack. It was too late. Before she could even finish her sentence, I crushed the core in my hand and her figure froze on the spot. Her expression changed drastically at that point, but it was already too late. Shortly after, her figure turned into dust which disappeared into thin air. Thump. At the same time that happened, unable to keep my legs steady, my body fell down, and I blankly stared at the sky. HAAA, almost there. Just one more. Just one more. Chapter 848, Meeting Him Again, 1. Deep within the vast expanse of the cosmos, a place isolated by the nothingness of space, there was a sudden stir. The surroundings trembled and quaked as if struggling to contain a force beyond measure. And then, with a sudden shattering of the void, a crack appeared. Crack. Jezebeth emerged from behind the fissure, his form wreathed in a hue of otherworldly energy. He gazed out at the myriad stars that peppered the infinite expanse, his expression one of both wonder and seriousness. Taking in the sights around him, Jezebeth's eyes widened in confusion as he beheld the countless stars twinkling in the distance. He stood there for a moment, taking in the beauty of it all, unsure of what had happened, before his expression changed, and his demeanor became more serious. So that's how it is. He muttered under his breath, a glint of understanding in his eyes. In an instant, scenes started to replay inside his mind, and excitement rose from deep within him. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling his core pulsating faster as he reveled in his realization. I'm sure of it, he's on his last breath. Whatever happened to him was a last-ditch attempt by Ren to buy himself time and delay whatever he was planning. A pity that he no longer had time. He felt it during the last moments. He was done for. The laws within Ren's body were almost faint, and his power was weaker than it had ever been. Victory seemed inevitable, but it's still not over yet. Only once Ren dies will everything finally be over. Despite his elation, Jezebeth managed to maintain his composure, knowing that the battle was not yet won. He closed his eyes and breathed in the chill of the void, letting the energy of the cosmos seep into his very being. It was a heady sensation, like standing at the edge of a precipice and looking out at the endless horizon. But despite the rush of excitement that pulsed through him, he knew that he had to remain focused. So he opened his eyes once more and gazed out at the stars with newfound clarity. You've run out of time, Ren. I'm sure of it. Having understood the motive behind Ren's last actions, Jezebeth knew that the ending was within sight. A viscous white hue emerged from deep within his body and burst out of him. His eyes soon fixed on a certain planet in the far cosmos, and he pressed a hand against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his core. It was a reminder of his mortality, of the fact that even he had not yet grasped the ultimate power he was chasing after. It was a feeling he had felt many times, and at the same time, he knew this was the last time he'd feel it. So long as he absorbed the records, he'd no longer be immortal. Crack. With a sudden burst of energy, another crack appeared in the space before him. Without hesitation, Jezebeth stepped forward, his form engulfed in a pulsing aura of laws. He vanished through the tear, leaving behind nothing but the faint echo of his voice. You can't delay the inevitable. So that's your choice. Angelica. A soft, yet alluring voice whispered throughout. Sat upon her throne, inside of a large hall, her beauty was a striking contrast to the ominous atmosphere around the hall. Her skin was the color of moonlit silver, with dark, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and move like smoke. Her hair, a deep black, cascaded down her back in loose waves. Her eyes were the color of molten gold, and they glinted with an otherworldly fire. I can't say I didn't see this coming. What she saw, she had long seen coming. It wasn't surprising to her. What surprised her was something different. So the strategist is a human, huh? The fire within her eyes glinted a different shade as she fell into her own thoughts and leaned back against her throne that was carved from black obsidian, and it seemed to pulse with an ominous energy. The hall around her was vast and cavernous, with towering pillars that disappeared into the shadows above. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the distant echoes of the demons within the hall. As she sat upon her throne, the demoness radiated a quiet power. Her long, slender fingers rested on the armrests of her throne, and her gaze was fixed on some distant point beyond the walls of the hall. Her lips were set in a faint smile, as if she had witnessed something that brought amusement to herself. Despite her beauty, there was a coldness to her that chilled the very air around her. Her presence was both alluring and terrifying, drawing anyone to her with a magnetic pull that they could not resist. And yet, those who gazed into her eyes could see the darkness that lurked within, a darkness that threatened to consume all those who dared to draw too close. She was none other than Lilith von Doix, the pillar master of the House of Lust, and Angelica's mother. It really is a pity. Tearing her gaze away from the distance, she closed her eyes, and silence returned to the grand halls. Raising her hand, she snapped her fingers. Bring her to me. It's really nice to have you back, Small Snake. Hein could barely keep his emotions in check as he looked at Small Snake in front of him. Although he had changed over the years, he still looked like the Small Snake he knew. Just wait until Ryan finds out that you're still alive. He'll probably be the most excited. While everyone missed Small Snake, the one he was closest to was Ryan. He was also the one who had been hit the hardest by his death, and while he did not show it, he was still heavily impacted by it. He was still young back then. Ryan. Muttering under his breath, Small Snake lowered his head and touched his chin. How is he doing? He's doing great. He's grown a lot during the time that you weren't here. In fact, almost everyone has grown a lot during the time that you weren't with us. Funnily enough, Leopold stopped Smock. We can continue our talk later. Perhaps because he was excited about suddenly finding out that Small Snake was still alive again, Hein started to talk a lot. He had to be stopped by Angelica, whose words coldly cut through his. When he turned his head to look at her, he could see that her expression was as cold as it had always been, but he could also tell that it was merely an act. She was probably holding herself back from showing her emotions. We don't have time to catch up at the moment. Although I've tried my best to keep them from prying onto us, I can tell that we've been spotted. The air instantly froze at her words, and everyone turned to look at her. We've been spotted. What do you mean by that? It's as I said, Ava. Turning her head to stare into the distance, her lips twitched, and she lowered her head. We've been surrounded. Rustle. Rustle. Shortly after her words faded, over 10 powerful auras exploded out from the bushes, surrounding them. Hein and the others were immediately startled by their sudden appearance and drew their weapons. Don't resist. It's no use. Only after hearing Angelica's words did they lower their weapons. They didn't need to be reminded by Angelica to understand that they were unevenly matched at the moment. One wrong move, and they could very well be meeting their ends. Young Mississippi. The atmosphere froze once more at the words that came out of one of the demons' mouths. Ava and Hein already had an idea and thus weren't shocked, but the same couldn't be said for Small Snake, who was taken aback by the situation. I'll explain later. Angelica only left a couple of words before taking a step forward. What are you doing here? We've come under Her Highness's orders to bring you back. Just me? No. The demon shook his head, and cast a glance in their direction. Angelica smirked at the sight. Hey. I figured she'd be like that. There was clear disappointment in Angelica's expression as she heard those words, but she seemed to have already expected such an answer and was quick to recover her usually cold expression. All right. She nodded her head, and looked at the demons around her. Bring us to her. She stopped halfway through, and glared at those surrounding her. May I remind you not to overstep your boundaries? If you so much as harm a hair to them, I'll make sure you guys pay a price adequate to your actions. Her words didn't bring much of a change in the expressions of the demons, but when Hein paid closer attention, he noticed that their stances straightened up a little. Just how high up is her mother? That was the same question that arose in the minds of everyone present. None dared to ask, as they remained silent throughout the entire time. Follow us, we will escort you to Her Highness. Okay. Following that, they followed Angelica from behind as she followed the demons in front of her. They were reluctant to do so, but seeing that they had no other choice, they could only obediently follow Angelica from behind. It was the only thing that they could do. That's a bit grand. Hein couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the colossal mountain that lay ahead of him. He had assumed that they would fly to their destination, given the fact that every one of them was above Marquis rank and thus could fly. However, much to his surprise, they were made to walk all the way toward the towering peak that loomed in the distance. As they trudged along, Hein couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the mountain. Its peak disappeared into the clouds, and its slopes were covered in a thick blanket of snow. The air grew colder with each step they took, and Hein wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, shivering slightly in the biting chill. Ooh! Each of his breaths grew misty, and his shoes sank under the tall snow. After what felt like hours of walking, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Hein's breath hitched as he looked up and saw a magnificent structure etched into the side of the mountain. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The structure stood tall and majestic, with intricate carvings and sculptures adorning its walls. The stone used to build it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and Hein couldn't help but be in awe of its grandeur. The walls of the structure were adorned with large sculptures of fearsome demons, their eyes seeming to follow Hein's every move. Hein noticed several demons standing atop the walls, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Their imposing presence sent a shiver down his spine. Several of them were above his strength, and he wondered if he could fend them off if they fought. Probably not. The demons wore elaborate armor, and their eyes glowed with an eerie red hue, making them appear even more menacing. As they approached the entrance of the structure, Hein couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation mixed with curiosity. He wondered what lay inside this mysterious mountain fortress. The doors were massive, made of solid iron, and adorned with intricate engravings that seemed to glow a mysterious hue. Open the door. Clank. The demons accompanying Hein raised their hands, and the doors creaked open slowly, revealing a grand hall inside. Hein's eyes widened in amazement as he stepped into the vast chamber. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting scenes of battles and conquests, and the ceiling soared high above, adorned with an elaborate mural depicting the history of the demon realm. At the far end of the hall, Hein caught a glimpse of what appeared to be an obsidian throne, adorned with gemstones that glittered with an otherworldly light. As he approached, he realized that the throne was occupied by an alluring figure, clad in regal attire and exuding an aura of power. Her head was currently resting against her fist, allowing her black hair to cascade down the side of her shoulder. The moment they entered, her eyes flicked open, and her gaze paused on Angelica. A faint smile spread across her features as her mouth parted open. What have you been up to, my good daughter? Chapter 849, Meeting Him Again, 2. There was something about her voice that made it hard for those who were listening to it to keep their heads straight. It was as if a fog suddenly appeared within their minds, making it hard for them to think or even move properly. Thankfully, Ava and Hein had signed a contract with Angelica beforehand and were thus only slightly affected. The same couldn't be said for Small Snake, who found himself sinking in this cloudy state, unable to move at all. Would you stop it with your stupid tricks? It was only after Angelica intervened that he was able to snap out of whatever state he was in, and the moment he snapped out of it, cold sweat ran down his back. That was dangerous. I guess I can now understand why everyone reacted like that. This wasn't the first time that he had come into contact with the patriarch of the Lust clan, but before, he had always been with Jezebeth and thus never experienced such a sensation from her. He had always been confused as to why, whenever she appeared, those around her would glare at her while some demons by her side would cock their heads from side to side like buffoons. Only now did he understand. Oh, my. Is that how you speak to your mother? There was a look of sadness on the princess's face as she looked at Angelica. If not for the fact that he had seen a couple of her antics back when he was with Jezebeth, Small Snake would have fallen for her acting. Still, he was utterly shocked by the sudden revelation regarding Angelica's mother. She's the daughter of a princess-ranked entity, one of the 7 heads at that. Small Snake wasn't too sure how to react at the moment. The sudden piece of news left him utterly dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but cast a few glances at the mother-daughter pair. And just when I thought I saw everything. Well, they did both look beautiful. So there was a bit of resemblance. I exerted a lot of my force to have you come to me, and the moment that you see me, you start shouting at me. I feel rather sad, Angelica. Lowering her head, she looked pitiful, and many of the demons around her started to show signs of concern. Even Small Snake felt a slight impulse, but he pinched his arms and forced himself out of such a state. Keep focus. Keep focus. They were at a disadvantage at the moment. Be it in power or numbers. Even if they wanted to, they'd be unable to escape, and it made Small Snake wonder just what Angelica was planning. He had a few means of his own to get out of the situation if it went for the worst, but he chose to keep them under wraps and let everything play out in front of him. Are you still in the mood to play around? Once again, Angelica's words were merciless and cut right at her mother's words. The princess didn't seem offended by her actions and smiled even more seductively. Rebellious, aren't we? Quite. At least you acknowledge it. A lot better than a certain someone. My, when did you start learning to speak this way to your mother? From the moment that you kicked me out. MHHH. That was because of your mistake. It had nothing to do with us. Angelica laughed while covering her forehead with her hand. I knew you'd say that. It was clear to everyone present that the relationship between Angelica and her mother was anything but good. Angelica didn't even bother hiding her disgust for her mother, as her words were laced with venom. In the end, it's always my fault, and never your fault, right? Wasn't that obvious enough? Princess Lilith spoke, her gaze lingering over everyone present. There was something about her gaze that unsettled Small Snake, but as weak as he was, he could only take it. Soon her gaze fell on him, and Small Snake felt his skin crawl. I'm rather surprised that you're here. I didn't know that you were acquainted with my daughter. In fact, from the looks of things, you guys are a lot closer than I anticipated. We've worked together in the past. We've known each other for a few years. Angelica replied before Small Snake could. Seeing that Angelica had spoken for him, Small Snake closed his mouth and remained quiet. It was good that she spoke for him. He didn't really want to talk at the moment. Oh. You two have known each other for a few years. I take it that he was also working for the same human you're working for, right? Angelica didn't respond to the question, but her silence was enough confirmation for her mother, who nodded her head slightly. She looked back at Small Snake. For His Majesty to also covet his subordinates. I assume that this human is rather talented. Brushing her hair behind her ear, she sat up properly on the throne and crossed her legs. Her gaze fell on Ava and Hein. I suppose they are also his subordinates. With a squint of her eyes, Ava and Hein's bodies froze on the spot, and their eyes widened. What are you doing? They only recovered after Angelica spoke and broke off whatever was clawing at them. That didn't seem to please her mother, who suddenly frowned. The air in the hall changed drastically at that point. You've been acting rather impudent for a while, my good daughter. Her words were soft, but the moment they came out, the entire room froze. A formless pressure spread throughout every inch of the room, and Small Snake found himself unable to move at all. How many times has it been now? The same went for the others that went stiff on the spot. The only one that was fine was Angelica, but even she seemed to be struggling at the moment as her face paled and sweat trickled down her forehead. She continued to glare at her mother. I've been acting impudent. She managed to utter a few words through her gnashed teeth. What's funnier is the fact that you still have the gall to call yourself my MO. Smack. It all happened so fast, and Small Snake wasn't able to see what had happened, but halfway through her sentence, Small Snake heard a low smacking sound, and Angelica's body appeared on one of the pillars of the hall. Bang. Appearing on the spot where Angelica had been, Small Snake caught sight of Princess Lilith, and his pupils dilated. Especially when his gaze fell on Angelica. Cough. Cough. Coughing several times, she looked up and smirked at her mother. You didn't hold back, did you, mother? Angelica's speech became more drawn out as she approached the final word, as if she wanted to emphasize its significance even more. It was obvious that she was trying to taunt her mother, and she was successful in doing so. Swoosh. Appearing right in front of her, the princess looked down on her from above with her cold eyes. You've been quite rebellious since you've returned. I let you be since I figured you'd come around, but it seems like some harsh disciplining may be required. Grabbing Angelica by her hair, the princess flung her toward the next pillar. Bang. Angelica's body slammed into the pillar as she struggled to resist the strength of her mother, and she let out a painful groan as she did so. Ugh! Swoosh! She didn't even have time to recover before her mother appeared before her once again and smacked her head against the pillar. Bang! Don't resent me too much, she said, smacking her face with her palm. I'm only doing what's best for you, my good D. Pooh. Fuck you, bitch. A sudden spit that was mixed with black blood flew to the princess's face, and her entire expression froze at that moment. It wasn't just her that froze, practically everyone in the room felt something dreadful slowly rise from the princess' body. Moving her fingers to her cheek, and sliding them off. The princess looked at her finger, and her expression, which seemed unusually calm, started to distort heavily. Rumble. Rumble. The entire room started to tremble, and before long, the princess' gaze fell on Angelica. The way she looked at her was no longer the same as it was before. I see how it is. She nodded her head repeatedly, seemingly coming to a sudden understanding. I get it now. She nodded once more. I don't know what went through my mind. Since when did I ever have a daughter? Spurt. Chapter 850, Meeting Him Again, 3. Ach. Feeling something stab her in the abdominal area, Angelica let out a sharp wail. The pain was unbearable, and when she looked up, she was met with two mercilessly cold eyes that seemed to disregard her completely. Such gaze. They weren't something she was unfamiliar with. This was how she had been looked at throughout her entire life. Yes. This is how it should be. It was only now that she felt comfortable looking back at her mother. What she was seeing was the mother she grew up seeing. You've finally shown your real self. Still talking. Ack. Feeling something pull at her hair, Angelica felt her body rise from the spot, and her expression distorted out of pain. Still, she tried her best to keep her gaze locked on her mother. The only reason you even bothered caring about me is because everyone else died, right? In reality, Angelica wasn't the only one that her mother had given birth to. She used to have 7 other siblings, all of whom were more talented than her. The key word was used to. They were no longer here. The only reason you even cared about me in the first place is because I'm the only one left, right? Her words seemed to have struck a chord with her mother, as Angelica suddenly found herself smacked against one of the pillars once again. Bang. She felt the wind get knocked out of her, and an intense pain radiated to her chest. Even so, she didn't let it show on her face as she continued. You're desperate. You're clearly aware that the other elders are trying to covet your position, and without a suck. Bang. She was once again smacked against the pillar. This time, with more force, the pillar crumbled down. Rumble. Dust rose within the sturdy halls, and Angelica finally felt her mother let go of her. When everything settled, Angelica struggled to raise her head, but when she did, she was met with 2 eyes that seemed to disregard her completely, and an open palm slowly reached out for her. Since you don't wish to keep your life, then I don't see why there's a need for you to keep it. Something dreadful suddenly manifested on the palm and was directed right at Angelica. In that short instant, Angelica understood that her life was coming to an end, and she closed her eyes. Instead of feeling sad, she felt rather liberated. She had finally managed to say what she wanted to say to her. Although she wouldn't get to live much longer, she knew that he would settle everything for her soon. The energy approached her and slowly crept into her body. Angelica slowly felt her existence crumble apart, but just as she was about to lose consciousness, she managed to hear a couple of faint words from the distance. Stop. It was a voice she was familiar with, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Small Snake staring at them with an expressionless look. His current demeanor was a stark contrast to how he usually was, and it reminded Angelica of the time when she first saw him as the strategist. He looked like a completely different person. Strategist. The power that was seeping into her body stopped at his voice, and her mother turned her head. Why are you meddling in my matters? You should know that even if His Majesty treasures you, you can't change my decisions. That's not it. Small Snake shook his head, confusing everyone that was within the halls. The princess moved her hand away from Angelica and looked at him with a serious expression. Oh. Then what is it? It's not that I don't want you to kill her, but the moment that you kill her, the Lust clan will fall into chaos. He looked at Angelica. I'm sure you're a lot smarter than that, Princess Lilith. I know you understand perfectly what will happen if she were to die at this moment. Can you really keep all of the elders from revolting against you after her death? Can you really stop them from coveting your seat of honor? I'm not speaking to you as her acquaintance, I'm speaking to you as the Demon King's strategist. All of a sudden, his voice deepened, and while there was no power in it, his words felt very commanding. Almost as if there was no rebuttal. If you kill her, then that's the same as seeding chaos within the clan of Lust, and I can't be having that at this very moment. Not when His Majesty is about to complete his long and cherished goal. His eyes suddenly squinted, and his voice deepened. What do you think will happen when His Majesty comes to learn of your actions later? Is that a threat? Princess Lilith's gaze turned ferocious at his words. The room started to tremble as power seeped out of her body and she headed toward Small Snake. But even under such pressure, he didn't waver in the slightest and stared at her with a calm gaze. At the moment, in Angelica's and everyone else's eyes, he looked powerful. It is a threat, he said as his hair fell on top of his face. I thought that was obvious enough. Ha! One could tell at a glance that the princess was beyond furious at the moment. Her expressions kept changing, and the power that radiated out of her body undulated with a certain ferocity that made it difficult for those within to withstand. She eventually managed to calm herself down and nod her head. Very well. Taking a deep breath, all of the power that was radiating from her body calmed down, and the entire hall quieted down. Since the strategist has spoken, I'll do as they've asked, but... The hall quieted down at her and everyone held their breath. Turning her head, Princess Lilith looked at Angelica. I'll let her live, but on the condition that her core gets crippled and she births at least one successor for my lineage. She turned to look at Small Snake and smiled. That sounds fair, doesn't it? That. Opening his mouth, Small Snake seemed unsure of how to respond. Angelica's expression distorted at that moment. She'd rather die than be crippled and give birth to a successor. I won't compromise any further. You choose which option. Either she dies, or I cripple her and have her make me a successor. From the tone of her voice, everyone understood that there was no more compromising. Neither option was good, and Angelica gritted her teeth. Dawn. Her words stopped halfway as the room trembled and everyone felt something akin to dread. Cr. Crack. Right then, a crack suddenly appeared, and a hazy black figure walked out of it. Tap. The soft echo of its foot echoed within the hall, and almost everyone within the hall turned to look in the direction of where the figure was. The entire room fell silent. The eyes of a few people lit up the moment the figure came in, and a dreadful aura suddenly enveloped every part of the hall. It was so overbearing that it even made Princess Lilith wear a cautious look. Ren. Although he looked different than he usually did, Angelica recognized him immediately and breathed in relief. With him here, maybe things could be resolved. Every part of me hurt, and I could feel my body barely hanging in there. Despite that, I transported myself directly to where Angelica and the others were. I couldn't allow another situation to occur, and thus, even if it broke my body, I chose to teleport myself to them. I'll let her live, but on the condition that her core gets crippled and she births at least one successor for my lineage. Coming into the room, I heard faint voices. That sounds fair, doesn't it? I won't compromise any further. You choose which option. Either she dies, or I cripple her and have her make me a successor. The content of the words being spoken gave me an idea of what was happening, and scanning the entire room, my gaze eventually paused on a certain demoness. She was beautiful. Devastatingly so, but I wasn't entranced by her beauty. What attracted my attention was the power that radiated from her body. I knew who she was in an instant, and my mouth parted open. How about we choose option 3? And that is? The princess asked, power radiating from her body. She was surprisingly calm when faced with my sudden appearance. Not that it mattered. She had to at least have this certain level of composure to be one of the 7 heads. In response to her, I pointed at her, and the space around her started to constrict. Golden runes and words materialized all over her and clamped at her from all sides. The golden runes and words were significantly larger and more numerous than they had been during the first battle I had with Prince Murdoch, and they proved to be harder to remove than back then. My body started to tear at that point, but I bore through the pain and clenched my teeth. I couldn't permit myself to exhibit any sign of weakness. Not yet. You die, and I take everyone with me. The laws within my body escaped and the world around us started to code in white. What's this? Right after the space around Princess Lilith started to constrict, her entire body turned rigid. Her entire expression changed the moment she felt her space restricted, and with one look, I could tell she was even more shocked by the power that was binding her. How? Such reaction. It wasn't the first time I saw it. Rather, all 6 other demons showed similar looks when I exposed the laws within my body. Since you won. I was just about to attack when, all of a sudden, the words that were about to come out of my mouth stopped. What? A certain figure caught my attention, and I felt my lips quiver. No, it can't be. I must be seeing things. I blinked my eyes once, but he was still there. I blinked again. He was still there. I blinked once again, and he was still there. Ah. No matter how many times I blinked, he was still there, and our gazes met. I wasn't sure how to react at the moment. The numbness I felt just moments prior started to disappear, and when I turned to look at Angelica, Ava, and Hein, I knew that I wasn't seeing things. I hoped I wasn't, and as my lips pursed, I took a deep breath and called out. Small snake. Time seemed to have suddenly frozen, and what broke it was his sudden smile as he nodded his head. Yes. Chapter 851, so similar, yet so different, 1. Ashton City, Earth. Why-ish. Coming out of the pocket dimension, Liam and Han Yufei were rather disoriented. The sudden change in environment confused them for a moment, and the fact that they hadn't been back on Earth for over 5 years didn't help with the situation. Are we back? It looks like it. The familiar city streets, the pillars in the faraway distance, the serene blue sky, they were truly back. Not that they had seen the pillars before. Liam sighed in relief, but he didn't get to enjoy the relief for very long. All of a sudden, the ground trembled, and one of the skyscrapers near them collapsed. Boom. Something crashed against several of the buildings as they collapsed. They were taken aback when, after turning their heads to look at the structures, they noticed a familiar figure off in the distance. Liam was able to identify them in an instant, as evidenced by the sudden yellow glow that emanated from his eyes, and he quickly disappeared from the spot. Hey, wait for me. Appearing right above the skyscraper, Liam could hear Han Yufei's voice in the far distance, but he didn't particularly care and cocked his head. Do you need help? Bang. Crashing against the wall, Emma looked up and glared at Liam. What do you ok? Quang. Crossing her daggers, she barely managed to block the demon's claw. Groaning, she nudged her head several times, as if trying to tell Liam to get on with it. Cracka. Cracka. Good thing that Liam got the message, and lightning crackled around him. The demon that was on top of Emma immediately froze on the spot, and Liam appeared behind it. He slashed his hand across the demon's thigh as his eyes took on a yellowish tinge and began to shine even more brightly than before. That's where he felt the core was. Hyuk. That was about it for the demon. Just one move from Liam was all it took, and its entire body turned to dust. Thank HAAA. You. Catching her breath, Emma sighed in relief. Upon closer observation, Liam realized that Emma's complexion was rather bad. Her face was pale, and her head was covered in sweat. Thinking about the demon that he had just defeated, his expression turned strange. You were struggling with just that. Actually, now that he took a closer look at her, she seemed different from how she normally was. He hadn't spent much time with her, so he wasn't too sure, but she seemed a little wilder. If that made any sense. Do you really think that's the only HAAA demon that I was up against? Catching her breath, she pointed toward the distance, and that was when Liam finally noticed. A street littered with demon corpses. It was a sight to behold, and his mouth instantly shut. That's fair enough. No shit. I'm fucking tired. Well, he could tell. The fact that speaking made her this tired was a great testament to that. Want a potion? He offered her a potion as an apology, but she rejected him right away. I'm good. Well, suit yourself. Putting the potion away, Han Yufei suddenly appeared beside them. With his broadsword on his back, he gazed at the streets hidden behind the skyscraper and put up a thumbs up. Wow, impressive. Thank you. Emma thanked him politely, taking out one of her own potions and gulping it down. Her chest started to level at that point, and her breath returned. Just as she was about to speak, Liam's expression suddenly changed, and his head snapped upwards, toward the sky. What's wrong? Suddenly noticing the shift in Liam's expression, Han Yufei and Emma looked at him. He didn't respond to them and continued to stare at the sky for a good couple of seconds before his eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant hue of yellow that enveloped the entire surroundings. Liam. His action startled both of them, but his subsequent words startled them even more. Do you have any way to contact the others? His voice, which always seemed lazy and lethargic, had an unusual seriousness to it that made both Han Yufei and Emma look at each other in confusion. They nonetheless thought about his words, and Han Yufei was the first one to answer. Ryan, he knows of a way to contact everyone. Okay. Liam nodded his head. Contact him and tell him that he is coming. He. Yeah, he. Whoom. No one said a word upon coming out of the dimensional pocket. Be it Angelica, Hein, Ava, or Small Snake. They all just stared quietly at the world around them without saying a word. What they'd wittiness is inside of the pillar. Are you? Ava was the one who eventually broke the silence as she turned to face Angelica. She was quietly staring at the ground, her thoughts unknown. Everyone turned their attention toward Angelica, following her words, and sensing the attention she was being given, Angelica raised her head. I'm fine. She was. At least, that was what she tried to make herself believe. Reality was that she wasn't sure. The scene she witnessed, it wasn't something she wanted to remember. Even though Angelica knew it had to be done and she deserved it. It still left her empty. That was, her very own mother. Someone she looked up to despite hating her at the same time. Are you sure you're okay? A soft voice reached her ears, and when she turned, she saw a face she hadn't seen for quite a while. I'm fine. She smiled at Small Snake. Well. I'll believe you for now. It was clear that he could see right through her, but it was good that he let the topic go and shifted his attention toward Ava. What are we sup? Ava. Hein. I can feel your communication, are you guys there? Small Snake was stopped by a familiar voice that echoed from Ava's watch. He froze the moment he heard the voice. Ryan. Ava raised her watch and brought it to her lips. Ryan, is that you? Who else would it be? I'm the only one. No, never mind. That's not important. I was just about to say Ryan. Small Snake spoke, moving closer to Ava. It was there that the communication abruptly turned silent. Ryan. Small Snake called out once more, hoping that he could hear him. But yet again, he was met with no response. Just as he was about to try again, the communication turned on again. Is this some sort of sick joke? What are you guys trying to pull? No, never mind, I don't have time to deal with this shit. There was clear anger in his voice as he spoke, and when Small Snake heard his words, he smiled. So he still remembers my voice. The thought made him smile even more, and his head moved closer to the watch. He tapped on the screen, and a projection appeared in front of him. Turning the camera on, Small Snake waved, a soft smile on his lips. After seeing him again, he had a lot of things he wanted to say to him. He had changed a lot in appearance since the last time he saw him. He had become an adult, and looking at how disheveled his appearance was, he knew that he must have had a hard time during the few years he wasn't there. You've grown up a lot. Such were the words that came out of his mouth when he saw him. He could have started with something else, but his appearance was what reminded him of how times had changed and that he was no longer the young teen he once used to know. On the other side, Ryan's expression froze, and when his gaze met Small Snake's, his eyes blinked several times until, eventually, droplets of water streaked past his cheek. Blinking more, he brought his arms over his face and continued to wipe at whatever was falling, his expression never changing. Who? Covering his face with his hands, he hoarsely spoke. Well, as of the time that you left, I am approximately the same age as you were. Ah. I see. Small Snake smiled, his lips trembling a bit. Same age, huh? I sure missed a lot. Yeah, you did. In an unknown area, Earth. The world outside the pillars was a mess. Buildings crumbled, ecosystems were torn apart, and the ground was shredded into nothingness. Gene wielded his daggers like they were an extension of his body, slicing at the enemies with such utter precision that they didn't even have the time to react. The accuracy of his attacks completely shattered their cores in one go, killing them immediately. Thump. What's more? Stepping onto the ground, black threads would spike out from the point between his foot and the ground, shooting directly at the demons near him and impaling them directly at their cores. His skills had improved drastically over the years, and he was now at a level where only prince-ranked demons could pose a threat to him. Not bad. Priscilla turned to look at Jean with a look of pleasant surprise. Being the closest one to Jean, she could see just how much finesse his movements had. As someone who was nearing prince rank herself, she could see through his every move. His power was quite rare and extremely good when dealing with multiple opponents. Impressed. Her train of thought was interrupted by Jin's voice as he appeared behind her without any warning. Reaching out with his hand, he grabbed a demon by its throat and clenched his hand tightly, tearing the head off. Then, moving one of his fingers up, thin threads burst from the ground and enveloped the entire body of the demon, sinking it to the ground. Don't flatter yourself. Priscilla snorted and waved her hand. Whoom. Immediately, the surrounding space shook, and a tidal wave of demonic energy burst forth from her hand, enveloping several monsters and demons approaching in their direction. You're still too early to compete with me. You want to bet? On what? On who gets the most kills? With another snort, Priscilla smirked, and her pink hair started to flutter. Her crimson eyes shone with a strange power, and every demon and monster near them suddenly slowed down. Though Jean seemed serious, Priscilla found his actions laughable. After she had shown him her powers, how did he still think that he had a chance against her? Did he have something else up his sleeves? If he did, what was it? She suddenly grew curious. All right, I'll play with you. What does the winner get? Why are you asking if you already know the answer? I just need to make sure. I've already learned my lesson the last time. Feeling her subtle glare, Jean turned his head and pretended to not have heard her words. She sure knows how to hold her grudge. She reminded him of a certain someone. Maybe just not as petty. It's hard to find someone as bad as him. Truthfully, he didn't know if such a person existed. Nor did he want to imagine. If such person truly existed, he wouldn't want to meet them. When do we start? Priscilla's demonic energy started to spread throughout every inch of the area they were in. At the same time, Jean grabbed his two daggers and got into position. We can start whenever you're ready. I'm ready. Okay then. The two of them were just about to get ready when, all of a sudden, a voice transmitted into Jin's mind. Whatever you're doing, get cover. Huh? Who is this? Jean looked around in surprise. His actions caught Priscilla's attention, and she teased. What's with you? Backing out already. Quiet for a moment. But Jin's serious expression made her instantly understand that the situation was not as it seemed. Jean, if you're hearing this, immediately find cover. Bzzz. A static sound filled Jin's ears halfway through. Hello. What's going on? Bzz. Hide, he is calm, bzzz. What? He is coming? Who is Cr. Crack. With a sudden distortion of the space above, a subtle cracking sound echoed from above, and the entire planet came to a sudden standstill. Almost at the same time that happened, Jean turned his head, and his heart stopped. The same went for many of the humans and Alliance members fighting, as despair suddenly clouded their minds. A gentle voice transmitted into the ears of everyone present as a figure stood in the skies. You tried your best to delay the inevitable, but... With long white hair that fluttered in the wind and two crimson red eyes that looked down upon everything beneath, a figure unlike any other stood above the skies, and as if ink had dropped on paper, the skies began to gradually turn red. I am here. Chapter 852, so similar, yet so different, too. As the sun shone high in the sky, illuminating all that was beneath, a foreboding crack split the sky. Crack. It began as a hairline fracture but quickly widened, tearing apart the fabric of reality with an eerie, otherworldly glow. Gasps of awe and fear echoed through the land as the crack expanded and a terrifying energy swept throughout the earth. What's going on? Something is coming. The fights that were happening beneath stalled, and everyone looked up in utter nervousness and fear. From the depths of the fissure, an imposing figure emerged, stepping out onto earth with an air of absolute authority. Appearing in the sky, Jezebeth exuded an aura of pure darkness, his eyes burning with a malevolent crimson glow that pierced through the world like fiery embers. His skin was ashen, marred with sinister runes that seemed to pulse with demonic energy. His sharp, angular features were twisted into a small smile that exuded boundless confidence. He wore a tattered cloak that billowed around him, seemingly made of shadows themselves, swirling and undulating as if alive. His armor was a macabre fusion of metal and cores that glinted with a malevolent light. Each step he took sent tremors through the ground, causing the very earth to shudder as a result. As Jezebeth emerged fully from the crack in the sky, he surveyed the land with a sense of authority. This was the second time he had returned to Earth, and just when he thought he'd put an end to everything, things took an unexpected turn, and he was transported out. Perhaps to buy time, or perhaps something else. It no longer mattered to Jezebeth. But still, why did he choose to bring him out when he knew full well that their powers could destroy the entire planet? I hope I'm not too late. Jezebeth's presence was palpable, radiating a sense of overwhelming power and darkness that seemed to suffocate the very air. The surrounding flora withered and died in his wake, and the temperature dropped, leaving a frigid chill in the air. Jezebeth's arrival sent shockwaves through the earth, igniting fear and panic among the Alliance members. He is here. We supposed to beat that. Some fell to their knees, unable to withstand the sheer weight of his presence, while others rallied to resist, albeit with trembling resolve. The skies were dyed red, and the earth seemed to tremble. As everyone's eyes fell on the Demon King, a pair of grayish eyes similarly looked up. They belonged to Ren, who was currently lying on a patch of green grass, unable to move. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled from time to time. "Time's up," he muttered, albeit weakly. He had done everything he could to delay the inevitable. Staring at Jezebeth's figure, he saw him turn his head, and their gazes met. Jezebeth smiled, and though Ren couldn't see clearly, he thought he saw him mouth the words, "I see you." Taking a deep breath, Ren's chest heaved upward, and his eyes gradually came to a close. When he opened them up again, the entire world had changed. He was no longer lying down on the patch of grass. He was now standing in an empty world with a cloudless blue sky and a white floor, in which he could see his own reflection in. When he raised his head, he found a certain figure standing. "You planned this all out, didn't you?" There stood someone with whom he was all too familiar with. He looked strikingly similar to him, apart from his eyes and hair which were of different colors. "Again and again you play these kinds of tricks as if this is some sort of game that you're playing." There was a certain something in his voice as he spoke. Closing his eyes, Ren simply let him speak. Whatever he was saying, he wasn't wrong. "If you want to vent, just vent, but I'll have you know that we don't have much time at our hands. You just..." Opening his eyes again, he found his other self shaking his head. He looked like he wanted to say something. A lot of things. But he forced himself not to. "I'll satiate your curiosity." Ren spoke, his eyes focusing on his other self. "Yes. I indeed knew about everything that was going to happen. Yes, I purposely sent you to the Pillar of Envy first. Yes, I knew that Small Snake was still alive and purposely sent him to the Pillar of Lust, and yes, I knew that our father was going to die." Pausing, he added, "I made sure that last part happened." Everything went silent after his words. There was a certain order to his actions. It wasn't hard to predict which of the pillars Ren would go after, the Pillar of Envy. They followed a certain sequence, which Ren knew his other self would follow. Death, as sad as it was a great motivator for changing someone and making them seek a goal wholeheartedly. Worrying about how much his actions would impede those within the pillars and wasting time figuring out how to kill someone was not something that Ren desired. Time was of the essence, and in order for that to happen, someone had to go. Deliberating over the matter, he thought that the most appropriate choice was none other than their father. Someone whose death would have the greatest of impact. Sending Small Snake to the last pillar was also no coincidence. He was his assurance. An assurance that would stop him from ever turning out like him. Everything had been planned out from the beginning, and the fact that he stood before him was a testament that his plan had worked. "I trust you already know why I did what I did, right?" His words lingered in the air for a brief moment as silence continued to reign over the space where the two of them were. You're too emotional and soft, right?" Getting cut all of a sudden left a bitter taste in Ren's mouth, but he nodded his head. "At least you're self-aware. I get it." Surprisingly, he seemed to have accepted the circumstances. When Ren looked at him, he could see an unsettling tranquility in him. It was odd but, at the same time, pleasing to see. "Are you mad?" "About what?" "About the things that I did." While Ren didn't feel sorry about what he did find his tranquility odd. His next words brought about even more confusion. Why would I be? Didn't I? I've already figured you out. Ren was once again cut off. The bitter taste in his mouth grew, but he once again let it slide. What he said attracted his attention more. You figured me out? MHM. Nodding his head, Ren watched as his other self took several steps in his direction. Tap. Tap. Within the empty space, the only sound that echoed was the rhythmical sound of his steps moving closer to him, until he eventually stopped a couple of meters away from him. My father's not really dead, is he? That feeling I felt before I sent them to Amora. Where I felt my heart suddenly beat with unease. It was your doing, wasn't it? Ah. The sudden question brought about confusion in Ren's mind, but before he could speak, the other version of him spoke once more. Deep down. You're not as heartless as you make yourself out to be. When I think about it, at the end of the day, you're still me, and I know myself better than anyone else. Especially since I know for a fact that you never had to do this from the very beginning, and if you wanted to, you could have defeated Jezebeth without my help, or me needing to do all the things that I did. Clearly, you were trying to prepare me for something. Feeling something touch his chest, Ren looked to see a finger pointed at him. You never lost your emotions, they've always been there, and you just sealed them to numb yourself from the pain that you felt. If you were really as heartless as you make yourself out to be, why did you even bother doing what you did? You had the chance to kill yourself, yet you didn't. Something triggered what you sealed, and hence why you've helped. Everything you did was for something. Perhaps I wasn't ready for whatever you were planning, and you had me absorb all of the laws hidden within the 7 heads in order to get ready for whatever you were planning, but knowing myself very well, I know you'd never let our father, die. For the very first time in quite a long time, Ren found himself unable to speak, and he eventually lowered his head. Slowly, his lips curled, and he shook his head. You really? Really what? Huh? It doesn't feel good, does it? It doesn't. Ren shook his head and almost laughed. Is this how he felt whenever I saw through him? It sucks. He finally understood how it felt to be seen through, and he had to admit that he really disliked the feeling. It's good that you finally realize it. Feeling his finger move away from his chest, Ren raised his head, and his eyes met with his other self. Looking directly at them, he could see his own reflection in them. They were so similar yet so strikingly different. Perhaps it was a reflection of who they really were. 2 people that looked the same but traveled completely different paths. He was the result of everything that could have gone wrong, and he was the result of everything that could have gone right. So similar, yet so different. Chapter 853, So Similar, Yet So Different, 3. Click. I'm fucking exhausted. The first thing Ren did upon returning from work was lay down on the soft couch in his house. Feeling his body sink into the sofa, he felt his body slowly relax. Yeah, this is how it should be. The lights were closed, and the only light that filtered through was from the narrow gap of the curtains on his left. It was quiet around him. Hey, brother. But that quietness was broken by the softly spoken words of a little girl. A soft smile appeared on Ren's face when he looked at the little girl. What is it, Nola? In her hand was a small ball, which she handed to him. Want to play? Play? At this time. Checking his watch, it was 2100 hours. It was rather late, but seeing the pitiful look on his sister's face, he relented. Well, fine. Picking up his jacket, he left the house alongside Nola. Click. Here. The 2 played catch and throw. When one would throw, the other would catch. A rather simple game. A gentle breeze blew past the empty park the 2 were in as the soft giggles of his sister filled the air. Haha, too strong. The 2 played for a long time. Ren had lost track of the time as he immersed himself in the soft giggles of her sister. Cack, oh, damn. He ended up throwing a little too hard, and the ball flew behind the bushes. I'm sorry, Nola. He quickly apologized. It's fine, brother. But the little angel that she was, Nola sweetly smiled and trotted to where the ball fell. Her figure disappeared behind the bushes in the distance. Ren waited where he was with a soft smile on his face. He waited for who knows how long. He just stood there, staring at the bushes with a smile. He didn't know when, but the ball appeared right beneath his feet, but Nola was no longer in sight. But he just remained where he was and waited. Waited there while blankly staring at the ball at his feet. Ren. Ren. That was when he heard a couple of shouts from the distance. When he turned his head, he found two familiar figures. Mom, Dad, you're also here to play. Play. Samantha's eyes started to water, and Ronald placed his hand over her shoulder. For God's sake, Ren. It's been 10 years already. You need to start moving on. You can't just continue coming outside every day after work to stare emptily at a ball. With tears dropping from her eyes, Samantha's entire body trembled. Her eyes were swollen red, and she looked to be in pain. It's time to move on, please. For you and for everyone, you need to move on. You can't be like this. No, but... Tuck. Ren weakly kicked the ball ahead of him. Would you believe me if I told you she's the one asking me to come and play with her? Well. He shrugged his shoulders. What would you know? You died alongside her. When he turned his head, everything turned quiet as their figures disappeared. Before he knew it, he was standing in the empty park by himself. Tuck. He kicked the ball once more before turning around and heading back home. I'll see you again tomorrow. I still remember the first time that I realized that I could travel back in time. I was excited at first. Recalling the faces of my parents as they died in front of my very eyes and being helpless to help them, I felt something tight pierce my chest. I was never born talented, and even after regressing, I was no different. Still, what you couldn't achieve with talent, you could achieve with money. That was what I thought back then. It was a naive thought of mine. Even when I became the richest man in the world, the only thing that I chanced upon was the sight of my parents' deaths. But that was okay. Dying once more, I realized that I had once again retained my memories from my previous life. How great! What I couldn't achieve in the previous 2 lives, I could do in the third, right? Maybe not the third, but what about the fourth? That didn't work. Really? What about a 5th time? Didn't even last as long as the previous times. Was talent really the key to achieving the perfect ending? The ending in which we survived the calamity and everyone that I cared about survived. Okay. I wasn't sure when, but I did develop talent at some point. The seed of limit, as he called it. I chanced upon it after hearing Kevin speak about it, and my limit was removed. Great. I tried again, and 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 again. Haha, maybe next time. So close. I know where I went wrong. Aish. So close. Phuck. I was just about to stab him in the core. What did I do wrong this time? Kevin. What? Why, what? Is it my fault this time? Can he be killed? What? That's bullshit. Where, how did I die? How did I go wrong this time? I killed everyone that stood in my way and took all the cheats for myself. Am I really the problem? I'm not the problem. He is the problem. Why am I back? I killed him. Why am I suddenly back? What? Only Kevin can kill Jezebeth. What? Why couldn't he kill him? Why is he so weak? Did I take too many cheats? Why did he fail again? I took nothing this time. Fail. This can't be. Again. I did everything. Why won't he kill him? Kill me. I want to die. Why do I even exist? Help. Who am I? At a certain point, I lost track of who I was. Rent Dover. Samantha Dover. Nola Dover. Ronald Dover. Amanda Stern. Jean Horton. Emma Rochefield. Melissa Hall. Names I was familiar with yet started to fade from my mind. I was losing track of myself, and I didn't want that. I wanted to cling to whatever was left of them so that I wouldn't lose sight of myself, but the more I died and the more I witnessed what I saw, the more my mind numbed. I felt my emotions slip, myself slip, and I started to change. I was horrified by what I had become, but at the same time, I embraced who I was. If it helped me get out of this hell, then so be it. And so I sealed everything away. My emotions and what made me, me. I just wanted it to end. I lost count of the times I killed those with whom I was once close with. I became something, an existence that even the Demon King feared, but that was never what I wanted. By now, I just wanted to die, see the end of it. The tunnel looked endless, and I saw no light in it. I tasted death so many times that I became familiar with it. The brief moment when I died and regressed became one of the most peaceful and enjoyable moments of my life. Sometimes I'd just kill myself to relieve such moments. Too bad they were far too short for me to properly enjoy. It seemed like I was fated to suffer for eternity, and I almost lost hope. I tried, and tried, and tried, and tried, with no one time ever getting close to the end. That all changed, however, when I came to learn of everything. Suddenly, the tunnel, which seemed to be completely dark, shone brilliantly. I didn't hesitate, and I walked toward that tunnel. It was the light that would finally free me from this hell. The closer I got, the more liberated I felt, and the moment I crossed it, I found myself standing in an empty world where the floor was white and I could see my reflection in. In front of me was none other than the existence that came to be due to my actions. He too had it rough, but he was everything that I wanted to be. The perfect version of myself that still had everyone that he cared about, and the version of me that would get to live like I always dreamed to live. I am not sorry for what I did, nor will I ever be sorry for what I did. My efforts were what made this possible. I may have been consumed by my goal, and the things that I did to you may have been inexcusable, but I did what I did in order to free myself from the curse that had been binding me for the many years that I've lived. Words started to pour out of my mouth as I stared at my other self. I've always hated what I've become, but I never regretted becoming what I am today. Circumstances made me who I am today, and I embraced what I've become. I wouldn't know what I'd do if I hated myself when I already hated everything and everyone around me. I would have perhaps completely lost it by then and crumbled completely. On many occasions, I was close, but somehow I always retained myself. If just barely. Once again, my feet moved on their own, and I soon found myself standing close to my other self. Raising my hand, I placed my finger over his chest like he had done to me moments before. I don't regret any of the actions that I took. I'm not sorry, I will never be sorry, and I will never, ever regret my actions. I made sure to emphasize this part. Regret only came to those who felt sad or disappointed with their actions. I didn't feel sad or disappointed with anything that I did. I was content with what I did. He was the perfect evidence of it all. I did what I did because circumstances made me this way, but all the things I've come to regret in the past, I no longer do. Call me crazy, but perhaps this was all meant to be. Perhaps this endless torture that I went through, perhaps it was all for this moment, and for that. A sudden glow spread from my finger and enveloped the other version of me. Closing my eyes, my body started to become lighter, and when I opened them again, I came to realize that my hand had become translucent, almost transparent. Taking several steps back, I felt light. Lighter than I ever felt before. I didn't dislike this feeling. I felt somewhat refreshed, something I hadn't felt in a very long time, and for some reason, I felt somewhat relieved. Yeah, this is how it's meant to be. What a life I had, huh? Unknowingly, the edges of my lips curled. Turning my attention back toward my other self, who seemed to be deeply absorbed in what I gave him, I felt my lips curl up once more. Yeah. This is how it's meant to be. The last thing I saw were tiny speckles of light that rose into the air. Finally, for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. My hell, it was finally over. When I opened my eyes again, I was met with countless tiny speckles of light that floated in the air and moved up. Staring at the floating speckles, I felt a myriad of different emotions course through my mind at that moment. In the end, all I could do was lower my head. As much as I hated you, I guess I understand where you're coming from. Staring at my very own reflection, I noticed that there was no difference in how I looked. My hair was the same color as it had always been, and my eyes were the same deep blue. That, of course, was the only thing that remained the same. Clenching and unclenching my fist, I felt power radiating through every part of my body. Knowledge that I had never known before flooded my mind, and the powers within my body started to calm down. I felt in complete harmony with myself, and never before did I feel so in tune with the world around me. Although it was faint, I could also feel something extra in the air. It was within arm's length, yet at the same time, far from my reach. Is this the power that Jezebeth is so obsessed with? The records, for the very first time, I could feel them, and they were far closer than they had ever been. I could feel immense power radiating from them, and I finally understood why Jezebeth sought such power so desperately. So long as I beat Jezebeth. Crack. Raising my hand, the space around me started to collapse, revealing a crimson-colored world. Taking a step forward, the space around me changed, and a familiar figure appeared in front of me. Our eyes met at that moment, and the world stopped moving. Chapter 854, The Last Battle, What is an End is also a beginning, 1. Why do I exist? It was the question that Jezebeth had wondered about ever since he was a young boy. He wasn't sure why, but for some reason, he became obsessed with understanding the reason for his existence. Jezebeth had grown up hearing the same phrases over and over again: mistakes, spawns that shouldn't have existed, and so forth, as a member of a race that was constantly under attack and hunted by the other races and protectors. It was enough to make anyone wonder if they were really just a mistake, a product of a creator who had made a fatal error. Perhaps they really were right, and they were indeed a mistake. But how could the creator make a mistake? That was the question that plagued Jezebeth the most. If there was a creator, then surely everything that existed was part of their plan, right? And yet, if that were the case, why were they constantly hunted and oppressed? Jezebeth refused to accept that they were just mistakes to be hunted and destroyed like vermin. He wanted to find a purpose. No, he desired to find a purpose. A reason for their existence that went beyond simply being a target for those who saw them as inferior. His thoughts were further reinforced the moment he managed to survive the attacks of the protectors and got his hands on the first fragment. Ever since that moment, everything changed for him, and instead of being the hunted, he became the hunter. He conquered planet after planet, eradicating those who had once hunted his kind and creating contracts with those who were willing to submit. Like a tyrant, he became the most powerful being in the known universe. There was no one strong enough to oppose him. He had become the laws itself. And then, just as he was about to achieve his goal, everything reset. He found himself going back in time with nothing to show for all his efforts. That's fine, I can do it again. At first, he was undeterred. He would simply gather the fragments again, he told himself, and this time he would succeed. But as the years passed and he found himself caught in a never-ending cycle of regression and recollection, he began to lose hope. Kevin. He was the anchor the records had created in order to rewind time. Kevin's birth was the moment they discovered his power and wanted to rid him of it. Unfortunately, they had discovered him too late and couldn't reverse time to the point where he had just started to rise to power. They could only make do with the anchor they created. That suited well with Jezebeth. After all, by then, he was strong enough to deal with the constant regressions. But no. Why? What is it this time? Every time Jezebeth believed he had discovered his reason for being and came closer to his goal, it would all slip through his fingers like sand. Jezebeth was a patient person, but even his patience had its limits. He grew frustrated with the never-ending game of cat and mouse, with the universe seeming to conspire against him at every turn. And yet, he refused to give up. He knew that the answers he sought were out there, somewhere, waiting for him to uncover them. He would keep searching and fighting until he found them. For Jezebeth, there was no other option. There was no turning back for him. He was already too far gone into his obsession. Crack. Coming out of the crack, Jezebeth found himself in front of a familiar world. The last world, as he called it. Looking down, he could see the looks of fear and dread coming from the humans and those from the other races. Such looks were something he had grown accustomed to, and he paid little attention to them. His eyes darted around the world, looking for a certain someone. There he is. And he soon found him. He lay down on a patch of grass with his eyes closed. He looked to be sleeping soundly, and his face seemed at utter peace. It was a strange sight to see, especially for Jezebeth, who had known him for quite a long time. Gradually, his eyelids opened up, revealing a pair of pristine blue eyes. His ashen white hair turned black, and his chest moved up once. Turning his head, their eyes met, and everything around them came to a sudden standstill. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before his very eyes, and the two of them just stared at each other. Seeing that there was something different about the wren in front of him, Jezebeth decided to break the silence and ask, "Which one of the two are you? Does it matter?" "I guess not." Indeed, be it this wren or the other wren, it really didn't matter to Jezebeth. What he cared for was something else, and he planned on eliminating whatever stood in his way. In fact, Jezebeth believed that things were easier now. Although he didn't outright say it, he could tell that he was up against the inferior version of Wren. Did something go wrong with his plans, or were my deductions wrong? He was still feeling a little unsettled in the corner of his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Rumble. Rumble. The sky began to quake as it slowly started to fold together. The space around them started to crumble, and something dark started to come out of Jezebeth's body, slowly enveloping the sky above. Staring at Ren, Jezebeth's crimson eyes rippled, his soft voice echoing throughout like soft whispers. We should end this, shouldn't we? Yeah. Boom. Neither one of the two moved, but everything in front of them started to collapse, and the world started to quake. If you care for your life, run and take cover. A sudden shout snapped those beneath them out of their reverie as a look of horror replaced their expressions. Liam, Monica, and everyone that can, try to set up barriers to withstand the aftermath of the attack between the two. It was Amanda who was barking the orders as her gaze continued to move toward where Ren was. There was visible worry on her face, but she tried her best not to show it. There was something more important that she had to do at the moment. Something that was even more important than her very own life. Ryan, if you can, try to communicate with as many people as possible and tell them to move where the safe spots are. Tell them that if they can't defend themselves, they must go there. What about the demons? Do you think they'll let that happen? Ryan rebutted while silently throwing a handful of small drones from his hand, which soon scattered in the air and transmitted his message. Don't you think that the demons will try to use this chance to attack us? Sticking together. I don't think it's a very good idea. Do you think they even have time to worry about others when they'll be annihilated by the aftermath of their fight? It seemed like Ryan was still unaware of the scale of the battle that was about to take place. She didn't blame him for it, but at the same time, she was frustrated by it. Still, she didn't show it and just rebutted him calmly. You'll see once the two start, once they start, the thing they'll be worried about the most is their life, not ours. Amanda could only feel dread at the thought of their fight, but she was quick to dispel such thoughts. Reminding Ryan once again to do as she said, she looked around and looked for the highest point she could find. Her eyes soon paused on a tall skyscraper that was still somehow intact. Without wasting a single second, she rushed toward it, and within seconds she was already upon it. Hap. Arriving at the building, her feet pressed against the side of the building, and she walked up the building, her legs jumping from window to window. She was extremely agile, and in a matter of seconds, she was already right at the top of the building. This is good enough. It was a great vantage point, and when she looked up, she could see Ren's features more clearly. Unlike before, he looked normal, how he always looked, and he stood facing the Demon King face to face. They seemed to be exchanging a few words amongst each other, but she was too far away to even hear what they were saying. Not that she cared. Hugh. Amanda took a few deep breaths, retrieved her bow, and then closed her eyes. While she pulled against the string of her bow, there was no arrow to be seen, and the bow remained empty throughout the entire process. However, a certain power began to radiate out of her body and begin to take on an almost otherworldly appearance. Her right eye shone with a red light, and faint blue circles appeared behind her. Taking another breath, her presence completely disappeared, and her gaze locked onto Jezebeth's figure. Right as she locked her gaze on him, the world around them started to collapse, and boom. The world started to quake. Chapter 855, The Last Battle, What is an End is also a beginning, 2. Boom. I don't quite remember what happened after the world around me collapsed and an explosion sounded. I just felt something press against my body, and at the same time, my body was thrown a great distance away from where I had been. Everything happened so fast that I barely had time to process it. That being said, I was in no pain. It didn't hurt, and sensing something on my right, I turned my head and swiped my finger in the air. Crack! A fissure formed in the space next to me, revealing a white hand behind it. But just as it was about to open, the space twisted, and the tear moved forward several meters away. The hand did come out, but it clenched at nothing but the air. Touching my sword, the space right next to the hand distorted, and a sword projection appeared. It tore through the air and aimed at the exposed hand. Unfortunately, I was just a tad bit too late, as the hand had already vanished before my sword could get to it. Swoosh! A subtle breeze blew past in the air, and I turned my head to look to my right. I felt something over there, but I couldn't quite tell what it was. Ah, I see. Channeling the laws within my body and waving my hand once, the space in front of me folded like a piece of paper, and a beam passed through to the two ends of the fold. It was quite the bizarre sight, but the more familiar I became with the laws, the more I realized how endless the possibilities were. It felt as though I could control everything. You're quite good at handling the laws. I've never seen him use them before, so how did you manage to pick up on them so fast? A gentle voice tickled my ear, and my head snapped backward. Jezebeth's head peeked from the crack, his crimson eyes glistening with brilliant light. Almost immediately after that, I felt my body freeze, and Jezebeth stepped out into the open. Emerging from the crack, my vision suddenly filled with more than 1,000 different holographic representations of him. The chip is useless. I tried to anticipate what he would do next by analyzing his muscle movements and determining where his eyes were looking with the help of the chip in my head. However, it quickly became apparent to me that the chip was incapable of dealing with the entity in front of me. The same was true for practically all my other skills. Monarch Indifference, the One, Memory Manipulation, Dark Servant, Eyes of Kronos. Nothing worked anymore. All I could rely on at the moment were my abilities and comprehension of the laws. Don't struggle. Let this be the end of my torment. A finger moved through the air and drew near the space between my eyebrows. It looked slow, but I knew better that it was moving at speeds that one couldn't fathom. I'm sorry, but I'll have to disappoint. Breaking the restrictions on my body wasn't hard. Clank. 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 As scales began to form all over my body and cover half of my face, I felt something grow behind my back, and all of a sudden, demonic energy erupted from within my body. In light of the fact that the energy that was wreaking havoc on my body and containing me in place was demonic energy, directly exposing the demonic energy within my body, I was able to free myself from the restraints and move back, narrowly escaping his finger in the process. The rush of demonic energy was so sudden and powerful that it stunned Jezebeth, leaving him at a loss for words. Did you? He looked at me from top to bottom, his lips curling faintly as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. To go this far? I don't know whether to call you stupid, or be impressed with your actions. Jezebeth's crimson eyes shone with a brilliant hue, and the blood in my body started to boil. I felt an immense pressure bearing down on every inch of my body, causing the edges of my vision to turn black. Walk. The pain was unbearable, and I let out a groan as I tried to endure it. Swoosh. He appeared right in front of me. I couldn't sense it before since he managed to hide it well, but now that I see you in front of me, I'm starting to wonder what exactly went through your head when you decided to ingest demonic blood into your body. Are you not aware of the fact that I can suppress just about any bloodline that exists? I struggled to say the words, but I managed to answer him. I know, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I knew what he was trying to say, but I had done it out of necessity, out of a hunger for pure power. It was a risky decision, but it was one that I didn't regret. Jezebeth lifted an eyebrow in surprise as he stared at me. You see, I said, as I lifted my head up and looked him straight in the eye. The fragments weren't the only things that I took from the 7 heads when I killed them. I had taken their blood as well. I knew something like this would have happened had I not done so. I pressed both of my hands together, and the space above and beneath Jezebeth started to fold and tremble. Suddenly, 2 projections depicting 2 large palms appeared out of thin air, threatening to squeeze Jezebeth on the spot. Wayang. The sudden attack took Jezebeth aback, and he squeezed his fist, forming a barrier around him. My palms were opened, and the projections immediately followed suit, imitating my every action. While focusing on the barrier that surrounded him, I gently twisted my hands apart and made a squeezing motion. In response to the movements I made, the projections pressed against his barrier from the top to the bottom. Crack. As a result of the projection's intense pressure, cracks started to appear on the barrier that was surrounding Jezebeth. Ach. I clenched my teeth and suppressed my groan as best I could. The pain was excruciating, and I poured everything I had into those projections that were squeezing at the barrier revolving around him. Mana, demonic energy. I poured everything into them, and for a moment I thought that it was working, but soon, I noticed that the cracks that had formed around the barrier were starting to heal themselves, and I clenched my teeth even harder. Still not enough. Fine. Suddenly, complex runes of golden color appeared on the fingers of the projections, and I felt my entire body tremble with pain that was unlike any other. But I bore it and poured everything I had into the projections. Crack after crack started to form around the barrier, expanding with each passing moment. Wyack. Crack. 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 Finally, the cracks revolving around the barrier expanded, and I could see Jezebeth's expression within the barrier change. But it was already too late. Crash. The barrier shattered into thousands of shards that spread across the sky, and the two projections came crashing down on Jezebeth's figure. Almost immediately after that, a nebula of residual energy floated across the sky, expanding rapidly toward my surroundings. HAAA. I was having trouble breathing, and I could feel a lot of my energy leaving my body at that very moment, but as I stared at the location where Jezebeth had been, I felt hope that perhaps I had been able to accomplish something. That hope, however, did not last for long. The moment the residual energy dissipated and the sky cleared up, my heart sank. There, standing in the sky, was none other than Jezebeth, who looked no different than he did before. His eyes were calm, his complexion was the same, and his clothes and armor were completely untouched. The way he looked almost made it seem as though nothing had happened, and something clamped at my throat as my heart sank. What? How? I was in denial. I had poured almost everything that I had into that moment, and yet, despite everything that I had done, he was still completely unharmed. How was I supposed to accept that? But just as I was about to despair over the situation, I suddenly noticed a subtle trickle down the side of his mouth. It was black and looked like blood. And the moment it started to trickle down, Jezebeth's complexion paled dramatically, and he brought his hand toward his mouth. PFTT. He tried to hide it, but he failed, and right at that moment, I witnessed as black blood leaked from the gap between his fingers. My heart skipped a beat at that moment, and the previous misgivings I had disappeared. It seemed like my attack did, in fact, have an effect on him. Good. I clenched my hand, channeling all the powers within my body. Since it worked, I needed to continue. Even if the price was my body. Chapter 856, The Last Battle, What is an End is also a beginning, 3. I'm hurt. Staring at his hands, which were soaked in his own blood, Jezebeth was left in wonder. He hadn't expected his attack to be as devastating as it had been. If not for his armor, he probably would have sustained heavier injuries. It came from out of nowhere, and he was barely able to resist it. Raising his head to stare at Ren, who was huffing and puffing, Jezebeth felt something boiling inside of him. Right. It's not good if I don't reciprocate his intentions. Seeing that the attack had taken a toll on him, Jezebeth suppressed his injuries and forced himself forward. With a subtle blur of his vision, he saw Ren's back in front of him, and he reached out with his palm forward. Golden runes enveloped his palm, and the space around his hand shattered. A blade immediately blocked the hand just as it was about to reach Ren's back. He didn't know when, but Ren had suddenly turned around and slashed with his sword. The two stared at each other silently as the space around them started to crumble. There were no words exchanged with each other like before. Neither left any time to spare any words as they distanced themselves from each other and attacked one another. Boom. The attacks were devastating, shattering the space around them and creating large waves in the air that spread throughout the entire sky. Everything beneath them tore apart, and the land disintegrated at their every exchange. Neither of the two held any advantage. While Jezebeth was indeed injured from the previous strike, Ren had exhausted himself in the process, evening things out. Shi-ying. A bright glow of terrifying pressure suddenly headed Jezebeth's way. It was fast, extremely so. In a matter of seconds, it was upon him, and just as it was about to graze his nose, Jezebeth placed his palm against the side of the glow, and the glow shattered into a fine dust. Swoosh. Sensing something behind him, Jezebeth's body twisted as he kicked, and his foot hit something soft. Umph. Overhearing something, Jezebeth knew that his hit had landed, and when he came to, he saw Ren's figure hurl away from him in the sky. He didn't waste a single second of that moment. Locking his eyes on Ren's figure, Jezebeth pressed his finger forward, and a gigantic crack formed a couple of meters ahead of Ren. A large projection of his finger appeared from within the crack, and as if it had been timed just right, it moved down and directly pressed against Ren's moving figure. Boom. The attack landed squarely on Ren's body, and he spat a mouthful of blood as his body continued to hurl away from Jezebeth. Ren's body took the full force of the attack, and as his body continued to fly away from him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed up more. Jezebeth did not pass up such an opportunity and followed him from behind, eventually appearing right in front of him and pressing his hand against his face as he did so. Swoosh. Attempting to contort his body and evade Jezebeth's hand, Ren acted swiftly but fell slightly short. His efforts proved futile as Jezebeth's hand firmly made contact with his face and grasped onto it tightly. Bang. Exerting an immense force, Jezebeth's hand unleashed a surge of power, propelling Ren's body through the air with great momentum. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Jezebeth swiftly positioned himself directly beneath Ren, extending his knee in a forceful thrust. Awk! Spit flew from Ren's mouth as he landed directly on Jezebeth's knee. Though faint, Jezebeth could make out a faint cracking sound, and he knew that Ren had sustained some injuries. Still, he didn't let go. Jezebeth wasn't the type of person to show mercy to those against him. Grabbing Ren by the hair, he raised his head toward him and punched at his face. Bang! His fist landed squarely in his face. Bang! He didn't stop at just one punch. Bang! Jezebeth's fist was encased in a white and black glow as he continued to punch Ren's face with all of his strength while simultaneously driving his fist further forward. Bang! It wasn't long before his fist was coated in Ren's blood as it dripped down from his fist. The warm, viscous fluid trickled down, forming streams that traced intricate patterns along his fingers, carrying with it the evidence of the fierce impact. A metallic scent filled the air, mingling with the intensity of the moment, as Jezebeth's resolute gaze remained fixed upon the sight. The sight of Ren's blood became a stark reminder of all the struggle he had to go through just to get to this point, etching a lasting impression upon Jezebeth's conscience even as the battle raged on. Extending his hand forward and staring at Ren's limping figure in front of him, Jezebeth tried to reach out with his hand to absorb the laws in his body, but just as he tried, as Jezebeth's hand inched closer, a sudden rift materialized in the surrounding space, originating from the vicinity of his arm. Within the crevice, a spectral manifestation of a sword took shape, its gleaming presence amplifying the already charged atmosphere. Why-ying. Jezebeth was left with no other option, so he let go of Ren's body as it descended from the sky. Not satisfied with what he did, Jezebeth pressed his hands together, and that was when two large projections manifested around the area Ren was in. They moved closer together and pressed directly onto Ren's body, which was falling down from the sky. Boom. With one gigantic explosion, Ren's figure came crashing down from the sky, landing against the ground beneath and creating a massive crater in the land. That should have done something. Standing where he was, Jezebeth could hear the sudden gasp of anxiety coming from those beneath. He didn't pay much attention to them and took a single step forward. Feeling his feet touch the ground, he looked down, and that was where he caught sight of Ren lying down in the middle of the crater. His clothes were a mess, and so was his hair. Blood leaked down from the side of his mouth, and his eyes seemed hazy. Despite that, his eyes were wide open, and they were locked directly at him. Whining. As expected. The moment Jezebeth arrived, the ground beneath him trembled, and something flashed right behind him. Twisting his body, Jezebeth was just barely able to avoid the incoming attack, but just as he did, a hand came grasping at his head, and he felt it smash against the hard ground beneath. Bong. Feeling the taste of dirt in his mouth, Jezebeth felt something tug at the back of his head, and his head was brought up once more before he saw the ground coming closer to him once more. Bong. A familiar taste. One that he didn't particularly like, but as he tried to move his body, his head was pulled at again, and once again, his head came smacking against the hard ground beneath. Bong. It hurt quite a bit as his vision blurred. Reaching out with his hand, he grasped at the forearm that was grasping at his hand, and he squeezed with everything that he could. Crack. The sound was similar to the sound of bones breaking, and whatever was grasping at his head let go, and Jezebeth was able to move away. Recovering his bearing, Jezebeth caught sight of Ren's arm, which was bent at a weird angle and limping. He smiled at the sight and decided to go on the offensive again. As if he was going to let such an opportunity go to waste. Seeing that his right arm was injured, Jezebeth aimed for Ren's right side. Swoosh. Appearing with a sudden breeze, he aimed a punch directly at the side of Ren's exposed abdomen. Complex golden runes manifested all over his hand, and wherever his hand passed, the space around it shattered. Bang. Coming into contact with something, the space crumbled, and a large explosion reverberated. Dust flew into the air, blocking his vision, but with one swipe of his hand, the dust settled, and when he looked to see the aftermath of his attack, he was surprised to see his fist hitting against the side of Ren's knee, which was raised up in front of him. Just like his fist, complex golden runes revolved around Ren's thigh. Swoosh. A fist came hurling at him from above, and Jezebeth retrieved his fist back and counterattacked with a kick, which Ren avoided by bending his body back. Bang. The aftereffects of their attack destroyed everything that was around them, and before they knew it, the crater that they were in had become even deeper. They had traveled to such a great depth that the light that was coming from the sky above them began to dim, and all that they were able to see was a tiny gap above them. Still, neither cared as they continued to fight against each other. Bang! Ren's fist managed to land directly on Jezebeth's face, sending him crashing against the ground. Ren took the moment to distance himself from him and retrieve his sword. Rumble. Rumble. The air that was close to him began to twist, and all of a sudden, a powerful force erupted from out of his body and engulfed everything that was in its path. Crack. A crack formed in the area above him, and the tip of a sword appeared from behind the gap. Almost immediately after the tip appeared, the ground began to crack, and the air started to shatter. Despite the fact that Ren's complexion began to gradually pale at the sight of the sword, and the mana that was contained within his body began to drain at a rapid rate, he did not give up and continued to call forth the sword. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, and his expression started to distort. Even so, his efforts began to pay off, and the sword quickly began to appear from behind the chasm, revealing its body in all of its glory. The moment the sword appeared, the area surrounding them came to a sudden standstill, and the world around them started to lose color. Creak. Creak. Ren could hear his bones creaking under the immense pressure that the sword was producing, but he didn't care and fixed his eyes on Jezebeth, who was staring at the sword in front of him with deep apprehension. Go. Opening his palm, he pointed his finger at Jezebeth, and the sword moved toward him. Rumble. Rumble. The surroundings shook massively, and the earth around them collapsed. Wherever the sword passed, it would leave nothing but destruction behind. Yet, amidst the cacophony and devastation, Jezebeth maintained an unwavering composure, fixating his gaze upon the approaching sword with an eerie calmness. In a gesture that defied the imminent danger, he gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to a serene stillness that permeated both his external surroundings and the recesses of his own mind. At first glance, he looked to have given up, but Ren knew that this was not the case. A pregnant silence descended upon the world, intertwining with the tranquility of Jezebeth's demeanor. When his eyes finally unveiled their vision once more, Jezebeth found himself inexplicably positioned directly behind the sword, his hand instinctively reaching out to make contact with its hilt. Grip. The ensuing sequence of events left Ren utterly dumbfounded as the unstoppable momentum of the sword abruptly halted under Jezebeth's unwavering grip. Time seemed suspended, allowing for the gravity of the situation to sink in, as the sixth movement, the most powerful movement in his arsenal, found itself tamed by the sheer force of Jezebeth's will. However, the astonishment didn't end there. Arg! With an abrupt cry that pierced the air, the armor encasing Jezebeth's body shattered, revealing the raw, sinewy contours of his musculature beneath. His bulging muscles pulsated with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of formidable power. Fixing his penetrating gaze silently upon Ren, Jezebeth's hand began to move with a deliberate purpose, manipulating the sword's trajectory until it aligned menacingly with Ren, its tip pointing directly at him like a harbinger of impending doom. How? Staring at the tip of his own sword, Ren was left utterly shocked, and his face turned white. Unfortunately for Ren, he did not have the luxury of continuing to dwell on the matter for too long, and as he clenched his teeth, power began to erupt from his body as veins began to protrude along the sides of his neck. The sword shattered into hundreds of pieces, and he puked up blood. He had no choice but to cancel his own move. PFTTT. He stumbled a couple of steps back as a result, and it was right then that he felt something head his way. Out of pure instinct, he moved his hand away from his mouth and punched forward. Bang! His fist landed squarely against another, and he was pushed several steps back. He felt his blood boil at the collision, but he bore through the pain and pushed himself forward. He thrust a kick forward. Bang! His kick once again connected with something, and the surroundings crumbled apart. Bang! This went on for quite a while until, eventually, Jezebeth opened his mouth and muttered. Seal. Chains burst from beneath the ground and coiled around Ren's body like snakes. The chains came from everywhere. Above him, the side of the crater, and beneath the ground, coiling around every part of his body and trapping him like a cocoon. A faint white glow manifested around his body as complex golden runes covered his entire body. The chains that were surrounding him showed signs of cracking, but they didn't break immediately, and that was what Jezebeth was looking for. Taking advantage of that moment, he appeared right in front of Ren and punched directly toward his abdomen. Bang! A clean hit. Landing his fist against his abdomen, Jezebeth watched as Ren's expression distorted with pain, and his body floated up. The chains that were binding his body shattered, and his figure hurled up into the sky, coming out from the hole they were in. Stepping forward, Jezebeth's vision shifted, and when he looked down, he saw Ren's body coming at him from below. Extending his hand forward, he opened up his palm. Golden runes appeared all over his hand, and just as Ren's body was about to come crashing against his palm, his figure suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! It all happened so fast that Jezebeth was barely able to react. Struck by an overwhelming force that jolted against the side of his cheek, Jezebeth's vision distorted, spinning wildly as he found himself hurtling uncontrollably toward the ground below. The speed of his descent was nothing short of astonishing. A faint vapor cloud appeared behind him as he fell. As he cast his gaze downward, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight that awaited him. A vast multitude of sword projections adorned with intricate golden runes erupted from the very ground, their razor-sharp tips ominously aimed at him. The sheer magnitude of the spectacle sent shockwaves through Jezebeth's core, forcing him to employ every available resource in his arsenal to halt his descent before meeting the deadly convergence of the sword projections. Ach! In a desperate display of acrobatics, he managed to halt himself mere inches away from the lethal array, a narrow escape that left his core pounding with anxiety. However, before he could fully savor his fleeting victory, an unforeseen assault struck him from behind, ravaging his body with searing pain that reverberated through every fiber of his being. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the air, accompanied by an involuntary cry of pain that escaped Jezebeth's lips. Ach! Every inch of his body felt the intrusion as sharp objects pierced his flesh, puncturing his arms and legs and staining the ground with his own blood. Overwhelmed by the excruciating agony that consumed him, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his pained groans by a thread. The intensity of the pain threatened to overwhelm him entirely, yet through sheer resilience, he managed to maintain a semblance of control, and he shut his mouth. Screaming was a waste of energy. Ugh! With his forearm forward, Jezebeth moved his body up and felt the sharp ends of the projections through his arms, legs, and chest. He was pierced almost everywhere, but thankfully, none of the spikes had managed to hit him in his core, which was still intact. Clenching his fist, the sword projections around him shattered completely, and Jezebeth immediately felt better. Despite that, he didn't let his guard down, and noticing a certain shadow right above his head, he hastily moved his head to the side. Bang! He was glad he did, as immediately after he moved his head, a foot came crashing against where he previously was, stomping at the ground beneath. Arc! Right as the foot landed, Jezebeth pulled his hand forward and grabbed at the foot, clenching with all his might. Crack! Immediately, bones cracked, and Ren started to fall down next to him. Suppressing his pain and bringing his leg up, Jezebeth helped himself up and elbowed Ren cleanly in the face. Bang! The hit was clean, and immediately after his elbow came crashing against the side of his face, Ren became disoriented. Jezebeth didn't waste the opportunity, and despite the pain that was tormenting his body, he raised his hand and punched his face. Bang! His fist missed, but at the same time that he punched with his fist, he brought his head down, and their heads smacked against one another. Bang! His head throbbed massively at his action, and Jezebeth felt disoriented, but the same could be said for Ren, who seemed to have lost consciousness for a split second. Bang! Clenching his fist, Jezebeth landed a hit directly in his face, smacking his head to the side. The fist sent Ren's head moving to the other side, and Ren's eyes turned white at that moment. The sight made Jezebeth's body tremble as excitement started to course down every fiber of his being, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm close. I'm almost there. He could feel Ren's breath weakening with his fist and smacking his head once again. Jezebeth felt Ren's breath almost drop to a pitiful low. Bang! 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 Yes. I can feel it. Ren's lips were busted, and blood leaked from his head and lips. Extending his hand forward, Jezebeth brought his hand to Ren's face, and chains burst from beneath the ground, binding Ren at his arms and legs. Clank! 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 Sealing his every movement, Jezebeth clenched Ren's face with his hand. Taking a small breath, he tried to feel for the laws within his body, and when he did feel them, his body trembled once more. Come to me. A white glow burst from Ren's body all of a sudden, and the surroundings started to quake. Rumble. Rumble. Power started to enter Jezebeth's body, and his surroundings flashed between earth and what seemed to be an enormous library. The entire library was covered in an ethereal glow, and right toward the very distance, he could see a small patio made out of wood and surrounded by glass. There, he saw a book lying down on top of a small altar, and Jezebeth's breath stopped. The records. Never before had he been able to see them so clearly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do as his mind blanked. When he came to, he found that his surroundings were back to normal and that his hand was still grasping at Ren, whose entire body was extremely husky. Almost as if everything had been sucked out of him. All the power that Ren previously had was gone, and silence predominated their surroundings. Weakly, Ren opened his eyes to expose his two blue eyes, and their eyes locked. For the first time in a while, Jezebeth opened his mouth and spoke to him. If it had been the other you, perhaps things might have ended differently. Why thiring? But just as Jezebeth was about to suck the very last bit of the laws that were contained within Ren's body, he felt something powerful coming from behind him, and when he turned his head, he was shocked to see a white streak covered in golden runes head his way. What? Shocked, Jezebeth tried to move, but two hands grasped at his forearms. When he looked down, his gaze met Ren's. You, let go. Jezebeth tried to free himself from the grasp, but he was baffled to see that his grip was extremely tight, preventing him from moving. Let go. How is this possible? How do you still have power left? Panic started to spread across Jezebeth's face as he tried to free himself from his grip, but Ren just refused to let go, and soon his mouth parted open. Indeed, if it had been the other me, the result would have been completely different. His voice was weak and frail. As if it was about to break at any moment, but his eyes seemed clearer than ever. Let go. Unlike him, I don't work alone. Wawang. The world turned white. Chapter 857, The Last Battle, What is an End is also a beginning, 4. I won't bother creating a signal for you. I'm sure you'll know best when using the arrow, but don't use it unless you're certain it's going to hit. I trust you'll know the exact moment when to release the arrow, and you only have one shot, so make sure it counts. Standing at the top of the building with her empty bow drawn, Amanda kept reminding herself of the words that Ren had thrown at her just moments before leaving for one of the pillars. Right before her very eyes, a battle of a scale that she couldn't fathom was happening, and all she could do was stare at it with her breath held tightly. How am I supposed to interfere in that? Amanda kept wondering to herself the same thing over and over again as sweat trickled down the side of her face and her grip on the bow tightened. Bang. Bang. The aftermath of their battle reached all the way where she was, and a strong wind pressure blew past her, scattering her hair away. She had to channel her mana on her feet in order to remain in the same spot, and when everything cleared up, she noticed a sudden change in the battle ahead. Oh, no. Amanda's heart clenched at the sight of Ren getting pummeled by the Demon King, who punched him directly in the face and tore the earth beneath the two. Immediately, the circular projections behind her started to line up, from largest to smallest, and her entire body started to tremble. She was just about to call forth her arrow when she was once again reminded of Ren's words, and she stopped herself. Not yet. The time wasn't ripe yet, and she knew it. Bang. Seeing Jezebeth punch him again, Amanda flinched but didn't look away and kept her gaze fixed on him. More than ever, she wanted to interfere, but she stopped herself again and silently clenched her teeth. With another hit, Amanda watched as the Demon King placed his hand over Ren's face, exposing his back to her. Shortly after, a familiar set of golden runes manifested on his hand. The same happened to Ren, whose face became colored in golden runes that slowly moved away from his face and moved to the Demon King's hand. The world around them started to twist. Rather quickly, Ren's body started to shrivel up like a mummy, and Amanda could no longer sit still. Placing her foot forward, she drew a silent breath, and an arrow manifested on her bow. Immediately after the arrow appeared, soft whispers echoed in the air, and golden runes floated around the area she was in. Her bow became increasingly heavy, and Amanda felt her entire body burn at that moment as she watched her hands age. Even so, despite the pain she was experiencing, her gaze was fixed on Jezebeth's exposed back. At the same time this was happening, Ren's body started to shrivel up more and more, and right when he seemed to be on the verge of dying, Amanda finally let go of the string. Twa. She was unable to recall exactly what occurred after that, but the moment she let go of the string, her bow disintegrated into a fine powder that dispersed in front of her, and the world around her became entirely white. What followed after was a strange silence that seemed to envelop the entire world. The world soon regained its color, but it was unfortunate that right as that happened, her world turned white and she felt her body limp forward. Thump. Twang. Suddenly, the world went white, and Jezebeth felt a sharp pain in his back. His entire body shook violently, and pain, unlike anything he had ever experienced, coursed through every part of his body. Why, you? When he lowered his head, he saw Ren staring at him while smiling weakly. With both hands on his forearms, a glow emanated from them, and Jezebeth could feel the laws erupting from Ren's body. Ach! It seemed as though something was sapping all of the energy from within his body, and he could literally feel himself becoming weaker with each passing second. On the other hand, Ren's body started to become fuller and fuller, and gradually he returned to his normal looks. I can't. Feeling everything that he had worked hard for slip before his very eyes, Jezebeth raised his head and smacked his head against his. Bang. It hurt a lot, and his head throbbed, but the pain was negligible compared to what he was feeling at his back. Thankfully, his actions weren't for nothing, and he felt the grasp on his hands loosen. Ah. Thump. Thump. He stumbled back and separated himself from Ren, falling butt first against the ground. H-A-A-A. Taking heavy gulps of air, he tried his best to channel whatever energy he had left inside of his body, but much to his horror, he realized that his tank was completely empty. Rustle. Rustle. Feeling movement from the direction opposite him, Jezebeth looked up to see Ren wobbling toward him. Despite having taken his energy, he too looked rather weak, and with both hands hung low, he moved to where he was. Staring at his figure, Jezebeth clenched his teeth and forced himself up. Like him, he stumbled forward, and despite everything that he was feeling, he continued to move toward him until they were just about a few meters away from each other. Bang. Neither of the two wasted any seconds, and they both threw a fist at each other. Both hits landed squarely on each other's cheeks, and their heads tilted back. That, apparently, wasn't enough, as they both retrieved their fists and punched at each other once again. Bang. Gone were their powerful attacks that tore the air and destroyed the earth. At the moment, the fight had taken a complete turn as the two of them fought one another with nothing but their bodies. From afar, be it demons or those from the four races, everyone looked in their direction as the two of them exchanged moves with one another. Despite them being visibly weaker than they were before, none dared to make a single move as they continued to stare at the two of them with their breaths held. They knew that the victor of the fight would decide the fate of the war. Bang. Bang. The two of them were rather evenly matched as they exchanged blow after blow. When Jezebeth landed a hit, so would Ren, and the cycle would repeat. Both of them continued to force themselves on the other in spite of the fact that their punches were getting sloppier and slower with the passage of time. However, neither of them seemed to care. Whack. Bang. Exchanging blows, the two of them stumbled backward, and just as Jezebeth was about to move again, he suddenly felt his back burst with pain, and his movements halted for a split second. That was all Ren needed to rush forward and headbutt him squarely in the face, sending him reeling backward. Thump. Falling back on his butt, Jezebeth tried to stand up but found that he no longer had the energy to do so, and as he moved his head up, he saw a foot land squarely on his face, sending his face crashing against the ground. Irk. He didn't lift his head up from that moment on as he blankly stared at the sky. He wanted to move but couldn't. Almost every part of his body was broken, and the energy in his body had long faded from him. He was just an empty shell of his former self, and realizing his own weakness, he couldn't help but clench his teeth in indignation. I was so close. He managed to mutter a few words at that moment as he stared at the sky, which had turned blue once more. There had always been something about the cloudless blue skies that made him feel at peace. They always reminded him of his home, the place he used to once call home, and where his parents lived. He had planned on secluding himself from the world the moment he got his hands on the records and learned of the truth. His plan consisted of staying in a world such as this one. A quiet and peaceful one. One that reminded him of his home planet, but... Thump. A shadow cast over his vision as two deep blue eyes appeared in his vision. Staring directly at them, Jezebeth felt everything crumble down, and though he was indignant, he accepted the situation. Deep down in his heart, he had always known that failure was a very real possibility, and he had long prepared for it. It wasn't in vain as his eyes slowly closed, and the world around him turned quiet. There was no regret in his mind, only pity. If only. He never got to finish that thought. Everything ceased from that very moment, and the existence known as Jezebeth disappeared from the world. I found it hard to breathe or speak at this very moment. Almost every part of me was broken, and I could barely keep my eyes focused. All that was within my vision was the hazy outline of Jezebeth's body, and with my best efforts, I tried to keep my hand on top of him. I could see a multitude of golden scribbles and runes fly in the air, but I was having a hard time keeping conscious. Despite that, I continued to keep my hand on Jezebeth's body, and the world around me started to shift. I felt a sinking feeling wash all over me, and my vision suddenly started to shatter. In that brief moment, before I completely lost consciousness, I found the scenery around me changing. It looked like I was standing in the middle of a patch of green, but I wasn't sure. All of a sudden, Jezebeth's body started to disappear, and golden runes floated on top of me. My hand soon touched the ground, and I felt something linger over my fingertips. In my best efforts, I was able to catch a glimpse of several metallic shards as well as a faint black mist that lingered over them. Reaching out with my hand, I clenched at the shards, and my vision finally turned completely dark. Chapter 858, The Last Battle, What is an End is also a beginning, 5. There was something faint in front of my darkened vision. In the beginning, there was only a sliver of light in the amber color, but as time went on, it grew larger and larger. The darkness that had been surrounding the world around me was quickly overcome by that faint light that grew so bright that it dispelled all the darkness around me. Within the faint light, I felt something embrace my entire body and bask it in a gentle warmth. It felt good. Really good. So much so that I wanted to bask in it forever, but with a sudden twitch, the white world shattered, and my eyelids opened. The sight of the extremely tall wooden shelves, which reached the ceiling and appeared to go on forever, obscured my field of vision. My immediate environment was characterized by a predominance of silence, and there was an eerie sense of calm that pervaded the atmosphere. Blinking my eyes, I gradually sat up and looked around me. The world, it was covered with books and shelves that seemed to stretch endlessly. I bent my head forward and focused on my hands, clenching and unclenching them as I did so. My previous wounds had healed completely, and I was beginning to experience a sense of wholeness once more. Pressing my hands on the wooden floor, the floor creaked at my movements, and I carefully stood up and looked around me. Eventually, my gaze settled on a small patio in the distance. It sat on top of a lush green floor, and a book covered in golden runes sat atop the altar. It took me only a moment to figure out what the book was, and it seemed as if my feet were acting on their own when they began to head in the direction of the patio. It took just a single step to reach it, and when I did, I suddenly stopped. My mouth parted open, but no sound came out. It took you a while. A familiar voice reached my ears. One that I thought I'd never hear again, and when I looked in front of me, I saw someone whom I thought I'd never see again. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew that it was him. Not some projection or hallucination created by the records. I could just feel it with the powers that lingered in my body, and my chest stung a little. I still forced myself to smile. Was I late? Very. I smiled genuinely this time and moved to the patio, where he saw me. I sat myself down on the seat opposite him and enjoyed the scenery around me. How are you? How am I alive? He finished the question for me, and without looking at him, I nodded my head. Yeah. It's not that I'm alive, he answered, similarly staring at the world around the patio. I'm just in the place where I was born. I'm neither dead nor alive, just a projection of the remaining power that lingers over the records. I see. Understanding a bit of what he said, I found myself nodding my head. When I turned my head and met his crimson-colored eyes, I shifted my attention toward the book that sat atop the altar. Are those the records? With a complicated look on his face, he nodded his head. Yes. The book was encircled by golden runes and words that moved and swirled around it as if they were in a vortex. The glow that encircled it was not particularly strong, but as I continued to stare at it, I suddenly felt a calling coming from it. Go on. When I heard his voice, I turned to look at him once more, and he smiled faintly at me. The moment your hands are on the book, you will be elevated to the position of overseer, and you will have access to every aspect of the universe. You will be responsible for maintaining order throughout the universe and preventing future occurrences of events similar to Jezebeth from taking place. Overhearing his words, I felt my brows knit. That sounds rather troublesome. It is. He didn't even bother denying it as he nodded his head. I wanted to shake my head at his antics, but I recalled something. What happened to everyone back on Earth? From the moment I defeated Jezebeth, I found myself in this world. I still had no idea what had happened to the others back on Earth. Were they fine? Did everything get resolved? Did something happen to them? Don't worry about them. Kevin reassured, pointing at the records. If you're curious, then take the records. All the questions you have will be answered the moment you become the new overseer. Following what he was pointing at, my gaze fell on the book in the middle of the altar. With each passing second, it glowed brighter, and the whispers that surrounded my ears became progressively louder, calling for me to reach out to them. Staring back at Kevin one more time, I saw him nod at me, and I pursed my lips. Turning my attention away from him, I stopped right before the records. Immediately, the gentle whispers that reached my ears stopped, and I stretched my hand. Coming into contact with the book, a bright light flooded my entire vision, and golden runes and scribbles floated all around me. The world around me started to shake, and the tall libraries in the distance stretched in every direction. Paying no mind to what was happening around me, I slowly opened the book, and everything turned white after that. That was when I saw it. The truth. Pack. Silence predominated over the surroundings as Ren closed the book in his hands. In that brief moment when he opened the book and closed the book, Kevin watched Ren's face undergo a series of changes as he displayed all sorts of emotions. Anger, sorrow, happiness, he displayed every possible emotion until, eventually, his gaze became extremely calm. That lasted until he closed the book. A matter of seconds, Kevin sat there with his gaze fixed on him. "What have you seen?" he asked, curious to understand what made Ren react the way that he did. Closing his eyes, Ren turned his head, and their gazes met. He smiled softly at him. "I saw what I needed to see." Ren didn't change much after taking in the records, but there was definitely something different about him. It was as if he were there, yet not. "What did you see?" "MHM." Ren's answer confused Kevin as he tried to pry further, but all he was met with was the same soft smile from before. Extending his hand forward, Ren opened up his palm to reveal several shards in his hand. Clank. 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 The shards floated on top of his palm and gradually gathered together as a bright white glow encircled each one of them. Life truly is funny. I had a sneaking suspicion, but I never thought it was like this. I finally understand the real meaning behind the world you showed me, and why I never existed, to begin with. Kevin tried his best to understand what Ren was saying, but what he heard completely confused him. It was clear to him that whatever Ren was talking about was something that was well outside of the scope of his knowledge. I used to think that there used to be a beginning to something, but never did I imagine that my own precognition of time was wrong. Time, it's a measurement we created in order to measure a beginning and an end, but what if there was never a beginning to begin with? What if it was just there? The more he spoke, the more Kevin became confused, but he continued to listen. There was something about his words that entranced him, and the more he listened, the more he felt like he grasped onto something. Whying. It was a sudden white glow that jolted him out of his thoughts, and when he came to, he saw a small metallic box levitating on top of Ren's palm. A thick black mist encircled the cube and pulsed in a feeble manner as it floated there. "What's that?" "This." Staring at the box, Ren smiled. "You can say this is the continuation of everything." He paused. "The beginning of a very long book. One I personally created and am a part of." While he was looking at the box perched on the top of his palm, the box began to shake suddenly. After a short while, a crack appeared in the area that was adjacent to the box, and Ren carefully tossed the box so that it fell into the crack. His actions perplexed Kevin, who looked back at Ren in bewilderment, but all he received in response was a perplexed look followed by a sigh. "If it's like this." Shaking his head, Ren pursed his lips and turned to face him. Staring at each other for a moment, Ren waved his hand, and their surroundings started to shift. The patio collapsed, and so did the shelves that disappeared from their surroundings. What replaced them was a long and narrow corridor with a bright light at the end. "Should we go back?" "Back? To where?" "Where else?" Taking a step forward, Ren ushered him forward with his hand. "Home. In a distant world, unknown." The sun rose over the rolling hills of their small farm, and two demons walked hand in hand through the lush green fields, taking in the serene beauty of their world. The tall grass swayed in the gentle breeze, and wildflowers dotted the landscape with bright bursts of color. Tack. 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 Together, the couple tended to their crops with care, planting new seeds and harvesting ripe vegetables from the earth. They worked in perfect harmony, each complementing the other's strengths and weaknesses. One had a gentle touch with the plants, coaxing them to grow and thrive, while the other was solid and sturdy, able to till the soil and lift heavy loads with ease. As they worked, the couple chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company in the peaceful surroundings. The warmth of the sun on their skin and the fresh scent of the earth invigorated their spirits, reminding them of life's simple pleasures. Such was life for them. In the distance, a small group of demon children played games and chased each other through the fields. The sound of their laughter and the rustling of the grass added to the idyllic scene, making it feel like a moment frozen in time where nothing else mattered but the beauty of the world and the joy of family. It was so peaceful. That peace, however, did not last for very long. What's that? Noticing something, the woman dropped whatever she was doing and looked up at the sky. There she could see a small black object that was streaking down from the sky and heading in their direction. As soon as she realized what was happening, she started to freak out and turned to look at her partner, who was also staring up at the sky. She was on the verge of calling out for him when, all of a sudden, a silver streak tore through the air and slammed into the land next to where they were standing. Why firing? There wasn't much of an explosion. Falling onto the ground with a low thump, the couple looked at each other in wonder. Should we go check it? The husband proposed, staring into the distance with deep apprehension. Only when the female nodded her head did the two of them move, and when they approached the location where the object fell, they were shocked to see a metallic box on the ground. Though faint, a black hue seeped into the ground from the body of the box. It went unnoticed by the two demons, who were unable to detect it. What is this? Don't touch it. Seeing the box, the male tried to approach it but was promptly stopped by his wife, who stared at the box with deep apprehension. We don't know what the box is, it's best if we handle this carefully, especially when. Turning her head, she looked at the children that were playing in the distance and looked back toward her husband, who seemed to have understood her intentions as he nodded his head. Unbeknownst to them, in the distance, a child sat on top of a rock and stared at the two of them with two eyes that were tinged in utter darkness. So that's how it is. As he looked at the couple off in the distance, and more specifically at the box that was standing beneath them, the child's eyes rippled as he watched. At that moment, he finally understood something. The reason for his existence. The reason for what he went through and everything. The reason for his obsession with the truth. A mixture of emotions clouded the child's face. Anger, sorrow, happiness, pity, they altered in sequences before, eventually, a smile appeared on the child's face. He had only ever had one goal since coming into power, and that was finding the reason behind his existence. He had grown obsessed with it, and finally, he understood. He understood why he existed. It wasn't a mistake. And that was all he needed to know. Thank you. The gloom that had crept into the child's eye vanished, and in its place was an innocent look as the child turned to look to his left and right in bewilderment. Ah. Where am I? Ha 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 ha. It was the subtle giggles from behind that gathered his attention, and turning his head, the child saw several children waving at him. Come. They called out for him. Their smiles were innocent and filled with playfulness. Come and play with us. Jezebeth. Placing his little hands on the rock and hopping off of it, the child, Jezebeth, waved back at them and shouted. I'm coming. The author's POV, end. And so, as this chapter closes, we're reminded that every story is more than words on a page, it's a bridge between the author's imagination and the listener's heart. What begins as ink and paper transforms into voices, emotions, and worlds we can all step into together. This is not the end, but a pause before the next adventure. Until then, keep listening, keep imagining, and keep the stories alive. Dear listeners, thank you for joining us on this journey through the author's POV, brought to you by Light Verse Recap. Your time, attention, and passion for stories mean the world to us. Every listen, every share, and every word of encouragement helps keep this channel alive and growing. If you'd like to support us further, you can become a member or make a donation. Your contribution ensures we can continue bringing more stories to life.